The ground would definitely be a field of corpses at this point. Technically, the Bear King won. The flame giant tiger rose up into the air, and the Bear King meteorite only just collided together before it was completely shattered and turned into a sky full of sparks. But the Bear King was also defeated, for it did not break through the Tiger Marshal's defenses and help his people from the melee. The Tiger Marshal didn't care about his move falling into the wind. This meteor-like strike from the Bear King was terrifyingly powerful with even kinetic energy plus potential energy. This flame doppelganger of his own was originally a shadow. Plus it was at an even greater disadvantage to meet the blow from the bottom up, so failure was inevitable. After this wave of hedging, both Beast Kings stood still, recovering their stamina as quickly as possible. Sensing the threat coming from the forest, the Bear King growled lowly at the Tiger Marshal. "Do you really think that you can stop our bear clan from regaining its former glory?" The Tiger Marshal gave it a disdainful look. "You have entered my territory. Are we not allowed to resist? Isn't it too childish for you to be putting up a fight even now?" As soon as the words fell, a figure, like a sharp arrow, shot out from the forest and directly joined the battlefield. Before a Fey-class brown bear could react, it felt a blur in front of its eyes, and a figure covered in black spots instantly pounced on its head. Immediately afterward, it felt a sharp pain coming from the top of its head, one of its ears, torn right off by its assailant. Since then, all the bears of the Fey class have been attacked by the black spot attackers one after another. Although the attack power of these attackers was not enough to seriously injure the thick-skinned Fey class brown bears. However, their speed was strangely fast, and most of the fiend-level brown bears were simply unable to capture their figures and could only be passively beaten. And one of the figures, crossing the entire battlefield, arrived beside Marshal Tiger. It was none other than a Beast King-level Far Eastern leopard. The Far Eastern leopard, also known as the Northeast leopard and Manchurian leopard, is a large cat in the Northeast region, second in size only to the Northeast tiger, and even rarer in number than the Northeast tiger. The Northeast Tiger and Leopard National Park, where they are located, was specially established by Dacia to protect them and the Northeast tigers. Marshal Tiger let out a low growl of excitement when he saw the visitor. "Obsidian, thanks a lot." The Beast King class Far Eastern leopard responded with a low roar. Big Brother is not saying anything when the one from the Heavenly Pond sent people to come over here to search for foreign beasts and force them to serve as henchmen. "You're the one who protected me and didn't give me up. This time, it's time for my Far Eastern leopard clan to return the favor." The Bear King looked at Black Obsidian with wide eyes and said with an incredulous expression, "Impossible. Last time our bear clan sent someone to contact you, didn't you say that you and the Northeast Tiger clan had fought and fallen out?" Obsidian sneered. "Foolish bear clan, all your plans have long been in my Big Brother Tiger's plans. I was just saying that to you on purpose." The Bear King was furious at his words and directly attacked the two beasts. This time, Marshal Tiger directly charged up hard, acting as a frontal resistance fighter. On the other hand, Obsidian, who was disguised as a merciless assassin, kept wandering around. Whenever it had the chance, it would dart forward and unleash a fierce attack on the Bear King. It was true that an ordinary Far Eastern leopard Fey could not break through the skin and flesh of a brown bear of the same level. However, as a Beast King-level Far Eastern leopard, Black Obsidian's full-force attack was extremely strong. The Bear King's slightest negligence in defense would result in an additional wound on his body. In the long run, even if Black Obsidian can't give it a fatal blow, if it continues to bleed like this, the Bear King won't be able to carry it. In desperation, the Bear King had no choice but to use his supernatural ability to form an earth-based armor over his entire body to defend against the combined attacks of the two. It was just that, in this way, it completely lost the opportunity to attack on its own initiative and could only be passively beaten in place. The Bear Queen anxiously launched a frantic attack on the Tiger Vanguard, but the latter continued to just drag it along unhurriedly, not allowing it the chance to support the others. With the two Beast Kings split from the battle group and unable to support them, the remaining Fey-class brown bears, under the attack of the Northeast Tiger and the Far East Leopard, soon suffered a large number of deaths and injuries. The danger of the death of the tribe is close at hand. It was at this point that the change bumped up. A violent tremor suddenly came from the forest behind the Bear King. Feeling the monstrous might behind them, a look of ecstasy instantly appeared in the eyes of the Bear King and the Bear Queen. Marshal Tiger and Black Obsidian hurriedly exchanged glances, knowing that it was not good, and hurriedly greeted the pack as they retreated into the distance. Not long after, a monstrous giant bear with a length of 10 meters, thick and long limbs, and a short and wide face appeared in front of Martial Tiger and the other beasts. The Tiger Marshal instantly stared at his face, his fur exploding as he revealed a strong look of vigilance. Beside it, Obsidian murmured fearfully, "This is the aura of the Beast Emperor." Chapter 70. The upcoming bustle of Xiaoxinganling. The moment the giant bear beast emperor appeared, the bear king and queen, as well as all the fey beast grade brown bears, all prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. Xiong-san, Xiong-wu, you've been given so much time to expand your forces to the west, and you're just going to stay put here? It's all crap. When the bear king and queen heard this, they didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and could only honestly lie on the ground and ask for forgiveness. The giant bear beast emperor spared a glance at the bear queen and suddenly opened his mouth. Xiong-san, you and Xiong-wu have been together for quite a while, right? How come you don't have a single heir? Wasting both of your beast king level bloodlines for nothing. What a waste. When the bear king heard this, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of anger and simply said, Lord Beast Emperor, as you know, the higher the level of life, the less likely it is to give birth to an heir. We do need some more time. The giant bear beast emperor impatiently interrupted it. Come on, it's all excuses. Xiong-wu's bloodline can't be wasted. So let's do this. In a moment you'll come with me and become my third consort. What? How is this going to work? I mean, how could Bear 5 be good enough for you? You should go find some younger, stronger female bears. Bear King Xiong-san had a worried look on his face, but he still didn't dare to refuse. Bear Queen Bear 5 didn't feel anything, but instead had a little snicker. After all, there's no such thing as the concept of staying together from the beginning or staying with each other in the bear's mindset. Being able to mate with a male who was more fit than Bear 3 was something Bear 5 couldn't wait to do. And it wasn't how deeply he loved his wife that Kamason instinctively wanted to refuse. But it's because with intelligence and power, its possessiveness and sense of honor and shame are comparable to humans. It is angry that its face was damaged when its wife was nearly robbed by force. Being young is of no use. If you die in the middle of an errand, how can this emperor pass on our short-faced bear's fine genes to the next generation? It's a no-brainer. It's a done deal. After saying that, it didn't bother to take care of the drooping Xiong-san and turned to look at the tiger marshal on the side, revealing a look of surprise and said, Hee, this little tiger, it's almost entering the beast emperor realm. It's not bad. And both of you even have the bizarre aura that was revealed when that little long worm was dying. So it seems that you've both been controlled by something. Its words were not understood by Black Yao, but Tiger Marshal and Tiger Vanguard did. The two of them had long since gotten word from the Falcon Guards that Captain Lu, who was under the banner of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor, had died in the outer body. Now it seemed that it was this Beast Emperor in front of him who claimed to be a short-faced bear that had killed him. It was at this point that Tiger Vanguard made a bold decision. Only to see it fiercely stood in front of the Tiger Marshal and said with its back to the Tiger Marshal, Matriarch, you and the Obsidian Matriarch go. I'll hold you off. With that, it bullied forward and charged at the short-faced bear. No! Tiger Marshal tried to step forward to yank Tiger Vanguard back, but he was blocked by Obsidian, who stepped aside. Are you trying to let it die in vain? With that, it ran backwards without looking back. When Marshal Tiger heard this, the color of grief and anger in his eyes snapped. Yeah, what's the point of it rushing forward now? It's just one more life to pay. If they both die, what happens to the tigers? How were they going to face this endless stream of beast kings and beast emperors, as well as the incomparably mysterious one in the heavenly pool? Thinking of this, Marshal Tiger clenched his teeth, turned around and followed Black Obsidian, departing in the direction of the Little Shingan Mountains. Half a minute later, the Tiger Vanguard's bones snapped inch by inch, lying on the ground as if it were a mollusk. The short-faced bear glanced at the direction where the Tiger Marshal had fled, recalling that before the Tiger Vanguard died, it had once again dispersed a bizarre aura from its body, and it hesitated. Such a means was not like something that an ordinary Beast Emperor-level powerhouse could master. It even suspected that the owner of this aura was likely more than just the Beast Emperor realm. Thinking it over, it instructed Bear 3, I'll personally sit here, you take a few good men and follow them up to see where they land. With that, he impatiently shooed the other bears away, then couldn't wait to crouch down on top of Bear 5. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Great Hingon Ridge, the Falcon Guard relayed the meaning of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor to the Elf Prime Minister. The elf prime minister asked suspiciously. Lord Beast Emperor asked me to go and beckon down that ferocious beast that killed General Panther and Counselor Fox. What if the other party doesn't agree to defect to Lord Beast Emperor? Squire Falcon shook his head and simply said that it was the Beast Emperor Sama who hadn't said anything. The elf prime minister was also helpless. This falcon guard, although his strength was okay, was more or less dull. What the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor had explained to it would never be repeated only word for word. Not a bit more. Then where is it? You always know, right? The elf prime minister said helplessly. Squire Falcon shook his head in reply. I don't know. But when I came over, it was strange to see a team of humans and tigers mixed together. The elf prime minister nodded as his eyes lit up at his words. After letting the falcon guards leave, the elf prime minister let out a long whistle to the sky. Immediately after that, a moose ran over, and it was clearly a Beast King level foreign beast. If Xian, the Confucian sword immortal, was here, he would definitely recognize it. This guy was the moose that was second only to the iron-horned moose in that original moose herd. The guy who, when he was trying to compete with the iron-horned moose, tried to be brave and hit a few more stone pillars, and ended up knocking himself unconscious. It was also the one that told the elf chancellor the information before and after General Leopard's death. When he killed General Panther, it was the human evangelist who teamed up with the tiger. And the group that Squire Falcon saw was again a mixed group of humans and tigers. How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? When the moose came to his side, the elf prime minister smiled faintly and rolled right over to straddle its back. Let's go, whether this murderer it agrees with or not. First go to Little Xing Enling and meet it. On the highway, Chun Ziming squeezed the cell phone in his hand to the point of crunching, itching to smash it to pieces. Seeing this, the Yeoman rebels on the side asked cautiously, Walker, you have not yet contacted your brother? Chun Ziming took a long breath and tried to adjust his mind before he slowly opened his mouth. There is no harm in getting the blood of the flying bear. Tiger won first, and then it is not too late to find my brother. With that said, he looked at the map and said after re-plotting a route on his cell phone's navigation. I just thought about it, I can't go in through the entrance where they enter live. It would cause unnecessary trouble. Follow the route I've mapped out for you. We'll enter the forest from the west. Naturally, the Yeoman rebels would not refuse and handed the navigation to the rebel driving the car. In the car, a few rebels chatted idly. They argued excitedly at the mention of today's human powerhouses. Of course, throughout the process, there was no shortage of patting Chun Ziming's ass. Lord Walker's powers are just too powerful. Last time the government forces tried to come to the rescue, half of the evolvers were taken out by Lord Walker alone. That's true, after all. Lord Walker is a level 3 evolutionary, which is the top realm that current human evolutionaries can reach. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Chun Ziming, who had closed his eyes in a false sleep, revealed a cold smile. A level 3 evolutionary. A level 3 evolutionary can't hunt Tiger 1. Chapter 71, The System's Selfishness. This night, Hui stayed away from the group and went to the depths of the dense forest to prepare for his mutation evolution. If you want to protect all those around you in this era of crisis, you must first be strong yourself. This was also the reason why until now, Hui still did not spend a large amount of evolution points to raise their strength for Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun. In fact, he had saved up enough evolution points and popularity values required for the mutation a few days ago. Just considering the lessons learned in the past, it decided to accumulate some more evolution points to save for recovery in battle. After converting some of his popularity values into evolution points, Hui took the stamina and defense values whose attributes were not yet full and tapped them all to full value. And with his remaining popularity value, he could still redeem 8,000 evolution points. Just at the moment when he was about to click to start evolving, he suddenly blessed his heart and asked the system, System, I remember you said that the more top-tier talents you get before opening the gene lock, the better, right? Unexpectedly, the system, which was always either quick to ask and answer questions or keep its mouth shut, hesitated for a moment before replying. Host, the last time I reminded you that I wanted you to get top talent before you broke the genetic lock, you did it and turned on the system's hidden feature Divine Beast Evolution. Don't talk about so many useless things. Let me just ask you, is it true that the more top talents one obtains before breaking the gene lock, the more one gains after breaking the gene lock? Seeing that the system was silent again, Hui hastily added, As a system with professional ethics, you can't lie to me. And you're not allowed to keep things from me that I should know within the rules. The system sniffed and seemed to have given up resistance as it replied in Hui's mind. After opening the gene lock, the host will receive all-around enhancement, including the skill level, which will all be raised by 1 level. When Hui heard this, his eyes instantly widened in disbelief. This ING system, such a big thing, actually wants to hide it from me. I say, system, you're not interesting enough. Not only did you not take the initiative to tell me about such a good thing, you actually tried to hide it from me. You're a real jerk. The last time I awakened the mouth of the abyss, you even took the initiative to remind me. What's wrong with you this time? The system replied with a straight face and a strong voice. Unlocking the system's hidden features has been a growth for the system. What about now? Now after you mutate, although it will also make the system grow, but every additional top skill before you mutate, the later enhancement, need to consume more system origin power. Hui sniffed and sneered. Origin power? Your origin power, it should come from the energy I get from my daily meals, right? And I can't believe that you didn't take any deductions at all, while I was reaping the benefits of my popularity value. The system sniffed and fell silent. After this incident, Hui grew a heart in his mind. It seems that this system of their own also has its own small plan, cannot not be wary of some. The good thing was that it should be restricted in some way from harming itself or lying to itself, so it didn't need to worry too much about the matter itself. Further, the system needs itself to provide it with a variety of energies, and itself needs the avenues that the system provides and that rapidly increase its strength. The two of them are now sharing blessings and disasters, and they can't live without each other. If you dwell on it too much, it won't help. After figuring all this out, Hui opened the system panel and began to agonize over which few talents and systems he should upgrade to the top. How about not evolving yet and then waiting? Just then, the system prompted. Normal beings, before opening their genetic locks, can only have at most 1 top-level talent. Since the host possesses the Tao-level talent of 1 Qi transforming 3 tigers, he can master the 4 top-level talents before opening the gene lock. Once Hui heard this, he also broke off the idea of trying to fill his entire body with top-tier talents. The system will hide it from him, but it will never lie to him. Looking at the system panel, that virtual image of himself, Hui pondered for a while before first enhancing the brain area to the top. He himself mastered the power of the 2 avenues of gold and water, and in the future, he could also, within a certain range, manipulate the power of the wind and thunder systems, which would never be possible without a certain foundation of spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his brain and obtaining a primary talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his brain and obtaining an intermediate talent. Ding! Congratulations to... Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his brain and obtaining the top talent. Soul Abyss like the sea. Soul Abyss like the sea top level. Base mental power is enhanced by 10 times. Ding! Due to the host opening the talent Soul Abyss like the sea before opening the gene lock, he gains the related skill. Spirit Wall Advanced. Spiritual Wall Advanced. Outside of the soul, build a spiritual barrier that protects against spiritual attacks. The toughness and length of existence of the barrier is based on the amount of mental energy consumed. The host acquires mental and energy type skills, and the mental attribute is turned on. Hui was bombarded by this series of system prompts and was somewhat confused, but it didn't bother him in the least, as he kept murmuring under his breath. Developed, developed, developed. I'm going to be rich, having an extra high-level skill for nothing, and being able to become a top-level skill immediately after mutation. It was equivalent to directly saving 1,170 evolution points, so fragrant. Hearing his murmurs, the system has cried out in the corner. There are some things that it can't afford to want to give or not want to give. It's all set up in advance by the rules, and it can't go against them. With this motivation, Hui hoofed it and continued to rise his choice. After some brief consideration, Hui chose to strengthen his body. The body is the principle of everything, and then the powerful force the self cannot carry, everything is empty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his body and obtaining a top talent. The Vajra Tiger Body. Vajra Tiger Body top level. In tiger form, ignore advanced and less advanced energy form attacks released by foreign beasts of the same level. Ding! Due to the host opening the talent Vajra Tiger Body before opening the gene lock, he obtains the related skill. Steel Whip Advanced. Steel Whip Advanced. The tiger's tail can be transformed into a long steel whip with 120% of its own strength. There was still one last top-tier spot left, and Hui was a bit hesitant. If he followed his past habits, the last thing he strengthened should be the claws. After all, driven by his human soul, the tiger's claws were also a weapon he often needed to use. However, in terms of the current situation that Hui is facing, the enhancement of the Tiger Claw's power is not very helpful to Hu-Yi. After all, the foreign beasts that were now a threat to Hu-Yi were all at least at the Beast King level. Even if his palm power was doubled tenfold, at most he would just knock the opponent over or lightly injure him, and it would be hard to break through his opponent's defense. If you attack with your teeth, the sharpness of the tiger's teeth will have a certain degree of defense-breaking effect, so you can easily achieve a fatal effect. So taking that into account, strengthening the claws doesn't seem like the best option. Just as Hu-Yi was thinking hard, he suddenly saw two green lights inexplicably appear in the distance from the forest. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Tigerden, who had been awakened by a nightmare and then quickly bent over to sleep. As if he had been prompted, Hu-Yi instantly came to inspiration. System: Enhance my eyes. Chapter 72, Unlocking the Gene Lock. Crazy Boost. In his previous life, Hu-Yi, as a lover of online novels, had read countless novels about the setting of pupil magic. What took his own brother's supreme bone has heavy pupil talent. What in the city because of an accident, yet can see through all the golden pupil. He can aspire to very much it. Instead of enhancing the claws for icing on the cake, why don't you enhance the eyes a little bit, and maybe you'll get some surprises? Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his eyes and obtaining a primary talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his eyes and obtaining an intermediate talent. Ding! Congratulations to... Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening his eyes and obtaining the top talent. Eagle's Eye of Vision. Eagle's Eye of Vision top level. Possesses eyes as sharp as an eagle's, enhancing visual distance by 10 times. Ding! Due to the host opening the talent Eagle's Eye of Vision before opening the gene lock, he obtains the related skill. Mighty Beast Gaze Advanced. Fierce Beast Gaze Advanced. With the posture of a hunter, give the opponent an extremely strong psychological deterrent, reducing the enemy's full attributes by 10%. Hu-Yi was slightly disappointed in his heart when he saw these two talents and skills. It's really a bit of a cock-up. However, since things had been finalized, it was useless to complain or lament, so it was better to look forward to whether or not the two skills would change after the mutation. Evolution. The moment he pressed the button, Hu-Yi suddenly felt a gust of collision within his body. It was as if every inch of skin, every inch of muscle, and even every cell in his entire body was trying to break through the inexplicable bonds. The process of breaking through the genetic lock was definitely extremely painful. Hu-Yi tried hard not to let himself cry out in pain, but from the sweat gurgling up and down his body, one could imagine what kind of pain he was experiencing. After all, the sweat glands on a tiger's body, like those of a dog, are not well developed. How long will the system still be? Normal unlocking of the genlock takes only 5 minutes. But you've opened up a 3-direction Divine Beast growth route, and you have 4 top-level talents that need to be upgraded to the sub-divine level, as well as several high-level skills that need to be upgraded to the top level, so you're just going to have to simmer down. Hearing the system's somewhat gloating words, Hu-Yi not only did not get angry, but instead gloated a bit himself. Because this time the system was speaking with a slightly lower voice and a slight murmur and pause in the electronic sounds, as if it were a radio with a low battery. Apparently, Hu-Yi's wave of evolution has emptied it a bit. An hour later, Hu-Yi finally made it through this most difficult stage in a puddle of sweat. After taking a few breaths, Hu-Yi busily opened the attribute panel to check his new attributes. Name Hu-Yi. Race: Northeast Tiger Mutated. Strength: 715. Speed: 708. Endurance: 689. Defense: 705. Spirit: 6,000. Evolution points: 0. Skill points: 3. Popularity value: 567. Talents: Kiss of Death Subdivine, Auspicious Body Subdivine, Pseudo-Fierce Beast Body Subdivine, Pupil of Breaking Delusion Subdivine. Special skills: 1 Chi transforms 3 tigers to Dao level, Spirit Attachment Divine level, Golden Claw Technique Divine level, Water Avoidance Technique Divine level, Divine Numinous Communication top level, Soul Armor top level, Follow Your Heart as You Wish top level, Tiger King's Might top level. Special: Wind and Thunder Wings level 001,000. Ghost: Scarface Intermediate. Seeing this dazzling array of talents and skills, Hu-Yi was unusually calm. He was seen standing up and shaking off the sweat. This was followed by a steady stream of he laughter. How scary is such a sound on a long dark night? Just look at Tiger Dun's hair that resembles a hedgehog. The enhancements in attributes go without saying. A normal Fey-class tiger would only be able to reach an attribute value of over 500 points after breaking through the 480-point genlock cap. Hu Yi's average attribute value of around 700 was already equivalent to his counterparts who had become Fey beasts for a long time and were about to evolve towards the Beast King level. The Wind and Thunder twin wings make their debut and require a recharge of 1,000 evolution points before they can be used. However, I'm afraid that the Wind and Thunder twin wings in the first rank form trying to drive oneself after the mutation would be about the same as an old hen flying into the sky, wouldn't it? The mouth of the abyss was promoted to the kiss of death, increasing its bite to 30 times its own strength, and the suction of the black hole in its mouth added much more power. The soul abyss, like the sea, is influenced by the evolutionary direction of humanism and is promoted to the auspicious body. Spiritual power has increased to 15 times its original level, and there is an additional auspicious effect, which can increase the probability of the skills of those around you advancing, or your own advancement. The Vajra tiger body was influenced by the evolutionary direction of the magic path, and was promoted to a pseudo-fierce beast body. In tiger form, it can ignore top and below top energy form attacks unleashed by foreign beasts of the same realm. Moreover, during the battle, the body would also emit a certain amount of demonic energy, interfering with the enemy's normal thinking and causing them to enter a state of rage. Nothing surprised Hu Yi more than the last talent. The eagle's eye was influenced by the evolutionary direction of the divine principle and was promoted to the pupil of delusion. In addition to the enhancement of vision, the pupil of delusion also has the ability to break through illusions, magical barriers, false bodies, and all other falsehoods. Hu Yi had full confidence that just by virtue of this sub-divine level talent, it would be enough to sweep away all Beast King level foreign beasts. Next, a dazzling array of special skills. It goes without saying that the 1 Chi transformation 3 tigers did not change it one bit this time when Hu Yi evolved. However, it was no wonder that, as the highest level of existence in the skill system, wanting to raise the power of an avenue level skill was certainly not something that could be changed by the level of the Fey level. Next, Spirit Attachment, Golden Claw Technique, and Water Avoidance, 3 divine level skills, were the skills possessed by Fei Xiong, by Hu, and Por Chi respectively. The Spirit Attachment Technique allows Hu Yi to attach a strand of soul to a certain item, and a connection can be constructed with the main body at a certain distance. It may seem to be of little use, but it has a supreme effect. Attachment to one's idol increases the rate of popularity boost by 3 times when being worshipped. This effect is equivalent to their own popularity value small reservoir, connected to the Yangtze River, the Yellow River in general. Golden Claw Technique is an energy form skill that can condense gold power to form a tiger claw illusion, manipulating it no differently than using one's own claws. The most crucial thing was that it was a long-range skill, making up for Hu Yi's lack of long-range damage. The first thought that came to Hu Yi's mind after seeing this skill was, "Birds, my first food rewards for flying. I, Hu Yi, am here." The Water Avoidance Technique, as the name suggests, allows Hu Yi to isolate the water outside of his body when he enters the water. And the most powerful thing about the Water Avoidance Technique was that it could withstand water pressure up to 10,000 meters and could isolate a considerable volume of space, allowing Hu Yi to bring other people down with him. Living on a planet with 70% oceans, the value of the skill Water Avoidance could be said to be very significant. Of the remaining 3 skills, Soul Armor was promoted from Spirit Wall and had a higher spirit defense. Sui Xian Rui is promoted from Steel Whip, and are both means of application for the body, allowing the entire body to become smaller to a certain extent. The Tiger King's Might is promoted from the Fierce Beast's Gaze, which can unleash its own might and chill the opponent's guts before the battle. It is worth mentioning that if the target of the skill casting is a Tiger class, it will increase the skill effect by 30%, which can be said to be an excellent skill to dominate the Tiger class. Seeing the end of the system panel, Hu Yi was a bit surprised and clicked on the Devourer system interface. There was a time when he didn't think he'd be using this feature for a long time. After all, Scarface's strength was so poor that he couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in a fight. I didn't realize that this evolution of my own had enhanced it as well. Chapter 73, The Beginning of Chaos. Name: Scarface. Quality: Intermediate Devourer. Skills of the Devourer: Taking Human Form Intermediate, Ghostly Talk Intermediate, Soul Sacrifice Intermediate. Humanoid State Properties: Strength 159, Speed 153, Endurance 161, Toughness 150. In terms of attributes, Scarface's help to Hu Yi was still minimal. The ghostly word skill, though rare, is considered a mental attack type skill that can lower an opponent's defenses when deceiving them with words. However, the skill level is still too low, and the skill will hardly be effective when facing enemies of the same level. However, that skill it had newly realized was quite helpful to Hui. Soul Sacrifice Intermediate. Sacrifice your soul to the King of Hell in exchange for a moment's burning of the soul flame, thus allowing the owner to gain a certain degree of increase in all attributes. Although his own ability was poor, he was able to ignite himself to illuminate his master at critical moments. Hui expressed his satisfaction. Just as Hui was getting complacent, the Falcon Guard's figure crossed the long sky and headed southeast. It again. Hui looked at the figure of the Falcon Guard in surprise. He remembered this big bird just flew over his head yesterday, right? And both times it passed by, it was staring at itself dead in the face. Why? Couldn't be the Beast Emperor behind General Leopard and Counselor Fox, sent here to check his news, could it? At this thought, Hui's heart sank and he hurriedly chased after him. If it was really like what he thought, then he definitely couldn't be with Chu Chen and Tiger Lao Air and the others. It wasn't easy to defend yourself, let alone guard them. After flying for a few kilometers, Squire Falcon looked down and suddenly realized that Hui was chasing after him. What's this guy chasing him for? He can't be trying to hunt him, can he? Squire Falcon thought for a moment before suddenly turning his body around and heading north. It wanted to lure Hui to the Elf Prime Minister, thus completing the task given by the Beast Emperor as soon as possible. After all, the straight nature of it could not analyze whether Hui was the murderer they were looking for. Even because it was afraid that Hui would lose him, it deliberately slowed down its speed and lowered its altitude, fearing that Hui would not be able to keep up with him. After a long time, just as the sky was dawning, it finally reached the predicted location and let out a long cry. To the west, the Elf Chancellor, who was still some distance away, responded to it before hastily urging the Deer Squire underneath him to run in the direction of the Falcon Squire. To the east, hearing the Falcon Guard's voice that seemed to be asking for help, Marshal Tiger, who was not far away, froze. It wondered why the Falcon Guard was here. However, after thinking for a moment, it decided to take the Tiger Group and the Far East Leopard Group and go over to have a look together. This was a time when it and Black Obsidian, in the past, were unwilling to commit themselves to the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor for the sake of freedom. But now, among the Bear Clan, a Beast Emperor-level existence had appeared, greatly backlogging the survival space of their two clans. Moreover, the Tiger Vanguard has also died, and the strength of the Tiger Group has been greatly reduced. For the sake of today's plan, only by having Black Obsidian also throw himself under the banner of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor and be blessed by him would the clan have a chance of retaining enough territory to survive. However, after all, Black Obsidian had once, with the help of Marshal Tiger, avoided the Tianchi Beast Emperor's conscription, so Marshal Tiger decided to take it to meet with the Falcon Guards first, to make up for his sins. Hui heard the Falcon Guards shaking people, his heart was shocked, thought he was trapped, turned back and ran. When the Falcon Guards saw the fleeing Hui, they were directly dumbfounded. Why did you run away for good reason? It immediately thought nothing of it and flew after Hui's ass. That tiger! Don't you run! Hui was startled violently when he heard this near voice behind him. Indeed, he can't just run. With this one tracking his location the entire time, where is he going to run? Thinking of this, he snapped back and used the Golden Claw technique on the Falcon Guard. Seeing Hui stop and turn back, the Falcon Guards were originally relieved. After all, it was at this moment from the ground, a distance of 30 to 40 meters, and did not expect Hui to launch an attack on himself in the slightest. By the time it realized that above its head, a golden tiger's paw was pressing down, it was already too late. Although the golden claws didn't break through its defense, they pressed it hard into the ground. The Falcon Guard knew that it was not good, and hurriedly tried to use his supernatural ability to resist, but he was directly bitten on the head by the wildly running Hui. Click! It didn't even have time to say anything before it turned into Hui's evolution points. After the mouth of the abyss was promoted to the kiss of death, under the enhanced suction, Hui didn't even need to chew when he ate. Just activate the talent and swallow the Falcon Squire whole. Host eats Haydonking King of Beasts. Rewarded with evolution points. 500. Evolution points plus 159. What a great reward. Judging from the names, Falcon Guard, Leopard General, and Fox Counselor are definitely from the same family. This allowed Hui to strengthen his conjecture that the Falcon Guards were definitely sent by the Beast Emperor to attract himself into the ambush circle. It is estimated that the Falcon Guards in heaven hear Hui's conjecture, afraid to cry cannot find the tune. Hui thought about it and decided to escape from this place first just to be on the safe side. However, after he swallowed the falcon guard, he purposely did not completely digest its entire body, but spat out all of its feathers. After Hui lets out a warning tiger roar up to the sky, he leaves in the direction of Chu Chen Chen and the others. Shortly after, Martial Tiger and Obsidian arrived first, and looking at the streak of feathers on the ground, they couldn't help but lose their minds. Obsidian sniffed the odor, surprised, inferring from the sounds and the smell of the feathers just now, this is the work of your tigers. Martial Tiger was also a bit confused at this moment. Was there any tiger that could hunt the flying beast king in the entire little Xing'anling? Just then, Prime Minister Elf and Squire Deer too finally arrived at this place. Seeing this, Prime Minister Elf instantly made the same judgment as Black Yao and looked at Martial Tiger and Black Yao warily. In its opinion, Martial Tiger had rebelled against the Beast Emperor, and the Tiger Marshal looked at the Elf Prime Minister with the same vigilance, obviously for the hidden power of this Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor. It had never seen it before either. Thinking about it, the Elf Prime Minister took the lead in opening his mouth to test the waters. The Marshal is so skillful that he has the ability to kill all the falcon guards in the air. The Tiger Marshal was stunned at his words, and only then did he remember that some time ago, the Tiger Vanguard had told it that the Beast Emperor had arranged for a powerful Beast King in ape form to travel to Daxing to replace General Panther. So it seems to speak of this man. The Tiger Marshal was just about to explain, but in the dense forest behind it, a huge figure suddenly flew out and landed opposite the four beasts. The Elf Prime Minister's face did not move, but his heart was slightly startled. This Tiger Marshal, he has help? This means of the visitors, by surprise, definitely had a chance of killing the Falcon Guard. And this visitor was no one else. It was Xiong San who had exerted his supernatural powers and fell in the guise of a meteorite. It had heard all the conversation between the Elf Prime Minister and the Tiger Marshal just now. It had a flash of insight and came up with a brilliant idea. Only it said to the Tiger Marshal with righteous indignation, "Tiger King, you don't keep your word. We agreed that I would help you kill that bird and you would give its corpse to my bear group. How come you tigers gave it to yourselves?" When the Elf Prime Minister heard this, his eyes instantly narrowed and he looked at the Tiger Marshal with a murderous expression on his face. Chapter 74 Brothers Meet. Hearing Xiong San stirring up trouble, Martial Tiger angrily rebuked. "Humph, my tiger pack ate it? I'd say your bear pack ate it, trying to spit blood without proof." After saying that, Martial Tiger looked to the side of the Elf Prime Minister and explained, "You're the Beast King that Lord Beast Emperor arranged to take over the Great Xing'anling, aren't you? You should have heard the Tiger Pioneers under my command report that we encountered a bear attack in the habitat." Before it could finish its words, the tiger group behind it suddenly changed. A mutated spotted tiger, stimulated by some unknown reason, had actually begun to evolve into the Beast King level. When Xiong San saw this, he instantly laughed out loud. "Tiger King, what more proof do you need? You're not going to say that your men's sudden evolution into Beast Kings wasn't because they ate that little bird, are you? Fey evolution requires a lot of energy. This energy can be the pure aura of heaven and earth, or a spiritual fruit that absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. Still, the most common source of energy is the corpses of other mutated creatures." As expected, upon seeing this scene, the Elf Prime Minister instantly assumed an attack stance. With the facts in front of it, it would never trust the words of the Tiger Marshal again. The Tiger Marshal lamented in its heart. The scene at hand, it really had a hard time defending itself. But the enemy had already made his move, and no matter how reluctant it was, with the pride of its tiger clan, it would never care to be passively beaten for the sake of defense. So it was forced to meet the charging elf. Xiong San was secretly happy in his heart, and he hastily made a move to meet the charging Black Obsidian. As soon as the newly promoted Tiger King had finished evolving, he took the lead alone and met the Deer Squire who was charging towards the tigers. The remaining northeastern tigers and far eastern leopards, which were either of the exotic beast class or ordinary beasts, were unable to participate in this level of battle and could only stand in place and stare. A few kilometers away from this place, a line of men and tigers arrived, dusty, through the early morning mist. Shortly after Hui left last night, Tiger Feather woke up in a daze and was shocked to find his big brother missing. As he was worried that something had happened to Hui, Tiger Feather hurriedly woke up Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun, sniffing Hui's scent and chased after him. Seeing this, Chu Chen Chen and the others who were woken up by Tiger Feather did not hesitate at all and hurriedly followed. Sensing the sounds of fighting coming from the distance, Tiger Feather, who was driving the road, stopped instantly, his face grave. With the same gloomy expression as it, there was also the level 3 evolutionary who had been sitting in a wheelchair and was at the back of the team, responsible for breaking the back, Chen Xiang. Chu Qian asked curiously when she saw Chen Xiang's expression. "What's wrong?" Chen Xiang said as he looked out ahead. There are at least a handful of foreign beasts that have reached the level of Beast King, engaging in a melee, otherwise the aura wouldn't be so disorganized and tyrannical. Chu Qian was in a great hurry at the words and hurriedly urged, "Could it be that Tiger 1 got into a fight with someone else? Last time when it saved me, it said that behind that Beast King level leopard, there are suspected to be other forces. Could it be that they have come to take revenge?" Chen Ziming shook his head and looked towards Chu Qian. "I'm not sure. It's a bit too far away to tell. Tell you what, you guys stay here with Tiger Feather and the others, I'll go ahead and take a look." Chu Qian hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Mao Fanshu also said, "I'll go too. We can all go together and have a care." Only Yi Wang lowered his head and stroked the civet cat in his arms, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Chen Xiang refused. "I'll go over there myself, and if I find anything wrong, I can escape quickly. Bringing you with me will only add to my exhaustion." After saying that, the wheelchair underneath him was windlass and drove towards the front. Just as he walked up to Tiger Feather stopped him with his tail. Seeing this, Chen Xiang looked at it suspiciously, only to see Tiger Feather give a low growl to his younger sibling. Tiger Dun obediently walked in the direction of Chen Xiang. Tiger Rong had the intention to refuse, but under Tiger Feather's gaze, it too was defeated. Afterwards, Tiger Feather looked towards Chen Xiang and growled lowly at him twice. Chen Xiang understood that Tiger Feather was asking itself to look after its younger siblings as it went forward to check for news on its own. In all fairness, Tiger Feather was indeed better suited to scouting than he was. After all, even if there was no problem with his legs, there was no way he could be as fast as Tiger Feather was when he ran. However, Tiger Feather was after all Hu Yi's own brother. If something went wrong with it on his watch, what kind of attitude Hu Yi would have towards himself and towards Daxia in the future, no one could say. Just at the moment when Chen Xiang wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, a human shout suddenly called him back. "Yang, why are you here?" Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Chen Xiang looked in the direction of the source of the voice with surprise and joy. "Brother, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the army?" "It's a long story." Chen Ziming was obviously unwilling to say much about the discharge. He came to Chen Xiang's side and first glanced at Tiger Feather, who was beside him with a wary look on his face, and then said to Chen Xiang with a slight surprise, "Xiao Yang, you've become an evolutionary? Great." If he hadn't become an evolutionary, Chen Xiang shouldn't have appeared here, both emotionally and rationally. Chen Xiang nodded happily. He was among the first group of people to become evolved when the aura of heaven and earth was revived. Due to the need for secrecy, not to mention Chen Ziming, who was serving as a soldier outside, even his parents, who were taking care of him at home, didn't know about this matter of him becoming an evolutionary. "It's you? Battalion Commander Chen," Chu Qian said in surprise when she saw Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and had the intention to narrate the thoughts in his heart, but for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth. That he has gone from being an honorable special forces soldier to a terrorist who lives for his money and has blood on his hands? Just then, Chen Xiang turned his head violently and said in a deep voice, "Who's there?" As soon as the words fell, a Yamen rebel lurking in the bushes was suddenly strangled by a transparent hand, and then floated up 2 or 3 meters off the ground. The line. Walkers. Adults. The Yamen rebels who acted with Chen Ziming this time were all at least the best of the first-level evolvers. The rebel who had been captured by Chen Xiang's exertion of his supernormal abilities had once had 3 single kills of level 1 evolvers, and was counted as an expert in the entire Yamen. But at this time, even though he was struggling with all his might in Chen Xiang's hands, he could not break free from his bonds in the slightest, and could only helplessly beg for help. "Yang, don't!" Chen Ziming's figure moved and suddenly disappeared from in front of Chu Qian. In the next moment, he appeared directly beside that rebel and grabbed that transparent human hand. With only a gentle squeeze, the human hand instantly turned into nothingness. Chen Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had not used his full strength just now as a level 3 evolutionary, when he used his top-level skills, it was by no means something that an ordinary level 3 evolutionary could crack with such a light touch. Brother, you're a level 4 evolutionary? Chapter 75, A Battle of Hands and Feet. Having eaten an unknown spirit fruit, I made a lucky breakthrough. Facing his own brother's inquiry, Chun Ziming had no reason to lie. But Chun Xiang's next sentence instantly made him speechless. This person just spoke. Not Chinese, what country are they from? Chun Ziming avoided answering and instead said to Chu Qian Qian. Qian Qian, the flying bear. Is not right, now it is called Tiger One. Where is it? Chu Qian Qian asked back vigilantly. Why are you asking that? You haven't died yet. Chun Ziming said with slight excitement. My brother is in front of you right now, and you've seen what he's like. So how can I die? So, brother, what do you want to do to Tiger One? Chun Xiang's voice sank. Chun Ziming said unapologetically. Kill Tiger One, get the tiger's blood, and heal your legs. After he finished speaking, as if he was afraid that Chun Xiang would get angry, he yelled lowly with red eyes again. They owe it to you, the Tiger Clan. So what exactly are you now? Are you still a soldier of the state? Or are you a minion of some terrorist organization? Chun Xiang yelled back. I'm your brother. Chun Ziming hissed, glaring angrily. On the side, hearing Chun Ziming trying to kill his own big brother, Tiger Feather roared angrily and bullied his way forward. Chun Ziming's figure disappeared abruptly, and then suddenly appeared beside Tiger Feather, kicking him out. All the tigers in this world deserve to die. After saying that, he directly disappeared and reappeared beside Tiger Feather, kicking it out again. Tiger Feather is at its strongest moment in combat when fighting in close combat, and even has the ability to leapfrog to a certain level. But helplessly, Chun Ziming's stance was too bizarre and extremely fast for the naked eye to capture. If not for the Tiger Feather is a tiger tribe, skin-thick flesh, change a human evolutionary over, at this moment I am afraid that has long been seriously injured. Brother, stop in moderation. Chun Xiang clenched his hand and once again manifested a large transparent hand that suddenly appeared in front of Tiger Feather. There, the invisible Chun Ziming was forced to reveal his form and looked at Chun Xiang in surprise. Xiao Yang, how did you know I would show up here? Chun Xiang likewise did not choose to deceive his brother and opened his mouth. With my powers, I have mastered the ability to anticipate extremely well. Even if I can't see you, I can still block you. Brother, stop it. Heh. Then let brother try your weight. Unbelievingly, Chun Ziming disappeared once more and launched a surprise attack on Tiger Feather's tail. Chun Xiang's face remained unchanged as he reached out, and a shield suddenly appeared in front of Chun Ziming. Chun Ziming didn't do it the hard way either. Directly relying on his superior stance, he bypassed the shield and continued forward. Chun Xiang spread his hands out, and his shield instantly transformed into a barrier, which then blocked Chun Ziming's path. Meanwhile, Tiger Feather slowed down and roared angrily as he rushed towards Chun Ziming. The latter smiled contemptuously and disappeared in a flash. Take down everyone here, no killing. And those two little tigers, kill them both. Chun Ziming's voice floated out from nothingness. A group of Yamen rebels moved according to the order and came out from their hiding places, directly surrounding Chu Qianqian and the others. Aside from Yi Wang, who was already lying honestly on the ground, the rest of them didn't intend to sit around and wait for death, only to see Mao Fanshu flying to the front of Tiger Dun. One person and one beast looked at each other before instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Mao Fanshu swept his long legs and directly straddled Tiger Dun's back. Tiger Dun let out a roar up to the sky and flew towards the nearest Yamen rebels. Tiger Dun is afraid of Hu Yi, afraid of Tiger Feather, afraid of his mother Yu Ji and father September, and even afraid of his sister Tiger Rome. However, as a ferocious northeast tiger, it always has an uncontrollable sense of disdain in its bones when it looks at everything under the sun. It really doesn't wimp out when faced with creatures other than its family. The Yamen rebel it was facing laughed and took out a curved sword, activating its supernatural energy and trying to slash the tiger's head. Unexpectedly, when the two were about to meet, Tiger Dun suddenly turned around with a sharp break, allowing Mao Fanshu on his back to meet this person. Floating chop. Mao Fanshu raised his special short sword and slammed it from the bottom up. This rebel also reacted quickly and hurriedly returned his sword to block. But what he couldn't have imagined was that Mao Fanshu's move was not a killing move, only to see Mao Fanshu use the strength of his resistance to pick him up from the ground into the air with a single slash, making it impossible for him to utilize his strength. Immediately after that, Tiger Dun didn't hold back at all. Directly carrying Mao Fanshu on his back, He ran towards his next opponent. Just as it turned around, Tiger Rong, who had already transformed into the form of a leopard species behind it, sprang out and directly pounced this person out of the air to the ground, killing him with a throat lock. The crowd of Yiman rebels were shocked and went all out, no longer daring to trick this combination of two tigers. On the other hand, Chu Qianqian stood behind Chen Xiang's wheelchair and pushed it to move so that the latter could concentrate on Chen Ziming. However, Chen Xiang, who was constantly casting the sub-divine level skill, Divine Prejudgment, had already begun to break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and it was clear that his mental power was somewhat overconsumed. In a short while, he would be too drained of mental energy to fight anymore. Tiger Feather had almost only become a target in this battle, without the ability to fight back. Chu Qianqian was fine. She exerted her supernatural ability and constructed a huge ice surface within a 10-meter radius of herself. Thanks to her control of the ice, she ran across the ice not only without slipping, but somewhat like a fish out of water. But the rebels who targeted her were not so lucky. Running on the ice, they have slippery feet, simply cannot stand. 10 points can only play 5 points. Right after blocking Chen Ziming's attack once more, Chen Xiang hurriedly said to Chu Qianqian behind him, "Don't hold back, hurry up and kill them, then join me in dealing with my brother, Chen Ziming." Ah, murder! When Chu Qianqian heard that, she was so scared that her feet slipped and she almost fell to the ground with her wheelchair. Chu Qian, put away your worthless pity. Now you're facing a group of terrorists who have invaded my daxia. By sympathizing with them, you are condoning them to do wrong in my daxia, and may even endanger Tiger One. I'm ordering you as the head of Special Action Team 3 of the Daxia State Security Bureau. Kill them. At that exact moment, Chen Ziming punched Tiger Feather's chin again. Tiger Feather couldn't help but scream miserably and fell to the ground. Chu Qianqian clenched her teeth, and with a wave of her veiled hand, she drank in a condensed voice, "Rain of ice." At this time it was 9 cold days. In the middle of the Xiaoxinganling, it would have been extremely cold. But when Chu Qianqian gave a cry, the temperature within a 20-meter radius around her body even plummeted again. The crowd of Yiman rebels even had the feeling that they were already in the middle of the cold North Pole. Then the cold air, driven by the power of cold ice, instantly turned into a sword of ice, hanging full in midair. Chen Ziming knew that it was not good and bellowed for the crowd to retreat. But how could they escape in time when their feet were covered in ice? As Chu Qianqian's jade hand fell, the roiling ice swords cut across the sky and fell down. All of a sudden, the whole forest was filled with the screams of the rebels. Chapter 76, The Saved Yi Wang. After the icy rain, it was a mess. The only 2 remaining surviving Yiman rebels stood behind Chen Ziming, their faces pale. The 2 of them were also the only 2 level 2 evolutionaries that accompanied Chen Ziming to enter Daxia this time. Around them, piles of limbs and broken flesh were scattered all over the ground. The scene was horrifying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Qianliang, Chen Xiang, Mao Fanshu, Hu Dun, and Hu Rong all came to the side of the severely injured Tiger Feather, forming a confrontation with Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming did not care about the matter of the heavy deaths and injuries on his side. Or maybe he doesn't care because they were killed by Chu Qianqian. Instead, there was some joy. Being able to kill means that the unspoken gap between the 2 of them is a little less. "Qianqian, are you okay?" Chen Ziming asked with concern. Beside him, 2 level 2 evolutionaries looked at him with unbelievable faces. "Brother, it's you. Are you okay? He killed so many of us and you care about him?" When Chu Qianqian saw the blood and flesh on the ground, and associated with such a tragic situation, which was caused by her own hand, she could not help but let her brain go blank, and her expression was also stagnant. Killers. I'm murderer." Mao Fanshu, who was next to her, just wanted to say a few words to comfort her, only to see Chu Qianqian violently rolled her eyes and fainted in her arms. Mu Fanshu hurriedly held him up and placed him on Huduan. Chen Ziming was relieved to see Chu Qianqian fainted, although his heart was aching vaguely. At least the 2 wouldn't go toe-to-toe when they fought later. Chen Ziming said with a deadly stare at Chen Xiang and Mao Fanshu, "I'll give you one more chance. Go now and I won't kill anyone." Chen Xiang was just about to speak when he saw Chen Ziming violently drink. "Xiao Yang, do you really think you can stop me?" After saying that, he fiercely flashed his body and instantly came to Tiger Feather's side. Chen Xiang was shocked and hastily mobilized his entire body's spiritual power, transforming it into a small mountain in the direction where Chen Ziming had appeared, which had a higher defensive power than shields and earth walls. Humph! It's useless. Chen Ziming let out an explosive cry and shattered the earth wall with a punch. Then his fist landed on Tiger Feather. Tiger Feather could not avoid it, and could only move his body slightly, his muscles and bones shaking in a rather bizarre manner. After Chen Ziming's fist landed, he was shocked to find that the touch that came from his fist was not as hard as if it had previously hit a piece of iron plate, but rather, it was like hitting a piece of rather thick mud puddle, with the force somewhat dispersed. This is a martial arts fighting technique mastered by Tiger Feather. When encountering an unavoidable attack, one can manipulate one's muscles and sinews to unload force on it layer by layer, achieving the purpose of reducing damage. Tactically successful and technically fine. The only difference was that the difference in strength between the two was just too great. Tiger Feather ate the pain and was blown out again by this punch from Chen Ziming. You guys really don't know how big the gap is between the power of a level 4 evolutionary and yours. Chen Ziming looked at Chen Ziang, whose expression was cloudy, and continued to add more fuel to the fire, saying, "I'll give you 3 more counts if you don't leave. I'll kill someone." 3. Chen Ziang said to Mao Fanshu, who was beside him, "Take them first." 2. Mao Fanshu smiled bashfully and said as he stood in front of Tiger Dun, "What, since when does the leader of your Group 3 get to control me? A member of Group 4? 1. Don't forget, I swore an oath to the party flag too." Looking at Chen Ziang, who was looking at death in front of him, Chen Ziming was extremely annoyed. But he had originally come to this point to help cure his paralysis, so how could he be willing to hurt him in the slightest? So in a fit of rage, he charged straight toward Yi Wang, who was cowering in the distance. As a former Daxia soldier, he really disliked this kind of man who was afraid of death. "I've been wanting to get him killed for a long time." Yi Wang saw Chen Ziming coming towards him and hurriedly ran towards Chen Ziang in the distance, calling for help as he ran. "Leader Handsome, help me." In his eyes, of all the people present, only Chen Ziang could possibly save him. In fact, he guessed right. Chen Ziang hurriedly mobilized his few spiritual powers and formed a cylinder around Chen Ziming. However, such a tactic was still unbearable in Chen Ziming's eyes. He even just made a violent forward dash and crashed right through the cylinder to Yi Wang's side. Seeing Chen Ziming arrive, a look of despair appeared in Yi Wang's eyes. He, who had seen the entire process of the engagement from start to finish from the side, knew that the kind of gap between himself and Chen Ziming could not be measured in miles. However, he, who had been making a living in the underclass since he was a child, was not going to give up all chances to survive. What if Chen Ziang explodes? What if, all of a sudden, a foreign beast comes out and takes Chen Ziming away? What if Chen Ziming tripped over his left foot and fell down? The more Yi Wang thought about it, the less plausible it became, but he desperately needed a reason to not get weak in the knees and insist on running for his life. Unfortunately, Chen Ziming's figure was still getting closer and closer to him. Even he could feel the extremely dense killing intent behind him. Chen Ziang was enraged at this situation, but his spiritual power was already depleted, and he had no means to rescue him. Just as Yi Wang was getting more and more desperate, he suddenly saw Mao Fanshu, not far to the side, carrying a knife and killing his way over single-handedly. Rift drill, only to see Mao Fanshu raise his sword with both hands above his head. Then with a point of his foot, the whole person, with the tip of the sword as the tip of the drill, and his body as the drill, rotated madly, heading straight for Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming looked at her with slight surprise, as if he did not expect this woman in front of him to dare to take the initiative to meet himself. "But it's just a mantis." He waved his sword and the tip of the drill shattered. Mao Fanshu couldn't take this huge force and directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. "Humph. Looking for death," Chen Ziming said indifferently, then crossed over Mao Fanshu and walked towards Yi Wang once again. Yi Wang had just been startled by Mao Fanshu's sudden outburst of help and stood frozen in place. There hadn't been a single person, since he was a child, who was willing to stand in front of him and defend him from danger. Just as Chen Ziming walked past Mao Fanshu violently stormed up, directly from behind Chen Ziming, and tightly locked him up. Seemingly worried that she wasn't strong enough, she also applied mental power to her body, making her arms and legs stronger and firmly controlling him. "Team Leader Chen, take them away quickly. Hurry!" Looking at Mao Fanshu, who was no longer as beautiful and generous as before, and even a little hoarse, Chen Ziang had tears in his eyes. He hated himself, hated himself for not being able to become stronger and keep the soft woman in front of him safe. But things have come to a head, and as the person in charge of this place himself, he must make a choice. Move, Tiger Feather. Take them and go. Chun Ziming's gaze chilled. Then he reached out his hand and kept pinching and closing Mao Fanshu's arm with 2 fingers. Where his fingers passed, Mao Fanshu's arm bones shattered inch by inch and his tendons broke. Mao Fanshu let out an uncontrollable scream while gritting her teeth and using more spiritual energy, instead of the strength of her tendons and bones, to firmly fix herself to Chen Ziming. Go, you guys, go. Yi Wang looked at the miserable appearance of the Li Run in front of him, could not help but clench his fists hard. At this moment, the thirst for power in his heart had reached its peak. Chapter 77 Level 4 Evolutionary. Is it strong? However, strength is something that doesn't just happen when you think about it. Helplessly, Yi Wang fiercely pulled out a dagger from amongst his jacket and held it against his neck as he said to Chen Ziming, "You spare her, and my life is yours." Hearing his words, Chen Ziming looked at him with some surprise. What, trying to be heroic? Yi Wang smiled with some relief at his words. A few days after I was born, my mom ran off with someone else. My dad was a heavy drinker, and since I was a kid, he drunkenly beat me every day. One time he hit me so hard that he put me in the hospital, and when he took a blood test he found out that I wasn't his biological child, and he left without paying. My life, from the moment I was born, was destined to be a cheap life, unworthy of anyone who would lay down their life to save me. Chen Ziming's heart shook when he heard this, but immediately afterward, he coldly snorted. You think I'll go soft if you make up a story? Besides, do you guys really think she's going to be able to stop me if she gives up a life? After saying that, he pulled back Mao Fanshu's neck and directly threw her out like a sack. Yi Wang was so shocked that he hurriedly threw the knife down and ran wildly underneath Mao Fanshu, catching her. But immediately afterward, Chen Ziming suddenly stepped forward and kicked Yi Wang in the small of the back. Yi Wang uncontrollably opened his mouth and sprayed out a blood arrow, holding Mao Fanshu as he flew out. The moment he landed, he struggled to control his form so that he landed first. Chen Ziming, who had turned back, glanced at Chen Ziang once again and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yang, everything brother does is for your own good. You take them now, and I promise, brother, I won't touch a hair on their heads again." Chen Ziang sighed and pretended to hang his head as he turned around and left. Just as Chen Ziming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he fiercely probed his hand and a dagger was directly hooked into his hand by his exertion of his supernatural ability. He turned the wheelchair and held the dagger to his neck and said, "Chen Ziming, since you say this matter is because of me, I will die and be done with it." After saying that, Chen Ziang slashed at his neck. "No!" Chen Ziming was shocked and hastily exerted his supernatural abilities to try to rescue him. But what happened was too sudden and Chen Ziang's movements were so fast that he was simply too late. Just as Chen Ziang was about to splatter his blood on the spot, a golden tiger's claw violently shot out from the forest, directly crashing away the dagger in his hand. "How did you guys get here? You made me look." Hu Yi's disgruntled voice suddenly resounded in everyone's mind. Chen Ziang was shocked after seeing Hu Yi's figure and said in a hurry, "Tiger 1 run. My brother, he's become a level 4 evolutionary. He's going to kill you." Hu Yi let out an "oh" sound, then looked at Chen Ziming with a calm face and said indifferently, "A level 4 evolver, is that strong?" Seeing Hu Yi approaching, Chen Ziming's killing chance suddenly rose. With a cold snort, he lowered his head and picked up a saber, then suddenly disappeared into thin air. Whether or not a level 4 evolutionary is strong, you can try. When the last word fell, Chen Ziming's figure violently appeared beside Hu Yi and slashed at his neck. Seeing that the blade was about to cut off Hu Yi's head, Chen Ziming revealed a cruel smile. But the next moment, the Hu Yi under his blade suddenly disappeared. He was unable to collect his strength and stumbled straight away. However, it was with this fall that he realized why his slash had come up empty. Can someone explain to me how a tiger with such a huge reminder turns into a chihuahua? It turned out that just now, Hu Yi had directly executed the Rui Rui, shrinking his entire body to the size of a puppy, just in time to dodge Chen Ziming's slash. Hu Yi then violently changed back to his original size and used the kiss of death on Chen Ziming. The powerful suction force caused Chen Ziming's body, involuntarily, to fly towards Hu Yi's large mouth. Fortunately, he had been a soldier after all and reacted quickly, throwing his knife in the direction of the suction at the first opportunity, and dodging it with a forward roll of his own. Hu Yi did not care if he did not achieve full success, but rather looked at him rather flirtatiously. A level 4 evolver. That's it? Chun Ziming's expression shifted for a while, then he shouted, "Together!" When the two Yimin rebels heard this, they wielded the weapons in their hands and slashed at Chun Ziming. Hu Yi bullied forward, his left and right claws opened at the same time, instantly securing both of them. After the two men collapsed in terror, what was reflected in their eyes was Chun Ziming's back as he took the road and fled. Hu Yi summoned the flying bear flying body and had to keep a close eye on Chen Ziming's direction. Then came to the side of a few people and checked their injuries. Chu Chen only fainted because of the excessive consumption of her spiritual energy, coupled with her depressed mood and strong ups and downs. She will be fine after sleeping for a while longer. Tiger Feather looked miserable, but such an injury was not fatal to a Fey-class tiger, and it was estimated that he would be fine tomorrow. However, Hu Yi still used some evolution points for Tiger Feather. After all, in his absence, Tiger Feather is the highest combatant in this team. Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun were not injured, but Hu Yi pondered in his heart that he should help them complete their evolution as soon as possible after their popularity value is sufficient. Without becoming a Fey, even if they had good talents and skills, it would be difficult for them to survive in this world. There is no one who needs Hu Yi's rescue more than Yi Wang, who is holding Mao Fanshu and lying motionless on the ground. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Mao Fanshu, it was really that the force of Chun Ziming's last kick was too heavy, causing multiple organs in his abdomen to bleed and fail. If it wasn't for the tenacious desire to survive in his body, it was estimated that he would have already died at this point. In order to treat him, Hu Yi had almost exhausted all the popularity value he had gained from last night's successful mutation. Although Yi Wang was fawning, timid and afraid of death, for some reason, Hu Yi always felt that his future would reach a height that was unimaginable to ordinary people. The remaining popularity value, Hu Yi gave as much as he could to Mao Fanshu. From the looks of it, she's worse off than Yi Wang. But in reality, she just had a badly broken arm bone, and it wasn't much of an exaggeration. Huh, this cat. Hu Yi looked at Yi Wang's civet cat in surprise and realized that although it hadn't mutated, it had gained an additional skill. Effective Death Intermediate. In order to protect the most important person in your heart, you are willing to give your life as a price to explode the effect of 200% of all attributes for 1 minute. Increasing the full attribute bonus by 100%, this was the intermediate skill that Hu Yi had seen with the highest bonus. Still, it's a skill that you can only realize when you love someone so much. After using this skill, the user will be like a blip. When it first blooms, it fails and it takes a moment to blossom. Tiger 1, are you going to kill him? Behind him, Chun Xiang asked with a complicated expression. Hu Yi turned his head to look at him, who had 0 spiritual power at this time, and asked rhetorically, "Do you believe me when I say I won't kill?" Chun Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Hu Yi didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't have sent his doppelganger to follow him. Gang, he just wanna heal me. Hu Yi didn't say anything and twisted his head to leave. Chun Xiang reddened his eyes and shouted at Hu Yi's back. "I'll pay you for this life," Hu Yi said without looking back. "Feel free. But Chun Ziming must die." Chapter 78 Unintentional Intrusion. Escalation of Battle. Bang, bang, bang. Snap. With a burst of deafening ringing sounds, a sky-high tree, powerless, was cut to the ground at the waist. Tiger Marshal, Black Obsidian, and the newly promoted Tiger King each got rid of their opponents and stood at the front of the Tiger and Leopard groups, constantly panting heavily to regain their strength. Prime Minister Elf, Bear 3, and Servant Deer, standing side by side, stared intently at the 3 beasts of the Tiger Marshal, and likewise did not dare to be paralyzed. The strength of both sides, although there was some gap, the gap was not very large. With the advantage of his own race, the newly promoted Tiger King had just entered the Beast King level, and his own attributes could be comparable to Servant Deer, who had become a Beast King for a long time. However, since it had just become a Beast King, it had yet to fully grasp this level of power, and its experience was really pitiful. That's why it was temporarily at a disadvantage in the battle with Squire Deer. Black Obsidian is in a similarly disadvantageous position against Kamason. After all, Xiongsan is the existence that can fight with Tiger Marshal, can be called the top predator in the same level. Not Obsidian can be hard. But Obsidian has Obsidian's advantages. It had mastered the wind ability, and its speed was really too fast. Together with its mastery of long-range wind attacks, it was barely able to hold Xiongsan at bay. As for the battle between the Elf Prime Minister and the Tiger Marshal, the two are enough to be called chess rivals and will meet a good talent. Both of them are physically powerful, with Tiger Marshal being slightly superior. But the elf prime minister acted like a human, picking up a thick branch from the ground and using it as a weapon, somewhat making up for the slight difference in attributes. When it came to close combat, the Tiger Marshal's fighting skills, though, were significantly higher. But the Elf Chancellor also has the yellow and white breath in his nose to rely on. Even though Marshal Tiger's divine soul strength was quite high and he had not had his soul taken away by the Elf Prime Minister, there would still be negative effects such as sluggish movements and slow reactions. Therefore, under the Tiger Marshal's cast, he could only try to maintain a long distance to attack. However, although the flames in its mouth were powerful, in the midst of these 9 cold days, the power was already 3 times weaker. Together with the Elf Prime Minister's body, the weird hairs seemed to have the effect of isolating energy-based attacks, so the Tiger Marshal was unable to build up his strength for a while. After a fight, both sides consumed a lot but in vain, so they tacitly chose a temporary truce. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, a sudden change occurred. A human from nowhere had come here in a mad dash and happened to panic right into the middle of the two sides. On the other side, Chun Ziming, who was running away in panic, suddenly sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere on both sides. When he came back to his senses and saw what was going on around him, he couldn't help but choke for a moment. From the gazes of 6 Beast King level foreign beasts, among which there were also top Beast Kings like the Elf Prime Minister, Tiger Marshal, and Bear San, he, a level 4 evolver, instantly felt fear from the bottom of his bones. However, Chun Ziming, who had quickly calmed down, keenly realized that something was wrong. The 6-headed beasts, in groups of 3 or 3, were clearly separated. They're not a team. Sensing that the flying bear doppelganger was about to fly in, Chun Ziming violently moved his body and stood to the side of the Elf Prime Minister, saying aloud, "The tigers are cruel and murderous, trying to monopolize the forest. It seems that we can't keep you today." With a single sentence, all the Fey beasts present were completely bewildered. Even Xiong San, who had a deep hatred with Marshal Tiger, did not gullibly believe Chun Ziming's words. Humans, in their eyes, will always be the most threatening enemy to all animals. Just as Xiong San wanted to turn on Chen Ziming, the flying bear split suddenly appeared. The beasts present were instantly confused when they saw this flying tiger. Since when does a tiger have wings? After the Elf Prime Minister saw this, his face couldn't help but sink. In its opinion, the flying bear doppelganger was the hidden force under Marshal Tiger. After Xiong San saw the flying bear split, the first reaction in his head was the same as the Elf Prime Minister's thoughts. But it reacted quickly. If there was such a flying beast-class tiger among the tiger group, how could the Tiger Marshal not let it join the battle with the bears before? Facing a tiger that could fly, even the Beast King level Xiong Wu wouldn't be able to cope well, right? However, it did not speak out on the matter, but instead added fuel to the fire and said, "Yo, Tiger King, I thought you wouldn't let this flying tiger appear. After all, this is the bottom line of your tiger pack's rise to power." Xiong San's words really made the Elf Prime Minister's face a few more points gloomy. It didn't know if the flying bear doppelganger was a member of the tiger group or not, but it didn't need to tell the difference, because they are, in the end, all one race. The Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor Lord would never want to see this scene happen. Thinking about it, the Elf Prime Minister said to Chun Ziming, "You go, deal with the panther." Having reached the Beast King level, intentional communication was their most basic ability. The situation was stronger than the people, so Chun Ziming didn't dare to refuse, and charged up at Black Obsidian. With its speed, it really wasn't enough in front of Obsidian. But his weird stealth ability and sudden bursts of power were enough to pester Obsidian. For a moment, Black Obsidian was in the same awkward position that Bear 3 had just been in. Squire Deer then proceeded to take on the newly minted Tiger King at the Elf Chancellor's gesture. Looking at the flying bear doppelganger that flew to the canopy to observe the battle, the Elf Prime Minister said to Bear 3, "You go, kill it." Xiong San was extremely offended by this commanding tone of the Elf Prime Minister, and just as he was about to refuse, he heard the latter say sorrowfully, "What, you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? And you don't want to contribute yourself yet?" Xiong San sniffed and was shocked. "I didn't realize that the Elf Prime Minister had already discovered its ploy." It had no choice but to run towards the flying bear split. However, it made up its mind in its heart that as long as a Beast King died on the Tiger Marshal's side, it would immediately turn around and run, never hesitating. Just now, when the Elf Prime Minister fought against the Tiger Marshal, it saw the strange gas spewing out of that nasal cavity of the Elf Prime Minister. It asked itself that with the strength of its soul, as well as the flexibility of its body, it would never be able to resist and dodge as easily as the tiger marshal. If it can't block it or avoid it, then it's in danger of losing its life. On the other side, the flying bear split looked at the beast king Xiong-san, who was running towards him with no ripples in his heart. It was more than 10 meters high from the ground at this point, and even if the brown bear was good at climbing trees, it would take a little while to climb up to the canopy, and he himself would be perfectly in time to dodge. However, just as it was focusing on reporting the situation with Hu Yi's main body in its mind, when it was careless, Xiong-san violently unleashed his supernatural ability, instantly transforming into a meteorite and shooting towards the defenseless flying bear split at a very high speed. Seeing Xiong-san, who was close by in the blink of an eye, the flying bear split stared at him with rounded eyes and a look of stunned disbelief. It wasn't that it didn't want to dodge, it was really that Bear 3's speed was too fast for it to dodge. Feeling the power of the meteorite in front of him, the flying bear incarnation could not help but feel a burst of despair. If he himself were to be hit by this move, he would surely crumble to pieces. Chapter 79, The 28 Stars. Merge! Just at this critical juncture, Hu Yi finally arrived. Only to see him leap up after summoning his wind and thunder wings, he reached the maximum distance he could merge with the flying bear split right under the meteorite transformed by Xiong-san. The flying bear doppelganger then steeply disappeared, and Bear 3 only crashed and scattered its remnants before landing with a thud. Xiong-san turned back with some chagrin and looked angrily at Hu Yi. It could feel that with the disappearance of the flying bear doppelganger, the intensity of the energy coming from Hu Yi's body had reached the Beast King level. Hu Yi turned back and stared equally dead at Xiong-san, who was like a small mountain in front of him. This Beast King was definitely not comparable to the Beast Kings he had encountered before. Name Xiong-san. Race, Siberian Brown Bear Beast King. Power, 5,682. Speed, 3,856. Endurance, 4,821. Defense, 6,000 full. Mental power, 3,000. Talent, Stone Elf Subdivine. Skills, Skyfall Meteorite Subdivine, Stone Forest Clump Top Tier, Stone Armor Advanced. Seeing Xiong-san's skill, Hu Yi cursed in his heart. Its super high attribute value Hu Yi is not afraid of, and the Subdivine level Skyfall Meteorite and the top level Stone Forest Clumps, Hu Yi is not afraid of any of them either. But that high-level stone armor was somewhat difficult for Hu Yi. Stone Armor Top Level forms a set of stone armor over the entire body, doubling the defensive value where it covers and providing some defense against energy-based attacks. With this doubling, Bear 3's defense reached a terrifying 12,000 points. And after merging himself with the flying bear doppelganger, and then utilizing the talent, the Kiss of Death, the bite force could reach a staggering 38,610 points. But if they were to actually fight, they were afraid that if they had just bitten a mouthful of rocks on their side, Xiong-san's slap on the other side would have killed them. So Hu Yi clenched his teeth and first added the speed attribute points to 1,000. This value, if placed on an ordinary mutated northeastern tiger, was already equivalent to reaching the full value that could be reached at the Fey Beast level. However, due to the poor man's direction towards growth, Hu Yi could reach a full 1,500 points of attribute cap at the Fey level. With 1,000 points of native speed, plus the 2,000 points of speed that the flying bear doppelganger itself carried, he himself was barely capable of maneuvering around Bear 3. However, Hu Yi did not rush forward because of this. Instead, he deliberately took a weak stance and slowly retreated towards his back. He was waiting for a moment when Bear 3 would be careless enough to strike a blow. After all, with his own defense, if Xiong-san hit him, it would be the same second death. On the other side, Xiong-san sized up Hu Yi warily because of the sudden disappearance of the flying bear doppelganger. Although it was furious after seeing Hu Yi's bizarre methods, it made it a little scornful for a moment, not daring to take the initiative. On one side, Martial Tiger and Elf Prime Minister violently changed their moves when they were once again in close combat. It only saw it condense a ball of flame in its palm and directly grabbed the Elf Prime Minister. The hair of the Elf Prime Minister, although it was able to isolate energy-based attacks to a certain extent, it had little resistance to physical attacks. This palm of Martial Tiger directly cut through the flesh of the Elf Prime Minister, and then the flames in his palm violently rushed in along with the tip of his claw. The Elf Prime Minister let out an uncontrollable cry of misery, and immediately hummed out the yellow and white Tu Chi to stun the Tiger Marshal, and then hurriedly fled to the rear. Only, although it was a strike with anger, the ultimate was somewhat hasty. Together with the fact that Martial Tiger's soul power was quite extraordinary, He hadn't been affected by the yellow-white diathesis for too long, and had come back to his senses in just 2 breaths. The one that came back to its senses, however, did not take advantage of its victory to rush towards the elf prime minister. Instead, it rushed towards Hu Yi's side. It was because its afterglow suddenly saw that Xiong San, who had been concerned, finally attacked Hu Yi. In its opinion, the Fey level Hu Yi could never be a match for Bear San. Black obsidian, pester that golem. Fey Hu, you continue to deal with that human. Hu Yi was speechless when he saw Martial Tiger, who turned into a gust of wind and ran past him. Gotta give yourself a new name again. However, after instinctively reading the Tiger Marshal's attributes, Hu Yi looked at its back with some surprise. Even a few moments of closeness showed in his eyes. Name Tiger Marshal. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Power, 5,839. Speed, 5,406. Endurance, 4,835. Defense, 6,000 full. Mental power, 5,000. Talent, Star-tailed Fire Tiger Divine. Special skills, Fire Mastery Divine, Divine Tiger Body Sub-Divine, Fierce Star Descent Sub-Divine. He didn't feel affinity for them because they were of the same tiger species, but because he saw the talent of the Tiger Marshal. Tailed Fire Tiger, one of the 28 star constellations, the 6th in the east. Hu Yi didn't know if there was a concept of 28 stars in this life. But as a Chinese in his previous life, Hu Yi had an inexplicable affinity after seeing the 28 star constellations. Therefore, even if Martial Tiger acted in such a presumptuous manner and disrupted his plan to kill Xiong San with a single blow, Hu Yi did not feel too angry. Tiger Marshal struck out at the charging Xiong San, and the 2 top kings among the Beast Kings stirred up a huge smoke and dust in the field, and the onlookers could not see the battle in the field for a while. After receiving Martial Tiger's order, Black Obsidian did not hesitate to set aside Chen Ziming, brushing past Hu Yi and running towards the Elf Prime Minister. Upon seeing Black Obsidian, Hu Yi was stunned for a moment again. Name, Obsidian. Race, Far Eastern Leopard Beast King. Power, 3,089. Speed, 6,000 full. Endurance, 2,872. Defense, 2,100. Mental power, 3,700. Talent, Astral Beasts Water Leopard. Special skills, Water Mastery Divine, Beast of Good Wind Subdivine, Obsidian Blessing Top, Nice Guy, another Starcatcher. Hu Yi scanned the whole field with some suspicion. This can't be some kind of Starry Night gladiator, right? But he was clearly overthinking it. The newly promoted Tiger King and Squire Deer in the distance, one with a top-level talent and the other with an advanced talent, did not possess a divine-level talent like the 28 Starry Knights. Servant Deer, who sensed Hu Yi's gaze during the battle, instantly froze in his actions after seeing Hu Yi, and was almost caught by the newly promoted Tiger King with a move to lock his throat. Obviously, the scene of Hu Yi killing the iron-horned moose had left an indelible shadow in its heart. Hu Yi didn't bother with it, but instead, he turned his gaze towards the last Beast King in the field. Name, Elf Chancellor. Race, Mandrill Beast King. Strength, 5,600 full. Speed, 5,200 full. Endurance, 5,500 full. Defense, 5,100 full. Mental power, 5,500. Talent, Ghost Ritual Divine. Special skills, Snuff Ingestion Subdivine, Invulnerability to All Laws Top Tier, Shoutong Stick Top Tier. After seeing Prime Minister Elf's panel, Hu Yi was abruptly flabbergasted before reacting to a question. Tiger Marshal, Elf Prime Minister, Deer Squire. Isn't this the same faction as General Leopard, Counselor Fox, and Squire Falcon? Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Moreover, this ghost-looking guy in front of him was clearly going to evolve into a Beast Emperor. Chapter 80 Closeness of Race. Now, though, was clearly not the time to think about it much. After Hu Yi staggered Black Yao, he went straight to Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming had the intention to escape, but when he thought of Hu Yi, who could just fly, he felt that he did not have the slightest assurance that he could escape from here. He had no choice but to continue to use his supernatural abilities to dodge Hu Yi's attacks. Name, Chen Ziming. Race, Human Level 4 Evolutionary. Strength, 521. Speed, 679. Endurance, 501. Defense, 480. Mental power, 8,000. Talent, Fast as a Galloping Horse Advanced. Special skills, Arrow Off the String Advanced, Stealth Advanced, Berserk Intermediate. Hui was not in a hurry to kill him. Anyway, with this attribute of his, he could not escape from himself. Even he was curious as to how it was possible for a talent like Chun Ziming to be one of the first amongst the humans to break through to a level 4 evolver. But the really tricky thing at the moment was the mandrill that was somehow so hostile to tigers. It had even tried to bypass Obsidian many times, coming straight for itself or the newly crowned Tiger King. He had to think of a way to find a way to get it first. Thinking about it, Hui sighed. He really had nothing better to do than to do it the hard way. However, hard to do is hard to do, and reckless on is definitely not an option. It's still the same problem, he can take seconds, but there's a higher probability that he'll get seconds. Speed is the key if you want to break this deadlock. Glancing at the evolution points, he was still 292 evolution points short of full speed. This value, to say the least, was really quite a lot. One would need to devour at least 2 Beast King level corpses to be able to do so. Although there are more and more Beast King level alien beasts, but after all, that is not a big cabbage, which is so easy to be hunted by Hui to eat 2 heads. But then again, 292 evolution points is really not that much to say. A Beastmaster's first eat bonus is enough. Even more than enough. It was only after Hui made up his mind that he violently summoned the White Tiger Split and the Poor Chi Split. The 2 doppelgangers cooperated with Hui's main body that had merged with the Flying Bear doppelganger. And together they drove Chun Ziming and ran in the direction of Servant Deer. Chan Ziming was startled by this sudden turn of events and couldn't think carefully enough, only focusing on running away with his head down. The moment he was close to Squire Deer, Hui violently reversed his direction and ran towards Squire Deer. Squire Deer was originally somewhat baffled when he saw the newly promoted Tiger King in front of him, suddenly retreating. But immediately afterward, it felt a vicious wind coming from its side. It was clearly Hui who pounced over and took a bite of its throat. Squire Deer panicked and tried to use his powers to fight to the death. However, he didn't expect Hui's bite force of nearly 40,000 points under the Kiss of Death to instantly bite off its neck that only had over 2,000 points of defense. This horrifying scene, excluding the Tiger Marshal and Bear San, who were in the middle of a fierce battle and had no time to be distracted, stunned all the beasts present. Faye fighting the Beast King? It's unheard of. When Chun Ziming saw this scene, he was even more horrified and round-eyed. Afterwards, he didn't care about the fact that using his supernormal abilities one after another would cause damage to himself, and used the stringless arrow several times in a row, disappearing from the white tigers and the poor man's field of vision. Hui didn't have the time to care about him right now, and hurriedly retrieved the 3 doppelgangers. This was done, firstly, in order to reduce the consumption of the 3 tigers in one breath on himself, and secondly, in order to press his attributes back to the Fey Beast level. In this way, the Elf Prime Minister would only think that the person he just was had performed some explosive skill to be so powerful, and would no longer notice himself too much. Even to hide the divine power of the Kiss of Death suction, he didn't even directly swallow Squire Deer's body whole, but instead worked on swallowing the flesh and blood one bite at a time like an ordinary tiger. Holy man! How did you do that? The newly promoted Tiger King couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at Hui, who was wolfing down his food. Due to the invasion of the bears, food began to become scarce, and the tigers had long since begun to go hungry from time to time. The sudden appearance of the short-faced bear beast emperor a few days ago drove away the tigers, and the life of the tigers became even more difficult. Having traveled a long distance and not yet been replenished with food, the tigers are at the stage of starvation. But spare me. Seeing Hui wolfing them down, none of the tigers offered to want to share. Mommy, I'm hungry. In the midst of the tiger group, a tiger cub, not yet 2 months old, said in a milky voice to the mother tiger beside her. The female tiger lowered her head bitterly and licked her fur for comfort. Immediately afterward, a warning sound from the stomach rang out among the tigers. Hui froze when he heard the voice and turned his head to look at the tiger group. Tiger Masked Tiger was startled by him and backed away. The newly promoted Tiger King hurriedly blocked the front of the tiger group. Although it did not have the confidence that it could block Hui, guarding the species was a responsibility that it needed to bear as the Tiger Beast King. You've contributed, so you can have the rest. Hui didn't care if he ate the Squire Deer's corpse or not. After all, the initial eating reward he had already gotten was enough to point his speed to 1500 full value. The 100 or so evolution points contained in the corpse itself were just better than nothing. It might be a good choice to use to make friends with your own kind. The newly minted Tiger King was somewhat moved by the words. But after thinking for a moment, it shook its head. I didn't help much in killing this deer, It was mostly you who struck it down, so it's better for you to enjoy it alone. It worried that Hui was testing them. Hui guessed its mind and didn't bother to explain anything as he got up and walked towards the two battle groups. Seeing this, the newly promoted Tiger King understood that Hui was genuinely giving up all of his prey, and cried out with emotion in his heart. Brother, thank you. In the future I'll return you two, no, 3 Beast King level praise. Hui walked on his own without paying attention to it. The newly crowned Tiger King was not amused, and after much thought, he let the nursing mothers among the tigers and leopards take the lead. They, burdened with the future of the pack, cannot afford to lose. The newly minted Tiger King shared half of his prey with them so that they could eat it and then nurse their cubs. It then had the strongest of the 2 clans, who were the best hunters, walk out and enjoy half of the remaining food. They regain their strength early and can bring more food to the pack sooner. After another sparring session, Martial Tiger and Xiong San separated once again, each recovering their strength. The Elf Chancellor also seized the opportunity to get some breathing room by sweeping black obsidian away with his stick. It was at this time that Xiong San, after scanning the battlefield in a circle, was shocked to find the carcass of a moose that was being devoured by a group of tigers and leopards. It immediately turned and ran backwards without saying a word. Hui, Martial Tiger, as well as Black Yao, all froze when they saw this situation. The Elf Prime Minister's face sank, but he didn't mean to make a move. Instead he said to the Tiger Marshal, "Marshal, is it true that the murderer of the Falcon Guards was not you, the Tiger Clan?" After saying that, its gaze landed on Hui's body. Martial Tiger knew what it meant, and without hesitation stepped forward and stood in front of Hui and said, "Absolutely not." The Elf Prime Minister nodded, and without questioning, he turned and ran off in the direction Bear 3 had left. Hui looked at its departing back and could not help but frown tightly. He felt like he was overlooking something. Chapter 81 Martial Tiger talks about tigers. Elf Prime Minister Evolution. Seeing the Elf Prime Minister leave, Hui and Martial Tiger let out a sigh of relief in unison. Hui was afraid of its strong physical body, and Martial Tiger was afraid of the weirdness of its yellow and white chi. Neither of them wanted to fight to the death with such a strong person. Martial Tiger walked over to Hui and said cheerfully, "This flying tiger brother. My name is Tiger Marshal. Nice to meet you." At the mention of the name Tiger Marshal, its eyes could not help but dim. Hui keenly captured this demeanor, but he didn't say anything more and just introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, but my name isn't Flying Tiger. I'm Tiger One." Martial Tiger sniffed and then laughed. Tiger One, first among tigers, good name." Hui shook his head and said modestly, "With you being the top Beast King, how dare I call myself number 1? After the 2 tigers exchanged a few polite words, they went to the shade of a tree and continued to chat. "Tiger One, where are you from?" "North." Martial Tiger asked curiously. "If it's a tiger in the little Hingon Ridge, it won't be unaware of it." Hui looked to the south and said, "Sort of escaped from the human side. Tiger Mom Yueji was bred by humans, and there's nothing wrong with calling the Northeast Tiger Park her home." But immediately afterward, he asked curiously, "Big Brother Tiger Marshal, from what you're saying, besides your group of tigers, is there still our Northeast Tiger group in the north?" Martial Tiger nodded his head and replied, "Of course," and then dished out for Hui, "A number of these tigers under my command have come from the north, or are descended from them. The forests there, I hear them say, belong to a land whose name is Woolly Bear Country. And the wild tigers in the northeastern territory attributed to Daxia, among the Daxinganling, Xiaoxinganling, and Shangbeition mountain ranges, are basically all in my pack." Speaking of this, Martial Tiger couldn't help but show a touch of triumph. In the midst of the Woolly Bear Country, there are 5 larger tiger groups. The largest of these, with about 150 members, had a patriarch named Kuja. Unfortunately, some time ago, I heard from Xiong San that Kuja had already been killed by the Beast Emperor of their bear clan, and the clan had suffered heavy deaths and injuries. The second largest pack, with about 120 members, has a patriarch named Boria who is no less powerful than me. Boria has been trying to get into Little Hingham and corral us. However, they were delayed in crossing the border due to concerns about the bear clan, as well as the hold of another tiger group. The other 3 clans, all with nearly 100 or so members, are not to be underestimated. Hui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard this. He had always assumed that the Northeast tiger in the wild was a state that was going extinct. Now that I've heard Marshal Tiger say this, it's quite a lot. Hui joked. Then, Brother Tiger Marshal, haven't you considered recruiting? Marshal Tiger smiled bitterly at his words, and then gave Hui a rather thoughtful look and said, if you're willing to join the pack, old brother, I'd be more than happy to do so. Then, without waiting for Hui to refuse, Marshal Tiger continued. I have also entrusted the Eagle Messenger with the task of searching for a kindred spirit within the borders of the Great Summer. Speaking of this, Marshal Tiger glanced at Hui. Hui did not move on his face, but in his heart, he was laughing bitterly. Good Lord, another Beastmaster. How terrifying was the Beast Emperor behind this group of Beast Kings. There are 3 places within the human realm where our people are most numerous. One of the largest in number, none more so than over in the Black Province, has about 1,000 of its kind. Thousands! Hui was deeply shocked by this number. The second most numerous is a place called Liao Province to the south, with about 100 of its kind. The third most numerous, which is the province of Ji where you came from, has nearly 100 of its kind. Hui nodded his head, but was still a bit shocked and said, thousands of your kind. If all of them were to enter your clan, then you wouldn't be sweeping this area. Marshal Tiger laughed bitterly. Which is so simple. Let's not talk about the thousands of tigers and how much food they consume every day, but let's talk about their fighting power. Marshal Tiger glanced at Hui and didn't have the heart to say it outright. Hui understood what it meant. Indeed, how could a captive tiger possibly match the fighting strength of a wild tiger like Tiger Marshal? If they really fought, the fighting power of these thousands of tigers would have to be folded out by at least 30% to calculate. Besides, one Beast Emperor is enough to fight 1,000 with one. When it recalled the might of the short-faced bear Beast Emperor some days ago, and then associated it with the Tiger Vanguard's willingness to strike a stone with an egg for the sake of the clan and itself, it couldn't help but be saddened. Although Hui did not know what was happening, he knew that this was never a good time to ask Tiger Marshal about the things related to the Beast Emperor behind it, so he could only stand silently and wait. Right at this moment, one angry tiger roar after another rang out from afar. Hui secretly said, no good, and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the sound. Marshal Tiger similarly stood up and reached the place where the sound rang out one step faster than Hui. Here, 2 Fey-class tigers that had been sent out to forage for food by the newly promoted Tiger King, as well as 2 Far Eastern leopards that had cooperated with them in their hunt, lay on the ground with their noses bruised and swollen. In front of them, Tiger Feather was leaping forward, ready to unleash the final blow. Tiger Elder, stop it! Hui let out a loud shout, stopping Tiger Feather's movements. It also stopped Marshal Tiger, who was about to make a move and educate Tiger Feather a bit. Tiger 1, you recognize it? Marshal Tiger looked at Chun Xiang and the others warily, his eyes filled with distrust of humans. Hui comforted it. Don't worry. These humans will only come to help us, not to harm us. After saying that, Hui looked at Chun Xiang and said indifferently, don't worry, your brother isn't dead. He got away. Chun Xiang's heart was slightly at ease, but he still frowned and said, it's not good. Tiger 1, over at the Northeast Tiger and Leopard Park, a prehistoric creature has suddenly appeared. A short-faced bear, with a length of more than 10 meters and terrifying strength. The tanks and armored vehicles that the military had urgently deployed were unable to seriously injure it. Moreover, there's a huge number of mutant bears under it that are escorting it all the way to the direction of the Chongbai Mountain Heavenly Pool. Hui froze and asked curiously, what's the point of going to Tenchi? Marshal Tiger mused from the sidelines. I'm afraid it's going to look for the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor. Tianchi Beast Emperor? The crowd was shocked at the words. Roar no! Just when Hui wanted to pursue the matter, a miserable bear roar suddenly came from the distance. It was Bear 3's voice. Hui let out an oops, and finally remembered that he had missed something. That elf chancellor, it's going to evolve. Its attributes were already at full capacity, and it was just missing enough energy to help it make its final push. Just now, it ran in the direction where Bear 3 withdrew. It was not at all worried about the siege of Tiger Marshal and the other group of Beast Kings. It was clearly going to hunt Bear 3 and replenish this last energy. With this thought, Hui hurriedly said to Marshal Tiger, Big Brother Tiger Marshal, hurry up and get all the tiger and leopard groups together, and let Black Obsidian lead them east. After saying that, Hui cut his palm again and stuffed it to Chun Xiang's mouth. After it sipped a mouthful of tiger's blood, Hui hurriedly said to Chu Qianli and Tiger Feather, Chen, Tiger Lao Air, you quickly go to the southeast, just go back to the Northeast Tiger Park in Chuncheong City and wait for me well. Although the crowd did not quite understand Hu Yi's arrangement, they still followed his words. 1 tea break later. Boom! Rows and rows of large trees fell to the ground with a bang, and a huge mandrill 10 meters tall came barreling towards the front. In front of it, Marshal Tiger asked Hu Yi with a horrified face. Tiger 1, why don't we just run and attract its attention? Hu Yi had no time to explain and just yelled, Marshal, let's stall it and give Lord Bear Emperor a chance to go to the heavenly pool and stall for time. Hearing Hu Yi's words, the elf prime minister who had already evolved into a beast emperor became furious and left in the direction of the Changbai Mountain heavenly pond. You Tiger clan wait. The day my emperor recovers, you will all have to die. Chapter 82 The Mysterious Tianqi Beast Emperor. After letting Marshal Tiger accompany him through this play, Hu Yi let out a long breath of relief. Then, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to Chen Ziang, who was running wildly to the side and was full of excitement. Hey, how about driving a tiger to swallow a wolf? How's that for a trick? Chen Ziang gave a thumbs up, then asked curiously, Say, how did you know that this mandrill was about to mutate, and specially dragged this Tiger King along with you to put on a show? You don't have to care about that. Just remember to help me in front of people and do a good job of publicizing it. Hu Yi said with a big grin. Chen Ziang smiled bitterly at his words. This Tiger A? Really good name of the Tiger A. When Mao Fanshu had given it a live broadcast before, it had repeatedly instructed Mao Fanshu to take more shots of its dashing heroics and fewer shots of Tiger Feather and the others. He had also been under the impression that it was Hu Yi who wanted to protect his younger siblings from being exposed too much to the world. In hindsight, I was so wrong. However, for this matter, Chen Ziang had clearly wronged Hu Yi. He hadn't been a fan of photo ops since his last life. Now that he was forced to flaunt in front of people for the sake of his popularity value, Hu Yi could only say that he was in pain but also happy. Then, Hu Yi suddenly turned his head to Marshal Tiger and said, There seems to be something difficult in your body. This, too, is what was said to the Tiger Marshal. No good old man can stand the connotations of the word unspeakable. Marshal Tiger froze, then laughed bitterly. You're talking about the Tianqi Beast Emperor, the soul imprint planted in my body, right? Hearing this, Hu Yi hurriedly asked after him, Big brother Tiger Marshal, tell me about the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor. The Tiger Marshal nodded, but it did not speak, only glancing at Chen Ziang. Hu Yi instantly understood and said to Chen Ziang, Go about your business, after all. This Beast Emperor doesn't care about humans or cities when he travels. I'm afraid he'll destroy everything in front of him that stands in his way. Chen Ziang nodded sagely and turned to leave. Just as he was leaving, a man standing on the canopy in the distance put down the binoculars in his hands and looked at Chen Ziang, who was already able to walk independently, with a delighted expression. When Hu Yi felt something in his heart and looked this way, this person suddenly disappeared in place. Hu Yi only thought that he had created an illusion and then looked at Marshal Tiger. The latter didn't answer Hu Yi's question at first and instead opened his mouth to ask, Before I answer you, you answer me a question. What is your relationship with humans? Anyway, what relationship? I was a human being in my last life. What do you mean by relationship? Hu Yi slurred twice in his mind, knowing what the other party was concerned about, and then opened his mouth. Don't worry, even though my mother is from the Tiger Park in Ji Province, I was born in the wild since I was a child and was not raised by humans. From what I've learned about humans down through the ages, while there are a lot of bad people in the human race, there are just as many good people. Daxia, in particular, has its share of assholes who plot our hide, but the vast majority of them are still not bad. So, I have a cooperative relationship with the humans of Daxia. The Tiger Marshal nodded, in which case it was relieved. It then said with a reminiscent look in its eyes, Many people think that this matter of aura revival started only a year ago, but it's not true. 2 years ago, I mutated into a foreign beast because I absorbed an aura that suddenly rose from the ground. Hu Yi couldn't help but be stumped. Sure enough, there are a lot of lucky people in this world. After I mutated and became psychic, I was ambitious to integrate all my kindred and become the king of the Tiger clan. As a matter of fact, I did. Not only me, but also Obsidian, who mutated at almost the same time as me, and who also integrated the Panther Pack. We didn't deal with each other at the time, and even fought at one point to take over our existence. Until that day, the one from the heavenly pool, sent an army of foreign beasts to surround the tiger group. An army of Fae? Hui was instantly shocked when he heard those 4 words. In a period when the world had yet to discover mutations, this Tianqi beast emperor, surprisingly, possessed an army of mutated beasts. That one from the heavenly pool, he must have mastered some special means to be able to breed foreign beasts in large quantities. It's not even just the foreign beasts, but the eagle messenger, falcon servant, hedgehog upper secretary, and multiple other beast kings by its side were all trained by it. When Hui heard this, he couldn't help but suck in his cool air once again. It was really hard to imagine what kind of strength this beast emperor actually possessed. Creating beast kings in bulk, this is something an ordinary beast emperor can do. Anyway, that so-called short-faced bear beast emperor was 80% not its opponent. They used the pack as blackmail to force me to go to the heavenly pool, and I was planted with a soul mark by the heavenly pool beast emperor. The mark won't be fatal, but it will mark my location. If I have an insubordinate heart, the heavenly pond beast emperor will seek out the mark and exterminate my entire clan. Speaking of this, Hui asked curiously, then what kind of creature is this heavenly pool beast emperor? As a lake, the creatures that live here in Tianqi are certainly either aquatic or amphibian. Such a creature, even if it became a beast emperor, its combat power on land would be greatly reduced, right? Unexpectedly, Martial Tiger shook his head and said, I haven't seen it. Not only me, including its close eagle messenger, have never seen the real body of the heavenly pond beast emperor. But what I do know is that it's ambitious. It has more than once suggested that it wants to occupy the area where the entire northeastern provinces of Daxia are located, and include that part of the Maohu kingdom to the east as the foundation of its hegemony. Hui nodded with a grave expression. It seems that this one's ambition is indeed not small. Moreover, since this beast wanted to use the 3 northeastern provinces as its lair, it proved that its battle prowess on land must be extraordinary as well. In that case, it seemed that he was definitely wise to let Tiger Feather go to Tiger Father and Tiger Mother. When the heavenly pond beast emperor was enraged, he would inevitably go on a rampage to vent his anger. By then, the 3 northeastern provinces may be in for a shocking change. He must save for a rainy day and send his family to a safe place for a while. Until then, as a fellow clan member, he decided it would be better to pull a tiger marshal. After all, it had previously stepped in to block Xiongsan for itself without asking for a reason, and had gone out of its way to confront the elf prime minister. Ask yourself, if you were in your own shoes, you'd have nothing to do with it. Such a righteous homunculus was worth pulling for himself. Big brother Tiger Marshal, I have a way that can help you unlock the soul imprint in your body. Marshal Tiger's tiger body shook and said incredulously, Tiger One, are you serious? You can undo the Beast King's soul mark. With Hui himself, of course, he didn't have this ability. But he's got the system to help. It was also a coincidence that he had discovered an abnormality in Marshal Tiger's body earlier, because after every big battle, he would scan his people to see if they were injured. Upon checking into the Tiger Marshal, he was surprised to find that it, which didn't have too many external injuries, needed over 100,000 popularity value to fully recover, hence the previous inquiry. Seeing Hui nodding, Marshal Tiger immediately ambled over and said, Brother Tiger One, if you can get rid of this soul mark for me, my clan and I would like to worship you as our master. Seeing this, Hui just wanted to open his mouth to tell Marshal Tiger that there was no need to be polite. In the next second, the system beep suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has encountered a hidden event and fulfilled the conditions for the opening of the hidden function. Hidden function on. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The hidden function. The power system has been opened. Chapter 83 Seemingly Reliable Chen Xiang. A good man has 3 helpers and a fence has 3 stakes. Beneath the waves of mutation. Come on, system. You don't have to yank words out of me. Just tell me what the new system does. Hui was not surprised by the appearance of the new system. First there was the devouring evolution, then the popularity system, and now the power system. He himself is going to take the golden fingers of his previous life and play with them all. Members belonging to a power may obtain the host's popularity value without a medium. Members belonging to a power will have their consumption reduced by 50% when they receive popularity values to enhance their strength or recover from injuries. Members belonging to the power automatically enjoy the effect of the host's talent. Auspiciousness plus sub-divine level, ignoring distance. Members belonging to the forces, available at. Stop. You talk a lot about helping members of the force. What does that have to do with me? Hui said with dissatisfaction. Without hiding anything, the system continued. Members belonging to the power have their wishes for the host increased 10 times per day. When the realm of a member belonging to a power is raised, the host is rewarded with evolution points. If the power system is upgraded to a certain level and the members of the power meet the requirements, the host can be invoked so that the host can fight in a place other than his own. Big brother. Hui looked fiercely at Martial Tiger and said with emotion, "Today you are yellow-robed to old brother. And old brother really doesn't know how to refuse. Tiger, Martial." Apparently, it did not understand the historical pedigree of Hui's words. Hui didn't care and promised in a hurry, "Don't worry, big brother. This mark of yours, I'll get rid of it handily. It's just that right now it's not the right time. This way you wait for me to come back. Next time I come, I'll make sure to help you out with that." Martial Tiger nodded and agreed readily. Compared to the Tiger King's position, which was not useful, it was obviously more important to solve the killer hidden in the soul, such as the soul mark. And the reason why Hui did not solve the problem for Martial Tiger now was simple. That's not enough popularity value. According to his current rate of popularity value intake, it would take 10 days before he could gather the 100,000 points of popularity value needed to unlock the soul seal. How can this be? Every day that he dragged on now was delaying the speed at which he would become stronger. Moreover, he still had a vivid memory of the Elf Prime Minister's threat before he left. At that time, the Elf Prime Minister, a Beast Emperor, together with the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor, a terrifying powerhouse who had most likely reached the peak of the Beast Emperor and had even surpassed the Beast Emperor level. If you don't seize the time to become stronger, what's the difference between that and waiting to become a meal in someone else's mouth? Calling out to Chen Ziang, Hui asked him to contact an airplane and hurriedly send himself to the Northeast Tiger Park in Chuncheong City. First, he had to persuade Tiger Dad and Tiger Mom to leave with him. The city of Vernal Long is still too close to the Heavenly Pond. When the Tianqi Beast Emperor comes out, the Northeast Tiger Park in Chuncheong City, it is easy to be shocked. The second was because Mufanchu, who had left from Shao Zingenling, would also join himself there. This kind of thing to get the popularity value, looking for Chu Qian, this naive girl cannot or have to find Mao Fanshu to help their own planning to be able to do. Moments later, the helicopter arrived and landed. Without waiting for the staff to react, Hui directly jumped onto the seat. Prick. The space in the front and back seats is for humans only. Hui blindly jumped up and got stuck directly in the middle of the 2 rows of seats, unable to move. Chen Ziang, is this the helicopter you found for me? Hui angrily let out a loud roar, frightening the helicopter pilot who scrambled to break free of his seatbelt and darted to his colleagues. What the hell? He's so mean. You told me before we got here that he doesn't bite? Go yourselves. The driver thought about it and was both angry and scared. With a twist of his head, he ran straight away. On the other side, Chen Ziang, who had managed to pacify Hui with great difficulty, was in some difficulty. He looked to the 2 followers of the airplane staff who hadn't run away and asked, "You too? Which one of you can fly a helicopter?" The 2 of them looked at each other and shook their heads, before scattering their legs and running. Just kidding, you can't admit it at this point even if you would. Hui was confused. They're all gone. Is that the quality of your NSA? That's not you being mean. Chen Ziang slandered in his heart. But on his face, he smiled and explained. They're not from our NSA, they're not from the military, they're from civil aviation. It can't be helped. There's a big mess over at Changbai Mountain, and all the military units in the vicinity, fully engaged in the battle, don't have a single airplane free. Regarding this, Hui, who had taken off after shrinking his size, did not have the slightest doubt. Who in the world doesn't know the mobility of the Daxia army? But what about yourself? Without a helicopter to transport them, running there on your own 4 legs would have been too much of a waste of time. Just then, Chen Ziang inquired, "Why don't I try?" "You?" Hui looked at his legs, the mistrust unmistakable. Chen Ziang explained with a smile, "I'm a good learner. I can do a little bit of everything. At that time, I learned to fly helicopters even though my legs were not working well. After all, my legs have just recovered, and I'm afraid I'll be a little unskilled when it comes to matching my hands and feet, and the road may be a little bumpy. What's the point of wasting words? Come on up. Let's go." Hui did not have the slightest hesitation. After all, time waits for no one. Furthermore, Chen Ziang was also on the plane, so if he didn't have some certainty, wouldn't he be accompanying himself to seek death? Can an evolved person with god-level talent still do such a thing? Besides, the road is bumpy. Are you kidding me? Bumpy airplane? You think you're driving a flying chicken? With that, the rather confident man and tiger slowly took off. 5 hours later, the moment the helicopter landed, Hui erupted with instinct and rushed straight out of the cabin, lying on the ground and vomiting. This? How dare you say you know how to fly an airplane? You're damn well flying a Thunderbolt airplane, aren't you? Airplanes fly like tractors and walk on country dirt roads, and you're a ing genius. Seeing Hu Yi's eyes that wanted to spit fire, Chun Xiang's smiling expression froze and said with some embarrassment, "That? I told you it would be a little upside down. You vomit." Hu Yi has the heart to curse. Helpless stomach and intestines really do not allow a moment later, Hu Yi finally slowed down and stepped into the middle of the Northeast Tiger Park in Chuncheong City. Due to the fact that in today's world, the probability of animal mutation is getting higher and higher, all the animals in the zoos in Ji province are sent here and are under the unified care of a large number of evolvers and the military. Along the way, Hu Yi saw a lot of various kinds of foreign beasts. When these foreign beasts sensed Hu Yi's aura, they all showed fear in their eyes and did not dare to make a move. Whether it was because of Hu Yi's strength or because the Tiger clan was the strongest race here, they could only tuck their tails and hide far away to the side. Mao Fanshu and the others had not yet arrived. Hu Yi decided to seize the time and do the first job to persuade Tiger's father and mother to leave with him. However, upon arriving at the fence where he last saw Tiger Dad in September, Hu Yi was shocked to find that there was not a single figure inside. Hu Yi was just about to turn around to find a staff member to inquire, when an extremely strong aura fluctuation suddenly erupted behind him. He turned to look, and in the void, a door of light slowly opened, only to quickly disappear. In this blink of an eye, from within the light gate, 2 figures jumped out. It's none other than Tiger Dad September and Tiger Mom Tsukiheim. Chapter 84 Enlightened Beast, Kunlun Void. After the 2 tigers saw Hu Yi, they similarly froze. "Why are you here?" September asked in wonder. "Looking for my mom." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Hu Yi added, "And you?" The duo's dialogue is raw, and it's clear that they're not mentally prepared for each other as sons and fathers. On the contrary, the tiger mom, Yu Ji, who was very happy after seeing Hu Yi, ran to Hu Yi and rubbed her head with him to express her intimacy. Hu Yi put down his embarrassment and hurriedly talked about business. "Mom, I came to see you and this time to ask you to return to the forest with me." Tsukiheim was a bit perturbed and looked over at her husband. September frowned, not agreeing or disagreeing, but asking seriously, "Did something happen?" Hu Yi nodded, then told the 2 tigers about the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor, while saying that he used his system and observed their attributes. Name, Tsukiheim. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 1129. Speed, 1018. Endurance, 1006. Defense, 1020. Talent, Mastery of the Husband Divine. Special skills, Hito Lion's Roar Divine, Jealousy Divine, Wolf Pan Sub Divine. Compared to the last time Hui saw it, the Moonji has not only enhanced its attributes a lot, but also added some intermediate and advanced skills like Tiger Claw Reinforcement and Accelerated Recovery, which are commonly mastered by Beast King level beasts. Instead, it's September, and the attribute panel is much different. Name, September. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Power, 4522. Speed, 3469. Endurance, 3438. Defense, 3501. Talent, 3-headed Enlightened Beast Divine. Special skills, 9-headed Dharma Bodyguard Grade, Eye of Insight Sub-God Grade, Loyalty and Fearlessness Sub-God Grade. In just a few short months, September had not only grown into a Beast King, but had also traveled quite a distance along the way. As far as the Tiger bloodline was concerned, September's attributes were already equivalent to the mid-Beast King level. The key thing is that its talent has changed dramatically. The previous sub-divine level talent, Guardianship, and the top talent, Sixth Sense, disappeared, or more like fused. In its place, there was yet another name that Hu Yi found familiar and relatable, the Enlightened Beast. Legend has it that the Enlightened Beast was huge, with 9 heads and a tiger's body. Although it has a brave and tough character, it is not a brainless beast. When guarding the Heavenly Gate, It is solemn, scrupulous, and meticulous. Each of the 9 heads stared at a heavenly gate and would not let any small-minded person sneak into it. Thinking of this, Hui suddenly had a bold assumption. Last time, when he was in the middle of a fierce battle with Tiger Father suddenly seemed to have turned into a different person after he used that sub-god level skill called Six-Headed Dharma Body. That time, he suspected that after the Tiger Father performed this skill, he would be briefly seized, bursting out of the power that did not belong to him. Seeing September this time reinforced that idea for him. The last time I saw September, she was a little lethargic, but fierce and furious, and by no means as calm and rational as she was showing now. Combined with the changes in its talent, Hui suspected that on September, something incredible must have happened to it, allowing it to gradually evolve in the direction of an enlightened beast. And such a change could certainly not be separated from the weird light door they had entered earlier. After hearing Hui's account, September pondered for a moment before looking up and saying to Hui, "You take your mother, I can't go." Hui froze, then looked behind September and said, "Is it because of that circle of light just now?" September nodded and then said to Hui, "You must be wondering what that circle of light is." After a pause, September looked at Hui with a deep gaze and added, "And who am I really?" Hui shivered imperceptibly, then silently walked over to Tiger Mother and waited for its next words. September said with a slight smile, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm not going to make a move on your mother, no matter what. As it happens, Tsukihime has also been asking about this, so I'll tell you all about it. In fact, I am September, also an ancient divine beast, enlightened beast." Yuji looked confused, clearly not understanding what an enlightened beast was and what it meant. Hui, who was on the side, was gloomy. "Sure enough, Papa Tiger is no ordinary tiger. Or to be precise, I'm just the reincarnation of a third of the enlightened beast's soul, not the whole body. Perhaps you're wondering if I'm a little different now than I was when we first met. This is because at that time my bloodline had not been fully awakened, so there was some instability in my personality. You don't have to worry at all. September and I were one and the same. As for the reason for my presence here, it goes back to the year." Before September could finish her sentence, a thunderbolt suddenly rang out in the sky, like a missile that shot up into the sky and exploded above everyone's heads. Immediately afterward, the earth also shook violently, as if a violent earthquake was about to occur. Even the elf prime minister and the short-faced bear, who were far away in the Changbai mountain range and had just been wrestling together, felt something in their hearts and couldn't help but stop fighting for a few moments and looked over in unison. Seeing this, September had the good sense to keep her mouth shut and just mumble, "Why bother? It's time to hide it." Afterward, it looked towards Hui's mother and son in a helpless tone and said, "As you can see, more than I can say. I can only tell you that even though I was forced to disintegrate my corpse and even reincarnate as a split soul, I still have to guard the heavenly gate of this Kunlun void, and this is my duty." Hui froze and asked incredulously, "Are you saying that light door behind you just now is the heavenly gate of the Kunlun void?" September nodded. The towering Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains, is the legendary place where countless immortals and gods reside. If it was true, the goodies inside would definitely be unimaginable on their own. However, Hui still said with a puzzled look, "That's not right. It's more than 10,000 miles away from the Kunlun Mountains. The heavenly gate of Kunlun Void. How did it appear here?" September opened its mouth to say something, but associating it with the warning just issued by heaven and earth, it had no choice but to change the subject and said, "The Kunlun Void is so divine that you can't imagine it now. Not to mention that you're still only at the Fey Beast level. Even if you cross the Beast Emperor realm and become a true demon, you're going to be unable to get a glimpse of a millionth part of the divine differences of the Kunlun Void." When September said this, Hui became even more curious about what was in the Kunlun Void. However, looking at September's proud look of dedicated service, "I'm afraid I'll have to use my head if I want to get in." Hui then skimmed his mouth and said with a disdainful face, "Che, it's just a secret realm. What's so rare about it?" This time it was September's turn to be baffled. "Listening to you, could it be that you have even entered certain secret realms? I certainly didn't get in. But in my previous life as a bone-grade reader of novels, it is not easy to compile this kind of secret realm." Hui immediately said with a proud look on his face, "Of course, it's just some spiritual flowers and fruits. I'm tired of eating them. What's so rare about it?" September grunted coldly, "Humph. A secret realm with only a few spirit flowers and fruits is worthy of being compared to the Kunlun Void? When Hui heard this, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. 哎呦呦，你就吹吧，能有什么不同? Let me go in and take a look if you can. September said with a look of, I've seen through your little mind. Trying to provoke me? Don't dream. You're worthy of, even for a tiny fey class. Bang. Before September could finish her sentence, her head was hit hard by an unknown object. Chapter 85 Aura Flush Attribute Surge. Hui stared at the murderer is a pan. I only saw Yuji, who was on the side, looking at September with a bad face and said viciously, I've put up with you for a long time, so much for saying things I don't know, and now you're looking down on my son. Who are you to look down on the boss? Have you taken them for a day since the oldest was born? Where were you when the boss and I were almost strangled by a long worm? Where were you when I was anesthetized by human poachers and nearly skinned and boned? Looking down on the boss? Who are you to look down on him? Tsukiji became more and more angry, and unleashed the wolf pan, repeatedly, beating September's head and scurrying. Honey, that's not what I meant. Oops, let me explain. Oops, stop. I'll let him in okay. Hui secretly snickered when he saw this. Luckily, after September's enlightened beast bloodline awakened, the advantage of being afraid of his wife has not changed. Otherwise, with its current attributes, Yuji's wolf pan would not be able to hurt it in the slightest. Finally, after Yuji's tidal wave of caresses, 9 Moons finally relented and agreed to Hui's entry into the Kunlun Void. Unexpectedly, Hui got an inch and took the opportunity to bargain. Whether it's good in there or not is not for me alone to say. Let's do it this way anyway. In a while Tiger Feather and the others will be here. Let's the 4 of us brothers go in together so we can also have a witness. September sniffed and said with wide eyes, Kid, don't give an inch. It does not seem fair to your siblings to let you go in alone. Then you'll all go in together. Under Yuji's powerful eye attack, September was instantly defeated. I have a couple other human buddies. Can you meet us outside? Hui originally wanted to get a foot in the door, but after seeing September's determined face and Yuji's somewhat unhappy expression, he quickly changed his mind. No, where the Heaven's Gate is located, we can't let too many people know, especially greedy humans. Hui obediently nodded his head in agreement. 2 hours later, Chu Qian and her party arrived late. After instructing Chu Qian and Mao Fanshu to stay outside and wait for him, Hui brings Tiger Feather, Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun, and arrives in front of September. Seeing no one else around, September nodded her forehead into the void. Soon, a door of light appeared. You guys go in, and remember, the places I marked are all forbidden, so don't force your way in. Hui nodded and took the lead to step into the light door. The light flashed by, and when Hui opened his eyes, a verdant and pale landscape was reflected in his eyes. The most crucial thing was that the aura here was actually like a tidal wave, rushing in from an unknown distance ahead. Hui just stood still and took a few more breaths, and immediately felt a tightening of his bones and a soreness in his muscles. Immediately after that, the 2 major attributes, strength and endurance, both grew to varying degrees, and soon approached the 800 mark. Tiger Feather, who walked in after Hui, after feeling this majestic aura, similarly showed a shocked look on his face. Stood still, eyes closed, enjoying the boost. Unlike Hui, who had the help of the system, it had never felt the feeling of a blowout growth in strength within a short period of time. This feeling of soaring strength simply mesmerized it. The last ones to come in, Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun, were even worse. The 2 little guys after Hui's training in the past few days, although they have grown up a bit and gotten stronger, there is still a long way to go before they can unlock their gene locks and reach the alien beast level. Suddenly by this kind of aura, even Hui and Tiger Feather can boost the strength, they are even more benefited. Even as the aura washed over them, the 2 tigers staggered as if they were drunk. Before long, the siblings lay down on the grass and huffed and puffed. Hui used the system to observe the data of the siblings and found that the growth rate of the siblings' attributes was surprisingly faster than his own and Tiger Feather's, which could be said to be a sudden advancement. Soon enough, the 2 of them unlocked their genetic locks and managed to reach the Fey level stage. As a little bit of time passed, Hui's strength and endurance attribute values came to an abrupt end when they grew to 1,000 points. Hui asked suspiciously, System, what condition is my body in right now? Why isn't it absorbing aura anymore? The host's current strength has reached a state of saturation under the aura. If one continued to grow in strength through Reiki, it would easily result in the serious consequences of unstable roots. Even in the future, there will be negative situations such as regression in strength after certain injuries. Hui nodded. That really should be stopped and slowed down a bit. From this incident, the system is really powerful. When he himself used evolution points to raise his attribute points, the increase could be much faster than now. But spare me, he had used the system to raise his strength for so long, but he didn't have the slightest feeling of weakness in his strength. Seeing that tiger feather and their strength was still rising, Hui instructed the system to keep observing their data to avoid something happening to their roots as well. Afterward, Hui groped his way forward, wanting to explore the source of the aura. But walking around, the only thing in the entire space was endless grass, sand and gravel, and a bright but sunless sky. What's that? Hui suddenly saw in front of him. There seemed to be a fruit tree standing there, and had the intention to get closer to take a look. Unexpectedly, in the next second, space suddenly surged with endless ripples, sucking him directly in. Hui instinctively took a step out, and in the next second, his figure appeared outside the light door. Along with him, there was also Tiger Feather, who opened his eyes in shock, as well as Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun's siblings, who were huffing and puffing, but were several times larger in size. Hui was a little upset that he did not seek out the large tree. But when he saw from the system that September's stamina at this moment had dropped to over 100 points, all his dissatisfaction dissipated. Obviously, opening the heavenly gate and letting the 4 siblings in would be extremely draining for it. I'm going to take a break and rest. You guys, do what you need to do. September almost fainted after bracing herself to finish her last sentence. A flash of love flashed in Yuji's eyes as she walked over and slowly laid down, snuggling up next to it. Knowing that this was not a good time to pursue his roots, Hui turned around and left. Anyway, he didn't lose out in the slightest by entering the Kunlun Void for this wave. Strength and endurance went up to 1,000 points, which was equivalent to saving almost 600 evolution points, knowingly. Now, while we're off in September, it's time to get ourselves to task number 2, accumulating popularity ratings. Hui just walked to the door. He saw Chu Qian and Mao Fanshu waiting there with an anxious face. Wang was surprisingly here and was saddling up to Mao Fanshu. I said, are you annoyed? How many times have I told you? I'm just doing what a NSA special agent should do. I don't need you to serve me here as a cow. Wang didn't retort, but just pulled out an apple that he had shunted from somewhere, cleaned it with mineral water, and handed it to Mao Fanshu. Just as Mao Fanshu wanted to lash out, Wang suddenly spoke up. Don't you guys just want Tiger One to go to Changbai Mountain for support and worry that it won't want to go? Don't worry, I've got it covered. Chapter 86 Attack of the Bear Clan. Really? You have an idea? Mao Fanshu's eyes showed surprise as he grabbed Wang's hand and asked. Wang was gripped by this soft catkin, and instantly his soul flew away in delight, and the whole person drifted up. Don't worry, I'm sure I can convince it. Hui had some amusement in his heart, and wanted to see how this Wang wanted to persuade himself. When Hui appeared as if nothing had happened, Wang's eyes lit up and he suddenly rushed to Hui's side, excitedly saying, "Oh God, my tiger god, my savior, Hui. Without you, I, a humble ant, would have been doomed to be trampled under the feet of that abominable human assassin and transformed into an unjust soul in little Xing Enling. Chu Qian. Also, you saved my beloved human goddess Shu Shu. Heavens, you are simply the savior of mankind, the guardian god of Daxia, Mu Fanshu. But you don't realize that there are many more children of Daxia who worship you and believe in you who are still in deep water. If you would condescend to travel to Changbai Mountain to deal with the abominable gorilla and the ugly bear monster, then you would be a great savior for the whole of Daxia. All the people of Daxia will be proud of you. Your achievements will surely go down in history." Crowd. Hui looked at Chu Qian and Mao Fanshu in a confused manner, the meaning of which was clearly saying, "You know this guy?" The 2 women repeatedly shook their heads and backed away, fearing to get the slightest bit involved with them. What's this asshole thinking, talking about lasting forever and making a name for himself with a tiger? I didn't expect Wang not only didn't converge, but instead intensified his efforts by going up and fawning. "Tiger God, don't worry. I will definitely hold the live broadcast equipment steady and follow behind you throughout the whole process, recording your most majestic and heroic posture at the first time. It's settled. When Hui heard live broadcast, his eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Chu Chen and Mao Fan Shu looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that this move was really good. On the other side of the Changbai Mountain, the elf prime minister was once again slapped by the short-faced bear and sent flying tens of meters away, knocking down a bunch of trees. 100 meters away, several military helicopters were parked in mid-air, monitoring the entire battle here. The short-faced bear, perhaps annoyed, simply grabbed a large tree and threw it at full force towards one of the airplanes. It was so fast that the helicopter couldn't dodge in time. Fortunately, the pilot flying the airplane was well-trained and reacted very promptly to fire 2 missiles, directly blasting the tree into cinders, which was a lucky escape. After this incident, all the helicopters quickly pulled away toward the distance, not daring to observe the battle here from a close distance. In addition to this battlefield, there were hundreds of war groups, large and small, in the Changbai Mountains. This time, when he entered the Changbai Mountains, the short-faced bear not only brought with him a large number of brown bears led by Bear 5, but also 2 groups of black bears and 2 groups of polar bears. Once ranked as the top beast of number 009, the polar bear, Ripper, is currently holding the position of the vanguard general of the Bear Clan's army. Under its attack, the Eagle Messenger was only able to harass and attack and lose in succession. Polar bears, as a race, are inherently one of the world's top predators, not to mention that Rippers are among the best of the best. The Eagle Messenger had to admit that under the Tianqi Beast Emperor's banner, the only person who could fight one with physical strength was Martial Tiger here. And it wasn't just the Eagle Messenger himself who was losing out in the current battle. One must know that ever since the appearance of the short-faced bears, they had forcibly subdued multiple groups of bears with extremely domineering means. Among these bears, there were more or less 1 to 3 beast kings present. There are now no fewer than 10 bear beast kings in the Changbai Mountains. But on the Changbai mountainside, not only did they lose several veteran beast kings such as General Panther, Counselor Fox, and Servant Falcon, even the most powerful Tiger Marshal, and his group of tigers did not participate in the battle. Even if a few newly promoted beast kings appeared, the bear race was already the strongest of the creatures, and these newly promoted beast kings were simply unable to cope. The battle can be described as one-sided. In the distance, Manhwa, the top leader of the National Security Bureau, stood in the command room with a grave expression, gazing at the monitor. And on either side of him, surprisingly, there wasn't a gray-haired, seemingly senior presence like in the movies and TV shows. Master! Director! Don't hesitate. Let us on. Beside Manhwa, a fierce man with a 3/4 resemblance to his eyebrows and gnarled muscles took the initiative to get up and ask for battle. He was no one else but the personal grandson of Manhwa, the director of the National Security Bureau, and the first of the 4 Jia warriors of Daxia, Fang Yong. Inside the NSA, they call him the Reanimator. Across from him, Li Changqian spread his hands and said lazily, "You guys go, I'm not going." "You!" Fang Yong glared and wanted to have a seizure. Chun Xiang beside him hurriedly pulled him back, which stopped the conflict. Xian, the Confucian sword immortal sitting at the bottom of Li Changqian's head, knew that this partner of his was by no means lazy or even cowardly, and then pursued the question. "Just say what's on your mind, and don't act like a hangdog all day. Okay?" Li Changqian made a face full of concern. "You control me." Li Changqian, the head of the National Security Bureau's Special Operations Group and the nominal direct leader of the 4 Great Xiajia, Dong Xiaosheng, read out Li Changqian's name word for word. Frightened, this proud son of heaven hurriedly sat up, living like Li Yunlong meeting the brigade commander. "Have a fart." "Yes." Li Changqian immediately did not dare to fool around and said in a hurry, "The focus of the battle, I think, is not on the hundreds of bears, but on this massive, battle-hardened prehistoric creature, the short-faced bear. Judging by the strength it had shown so far, it most likely did not possess the supernormal abilities that a beast king level, or even a fey beast level, would have mastered. However, its physical strength was too powerful. Just now in the live broadcast we also saw that Mandrill Beast Emperor knows out of the yellow and white 2 gas, directly will be stunned for up to more than 10 seconds. But in these 10 seconds or so, the Mandrill Beast Emperor did not do any substantial damage to this short-faced bear, no matter if it was tearing and striking. So, our focus is still on figuring out how to get rid of this short-faced bear before we do. Dong Xiaoxing nodded and continued to ask, "Do you have a solution?" Li Changqian scratched his head and said with some uncertainty, "I still have the same suggestion, and the same approach that the director and number 1 and the others have proposed, use the beasts to fight the beasts. After all, among us humans, the highest realm at the moment is only a level 4 evolver, equivalent to the primary level among the beast kings only, and is simply unable to compete with the beast emperor's level of life. Feng Hua nodded, then looked at Dong Xiaoxing and said, Xiao Dong, the power of the Fae that we now have at our disposal, you introduce it to everyone. Dong Xiaoxing nodded and spoke. Our National Security Bureau currently possesses 4 top Beast King level alien beasts. Chapter 87, The Terror of Prehistoric Beasts. There is no doubt that the first in the ranking is none other than the king of the Western Bears, the messenger of Yin and Yang. It was said that it had already reached the peak of the Beast King level realm and could take the final step at any time. The person who ranked second was the king of the Southern Sparrow, Little Lai. Since Little Lai awakened his supernatural ability, he has been transformed into a different person, and his strength has skyrocketed, and there are few rivals at the Beast King level. Ranked third, king of the Eastern Apes, Ruby. After entering the Beast King level, Ruby not only mastered the human language but surprisingly, she would also cultivate human kung fu and would also be able to use weapons. The fourth in the ranking, the new Southwest Elephant King, Bai Yun, who is the biological daughter of the previous Southwest Elephant King, Duo. No one would have expected that a white, flawless jade like little fellow would have managed to become a top-tier Beast King in just a few months' time. It has 6 tusks, and each of them possesses an extremely strong ability, with a combined strength that exceeds even that of its mother. Feng Hua frowned and opened his mouth to ask, in the judgment of you evolvers, if all 4 of them arrive together, do they have a chance of defeating the short-faced bear beast emperor? Dong Xiaoxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not to mention dealing with the short-faced bear beast emperor, even if the 4 of them top beast kings work together in unison, there's a high probability that they won't even be able to defeat that mandrill beast emperor. The crowd unanimously looked at the big screen, just in time to see the image of the elf prime minister being slapped out by the short-faced bear beast emperor once again. 2 teeth have fallen out. Feng Hua rubbed his temples with some headache. In that case, the policy of using beasts to control beasts doesn't work. That. Li Chengqian hesitantly raised his hand and said with some hesitation, Leader, when I say using beasts to fight beasts, I'm not talking about foreign beasts from other places. Chun Ziang reacted the fastest and frowned. You don't mean to say, King of the Northeast Tigers. Tiger one, do you? Li Chengqian nodded, looking at Dong Xiaoxing's gradually frowning brow, and didn't dare to say more. Feng Hua looked at Dong Xiaoxing and Li Chengqian with some puzzlement. According to the information you guys reported up, this hefty Northeast Tiger King still seems to be at the Fey Beast level, right? Dong Xiaoxing nodded his head in acknowledgement and glanced at Li Chengqian with great dissatisfaction. That's right. In the last meeting in Shangjing, we also discussed whether Tiger One was qualified to continue to hold the title of Northeast Tiger King. If it wasn't for the fact that it has saved many of our warriors at this point, I'm afraid that its name would have been given to another Fey. I say, Li Chengqian, if you kid keeps talking out of your ass, I'll be afraid I'll remove you from your post and make you come brush the toilet for me. Li Chengqian sniffed and even called out, Injustice. There must be a reason why I'm saying this. Feng Hua was amused by Li Chengqian's living treasure look and asked curiously, Tell me, what exactly is your basis for recommending a Fey beast to accomplish a task that 4 top-tier beast kings couldn't even accomplish? After saying that, he added with a smile, If that doesn't make sense, don't go brush the toilet for Xiao Dong. I'll give you a promotion and go brush the toilet for me in Shangjing. When Li Chengqian heard this, his face showed bitterness and he had to say honestly, Actually, I don't have anything too strong. The only reason is that Tiger One it is just too easy to perform miracles. Chun Ziang recalled the scene when Hu Yi brought Martial Tiger to act out the scene, causing the elf prime minister to return to Shaoxing Enling extremely quickly, and he could not help but nod in agreement. That's right. Tiger One it is very different indeed. Feng Hua pondered for a moment and said indifferently, Go on. Li Chengqian organized his words and began to recall Hu Yi's distinctiveness. First of all, there's the fact that it's smart. Just like what Chen Ziang had reported earlier, it had thought of the plan to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf almost the instant it learned of the short-faced bear beast emperor's invasion of Changbai Mountain, the mandrill's subordination to the mysterious heavenly pool beast emperor, and the mandrill's advancement to the beast emperor realm. Its intelligence was far above that of many beast kings. Secondly, its personality tends to be human and not too animalistic. As you know, the two leaders, the few beast kings in our NSA, even the best-tempered and highly intelligent Southwest Elephant King Bai Yun, as well as the Southbird King Xiao Lai, have all been in situations where they fought to the point of insanity and forgetfulness. Fang Hua and Dong Zhaoxing looked at each other and nodded in unison. But as far as I know, this problem has not arisen in Tiger One. It seems to be just as capable of thinking calmly and dispassionately as a human being who is not controlled by his own wild nature. Li Chengqian's words caused Fang Hua and Dong Zhaoxing to think deeply. Is there more? Dong Zhaoxing asked. Li Chengqian thought about it, and suddenly had a flash of light and said with a hint of surprise in his eyes, "Do you guys remember how many beast kings who Yiguang has killed since we all recorded?" The people in the audience froze. Chun Ziang hurriedly opened the laptop in front of him and cast all the information onto the screen. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after reading it. This kill record was second only to the Yin Yang messenger. In the middle of the Little Hingon Ridge, the elf chancellor once again fought his way to his feet and charged the short-faced bear in a fit of righteousness. The short-faced bear was overcome by this indomitable spirit of the elf prime minister, who swore to protect his master. After knocking it away again, the short-faced bear spoke. "You're a nice little monkey. Follow me from now on." The elf chancellor staggered to his feet and hurled the large tree hidden in his hand violently at the short-faced bear. It doesn't work. When the short-faced bear saw the big tree flying, he didn't even bother to dodge it and met it. Bang! The large tree struck the short-faced bear's shoulder, only causing the short-faced bear's advancing steps to stall slightly, not even leaving a mark. The elf prime minister was not discouraged, and once again used the snuff ingestion technique. The short-faced bear only wobbled slightly this time before restabilizing its form, and then slapped the elf prime minister under his feet. Now you beast clans, just like those demon clans that betrayed the beast clans back then, only know how to learn those fancy things, and don't even understand what is the most basic and important for the beast clans. Then, with a slight force from its forepaw, the elf prime minister lay on the ground and cried out in pain and sorrow. With just this one hit, the ribs in its chest, almost all of them broke open. The eagle messenger had tears in his eyes when he saw the miserable state of the elf prime minister. However, with its strength, it couldn't even deal with the ripper in front of it who was madly abusing the Chongbai mountain fey beasts, let alone deal with the short-faced bear, a beast emperor with such terrifying strength. The elf prime minister's consciousness at the moment was already a bit blurry. The desire to survive kept telling it that there was no shame in changing the flag in order to stay alive. But when it thought of when it was a child, when its father was killed by a challenger, and when it was driven to the sky pool by the new clan chief and almost drowned, it was incomparably grateful to the sky pool beast emperor who had rescued it out of the water and given it the energy for it to mutate. Vow not to surrender. Immediately afterward, it felt the skin and flesh on its right leg being torn apart and cut by a terrifying force. This is, I think, what it feels like to be eaten. The elf prime minister couldn't help but let out a wail of despair in his heart. But to its surprise, right after it screamed miserably, the short-faced bear beast emperor, surprisingly, let out a roar that was even louder than it was, and furious to the extreme. It endeavored to look towards its injured leg, not realizing that the wound on its leg was not caused by the short-faced bear beast emperor. That's the Flying Tiger. Chapter 88, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves version 2.0. Oh my god. Is that the legendary beast? It's practically taller than my family's building. Have some insight, okay? An ordinary foreign beast. How could it be this big? This is clearly a Beast King level foreign beast. Che, there's no point in having insight. Go knock that ugly bear down if you can. That ugly bear and the bears are from a foreign country, aren't they? Support the big pony monkeys. You quickly save it, your big horse monkey. Are about to be open to let others eat monkey brain. My family is in G province, and the community has just given us an emergency notice to follow the staff and move to a safe territory. It's good to be able to run in time. Didn't you hear that rice fell to a state 2 days ago, and the survival rate is less than half? And the star on the rice flag, will it be missing one? Ugh. They're all humans, why bother? Heh. Chaos kills the virgin first. Stop your bickering and look. Did a tiger appear there? It's the Northeast Tiger King Tiger 1. I followed its live account, and it's on live over there right now too. Host eats Mandrill Beast Emperor. Rewarded with evolution points. 2,100. Who did not know when he had rushed to Little Xinganling, took advantage of the 2 Beast Emperor level beasts being in a sound battle, and even had the audacity to join the fray. Seeing that the elf prime minister was completely at a disadvantage and was in a precarious position, Hui instantly came into the spirit, only to see that he first summoned the flying bear doppelganger and quickly merged with it. He then quietly came to the elf prime minister's right leg, unleashed the kiss of death, piled up his bite power to 54,000 points, and took a bite out of a piece of flesh and blood. A full 2,100 evolution points instantly allowed Hui to gather the attribute points to enter the Beast King level. Except that he could never, ever evolve right now. Once evolution is turned on, it will be difficult to act on your own. Facing two Beast Emperors in full fury, doing so by himself would be looking for death. After Hui got the Prime Minister's first eat reward, he didn't greedily try to sneak up on the short-faced bear Beast Emperor again. He just took a quick read of the two beasts' data before spreading his legs and running towards the heavenly pool. Name, Elf Chancellor. Race, Mandrill Beast Emperor. Strength, 10,586. Speed, 9,522. Endurance, 10,143. Defense, 11,112. Mental power, 3,620,000. Talent, Ghost Ritual Divine. Special skills, Snuff Ingestion Subdivine level, Invulnerability to all magic subdivine level, Stick Proficiency subdivine level. The Elf Prime Minister's attributes almost doubled when he became the Queen of Beasts. This point Hui is psychologically prepared. After all, the system has told him that unlocking the gene lock mutation is just an initial. It is when a creature crosses the two life levels of Beast King and Beast Emperor that it is considered a particularly large leap. However, the Elf Prime Minister's natural talent was really good as well, possessing a god-level talent. So when raising the realm, not only did the attributes double, even the two skills were upgraded along with it. If it only had advanced talents like General Leopard and Counselor Fox, not to mention doubling its attributes, it would be heavenly difficult to cross over to the Beast Emperor level. Name none. Race, short-faced bear new generation Beast Emperor. Strength, 38,053. Speed, 29,756. Endurance, 37,543. Defense, 39,000. Seeing the short-faced bear's speed that was as high as nearly 30,000 points, Hui did not hesitate and instantly put the 2,000 evolution points that he had just obtained into the Wind and Thunder Twin Wings. Wind and Thunder Wings 3rd level 3,000 4,000. When flying, speed is 3,000 plus own speed own weight. In other words, Hui's flight speed at this time could reach 7,500 points. The effective weight on Hui was extremely small. After all, he had mastered the divine skill of Rui Rui, which allowed him to change his body type at will. At this moment, Hui turned into the size of a tiger cub and kept walking through the woods. Though in doing so, he couldn't go full speed. However, for the short-faced bear behind him in this terrain environment, that nearly 30,000 speed attribute was even more difficult to fully utilize. Often it was hard to catch up to Hui's ass, and when he slapped his palm over, he only slapped down a piece of tree, but Hui was unharmed. Seeing the direction in which the duo was moving, the eagle messenger's face was startled, and he hurriedly let out a loud eagle cry. The screams reached the sky pool, but caused no change. Just inexplicably, the entire atmosphere of the heavenly pond became austere. Seeing that his life was not in danger for the time being, Hui curiously asked in his mind, "System, how come you didn't detect the talent and skills of this short-faced bear Beast Emperor?" Ancient beasts of the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, and Paleozoic eras, such as the short-faced bears, are primarily concerned with developing the potential of their physical bodies and hardly ever master special talents and skills. Hui came to a realization. No wonder the short-faced bear had just said something strange when he restrained the elf prime minister. So here's why. A few kilometers behind Hui Wang, along with Mao Fanshu and Chu Chen, are riding in a helicopter, broadcasting the entire live broadcast of Hui's heroic performance. Mao Fanshu covered her cherry mouth in surprise and said incredulously, "Oh my! Tiger One lured away that short-faced bear and saved that mandrill." Wang asked in a cooperative manner, Shu, why do you think Tiger One did this?" Mufanshu said almost without thinking, "Rumor has it that in the heavenly pool of Changbai Mountain, there is an existence that is even more terrifying than the short-faced bear Beast Emperor. When Tiger One did this, he must have wanted to lure the short-faced bear Beast Emperor to the heavenly pool so that these two Beast Emperors could fight." Wang said in mock alarm, "What? How is Tiger One going to come back then? Mao Fanshu's eyes were red and he choked. Tiger One is definitely ready to make sacrifices this go around, to do his best to preserve the comfort of our Daxia people. I'm getting tears in my eyes. Tomorrow I'll buy a plane ticket to fly to G Province and buy 5 big fat pigs for Tiger One to beat his teeth into. Canopy brand slithering pigs. You deserve it. What time is it? And you still have the heart to advertise? That's right. Suggest feeding him to Tiger One as a snack. Excessive are upstairs. N will revenge you are. How can let the Tiger One eat garbage? With Yi Wang and Mao Fanshu singing in unison, the number of viewers cheering for Hu Yi in the live broadcast room increased, and Hu Yi's popularity value began to soar. Even Feng Hua and the others sitting in the command room at this moment also had the situation of Hu Yi's live broadcast on the display, not daring to relax at all. After a long time, Feng Hua slammed his head. No, we can't let Tiger One, by himself, be responsible for the outcome of the entire battle. Dong Zhaoxing. Here. Dong Zhaoxing immediately got up and stood by. The foreign beasts of the Changbai Mountains are pretty much dead. If they all die out, the Bear Clan will inevitably put all of their attention on us and we will definitely be even more passive at that time. I command. All the men of the Special Action Group are mobilized to immediately purge all the Bear Clan. I will notify the troops and try to support you by long-range means. I ask only one thing. All the Bear Clan that this short-faced bear has brought with him must be removed. Yes. Dong Zhaoxing and everyone else present rose and answered, then left the command room. It wasn't long before Hu Yi finally arrived at the edge of the heavenly pool after dodging the short-faced bear's attack once again. But right now, he was flawless to view the stunning place that he hadn't reached in 2 lifetimes. Because around the heavenly pond, there can be no more cover. Hu Yi clenched his teeth and his speed exploded to the extreme, almost straightly transforming into a meteor that smashed into the middle of the heavenly pool. Behind him, the short-faced bear, who had been teased with even a flip, raged after him. Almost without thinking, it charged in Hu Yi's direction. A tiger and a bear, one in front of the other, less than 2 breaths apart, rushed into the heavenly pool in unison. Right at the same time, with the heavenly pond as the center, a thick fog once again erupted in the Changbai Mountains. Both the military satellites and Hu Yi's live broadcast have lost Hu Yi's picture. The crowd could only look at the direction of Tianqi with fear and silently pray for Hu Yi. However, what they didn't know was that not long after they couldn't see the image of the heavenly pool, Hu Yi drilled out of the heavenly pool headfirst with a piece of meat in his mouth. He looked towards the calm water and associated it with the scene he had just seen underwater, and an irrepressible look of fear appeared on his face. Chapter 89 Cleaning Up the Bear Clan. Just now, the moment he entered the heavenly pond, Hu Yi used the water avoidance technique and directly found a piece of concealment nearby to hide. The most dangerous place to be is the safest place to be, and the short-faced bear would certainly not be looking for himself close to the shore when he entered the water. But even though he had hidden his figure so quickly, he still felt a palpitation. Immediately afterward, underneath the murky waters, a terrifying claw suddenly grabbed at him. Its speed was so fast and intimidating that not only was Hu Yi unable to dodge it, he did not even have the slightest thought of dodging. No, it's dare not have. Luckily, at the moment when the giant claws were about to grab Hu Yi, the short-faced bear beast emperor appeared and happened to appear in front of Hu Yi. The giant claw paused, as if the owner behind it had not anticipated this turn of events. However, in the next second, the giant claw went with the same momentum and directly gripped the body of the short-faced bear beast emperor. The short-faced bear's body of more than 10 meters long, that mysterious giant claw easily covered most of its body with a single grip. This was definitely not the size that a beast emperor-level foreign beast could possess. Hu Yi's mind was in the midst of this speculation, and the short-faced bear beast emperor's mind similarly rose with this thought. But no matter how much it struggled, how the muscles beneath its fur gnarled up in layers, the giant claws didn't loosen in the slightest. Hu Yi's brain awoke from the chaos, and seeing that the short-faced bear beast emperor was in danger, his guts grew once again. He first maxed out his 1,500-point strength attribute, and in doing so, combined with the merged flying bear doppelganger and the subdivine skill Death's Kiss, the biting force reached a staggering 81,000 points. He then bit off a piece of meat from the short-faced bear beast emperor's body before fleeing the place without stopping. It was not that he was too timid to take a bite of that giant claw. It was really the attributes that the giant claw possessed that were too terrifying for Hu Yi to even read. In this situation, Even if Hu Yi's bite force was terrifying, it might be difficult to break through the giant claw's defense. What's more, angering such an existence was simply an act of death. After Hu Yi left the water, he hoofed it towards the mountain tops surrounding the heavenly pond. And as he ran, he took the meat of the short-faced bear beast emperor in his mouth and devoured it. Host consumes short-faced bear new generation beast emperor, rewarded with evolution points, 2000, strength attribute, 450, speed attribute, 150, stamina attribute, 300, defense attribute, 300. Hu Yi froze when he heard the system prompt, and after finding a hidden position to hide, he quickly asked in his mind, "System, what's the situation? Why are the evolution points rewarded for eating the short-faced bear less than those rewarded when eating the elf chancellor?" With the physique of this prehistoric creature, it is almost impossible to provide the host with the energy to freely choose attribute values, so the system can only reward the host, the lowest evolution point reward of the realm the creature is in. However, prehistoric creatures have extremely strong physiques, and after consuming them, the host will have a certain degree of direct increase in their attributes, but the exact increase will depend on the creature's own attribute status, as well as the host's own attribute status. Hu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but that's not a bad boost, and the bits and pieces add up to what amounts to a 3,200 point bonus to yourself. As for the part of strength and speed that exceeded the upper limit, it was temporarily deducted by the system. The system gave a hint after the attributes that these extra rewards would be added back on when one entered the next realm. Boo! Snap! Just then, a wave several meters high shot up from the center of the heavenly pond, as if something was about to break through the water. However, in the next second, with the silhouettes of the four great beasts, namely the Harvest, the Kuanpang, the Phoenix, and the Kirin manifesting in the four directions, the water surface regained its calmness. Immediately afterward, a roar that was unwilling to the extreme resounded throughout the entire heavenly pool. Hu Yi's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the voice. "This is Dragon Song. My God, this side of the world, there really are dragons." However, it looked like it should be restricted by some unknown seal that prevented it from leaving the waters of the heavenly pool. In this way, Hu Yi's heart was slightly at ease. Such a terrifying existence, if it really appeared in the world, there was a great possibility that it would be a misfortune rather than a blessing. Gathering up his emotions, Hu Yi used his evolution points and filled up all of his attribute points, and then stepped out of the thick fog range. Right now, it was not the time to enter the Beast King realm by oneself. The Elf Prime Minister is seriously injured at the moment and is unable to participate in the battle. The Bear Clan was still invincible with the Terror, a top Beast King. He had to hurry over there and take it down in plain sight. After all, his popularity value, although it had gone through a surge, was still short of the 100,000 mark. In the middle of the Changbai mountain range, seeing a large number of human evolvers entering the forest, the Eagle Messenger was worried that they would go on a killing spree, so he led the great remnants of the alien beasts of Changbai Mountain, carried the fainted elf prime minister, and evacuated toward the Tianqi. They could, for now, only place all their hopes on the powerful beast Emperor Lord. On the other hand, the humans tacitly did not attack the Changbai mountain beasts, but instead took advantage of the fact that the bear tribe put most of their energy on the Changbai mountain beasts to gradually eat up the bear tribe. Xian and Li Chengqian, Fang Yong and Chen Ziang worked in tandem, one attacking and the other assisting, rapidly harvesting the lives of the bear fey beasts. Seeing that Fang Yong once again took an axe and chopped away the head of a fey-class polar bear, Li Chengqian couldn't help but skim his lips and said, "Humph. This mangaka is really bloody and violent." Xian lightly stabbed his sword through the eyes of a fey-class black bear. Not only did he perform an eye operation on the other side, but he also brought out its blood and brain matter. Li Chengqian looked at a burst of revulsion and cursed under his breath. "You fake scholar and hypocrite. Can you strike without being so brown?" Xian gave him a blank look and charged at his next target on his own. Li Chengqian just wanted to follow up. The afterglow suddenly glimpsed the people coming behind him, and he quickly stopped his steps, smiling playfully and went forward. "Hey, team leader, I heard you became a level 4 evolutionary?" Dong Zhaoxing gave him a blank look and denied it. "Are you kidding me? Within the entire world, aside from those two people from the rice and woolly bear countries, where else has anyone entered the 4th level?" "But..." Li Chengqian wanted to ask something else, but Xian's anxious voice suddenly came to his ears. "Not good. Chengqian, run. This brown bear has evolved." This brown bear was the next target that Xian had just selected. Xie never expected that this brown bear, who clearly could not defeat himself and was about to be decapitated, would even make a breakthrough in the battlefield. The terrifying attributes of a Beast King level existence, even if it was a beginner Beast King, was by no means something that a level 3 evolutionary like him could deal with. Plus Li Chengqian can't either. Li Chengqian turned around to see a huge brown bear, which was letting out an angry roar, charging towards him. Holy hypocrite, you big puddle of... Li Chengqian cursed while his face turned pale with fear. He just wanted to turn around and escape, but he didn't realize that a silver light suddenly appeared in front of him, almost blinding him. A silver lance, directly sidestepping his head, violently stabbed at the newly promoted Brown Bear King's throat. Cold dawns arrive, blood flowers come out. The silver spear pierced through the neck of the newly crowned Brown Bear King, making him a strong contender for the title of shortest surviving Beast King. Li Chengqian stared blankly at Dong Zhaoxing as he shook off the blood stains, retrieved his silver spear, and looked at himself with an unfavorable look in his eyes, saying faintly, "You didn't see anything just now, did you?" Chapter 90 The Strange Northern Dog King. That? Xian, you damned, next time the sword light a little more moderate. I just now my eyes shook blind. Li Chengqian swallowed his saliva repeatedly and ran in a lurch in Xian's direction. Sure enough, under this sky, apart from God, only the group leader, a pervert, could overpower himself. The Daxia 4 Jie's offense was not bad, but the evolvers in the back, their performance was average. Often it would take 7 or 8 people to deal with a bear fey beast, not to mention the need to work with the hot weapons of the Daxia army in the rear to make it work. If the Changbai mountain fey beasts were to withdraw completely, with Daxia's current strength, it would definitely not be able to stop the pace of the bear clan's attack. Although Manhwa was not an evolutionary, the experienced and quick to be cautious, he had long since discovered the situation. He hastily ordered that the Western Bear King Yin Yang Messenger, the Southern Sparrow King Xiao Lai, and the nearest Northern Dog King SMU Li should come at a rapid pace to deal with the bear clan that might counterattack at any time. 2 hours later, the second in command of the Daxia military, Daxia 3, had personally flown over from Shangjing to supervise the battle. Arriving at almost the same time as him was Smuri, the king of the Northern Dogs, and his master, Quonahai. And Smuri, too, was the first Beast King to come to Changbai Mountain for support. Among the Beast Kings that the Great Xia had divided up, except for Hu Yi, each of them were Beast King-level powerhouses. As one of the first batch of evolved Fey beasts, Smuri's natural talent was not bad, and at this moment, he had also reached the late stage of the Beast King level, and it was difficult to have an enemy in the same realm. Seemingly sensing the appearance of a powerful opponent behind him, the Ripper stopped its pursuit for the first time and looked back at Smuri. Seeing that the other party was just a dog, it couldn't help but show contempt. Among the foreign beasts, while realm was certainly an important measure of strength, race was likewise a factor that could not be ignored. As the top predator in the food chain, how could the bear clan be afraid of a canine creature that was willing to become a human pet in the same realm? It gave a low growl to a mid-stage Fey beast bear king not far behind it, then turned around and continued to chase the Changbai Mountain Fey beast group away. The bear king got his orders and turned his head, looking viciously at Smuri. Smuri didn't shy away from the battle in the slightest, opening his mouth and barking several times in a row, as if he was sending a provocation to the bear king. The bear king was furious and charged in the direction of Smuri. Not to be outdone, Smuri directly met the bear king and engaged him in the most primitive and bloodiest form of combat. Meat wrestling. The two beasts battled together, constantly pouncing and biting, almost fighting to a draw. After all, the bear king possessed a racial advantage, and even if he was slightly inferior to Smuri in terms of realm, his own attributes, however, were on par with Smuri's. In the rear, seeing the scene of the battle in Smuri, number 3 side, if this king of the northern dogs is a human, then it must be a valiant warrior. Fang Hua, however, shook his head. Bravery is real, and so is brainlessness. Why bother with physical combat when you can obviously win easily? As soon as the words fell, a streak of blood light violently surfaced on Smuri's body, like a vicious dog crawling out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in hell. That terrifying, sinister aura. Even the Beast King-level polar bear in front of him couldn't help but feel a chill and retreat. But Smuri, how could he let it go so easily? Only to see it instantly transform into a flash of golden streams of light under its 4 paws running, and pounce straight at the back of the bear king. The bear king's body tightened, and he hastily unleashed his powers, sacrificing all of his endurance and piling it on top of his defense. However, even though its defense value at the moment, which was already upwards of 5,000 points, was still as good as nothing. When Smuri's canines closed, they directly and easily bit through its flesh, its windpipe, and even more nearly broke its spine. The Bear King's eyes widened as he lay on the ground, letting out an agonizing scream. But what was even more bizarre was that Smuri, who was standing on the sidelines, chose neither to bite it to death nor to leave. Instead, he just stomped on its body, listening with a look of enjoyment to the mournful wail of his prey before he died. Up ahead, the Ripper, who heard the Bear King's screams, froze. It really didn't understand how a rather ordinary-looking mastiff could defeat a great polar bear. However, for whatever reason, the Bear Clan cannot be insulted, only to see it violently let out a roar that resonated through the clouds, and then it stopped its pursuit to violently reverse itself and pounce straight at Smuri. Seeing the return of the Ripper, a look of gravity appeared in Smuri's eyes. But more than anything else, it was the uncontrollable implication of madness. Only to see it violently lower its head and bite at the mouth and nose of the Bear King underneath it, directly smothering it alive. The Ripper's anger increased at the sight of this, and his entire forelimb showed a mechanical flash of silver, which made it look very powerful. Smuri met it without fear, and the two beasts quickly wrestled. But in just a few short breaths of effort, the color of madness in Smulia's eyes instantly faded and changed into a thick fear. The Ripper is so powerful. It's almost too powerful. After only one round of engagement, its claws raked at Smuri's back, nearly tearing Smuri in half alive. If it wasn't for Smuri's body, once again surfacing with that golden light, I'm afraid it would have become two halves of a corpse at this moment. The Ripper wasn't angry when the blow didn't work, but swung his claws forward again. This time, the Ripper's attack was so fast that the stunned Smuri was unable to dodge it. Just at this critical juncture, Elder Guanahai was in a hurry. Not caring about the fact that he was merely a level 1 evolutionary, he darted to the Ripper's side, trying to block the blow for Smuri. Seeing that his master was about to die at the hands of a bear, Smuri's eyes turned red and a strange power violently erupted from his body, only to see it lunge forward, jumping directly in front of Guanahai, and then using its own head, it met the strike. Bam! A loud bang rang out from Smully's head. Then he saw Smuri's body, as if it were a broken sack, being sent flying by the Ripper's bare paw. This palm was more than 1,000 pounds. It's a good thing that dogs, like wolves, are brass heads, iron brains, and tofu waists. Together with the protection of that weird force, this kept Smuri from having his head blown off by the Ripper. But even if it managed to escape with its life, at this moment it was lying motionless on the ground, fainting. The Ripper had the intention to make up for the last blow, when he suddenly felt the wind behind him and a murderous aura coming, and hastily turned back to slap it. Seeing it turn back, the sneak attacker didn't go strong, and simply flapped his wings, dodging the blow and standing in front of Smuri. "Tiger 1, you're here," Li Chengqian shouted excitedly when he saw the visitor. "That's right, the visitor is exactly for the popularity value. Pooh-pooh. It is for justice to rush to Hui." He looked at the Ripper with a stony expression, not daring to make a move for a moment. This was because the Ripper state at the moment was the same as the elf prime minister he had first seen, a top beast king who was about to step into the beast emperor class. Chapter 91, Pressing the Bear King. The Great War begins. Name: Ripper. Race: Polar Bear Beast Emperor. Strength: 6,500 full. Speed: 4,800 full. Endurance: 5,400 full. Defense: 6,600 full. Mental: 13,000, 15,000. Talents: Iron Forearms Sub-Divine, Ice Fields Overlord Sub-Divine. Special Skills: Inquisitive Tier Sub-Divine, Gilded Battle Body Sub-Divine, Bear King's Fury Top. The Ripper was worthy of being an early mutant beast powerhouse. Double Sub-Divine level talent. Looking at all the people and animals that Hui had encountered, it was also among the top of the list. If it had 2 Sub-Divine level talents when it stepped into the Beast Emperor level and evolved into a Divine level talent by chance, it would even be in an unrivaled position, looking down on the world's living beings. Unable to endure the anger in his heart, the Ripper took the lead in launching an attack at Hui. Hui did not dare to be careless at all, and hurriedly summoned out the White Tiger Doppelganger and the Porchi Doppelganger, and with the help of the 4-Spirit Space Formation, he further narrowed down the difference in battle power between the two sides. It was worth mentioning that as Hui entered the Fey level, the strength of the White Tiger's Doppelganger had similarly risen, Not only had he mastered 2 more new white tiger skills, but the skill he had originally mastered, the 4 spirit space, had also increased in power by a considerable amount. For spirit space subdivine level, using 4 foreign beasts as the eyes of the formation, a powerful formation is formed to form a closed space, which can suppress the strength of the enemies in the space to a certain extent. Current spatial effect Fey level formation I. The target's full attributes are reduced by 20%, and the 4 spirit beasts in the formation, their full attributes are increased by 30%. Not only the literal data, the range and toughness of the 4 spirit space, these hidden attributes, have all increased to different degrees. With the help of the 4 spirit space, as well as the addition of the flying bear doppelganger, Hu Yi's attributes finally had the power to fight with the Ripper. Name Hu Yi. Strength 3,510. Speed 5,400. Endurance 3,510. Defense 3,510. Name Ripper. Strength 5,200. Speed 3,840. Endurance 4,320. Defense 5,280. With his excellent speed and agility, coupled with the wind and thunder wings as a cheat, Hu Yi moved up and down, flipped from side to side, and froze without letting the terror with terrifying strength touch him for a moment. The Ripper was angered by Hu Yi's fly-style fighting method, only to see it swinging its palm violently. The ice power at the tip of its claw instantly condensed, turning into 5 sharp ice blades rushing straight towards Hu Yi's body. The Ripper's sudden means of long-range attack was indeed somewhat out of Hu Yi's expectations. However, after reaching the alien beast level, Hu Yi's means could be described as endless, and he did not panic in the slightest. Just as the ice blades were on their way to fly, a golden claw violently appeared above the void, directly shattering these ice blades with a single claw, and immediately afterward, it went straight towards the Ripper. The Ripper was somewhat disbelieving, and after smacking Hu Yi's golden claw technique away, he raised his forepaw and swung it repeatedly. In an instant, densely packed ice blades quickly appeared in front of the Ripper's body, forming 5 ice-made blade walls, which then surrounded Hu Yi in all directions. Hu Yi smiled contemptuously and unleashed the golden claw technique once again, directly grasping and shattering 3 ice blade walls. The remaining 2 walls of ice blades, on the other hand, were scratched to pieces by the golden claw technique cast by the white tiger's doppelganger. After Hu Yi entered the Fey level and mastered the golden claw technique and soul armor, which were energy and soul attribute skills, he then turned on the mental power attribute. In this way, when Hu Yi executed one chi transforms 3 tigers, the 3 main doppelgangers would likewise possess the spiritual power attribute. Unlike the spiritual power of the poor chi doppelganger and the flying bear doppelganger, it had the same attributes as the spiritual power of Hu Yi's main body. The white tiger doppelganger's mental power attribute was twice that of Hu Yi's main body. As for the spiritual power attribute, although it represented the amount of spiritual power a creature had, it also reflected the strength of a creature's spirit and soul. The higher the upper limit, the higher the intensity. In other words, the spiritual attack means executed by the white tiger's doppelganger had more than double the attack power of Hu Yi's main body. As it was now, the golden claw technique cast by the white tiger's doppelganger went straight for the Ripper's chest after it easily scratched the 2 walls of ice blades. The Ripper was up to its old tricks, trying to shatter the golden claw with a forelimb that could be described as steeled. However, he did not expect that after the slap was drawn over. Not only did the golden claw not shatter, but instead, he himself was also knocked back by the force of this recoil, knocking back a full 3 steps. Strange shame. The Ripper angrily swung out his forepaw with all his might, which barely managed to shatter the golden claw technique cast by the white tiger's doppelganger. However, in the next second, in front of the white tiger split, a golden claw shadow once again appeared, steering Hu Yi to continue charging at the Ripper. A tiger and a claw, a left and a right, both acted extremely swiftly, causing the Ripper to be exhausted for a moment. All of a sudden, the cloud of defeat and death hung over the Ripper. In shock and anger, the Ripper couldn't help but let out a slightly mournful roar. All bears. Kill every living thing you can see in front of you. The Bear King's wrath was instantly unleashed. All the Bear Clan responded with long roars one after another, their battle intent soaring as they rushed towards the humans. No. 3 and Manhwa looked grave as they hurriedly gave the order to attack. They can't back out, because behind them is home. The evolvers from the Daxia State Security Bureau and the army swarmed up to the bears' bloody mouths and charged. However, due to the fact that the gap in numbers between the two sides was really limited, they couldn't just do what they did just now, where 7 or 8 people easily wrapped around a fey beast, and then slowly consumed their opponents. They had no choice but to play for their lives. 2 or 3 evolvers improvised together in a desperate attempt to stop a fey-class bear clan. Even though every second someone was seriously injured or even died, still not a single deserter appeared. The real crisis, however, is yet to come. Against these beast-level bear clans, the Great Summer Evolvers and the army's thermal weapons could still barely make it. However, the 8 Beast King-level bear clans that had yet to enter the battle had left Daxia really a bit overwhelmed. The Yinyang Messenger and Xiao Lai, who had been urgently deployed for support, were still quite a distance away from this place. Of the level 4 evolvers present, only Dong Zhaoxing was the only one who had barely managed to block a primary black bear beast king. Fang Yong was brazen, but he was on the verge of breaking through into a level 4 evolutionary, but he could only grit his teeth and hold out against the other primary bear king. The remaining 6 bear kings, under the command of the Ripper, went straight for the 4 spirit space. With such a crisis, even if number 3 and Manhwa weren't evolvers, they could still see that it wasn't good. Not good. If we let these bears join the battle between Tiger 1 and the Rippers, I'm afraid Tiger 1 will fall quickly, number 3 said with some anxiety. How could Manhwa not know this? But at this moment, they really couldn't take a bit of battle power in their hands to support Hui. Number 3 clenched his teeth and clapped his hands together. Get the 3rd Tank Brigade assembled. I'll lead it myself. This. Manhwa hurriedly stopped number 3 and said anxiously, I say, can you stop adding to the chaos? Tanks are no different from bigger toys in front of a Beast King level bear clan. Okay? Number 3's tiger eyes rounded and said as he pushed Manhwa away, the old man doesn't care. The blood of my old son's great-grandfather was spilled on the Taihang Mountains. The blood of my old grandpa, spilled in kimchi country. Now it's my turn. If I can't hold the land behind me to stay alive, I have no face to see my ancestors. Chapter 92. The 8 parties invite war, and the tiger herd comes to the rescue. Just at this critical moment, a loud noise came from outside the military blockade. Stand still. This is a military blockade, you can't go in. A small warrior said with a wary look on his face as he held the submachine gun in his hand in a death grip. It wasn't that he was being cautious, it was that he could sense that each of the group of visitors was unusual. There were several people just now, the same as his squad leader who had been abruptly jerked away 2 days ago, who took a step of 7 or 8 meters and jumped 3 or 4 feet at a time, which was truly amazing. It was obvious that they were all evolved. We all know this is a lockdown zone. Not that we wouldn't have come yet. That's right. We all saw it in the live broadcast of King of the Northeast Tigers. Tiger 1, that group of blind bears that came over from the Maoist side, ran over to bully us in Daxia and spoiled them. If we can't deal with the big ones, we can deal with the little ones. Report. My name is Zhang Jie. I'm a member of the former Daxia Force, a special operations brigade in the Northeast Theater, a level 2 evolutionary, requesting to return to the team for battle. Is there a leader here? Let us go in. All the members of the 3 northeastern provinces in our evolver group are heading here. In just a few minutes, dozens of evolvers converged outside the defense line, and people were joining in all the time. Number 3 and Manhwa were greatly touched. At this moment, there was no fear, no excitement on the faces of this group of people, only the determination to look at death as if they were at home. The people in this black land are fearful, Manhwa muttered. Number 3 gave him a blank, disgruntled look. If you don't know how to use words, don't use them indiscriminately. Okay? What's wrong with Northeast? Back then, my grandfather, who had the honor of leading a company of the old first column of the 38th Army, was all from the Northeast. It's tragic. A battle that didn't even result in a whole corpse. But they, not one of them, stepped back. They are not fearful. They are honorable. Manhwa nodded and apologized. It was my slip of the tongue. But what do we do now? We can't really let the people on, can we? Of course. Number 3 stopped in mid-sentence and swallowed the word. No. In this kind of battle against mutant beasts, the role of one evolved person can often outweigh that of hundreds or thousands of ordinary soldiers. If they were denied participation in the war, should we really let the situation expand and sit back and watch the bear fey beasts storm the human living areas? By the time this group of evolvers entered the battle again, how could a group of scattered soldiers deal with the powerful hundreds of bear fey? Just as the duo were getting tangled up, the sound of a sharp horn suddenly came from outside once again. I'm Chu Qian Qian. a member of the National Security Bureau's Special Action Team. I'm on official business and need to take these 2 trailers into battle. After checking the documents for accuracy, the young soldier then wanted to check the container in the back of the large trailer. Let her in. Inside the defense line, Manhwa gave an order and Chief 3 nodded, and the warriors hurriedly moved the barricade out of the way. Chu Qian stepped on the car window and watched the live streaming screen as Hu Yi and his 2 doppelgangers had to tangle with the 7 Beast King, and couldn't help but feel anxious. As the car passed Manhwa, Chu Qian said decisively, "Keep driving, drive forward. Quick." Then he apologized to Manhwa through the car window. "Chief, I'm sorry, but I need to go straight to support the battlefield." Manhwa froze, then laughed brightly and said, "Go on, be safe." 3 asked, frowning at the sight, "You just let a little girl into the fray?" "Little girl?" Manhwa smiled mysteriously and said to number 3, "What if this little girl possesses the natural talent of the 4 great Xia masters?" Number 3 stood stunned and watched the big trailer go away. On the battlefield, the white tiger doppelganger seized the opportunity to maneuver his golden claws and pressed a notably strong polar bear intermediate beast king to death. Hu Yi's main body seized the opportunity to follow closely behind, and with the kiss of death, snapped its neck with a bite. But it was such a short few seconds that the Ripper came flying from the distance, and his 2 front palms viciously grabbed onto Hu Yi's body. It wanted to tear Hu Yi in half. Fortunately, now that the 2 beasts were in the 4-spirit space, its strength was suppressed and it simply couldn't do this. Hu Yi suffered pain, but was rarely provoked into ferocity, not fleeing but advancing, and biting down on the Ripper's forepaw. Click to eat. Since Hu Yi possessed the divine skill of abyssal mouth, he felt the pain in his teeth for the first time. The front claws of this Ripper are simply more exaggerated than steel. You should know that his bite power, that he had bitten off even Beast Emperor's meat. On the contrary, the expression on Ripper's face at that moment was equally wonderful. It didn't anticipate at all that it would be injured with its own front paw. It only broke a little bit of skin, but it was enough to surprise it. It was important to realize that ever since it had stepped into that circle of light a few years ago, its own front paw, it had never been injured. Iron forearms subdivine. Upon activating the talent, the arms are steel, increasing defense by 2000% and providing complete defense against top-tier and below-tier energy form attacks. Hu Yi took advantage of its daze and hurriedly lowered his head to tear off a piece of the Bear King's meat before quickly running away. It wasn't that he saw the rewards and wanted the evolution points for his life, it was just that the Rippers were too strong for him. In order to prevent the damage that the Rippers might inflict on him in the upcoming battle, he had to set aside enough evolution points to support the system's recovery function. Assholes, when that weakling from the main body enters the Beast King level, I can kill all of you by myself. On one side, the poor man's detachment was pounced on by a brown bear Beast King. Luckily, with the help of the newly awakened poor man's skill, he barely dodged a bullet. Endless killing intent subdivine feeds on the endless evil thoughts of the heart to nourish the body of a ferocious beast. It can increase one's battle power according to the degree of killing intent in one's heart. Judging by its current state, it's almost grown by about 40% and is in a rage state. On top of that, there are the 2 levels of immortality and fish death, which cannot be reached easily. And the attributes of the poor man's doppelganger were originally 120% of Hu Yi's attributes. By raising it by another 40%, its 4-dimensional attributes reached a staggering 2,520 points. This attribute, when placed in the Bear Clan, it was also a top powerhouse in the primary Beast King realm. But helplessly, the opponent it was facing at this moment was a genuine intermediate Beast King. On the other side, the White Tiger's doppelganger was similarly not doing well. Not only did it have to manipulate the formation and control the entire situation, but it also had to resist and dodge the attacks of the other Beast Kings of the Bear Clan from time to time. The huge wounds on its hind legs were proof enough of the crisis it was facing at the moment. After Hu Yi's main body dodged 2 consecutive lunges, he was once again slapped to the ground by the Ripper. Looking at the battle around him, Hu Yi knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Scarface, it's time to atone for your past. Sacrifice your... Before Hu Yi could finish his sentence, he heard a rumbling sound of a car going over a dirt road. Amidst the noise, Chu Qian's voice rang out like a lark. "Tiger One, we're here." Hu Yi's heart was anxious when he heard the words. How did this girl come? What's the use of coming here when you're an evolver who just stepped into the 2nd level? Just as Hu Yi was about to turn his head to scold her, Chu Qian jumped out of the car in a hurry and opened the container behind the trailer. A figure leapt to the roof of the car, staring down at the Ripper with a cocky stance. "With you? How dare you hurt my son?" Chapter 93. The turmoil is settled. The visitor is not someone else. It is Hu Yi from the Spring Long City Northeast Tiger Park. Before leaving, Force collapsed Tiger Father September. Only September took a few steps backward, followed by an assisted run and a long leap into the fray. Hu Yi's heart was touched, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say anything, and only spat out a sentence in his heart, really reckless. With September's eyes, couldn't she see the existence of the four-spirit space? Unbeknownst to him, September was somewhat unable to say how much she usually cared for him though. But the trust in him is beyond measure. With the four-spirit space being quickly opened up a mouth, September leapt in and then went straight for the Ripper. Subject to the suppression of the four-spirit space, the Ripper could not really suppress it for a moment. Immediately behind September, more than 100 northeastern tiger exotic beasts leaped out of the container one after another, heading straight for the battlefield. The leader of the group is the Tiger Queen of the group, Yuji. Although Yuji is the first to enter the realm of the Beast King, and due to gender dimorphism, all aspects of the attributes just barely reached the male Northeast Tiger Beast King level. But the King of Beasts is the King of Beasts. The moment Yuji joined the battlefield, two Fae-class bear clans lunged at it, only to be easily slapped over and bitten to death. "What I owe you humans, I'll pay you back today." Yuji raised her head to the sky and roared, then rushed towards the Beast King that kept pounding Dong Xiaoxing. Almost all of Dong Xiaoxing's strength was in the silver spear in his hand. Dexterity is more than enough and rigidity is both. It was just that it was still too much to think that a brute at his level would want to fight hard against a Beast King-level bear clan. Behind it, Tiger Feather, Tiger Rong, and Tiger Dun all joined the battlefield. Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun managed to enter the Fey Beast class and reached the mid-late stage after thoroughly Fey Kunlun Void's aura, and their strength was unstoppable. Mufanshu, who had long ago handed over the live broadcast equipment to the staff on board and leapt out of the plane to join the battle himself, was overjoyed at the sight of Tiger Dunes. Huden, Tiger Dun, who had just knocked down a brown bear, showed a look of surprise when he heard this familiar voice. After identifying Mao Fanshu's figure, Tiger Dun ran over to him with his ass in the air. With Mufanshu, one can be lazy, leave the fights to her and just run away. Yi Wang, who had been protecting Mao Fanshu, hurriedly followed behind Hu Dun's flank, arching Mao Fanshu's flank. In the great battle group, there was no one who performed better than Tiger Elder Tiger Feather. After being flushed by the aura, Tiger Feather's attributes broke the upper limit of the attributes of an ordinary Fey-grade male Northeast Tiger, reaching 1,100 points in 4 attributes. Although it was still at the Fey Beast level, its combined strength couldn't even compare to that of a normal primary Beast King. Only to see it rolling around in the midst of the Tiger group, pouncing left and dodging right, and not only did it not suffer any injuries at all, it also put down 3 of the 5 Fey-ranked bear clansmen under the siege of them. The tigers that appeared at the end also followed September's orders one after another, taking over from the human evolvers and blocking the bear Fey beasts one by one. It was a bit of a pity that since this group of tigers, most of them were captive existences, even if they were mutated, it would be difficult to beat this group of wild bear clan in a one-on-one situation. Luckily, among the 4 masters of Daxia, Chun Xiang, who was the most flexible in his mind, reacted quickly and hastily drank to the team of evolvers. All human evolvers, retreat 50 meters to form a defensive line and leave the front to the tigers. Evolutionaries with long-range offensive capabilities, curate the tigers. Yes, the crowd sniffed and retreated. However, other than Chun Xiang, the other 3 of the 4 great Xia masters did not retreat. Fang Yong had become a level 4 evolutionary, and his influence on the battle was not small, so naturally, he would not retreat lightly. Li Changqian and Xian, having reached the edge of breakthrough, endeavored to seek the pressure between life and death with which to break through. Chun Xiang looked at them with some envy, but he couldn't join in. As a think tank type of person in the NSA, his greatest value is not in his battle prowess, but in his ability to command. It was good that Fang Hua, who was at the back, saw his loss and went up and patted his shoulder and said, "Go ahead and try to reach Dong Xiaoxing and their realm earlier." They? Chun Xiang was slightly startled in his heart. Sure enough, the country had other level 4 evolvers. Fang Hua smiled. Their presence is rather special and there aren't many of them, as you'll see later. Alright, go ahead, You're still afraid you can't command a team with number 3 around. Chun Xiang would smile as he leapt forward to meet one of the top foreign beasts. With the help of September, Hu Yi was finally able to let go and deal with the other beast kings. Under the suppression of the 4 spirit space, even if they still had some strength, they could only be defeated. It was also fortunate that after Hu Yi's mutation, he had turned on the spiritual power attribute and could use his spiritual power to support the Grand Dao level skill of 1 Qi transforming 3 tigers. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. In the distant sky, the eagle messenger soared above the clouds, gazing at the battle here. After seeing the tigers join the battle, it snapped to attention and thought that the tiger marshal had arrived. After realizing that there was no tiger marshal, the eagle messenger was first relieved. But the next moment, its heart seized up again. With the help of such a group of tigers, even if the elf prime minister recovers from his injuries, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for him to fight against them, right? It seems that all plans will have to wait for Lord Beast Emperor to break the seal. With that thought, the eagle messenger swept a glance at the group of combatants waiting on the sidelines, always watching over him, and dropped back into the celestial pool. After receiving its report, the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor agreed with its idea and threw out half of the short-faced bear Beast Emperor's corpse for the eagle emissary to consume with a few of his Beast King henchmen. The eagle messenger was overjoyed. Eating this Beast Emperor meat would greatly increase one's chances of going further. Seeing the gradual decrease of his men, the Ripper, after his anger, began to feel uneasy. But it has no fear. After forcing back September again, the Rippers suddenly went crazy and tore up the corpses of their kind, no longer actively attacking. September and Hu Yi looked grave as they guessed what the Ripper was thinking. It has to accumulate energy to evolve. But the frustrating thing is that they can't seem to stop it from happening. After all, when they dealt with the Rippers, they were mainly guerrilla and did not have the strength to fight them head-on for a long time. Seeing that the blood aura around the Ripper was getting thicker and thicker, the intensity of his breath was getting higher and higher, and he was getting closer and closer to the opportunity of evolution, Hu Yi had no choice but to choose to expose the kiss of death, only to see him quickly fly before a bear corpse, open his mouth and catalyze the kiss of death. The huge suction force instantly covered the entire bear corpse. After just 3 seconds, this 8-meter-long, 5-ton brown bear corpse was swallowed by Hu Yi. Such a bizarre scene caused the Ripper, September, and the 2 surviving bear clansmen to sweat and tremble in fear. It was only when Hu Yi began to devour the corpse of the 3rd bear king that the Ripper reacted with vigor and hastily pounced on Hu Yi. However, with September here and the white tiger doppelganger's golden claw technique to help, the Ripper could only watch as Hu Yi swept away all the bear corpses. Even the remaining 2 bear kings were brutally killed. Their corpses were left without bones. The Ripper, who came to its senses, looked at the empty 4 spirit space and the diminishing bear clan beyond the space. Emperor, where have you been? The Ripper let out a mournful roar up to the sky. Then, with red eyes, it launched a final charge at Hu Yi. Chapter 94, The Gift of Conflict. The moment Hu Yi let go of his mouth and the Ripper fell limply to the ground, it meant that this battle of invasion initiated by the short-faced bear beast emperor was completely over. The bear clan, dominated by the short-faced bear beast emperor, the Changbai Mountain Fey beast army, dominated by the Tianqi beast emperor, and the Daxia human forces, the 3 parties competed, and in the end it was the human clan that was victorious. And it was a big win. On the contrary, the other 2 forces were killed and injured. There is no one more miserable than the initiator of the battle, the bear clan. Not only did the 1st and 2nd in command die in Daxia, but even all the beast kings were lost. The only 2 bear race beast king who had not entered into the 4 spirit space, along with the dozens of bear race fey beasts that participated, became the companions of the human race as well as the tiger group. There is only one end that awaits them: death. In comparison, the number of deaths of the Changbai Mountain Fey army was actually greater. The Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor had no choice but to cover the dense fog only within 30 kilometers around the Heavenly Pond, and the territory was greatly reduced. The good thing was that most of these foreign beasts that died were not very strong and had a strong ability to reproduce. Given some time, these losses will soon be made up. What's more, before this battle, the Elf Prime Minister had entered the Beast Emperor level, greatly enhancing the strength of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor's command. When it recovered from its injuries, the territory of Changbai Mountain would still be theirs. Smully, Smully, wake up! In the human defense line, Uncle Guanahai, hugging Smeary, burst into mourning. Because at this moment, the unconscious Simuli, around his body is constantly escaping a black and red gas. Very strange. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be like those masters in immortal dramas who were dying from serious injuries and were dispersing their power. Hui comforted him as he passed by. "Stop howling, it won't die." Guanahai froze at the words, and then his eyes violently erupted with an amazing luster, looking at Hui with a hopeful face as he asked, "Really? My Smuri really won't die? Not only will you not die, you've been blessed by a disaster." Hui said with great confirmation. It was also the first time he had seen Smully in this condition. Name Smuri. Race, Tibetan Mastiff King of Beasts. Power, 3,526. Speed, 4,389. Endurance, 3,899. Defense, 4,200. Spirit, 2004000. Talent, Stargazer Lu's Golden Dog Subdivine, Evil Mastiff Top Tier. Special Skills, Gold Proficiency God Grade, Supreme Evil Mastiff Body Sub God Grade, Red Blood Protector Sub God Grade. This is the state of Smully today. Due to the Ripper's slap, which had caused a severe impact on its head, its divine soul was in turmoil and its spirit was depressed, which was why it had remained unconscious. It was worth mentioning that Smuri, Hurley, was also a foreign beast that possessed the talent of an astral host. In fact, Hui had already arrived at the battlefield as early as the moment Smuri engaged the Ripper. At that time, Hui's talent when he saw Smuri in his eyes was the Evil Mastiff Subdivine level, the Starry Lu Golden Dog Advanced level, which was completely reversed. At that time, Hui was still wondering, with the same Starry Night category talent, why the Lu Golden Dog talent in Smully's body was only advanced. Restricted by the urgency of the battle at the time, Hui did not think much about it. It wasn't until just now when he heard Guanahai's cries that he remembered this and asked the system about it. The system told him that this condition of Smuri was due to the fact that his own two talents were incompatible. Mastiff with Mirage, Ao, Piao, together with the ancient 4 evil beasts. As the saying goes, 3 tigers and 1 puma, 9 dogs and 1 mastiff. People take 9 newborn puppies, put them in a pit, don't feed them anything, and let them kill each other. The last pup to survive was the mastiff. Unlike the 4 great beasts such as the poor Chi, which are inherently evil, the 4 great evil beasts are not inherently good or evil, but simply follow their own inner preferences. But compared to the Mirage and Ao, the mastiff and Piao tend to be a bit more ferocious and brutal due to what they encountered when they were young. Such is the case with Smully. The good thing was that since it was a child, it had grown up under Guanahai's unfailing care, so it usually restrained its ferociousness. Only in battle will it release the bonds of that warlike heart within it and show its ferocious side. Especially in the case of its master Guanahai, whom it regards as its life, its fighting prowess will be shown in times of danger. And it goes without saying that its other talent, the Starry Lu Golden Dog, that goes without saying. As one of the important parts of the traditional culture of Daxia, the divinity of the 28 star constellations can be said to be self-evident. Lu Golden Dog and Evil Mastiff, Divine Beast and Evil Beast, are naturally the same as water and fire, and are difficult to be compatible. It was only that the Evil Mastiff's bloodline, which Smuri had been forced to awaken when he was a young boy, had followed it for far too long. As for the Lu Golden Dog talent, it was the talent that it awakened when it entered the Fey Beast level after its mutation. Whether it is according to the first-come, first-served rule, or according to the degree of mastery of the 2 talents of the Simuli, the Evil Mastiff talent is superior to the talent of the Stargazer Lu Golden Dog. It is justified. It was just that in this battle, in order to save Guanahai, Smuli had no choice but to draw out a large amount of Evil Mastiff power in his body, and even went so far as to use the power of its origin, causing the Evil Mastiff power in its body to suffer a devastatingly heavy blow. Even when Hui just spoke 2 sentences with Guanahai, the Evil Mastiff talent within Smulia's body changed from top level to advanced level. But what changed with it was the Starry Lu Golden Dog talent within Smulia's body, which had changed from subdivine level to divine level. What is this if not a blessing in disguise? Friendly reminder to the host: if the Evil Mastiff bloodline in its body disappears, or falls below the advanced level, then its body, such as the Evil Mastiff body, such as the Evil Beasts to the skills, due to the lack of the supply of evil power in the body thus disappearing. Hui took a surprised look at a few of Smulia's Evil Beast-oriented skills. The added attributes and some of the skill effects were quite good. It would be a shame if it just disappeared. So, system, you must have a solution to this problem? The system was silent for 2 seconds before responding. The reason why these two gifts are so incompatible, in addition to the nature of the opposition, and its body does not contain enough energy, also has a direct relationship. There is only so much energy to go around, and the two gifts are naturally in a competitive and antagonistic situation. If it is given some popularity value, it could solve this problem. How much do I need? 50,000. Hearing this number, Hu-Yi fell silent. He's not a saint. The figure of 50,000 was an astronomical sum for him, someone who desperately needed to gather 100,000 popularity points. Hu-Yi shook his head, ready to pretend he knew nothing and turn away. Suddenly, with a sweep of its afterglow, it violently realized that a good long string of numbers had been added to its attribute panel. 10, 100, 1,000, million. Holy, 1,000,000 popularity points. Where did that come from? Hu-Yi was instantly surprised and delighted, and couldn't help but pinch his fingers and count. 1,000,000 popularity values translates to 10,000 attribute points. What was the upper limit of a single attribute when I entered the Beast King class? Oh yeah, it's 10,000. Hien-D. This affluent battle. I, Hu-Yi, have never fought in my life. Glancing at Smully, who was next to him, whose black aura was straight up and whose evil mastiff talent rating was flickering non-stop, Hu-Yi generously scratched his palm and dripped blood into Smully's mouth. I'm happy to reward you today. Chapter 95, The New Master of the Tiger Herd. Guanahai was instinctively startled when he saw Hu-Yi's actions. He subconsciously thought that Hu-Yi wanted to attack Smuri. It wasn't until he saw Hu-Yi's huge tiger paw, which just rested on Smuri's face, that he let go of his heart. Don't worry. This tiger is in a good mood today and gives it a chance. Drink this tiger's blood, and it will only be stronger when it wakes up. Guanahai thanked him profusely after hearing his words. On the other side, September walked towards Hu-Yi after a moment's rest. There was a desire to say something, and after opening his mouth, he finally just asked dryly, "Are you okay?" Hu-Yi smiled and replied, "I'm fine, Dad." September's tiger shook with such excitement that she slipped and almost fell over. Well, this tiger pack, you take it. Hu-Yi froze at his words and said in a puzzled manner, "Dad, didn't you come here with the intention of coming with me?" September shook her head. "I'm not like you guys. You were born to love freedom and I was born to guard. If it wasn't for you this time, I wouldn't have left Heaven's Gate." After Hu-Yi heard September's words, his heart was even more moved. It's amazing that someone who sees his mission as better than his life would be willing to lay down his mission for a while to help you. Such a payoff is absolutely huge. Looking at Hu-Yi's back as he left to integrate the tigers, Yu-Ji walked over and murmured, The Tiger King can hold back inappropriateness. No talent." September sniffed curtly. "In that case, ma'am, wouldn't you be the queen mother of the tiger pack? It's not much more imposing than the empress." Tsukihime slapped it on the back of the head and said angrily, "I don't care if you're having some gradual memory recovery. If you ever get that old school and call me ma'am again, I'll beat you to death." September held her head in aggravation for a moment. "I'm sorry, wife, I was wrong." Yu-Ji gave it a blank look and got up to walk towards Hu-Yi's side. "I'm going to go say hi to the kids. Wait here for me." After saying that, Yu-Ji added to herself, "What Tiger Queen Dowager? What an awful name. Besides, did my mom say she was leaving with the tigers? Little cutie." September looked at Yu-Ji's departing back with a happy smile on her face. This emotion outside of duty is great. On the other side, the big battle is over. The results speak for themselves. The bears were hunted to extinction. It was only inevitable that the tigers would begin to clash long before the bears were caught in the crossfire. There was no way around it. The meat of this group of Fey-ranked, and even Beast King-ranked bear clan was simply too attractive to them. When converted into attribute points, a Fey-ranked tiger that ate a meal of Fey-ranked food could increase its attribute value by at least 10-20 points. It may seem a bit small, but it's a quick boost for these tigers who aren't that gifted. After a battle, in addition to Tiger Feather, whose strength far exceeded that of all the tigers, there were also 5 Fey-ranked tigers that had defeated at least 7 or 8 opponents of the same level and gained the right to prioritize the distribution of food. 2 of the heads were none other than Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun. The other 3 tigers, intimidated by the might of their 3 siblings, did not dare to act rashly. Just at this time, Hu-Yi came. Due to his size, he was even a bit larger than the Beast King level tiger mother Yu-Ji, causing the Tiger Mask Tiger to instinctively fear him. Coupled with Hu-Yi's performance in the battle against the Bear Clan's Beast King just now, there was no way for them not to feel scared. Hui scanned the circle and found that there were still his kind fighting, so he couldn't help but let out a roar up to the sky. Tiger King's might skill is activated. In an instant, the tiger's roar spread out in all directions, causing all the music to fall silent. Even the humans who were rejoicing and celebrating enthusiastically were instantly quiet at this moment, looking at Hui in horror. It's not going to go crazy, is it? All those who were not familiar with Hui couldn't help but feel a sense of worry rising in their hearts, especially under the effect of the Tiger King's might strengthening the deterrent power by 30% against his own kind. The entire tiger group, too, instantly quieted down and prostrated themselves on the ground as much as they could. Even Tiger Feather, who had always wanted to defeat his big brother, was now pretending to yawn with the front half of his body lying on the ground. The two stubby legs at the back were its last stubbornness. But what it did not expect was that Hui did not give it this face at all, only to see that after Hui walked to its side, he violently slapped it on its hindquarters, directly crushing it to the ground. Tiger Feather instantly became furious and wanted to turn his head to fight with Hui, but he was viciously crushed to the ground by Hui's golden claw technique. Hui's mental power, even when looking at the Beast King level, was rarely matched. Even amongst the humans of the same level who had a higher average level of mental power talent, it was just similar to Hui's mental power. The golden claw technique he cast was not something Tiger Feather could easily break free from. Tiger Feather had the intention to move for real when it heard Hui faintly transmitting in its mind. At this point, it's not the time for you to be capricious. Besides, you should know that this golden claw can't reach 1% of my regular battle power. When Tiger Feather heard this, he instantly quieted down, his heart bitter. Less than 1%. But if one wanted to break free from such a bond, one would need at least 30% of one's own battle power. Ignoring Tiger Feather's small mind, Hui continued to walk forward. This was an important moment in his initial mastery of this tiger group, and he must not allow the slightest carelessness. Even when Tiger Dun tried to lick his fur curtly, he was slapped back by Hui. Just like that, half an hour had passed, and not a single one of the tigers dared to move. Of course, Hui hadn't been idle during this half hour. The might is done. Now it's time for the grace. He first notified Chu Qianli and Mao Fanshu of the corpses of 1/3 of the foreign beasts present, and gave them to Daxia. In addition, the corpses of the 2 Beast King level bear clansmen, Hui also distributed them to Daxia. It was said that several technological powers in the world, including Daxia, had begun to work on how to extract the nutrients that would support human evolution from the bodies of alien beasts. What is most important in the experimental phase? That's certainly enough samples. Hui then took his own blood and personally fed it to all the injured tiger clan. Among them, there was a beast-class tiger that had its eyes blown out, and under the nourishment of Hui's blood, its bleeding eyes were miraculously restored. Such an amazing scene caused all the tiger clan present to instantly submit willingly. In a tiger's life, who can guarantee that he won't get hurt? If Hui can eliminate their worries, what's the point of recognizing him as the king? Afterwards, Hui began to distribute food for the tigers again. The Fei-class tiger's food intake soared, and it could eat 200 to 300 pounds of food in a single meal. The corpse of an exotic beast-class bear clan was conservatively estimated to be around 2 tons. With the inedible parts removed, there's probably enough for 5 tigers to share. And that Beast King level black bear corpse, its body was even more huge, just enough for Tiger Feather and the 6 of them to share. Hui took this opportunity and hurriedly opened the power system in the system to check the relevant data. Power, unnamed. Power level ethnic group. Number of members, 108. Membership strength, Fei class, 108. Power property, 1056. Power and chi luck, 100. Power title, double wall of the community. 5 tiger generals, generals of the Republic of China during the spring and autumn period 774-76 BC. Territory of influence, none. Power skills, none. The complexity of the system of forces after a sprawling flurry was similar to that of even the Hui system itself. Chapter 96 Members of the Tiger Herd. However, Hui is most interested in the 5 tiger generals. As a lover of the 3 kingdoms in his previous life, the impact of the title 5 tiger generals was too strong for him. Even not only the 3 kingdoms, including the Great Tang, Water Margin, and many other eras, this name has appeared. System. What does that power title mean? A community cannot afford to be without leaders or without pioneers. The clan Twin Walls, the 5 tiger admirals, and all those titles that would appear in the future represented their holders, the elites, heroes, and mainstays of a clan. Of course, while taking on certain responsibilities, they also enjoy feedback from the pack. Along with the creation of a power, there will be the emergence of luck. If you have little chi, your power is at stake. When the chi is exhausted, the power is extinguished. And this group of community elites with the title of power will be able to cultivate with the power's chi and gain faster growth. Hui nodded. The initial power system, which only gave 7 titles, showed its preciousness. It seems like these are some titles that can't really be given lightly. What does that mean, the inner power funds? Power property, a kind of virtual value provided by this system, is used to temporarily calculate the trading function in the power system. All members of the power, when consuming food that possesses a certain amount of aura, will feed back some of their energy into the power's property. In the future, if the host comes into contact with a currency that meets the system's standards, it will replace this virtual currency. Hui realized. This power property is a virtual currency used by the system to support exchanges, just like a game currency. The main way to get it is to tax the members of the power when they eat, which is used to add currency. In the future, this virtual currency would also be cancelled and replaced with real currency that he could encounter in reality and that met the system's requirements. How do I get power skills? Power skills need the host to fulfill certain conditions before activation. The system will not be standardized. But immediately afterward, the system added. However, the host can also choose to consume 100,000 power property in exchange for one system tip on how to open the power skill. Just shut the up. 100,000 points of power property. Thanks for thinking of it. Hui, even if I were to starve to death, die outside, and jump from here, I wouldn't use you as a fortune hunter tip. Moments later. System, why did you turn off the read function? Scan me the attributes of those tigers, will you? Scanning the attributes of beings other than the host is a hint, and the host doesn't like it, does he? Hui's face was cold as he scanned the tigers, but in his heart, he nodded his head. Do not know how to mess at you. I'm not talking to you two for fun. If I had enough money, could I not give it to you? That would be too much of a no-no for me. And so it was that, after a period of groveling and enduring sugarcoating, the system finally opened up the scanning function again. Hui cursed himself in his heart for being fast-talking. It is really the rhythm of scolding the system for a while, but begging the system for crematorium. After scanning the 6 tigers that were consuming Beast King-level food, Hui could not help but be staggered. Name Tiger Feather. Race, Northeast Tiger Fae. Strength, 1150 ceiling 1500. Speed, 1109 ceiling 1500. Endurance, 1105 ceiling 1500. Defense, 1107 ceiling 1500. Loyalty, 95. Talent, Battle Tiger Heavenly Dao level. Special skills, none. Hui was not surprised that Tiger Feather's attribute ceiling could be the same as his own. As the only being in the world, the Battle Tiger was naturally proficient in all kinds of fighting techniques and naturally needed a good body to support it. What really made Hui feel surprised was Tiger Feather's surprisingly high loyalty of 95 points. After Hui was silent for a long time, he communicated to Tiger Feather using divine thoughts. 2. If you want to be king of the Tiger Clan, I can take you to a new place where you can form a clan of your own. The way Tiger Feather swore that he would become the king of the Tiger Clan was still fresh in Hui's mind. Tiger Feather paused at his words, then wolfed down his food once again. I'm just trying to prove that I have what it takes to be Tiger King. Not that I really want to be Tiger King. Hui asked with some confusion. Then why are you willing to come to my aid? Haven't you always? Against you, Tiger Feather grunted. Who told you to always bully me in the first place on the basis of being born a little earlier and being in good health? But then it's all in the past. From the time you were willing to lay down your life to save me from the wolves that time, I understood what it means to be a brother. That, in this lifetime, won't change. Perhaps feeling that he was being a bit meaty, Tiger Feather then said viciously, but I'm keeping the revenge for you beating me up in the first place, and for just making a move on me. One day, I'll get stronger and punch back. Any time. Hui was equally unconvinced with his mouth, but in his heart, he was relieved. Unexpectedly, this unruly second brother of his had such a tender side. It was not in vain that he had once laid down his life to save it. Next, Hui looked towards the tiger amongst the tigers, the one whose attributes were second only to his own and Tiger Feather's. This fellow, from his appearance, was a bit interesting, His limbs would be a bit slender compared to other Fey-grade tigers, as if they were horse legs. Name Flying Cloud. Race: Northeast Tiger Fey. Strength 1000 full. Speed 1000 full. Endurance 1000 full. Defense 999. Mental power 350. Loyalty 80. Talent: like a tiger, not a horse, top subdivine level. Special skills: Tiger's voice top level, Iron Bone high level. At first glance, this tiger named Flying Cloud was not much to write home about, only that its strength was stuck at the peak of the Fey Beast level, with the possibility of stepping into the Beast King level at any time. But Hui was most concerned about it for two reasons. For one thing, its loyalty was the one that was the highest among all the tigers present, other than its own siblings. The second was its talent, which had been constantly flickering at the moment, clearly on the verge of becoming a subdivine level existence. Possessing a subdivine level talent was equivalent to reserving a seat as a Beast Emperor level powerhouse. After all, among the tigers, those members whose talents were merely intermediate or advanced, even reaching the Beast King level was a luxury. Hui thought about it and decided to step in and give it a hand. Whether it was because it was so loyal or because of its upcoming subdivine level talent. Concentrate and prepare to advance. In Feiyun's mind, Hui's voice rang out violently, startling it. Immediately afterward, an extremely dense power inexplicably appeared in its body, constantly nourishing its entire body. Since Flying Cloud has joined Hui's forces, Hui is able to infuse him with wishing power energy, which is transformed into popularity value, without having to go through a medium. After Feiyun gratefully glanced at Hui, he quickly retreated to the side and began his own evolution. Chapter 97: Hui's Conditions. Dasha's Bottom Line. Seeing Feiyun's aura converge around him and his breath skyrocketed, the crowd was envious. Chu Chen led Manhwa to Hui's side and opened his mouth to introduce him. Tiger 1. This is the director of our Dasha State Security Bureau, Manhwa. The details about the tigers will be told to you by Director Fang. Hui had to put down the tiger group side of things for the time being and said to Manhwa, "Hello, what's up, go ahead." Manhwa didn't say any bureaucratic niceties with Hui either, and opened the door. It's like this: according to the agreement between Chen and the September Beast King, it's willing to bring the tigers to support the battle. But after the battle, the tigers were brought back to the mountains by you and promised never to violate Dasha. Now that the battle is over, we are willing to keep our word and let you back into the mountains. Hui glanced at Chu Chen, who showed surprise beside him, and after a slight reflection, he figured out a general idea and sneered in his heart. Manhwa, is it? I don't know if Chen misremembered or my father did. There doesn't seem to be a final clause in their agreement, right? For a moment, the smile on Manhwa's face froze and he said ambiguously, "There? I don't think so. They're all evolved and powerful." Or not. Hui interrupted his long speech and said in an icy voice, "Let my father, who is about to become a Beast Emperor, come and confirm this with you." Manhwa's face was startled. Then he forced himself to feign composure and waved his hand in rejection. No need, some little thing, why bother your honor?" Seeing Manhwa defeated, Chu Chen had the intention to laugh. After all, she hadn't heard loudmouth Li Chengqian mention Manhwa's great name. What a state minister, the heart and soul of number 1 and number 2. Either way, no one would associate him with embarrassment, including Manhwa himself. He had never imagined that he would one day be refuted by a tiger and left speechless. After Hui knocked Manhwa, he didn't pursue his victory, nor did he turn around and leave, but continued to say, "I know your concerns, and I can agree to your terms. But this emperor, too, has conditions." Manhwa hit the snake and directly followed Hui's words. "Tiger Emperor, please." Hui organized his wording and opened his mouth. "First, I want the Great Hingon Ridge versus the Little Hingon Ridge." "Never." Hui and Chu Chen both froze when Manhwa spoke so decisively. It was not at all like something that could come out of him, who had previously been somewhat smooth and worldly, and even a bit of a sign of weakness. Hui thought that he was angry that he had just suffered a defeat and wanted to get back at him, and said in a disgruntled tone, "I want you to get your head around the situation. No matter what the situation is, my great Xia heritage has been passed down for more than 100 years, through the bloodshed of countless forefathers. Only then did we lay down our current territory. How can my generation be lightly promised to others?" Manhwa spoke with excitement and patted his chest. If there is any offense, the Tiger Emperor can take someone from Fang to eat his food. But the matter of ceding land is never to be done. Seeing Manhwa with a look of death, who he couldn't help but remember those histories of his previous life and couldn't help but feel a sigh in his heart. He then slowed his tone and explained again. Blame me for not making it clear that the land I have my eye on is not the Great Summer, but the vast lands to the east and north. But the Great Hingan Ridge and the Little Hingan Ridge, I hope you can grant us residency and disturb us as little as possible. In return, to the northeast of Great Xia, I can guarantee that there will be no formed groups of alien beasts that will attack the places where Great Xia's human race resides. Manhwa sniffed and frowned. It doesn't seem to be much different than zoning out. Hui paused and offered a big move. Don't you have a couple of nature preserves that are inhabited by animals? Manhwa came to a sudden realization after hearing these words. Yeah, aren't these forests originally preserved to protect wildlife? Now this request from Hui is actually just equivalent to proposing that humans not be allowed to enter the two nature reserves on a large scale. What's the big deal? On the contrary, under Hui's protection, the northeastern region of Daxia could still be free from worrying about the infringement of foreign beasts, so why not? Figuring this out, Manhwa said with a big smile. Haha. Then I'll be obliged to have the Tiger Emperor take care of the safety of the northeastern region in the future. Would I have spoken too loudly just now? It was really rude to the Tiger Emperor Sama. This is fine. I'll make the decision to assign the Changbai mountain range, too, to this agreement. Looking at the brightly laughing Manhwa, Hui skimmed in his heart for a while. That's a pretty quick transformation, this old guy. At one moment he wanted to die heroically, and at the next moment he was playing his little game. The Changbai mountain range, that's a hot potato, is it that easy to take? Come on, don't act generous, I know what you're thinking. I can't deal with the one in Tenchi. And I'm afraid that if you look at the entire world, there are no creatures that can deal with it. Good thing it's now trapped by something and can't get out for a while. How about this? I promise you that after it comes out in the future, my clan and I will do our best to help each other. How about that? Seeing that Hui was speaking seriously and did not seem to be faking, Manhwa could only nod his head with a heavy expression. The man and the tiger then agreed on a few more terms and finalized some details. For example, Hui asked Manhwa for the entire tiger clan of Daxia. Manhwa naturally refused to suffer, and while agreeing to Hui, he made some conditions along the way. The two most important points were, firstly, the need for Hui to arrange for manpower to subdue the tigers within Daxia on his own. If a tiger is unwilling to join Hui's pack, Daxia allows both sides to fight and compete, but not to seriously injure or even kill the other. The second point was that Manhwa needed Hui to arrange for a team to be stationed in the western part of the Daxingling, near the new steppe in Inner Mongolia. Manhwa demanded that among the team, there should be at least one Beast King level tiger race leading the team, and the number should not be less than 10 Fey Beast level tiger races. On the grasslands of Inner Mongolia New, although there were no large-scale packs of foreign beasts for the time being, on the side of Outer Mongolia New Country, a very strong wolf pack had already appeared. In particular, the leader of this wolf pack was said to be a black wolf that had already reached the peak realm of the Beast King class. If it wasn't for the fact that in the Outer Mongolia New Country, there was a Beast King ranked Meng Xian fine dog with notable strength and a strong Beast King ranked falcon, I'm afraid that the Outer Mongolia New Country would have been destroyed. This wolf pack, however, has been quiet lately. But in the estimation of Daxia's experts, and the new state of Outer Mongolia, this will likely be a precursor to the coming storm. This Wolf King, it's 80% going to evolve into a Beast Emperor. Chapter 98, The Thorny Rose. After dealing with Manhwa, Hui returned his attention back to the tigers. Other than Tiger Feather and Flying Cloud, the two guys in the tiger group who were closest to the Beast King level were none other than Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun siblings, who had entered the Kunlun immortal realm and experienced the spiritual chi rush. Name Hu Rong. Race, Northeast Tiger Fey. Strength, 786. Speed, 800 full. Endurance, 791. Defense, 780. Mental power, 400. Loyalty, 99. Talent, 100 changes cat and tiger sub-divine. Special skill, feline form sub-divine. The panel is simple, just one talent and one skill. However, when the two came together, they would produce an effect that far surpassed ordinary divine techniques. Feline form subdivine can change their form into any of the unlocked felines. The value of the attribute under each form is the value of the attribute under that form, the number of unlocked forms. For example, if Tiger Rong transforms into leopard form, and its speed attribute reaches 1200, and it reaches 10 in the number of forms unlocked, then its speed in leopard form is 12,000 points. Such an attribute boost is extremely terrifying. However, it was also extremely spiritually draining. If Tiger Rong didn't have the talent of 100 changes cat tiger, even if it could barely perform this skill, it wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths. Hundreds of changing cats and tigers subdivine. Adept at transforming into every type of feline, consuming 80% less. With this talent, Tiger Rong's feline form skills would be utilized to a great extent. And that's not all Tiger Rong is good at. Hu Yi had always overlooked the fact that as a man with a human soul, his thinking habits were different from a normal tiger. And there is an important component within this habit of mind, the aesthetic. The reason why Hu Yi found this out was not that he had been single for a long time and thought which tigress looked good. He just suddenly realized that when Tiger Rong was there eating quietly, there were so many male tiger clans that couldn't help but steal glances at it. It seems that this sister of his is still the most beautiful flower among the pack. The tiger hibiscus, however, is not as delicate as an ordinary flower. It's more like a rose with thorns. I just don't know who the future rose with thorns will end up with. Compared to his sister, Tiger Rong, Tiger Dun's attribute panel was much more interesting. Name Huduin. Race, Northeast Tiger mutated. Strength, 804. Speed, 742. Endurance, 984. Defense, 900. Mental power, 300. Loyalty, 100. Talent, mascot subdivine. Special skills, yummy yummy subdivine, nightmare of doom subdivine, fellowship favorite top tier. Mascot subdivine, the mascot of a power inherently able to bring good fortune to itself and to the power to which it belongs. Good for nothing subdivine, the amount of food can explode to 10 times the usual amount, and keeping the body still in a non-hungry state can increase the endurance value. Nightmare of doom subdivine, hazing a lucky treasure will result in the erosion of bad luck. When the skill is activated, the enchanted party will be eroded by inexplicable bad luck, and all unlucky things may happen. Group favorite top, passive effect. All of the forces belonging to it, from the top down, will fight to protect the mascot. Active effect. Members of the same clan and camp within 100 meters of the circumference will have their luck value temporarily increased. Hui mentally tapped his head. Good lord, so this Tiger Dun can, in the future, be more reasonably lazy. After all, it's lazy and seems to be more useful than barely diligent. As for the matter of full loyalty, Hui was not surprised at all. Not to mention that Hu Dun's food since he was a child was mostly provided by Hui. For its tiger life alone, Hui had saved it an unknown number of times. Coupled with the fact that it was too lazy to move around, and even lazier to think, it had been extremely dependent on Hui since it was a child, so it did the same when it grew up. After thinking about it, Hui decided to give the two enough popularity value to evolve as well. He's in a position of need right now. As far as he was concerned, the system had prompted him that the members of the power could provide him with more popularity value. However, after opening the power system, Hui discovered that the higher the realm of the power member, the more popularity value it could provide, and was even able to double. As for the male, he and Manhwa have just finalized a series of contracts, promising that the Tiger Clan under his leadership will guard Dacia. But this is something that is definitely not enough on its own. After all, you need to go out and grow and train as well. What's more, his goal was not the northeastern forests of Dacia. His goal, the entire Far East, and indeed everything wherever he liked. So in public and in private, he needed more powerful and loyal men to help him accomplish this. Anyway, that million popularity value wasn't enough to step into the Beast Emperor level by himself, so consider it an investment. Soon, under Huyi's prompting, the Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun siblings stopped eating and honestly retreated to the side. Within moments, their bodies erupted with a stunning aura and began to evolve. Meanwhile, Flying Cloud's evolution was nearing its end. With the support of its sub-divine level talent, its step into the Beast King level was as smooth as a probe. Only at this moment, Fei Yun's limbs were even more slender, just like a horse. On each side of its body, a piece bulged out, as if something was trying to break out of its body. But until the end of the evolution, the sides remained in a bulging state and nothing appeared. Name Flying Cloud. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 1,542. Speed, 1,486. Endurance, 1,451. Defense, 1,500. Mental power, 5,500. Loyalty, 90. Talent, Featherless English Stroke Subdivine. Special skills, Peacemaker Subdivine, Natural Enemy of Evil Subdivine, God of Season Subdivine. Hu Yi's eyes violently erupted in a burst of refined light when he saw the flying cloud panel after successful evolution. British recruitment. Inside this Feiyun's body, there was actually a Yingzhuang bloodline. Featherless Yingzh was subdivine, possesses a portion of the bloodline of the Heavenly Court's righteous god, Yingzhua, in his body, and has a chance to grow into Yingzhua under continued development. Yingzhua was the guardian positive deity of the Heavenly Emperor's garden as recorded in the Shan Hai Jing, and his divine character was only higher compared to the enlightened beast that guarded the gate. Don't think that it, however, is just a gardener who looks after the flower beds. Underestimate it, and you'll surely die an ugly death. Yingzhu has fought in hundreds of crusades against evil gods and is one of the guardians of peace. The two things that best reflect its battle power are that it can suppress the 6 evil beasts that plague the world on its own. A ferocious beast like the earth mole that took pleasure in eating people was as well behaved as a cat when it was seen. And the second thing that happened was that it put to death the famous 9-headed god of evil, Sagittarius. After Sagittarius' death, his body rotted and caused an outbreak of plague in the world. Yingzhua gathered his corpse, buried it in the ground, and manifested 4 detachments to suppress the evil. If Flying Cloud could, in the future, grow into a true Yingstroke, then it would definitely be the premier powerhouse under the universal sky. Chapter 99, Return to the Forest, Return of the Tiger Marshal. The remaining 2 top exotic beast class tigers were nothing too special, from their talents to their skills. Including loyalty, it's just about the same as the rest of the tiger pack in the 60s to 70s. It was still possible to reach this value because they had previously witnessed, with their own eyes, the scene where Hu Yi had killed multiple beast kings, as well as treating a severely injured member of the tiger clan. If not for that, their loyalty, generally only 30 to 40 points, was at a level where they would run away at any time or even rebel. But Hu Yi wasn't worried. In order to form a force, in addition to showing authority to the members and revealing one's own ability, it is more important to bring what kind of benefits to the members of the force. With the system in place, the loyalty of this group of tigers to themselves would sooner or later reach over 80. Under Fenghua's arrangement, after bidding farewell to September and Yu Ji, Hu Yi led all the members of the tiger clan and stepped onto the military's special transportation vehicle, preparing to return to Shao Xing Enling. It was not that Hu Yi was lazy and unwilling to walk back with the tiger group, it was really that the tiger group was a bit huge. Over 100 tigers, if they were to roam around in the human living area, what would happen? After a period of trekking, the caravan finally reached Xiaoxingenling. Hu Yi entered the forest with his clan in no man's land. Many members of the tiger pack had a new look on their faces as they entered the mountains. Most of them are artificially bred tigers that grew up in the Northeast Tiger Park and have never seen a forest. Only, it was as if a mysterious voice was telling them in their bloodline, "Welcome home." Before leaving, Hu Yi calls Chu Qian Qian, Mao Fan Shu, and Yi Wang, who comes over with his big face, and goes to an unoccupied place, giving each of them a drop of blood. It doesn't matter how much blood there is, it's a medium anyway, the specific effect still depends on Hu Yi, how much popularity value is injected into it. A little token of appreciation for all your hard work this time. Even if Daxia was no more like the motherland of that previous world, there was no way that Hu Yi would not be able to prevent them from having a hand in it. After all, he is now across the racial divide with them. Cultivating high-end combatants close to himself in Daxia was also something Hu Yi had planned long ago. The principle that it is better to have someone in the middle has always been true. Chu Qian and Mao Fan Shu are both gifted. Their body's utilization of energy is extremely high, and it does not consume much of Hu Yi's popularity value. As for Yi Wang, this time Hu Yi is also considered to borrow his persuade himself as a lead. To push the boat to come here, the credit is not small. Hu Yi also rewarded him with a popularity value. It was just that what Hu Yi did not expect was that this popularity value of his had completely opened the path of Yi Wang's rebellion. After 3 days of traveling through the Little Xing'an Mountains with his tiger group, Hu Yi finally found Marshal Tiger's pack. Before that, there was a hiccup. A team under Hu Yi's command consisting of 10 Fei, ranked tigers encountered 5 Fei, ranked tigers from Marshal Tiger's side. The average strength of both sides was about the same, and the tiger clan on Hu Yi's side took the lead, relying on the fact that there were many tigers. The 5 tigers under Marshal Tiger's command had wanted to retreat after all. Living in the wild, no one wanted to be injured in a battle that was simply unnecessary. That's the way to death. Unexpectedly, the tigers on Hu Yi's side were relentless and chased the other side for hundreds of meters. This one pissed off the 5 guys across the street, only to see them turn around and turn back. A burst of output was directed at the Tiger clan under Hu Yi's command. By the time Hu Yi and Tiger Marshal arrived, the 10 fierce tigers on Hu Yi's side were already lying on the ground with fearful faces and turned out their bellies. Begged for mercy. There was no way around it. Compared to tigers such as Marshal Tiger, who had survived in the wilderness since he was a child, the vast majority of Hu Yi's men could be said to be untouchable. To work out their courage and fighting skills again, it takes some time and a few life and death battles in nature for them to be able to do so. Marshal Tiger was instantly surprised and speechless after seeing the tiger group led by Hu Yi. It looked at Hu Yi Dao with nervousness and anticipation. Dude, It's fine. Went to the human world for a casual stroll, then led some minions back. Tiger, Marshal? Look at that. Are you talking about a tiger? You can take in so many minions just by wandering around? If it's so easy to recover my little brother, will I be the tiger group with the least number of members in the Xinganling area? Marshal Tiger sighed and said with some loss. Brother came here this time, but did you look favorably on this territory of my brother? Could it be that we, brothers, will not be able to avoid this battle after all? Hu Yi was stunned at his words, and then he guessed that the other party, 80%, had forgotten what the two of them had agreed upon. Tiger Marshal did not seem like a person who reneged on his promise. The reason why he would forget about this matter was that back when the two of them made the agreement, Tiger Marshal simply did not believe that Hu Yi would be able to solve the soul imprint in his body. It is natural not to believe and not to remember the matter. Big brother Tiger Marshal, do you still want to be controlled by that heavenly pond beast emperor? To continue? As expected, when Marshal Tiger heard about this, he revealed a bitter smile and said, Brother, you remember this? I figured it out not long after you left in the first place. A seal at that level, wouldn't it be something we, at this level, would be able to unravel? Just when Marshal Tiger was about to say something, the newly promoted Tiger King that Hu Yi had not seen all along, violently darted from the forest behind Marshal Tiger. After seeing Hu Yi as well as his men, it was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, not bothering to be polite, it hurriedly said to Marshal Tiger, Marshal, it's not good. The original Kuja, surprisingly, didn't die. Instead, he got lucky and advanced to the Beast Emperor level. Kuja was the leader of the largest tiger group in the outer Xingan Mountains, which Marshal Tiger had mentioned to Hu Yi. When the short-faced bear Beast Emperor inexplicably appeared, he once focused on taking care of them, resulting in the death and injury of the entire tribe. Didn't the Kuja henchman we met say that Kuja was killed by the Bear Clan? At this news, Marshal Tiger was obviously still a bit incredulous. The newly promoted Tiger King shook his head. Why exactly Kuja lived, I don't know. But word has just come back that Kuja has led the remnants of his clan, attacked Boria's group, and succeeded in subduing Boria. They're already preparing to make a move on us after they've cleared the entire outer Xingan ridge of the Bear Clan. What? Hearing the newly promoted Tiger King's words, the members of the clan behind the Tiger Marshal instantly revealed a look of fear. The might of the Beast Emperor, who among the pack could resist. Marshal Tiger similarly frowned uncontrollably, constantly pondering on a countermeasure. But after thinking about it, it still couldn't think of anything to do. At first, when it and Hu Yi went to find that elf prime minister and prepared to act in front of him, it had also disbelievingly exchanged a move with him. With this move, it took advantage of the fact that the opponent had just finished evolving and had not yet recovered its strength. Again, he took advantage of his opponent's defenselessness and responded hastily. It itself had mobilized all of its strength around it beforehand, storing up its momentum and striking, so it could be said to have taken advantage of the first move. However, after one move, it was directly smacked away by the elf prime minister, so it could be said that it had no power to fight back. That was why it possessed the tailed fire tiger bloodline, strong strength, and sturdy physique, so that it could survive and escape. If an ordinary beast king were to be replaced, even if it was a top beast king whose attributes had reached full value, it would have been smacked with broken bones and tendons and killed on the spot under that blow from the elf prime minister. Seeing Marshal Tiger in deep thought and his commanders terrified, Hu Yi knew that his chance had come. Big brother, a strong enemy is coming, so I won't talk nonsense. I have a way to not only help you unlock the soul imprint of the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor, but also help you break through the shackles in one fell swoop and step into the Beast Emperor class. Looking at Hu Yi's gleaming eyes, Martial Tiger knew what price he needed to pay. After a long time, it sighed. "Aren't you afraid that after I enter the Beast Emperor level, I'll back out?" Hu Yi smiled at his words. "I'm sure of your character, big brother. If you were the kind of villain who went back on his word, you wouldn't have stepped in to help me defend myself against a strong enemy in the first place because I was of the same clan. Besides, even if you do go back on your words, it's no big deal. Beast Emperor, I've had more than one." Hu Yi played a trick and told the story of how he had eaten the flesh of the elf prime minister and the short-faced bear in a tone that could easily be misunderstood. Sure enough, the effect was overwhelming. Martial Tiger and his subordinates looked at Hu Yi with a look of horror. After a long time, Martial Tiger finally made up his mind and prostrated himself before Hu Yi. "Martial Tiger, I pay my respects to the clan chief and would like to drive slack for him." Chapter 100: The Kuja Invasion. At the junction of the Little Hingan Mountains and the Outer Hingan Mountains, a tiger group with more than 300 members marched southward in great numbers. Around 200 of these tigers that had already mutated protected the remaining 100 or so offspring and companions that had not yet mutated, in the middle of the group, slowly advancing. The leader of the tiger group was a black tiger that was 5 or 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. He is the leader of the largest tiger group in the Trans-Hingan Mountains, Kuja. Behind it, there were 4 other Beast King-level tiger clans that were following it. One of the strongest, and in the worst shape, is none other than the original owner of this tiger pack, Boria. Suddenly, Kuja stood still and looked aside into the forest with a disdainful expression on his face. On the side, its old henchman from the former tiger group, Malika, who also managed to escape from death, saw that the old patriarch seemed to be feeling something, and hastened to offer his courtesy. "Matriarch, have you found something?" Kuja didn't bother with this guy who didn't seem to have any bones, and instead said to a Beast King-level tiger beside it, "Bolkan, there seems to be a group of less than honest guys over there. Take 30 of your men and go take care of them." Polkan was another Beast King-level powerhouse of the Boria tiger pack, and was likewise one of the thorns in Kuja's side. If it wasn't for the lack of talent under its own command, with no Beast King-level experts available, it wouldn't have kept its former rival by its side. Polkan subconsciously glanced at Boria when he heard Kuja's order. Seeing the latter's expressionless face, Polkan sighed contently in his heart, and then obediently left with his 30 Fey-class henchmen. Who knows if we'll be ambushed by Martial Tiger? The Polkan hoped that Boria would speak for itself, but Boria's indifference had killed it. If you're going to recognize a patriarch left and right, why not recognize a more powerful one? Thinking of this, Polkan made up his mind that he must behave himself in a while, so that the new matriarch would feel his loyalty. Once Polkan had departed, Kuja led the pack forward again for some distance to a water source. Just as Kuja was about to have his people stop and rest for a moment, he couldn't help but frown and look up again in the other direction. For once, Malika didn't make a fool of herself and plopped down at the edge of the water to drink. "Goera, take 40 of your clan and go over there. Remember, if you can't beat them, don't pester them." Goera glanced at the old and young clansmen surrounded in the center and nodded and left. Unlike most northeastern tigers, Huyuan is a northeastern tiger born in the Daxia Tiger Park and released into the wild at an early age. Instead of choosing to stay within the relative comfort of Daxia, it traveled all the way north through the Lesser Hingan Mountains and even the Trans-Hingan Mountains, eventually settling in the Far East. After the heaven and earth changed, its strength rapidly increased, and it soon reached the Beast King level and became the controller of the world's third-largest wild northeastern tiger herd. Due to some not-so-pleasant experiences in its early years on the way to the Outer Hingan Mountains, it has some unforgettable animosity with Boria, the controller of the second-largest tiger group. So in the time that followed, even though its tiger pack was slightly less powerful, Goera never gave up fighting the Boria tiger pack. It continued until Kuja became the queen of beasts, first taking in Boria and then immediately afterward. Kuja had always wanted to take the stubborn Gajira into his confidence, but Gajira's constant reticence had left it somewhat confused as to what was in Gajira's mind. In desperation, Kuja could only plant a ban inside its body, as he had done with Boria and Bolkan, to prevent it from developing a different mind. After resting for a while, Kuja moved on with the tigers. It walked slowly, as if it wanted to wait for news from Polkan and Boria. Just 2 tigers this go, like a mud cow into the sea, no trace at all. After half a day, it was about to get dark. This time, it sensed that another tiger group had appeared a few miles to the west. Kuja, relying on his superior strength, tried to run over there alone to find out what was going on. But before it could take a few steps out, it snapped its eyes to the east again. There, it unexpectedly sensed the presence of a beast king level again. After a moment's thought, Kuja used his tail and lashed it against the head of the drowsy Malika. Startled out of her daze, Malika instinctively let out a low growl and assumed a fighting stance, wanting to teach the guy who had interrupted her beauty sleep a lesson. However, after seeing that the person who hit it was actually Clan Chief Kuja, it hastily covered its mouth that was about to roar out. The price, however, was that all the gas that was crying out was ejected from the lower body. The tigers snickered at the sight. When Kuja saw this, the disdain in his eyes increased. What's wrong with my cronies? What a shame for the old man. However, at this moment, amongst Kuja's cronies, there was no longer a beast king level powerhouse who was also deathly loyal to his own men. Malika is its only option. Let me ask you, on Martial Tiger's side, just how many beast kings are there? Didn't you say that it had broken with the Tianchi side? Kuja said with dissatisfaction. Malika said carefully, taking careful inventory in her mind. The news won't be false. It's an old member of our original pack who passed on the news. If we take out the Heavenly Pawn side on Martial Tiger's side, there should still be a newly promoted Tiger King and a leopard-type Beast King to help. No, more than that. Kuja interrupted Malika with some annoyance, taking stock of what he had sensed along the way. Not long after I stepped into the Little Hingon Ridge, I sensed a Beast King-class tiger with a weak aura, and I sent Polkin there. Just as I was drinking and resting in the afternoon, I sensed another herd of leopards, and had Go-Era lead the way. Now, I could distinctly sense that there were a total of 3 Tiger Beast Kings ringing us on our west and east sides. None of their breaths were strong, and they were definitely not Tiger Marshals. Where did this group of Tiger Beast Kings come from? And where did Martial Tiger go? A series of questions that directly confused Malika. It couldn't think of a reason, so it could only dryly justify itself. Patriarch, I don't know, these news, they all came 5 days ago. It's none of my business if anything changes in it. Did I say it had anything to do with you? Cowardly punk. Kuja got angry looking at Malika's nodding look, and just lazily plopped down on the side, not bothering with it. As the saying goes, keeping things the same, responding to all changes. No matter what tricks the Tiger Marshal and the others wanted to pull, as long as he, the Beast Emperor, was here, the other side would never be able to make any waves. After Malika was scolded, not only did she not get angry, but she took a long breath and kept mumbling. It's good that you don't blame me, Patriarch. It's good that you don't blame me. The face of the small man who was afraid of death, not to mention the new tigers who joined the tribe, looked down on it. Even the old men of Kuja's original tribe also showed disdain. In their opinion, this Malika just got lucky. Otherwise, how could this timid and fearful tiger clan become the Beast King before them? In the darkness, Borea's ghostly gaze glanced at Kuja's back and then withdrew. The Beast Emperor's senses were amazing, and if he looked at himself for a long time, he was bound to attract the other party's attention. Just then, the hunting party returned and brought an abundance of food. Borea couldn't help but smile when he saw a sneaky tiger in the middle of the group, nodding in his direction. Chapter 101. Nibbling away. In the darkness, the siblings, Tiger Rong and Tiger Dun, were lying on the ground a dozen kilometers or so to the east of the Kuja tiger group, looking out at the trees in the distance. With their realm, even if they advanced to the Beast King level, it was impossible for them to perceive the situation on Kuja's side at such a distance. The reason they had been observing was that Hui had told them to pay more attention to the birds in the forest before they left. If Kuja really came towards them, the birds along the way would definitely be startled into flight. As soon as the large swathes of birds are startled and fly away, then both of them will also flee the area with their teams behind them without hesitation. Tigerton said to Tiger Rong as he lay on the ground in boredom. Sister, you said that both Big Brother and Second Brother have entered the Beast King level. Who is more powerful between the two of them? Tiger Rong humanely rolled her eyes and said, Ergo is certainly powerful, but have you ever seen Big Brother lose? Tigerton thought carefully, then nodded seriously. I've seen it before. When I was a kid, Big Brother didn't get slapped over by our mom. Tiger Rong was so speechless to this brother of hers that she couldn't help but walk to the side and get away from it. Fearful of its intelligence, it infected itself. On the west side of the Kuja tiger group, Tiger Feather stood majestically on a boulder, looking ahead. Felt good to evolve into a Beast King. Big Brother's tactics are truly remarkable, just by speaking. An additional energy that is sufficient to support me in stepping into the Beast King level has appeared in my body. Possessing supreme combat skills, even after stepping into the Beast King level, it still hadn't mastered any messy skills. But the Battle Tiger talent it possessed was enough to support it in the future, standing at the top of all beings. Battle Tiger Heavenly Tao level. A tiger species born by upholding the battle intent of heaven and earth. A natural battle master, always with high battle intent and fearlessness. Can explode up to 10,000 times his own power current maximum exploding power. 17 times, depending on the level of comprehension of the battle technique. In the far north of the Little Hingon Ridge, Bolkan slumped to the ground in a bruised heap, and the tigers behind him were silent as if they were chilling. But at this time, Polkan, not only did he not feel angry or fearful, but he said with a happy and hopeful face, "Are you serious? You can really unlock that damn flame aura?" On the side, Hu-E, the culprit who caused its serious injury, said with certainty, "If I can't do that, I'll just lie here and be bitten to death by you." Polkan listened and cursed. "Playing around? You a tiger who whips me down in one round. Even if you lie on the ground and let me bite it, would I dare to bite it?" Seeing its hesitation, Hu-E gave another dose. "You have nothing to lose by trying, do you? I'm going to get you killed in minutes anyway." Polkan? It's not flattering, but it makes sense. Sure enough, this time Polkan no longer hesitated and opened his mouth. "If you can really help me unlock my aura, I'm willing to serve you." Kuja had unleashed them once as a demonstration after putting his mark on them. The icy cold and scorching heat of that demonic flame was still fresh in its mind. Hui nodded and placed his front paw on its head. As the 30,000 popularity value violently disappeared, the flame aura inside Bolkan's body abruptly vanished into thin air. Polkan was overjoyed and quickly prostrated himself on the ground, swearing his allegiance to Hui and following him in life and death. Hui looked at its loyalty of just 60 points and didn't poke at it, nodding his head in agreement. Bolkan's strength was not bad, although his talent was only top-notch, but he was able to enter the Beast King class long enough to reach the Beast King's intermediate level of strength. However, while rejoicing, Hui couldn't help but become even more jealous of that heavenly pond Beast Emperor. When Kuja planted the ban on Bolkan, it was with both parties facing each other. Even its palm, which needed to be placed on Bolkan's head to do so. Under such complicated conditions, Hui used only 30,000 popularity value to unseal the seal. On the contrary, when the Heavenly Pond Beast Emperor planted a ban on the Tiger Marshal, he did not show his face in the water, and even succeeded in doing so across a layer of seals. After 2 years of wear and tear, coupled with the Tiger Marshal's own strength, Hui still needs a full 100,000 points of popularity value in order to lift its seal, which shows that the strength of its strength is so strong that it is much better than the Beast Emperor realm. On the other hand, just the moment Hui unlocked the seal, Kuja directly felt it. It stood up and looked to the north with a grave expression. To the side, Malika, who was escorting it, saw the situation and quickly stood up in concern. "Matriarch, what's wrong?" Kuja murmured. "Polkan, dead." That's right, it thinks Polkan is dead. Proud as it was, it didn't think there would be any creature that would be able to unseal it. After hearing Kuja's words, Malika froze, then shrunk her head and secretly took 2 steps back, not daring to say a word. Seeing it like this, Kuja was even more furious and cursed. "Don't worry, I won't let a coward like you find out what's going on anymore." Malika sniffed, and instead of feeling humiliated, she sighed with relief as if she were relieved. "You now go and arrange for a few Fey-class clansmen to look for traces of the 5 planes, so that it can hurry back." After saying that, it thought for a moment and added another sentence. "If you can't come back, forget it. The Beast King has plenty." Malika shivered at the coldness in Kuja's words, then busied herself with giving orders. In the early hours of the morning, Hui finally led Bolkan and the others to the Goera party. According to the plan, he was responsible for ambush in the place closest to the outer Hingon Ridge, so as to draw Kuja's troops to capture him. Obsidian, on the other hand, was in charge of the second wave of seduction with the elite of the Panther Pack, 20 kilometers away from himself. Once his side had finished off his opponents, he would immediately return and go to help Obsidian against the enemy. The 2 sides met and talked, not realizing that things on Obsidian's side were, again, going very well. Reluctant to contribute, Goera, after chasing Obsidian for a token moment, took his men and kept biting at Obsidian's ass, not far behind. In its opinion, Martial Tiger must be trying to arrange a small number of suspected soldiers to distract Kujifang's strength. Before the duel, using 30 to 40 members to trick 70 to 80 members of your side could definitely be considered a great advantage. But Goera still doesn't think highly of Martial Tiger. After all, even if it was only Kuja himself with his Beast Emperor level strength, it would be enough to exterminate the Tiger Martial clan. After the two sides met, Gajira saw Bolkan behind Hui and couldn't help but stare. Polkan, you've defected? Polkan glanced at Hui, remembering that he had not only lifted the mark in his body, but also incidentally healed his injuries by hand. He quickly took the initiative to open his mouth and pulled in. Goera, you and I were never under Kuja's command, so how can we be considered defectors? Kuja used its strength to force us to serve it. Even biting your mother in public to force your hand? Have you forgotten all that? Gajira's face instantly hardened and he silently lowered his head. Seeing that the matter was in the air, Polkan added his voice and continued. This one next to me is my new clan leader Hui. Not only was he able to remove the mark from our bodies, he didn't even force me to join their race. I joined all by choice. When you meet such a patriarch, what is there for you to hesitate about? Goera sniffed and fell silent. It didn't think that Polkan was lying to it, because if it couldn't undo that aura, it would be difficult to save its life even if it surrendered for a moment. Being killed in defeat and being burned alive by that demon fire. These two endings would be chosen by anyone who had experienced the power of demonic fire. After considering this, Gajira slowly raised his head and looked at Hui. I'm sorry, I refuse to surrender. Chapter 102 Fire and Fire Mixture. With a glance, Hui could tell that Wu Yuan still had concerns in his mind and then asked, what concerns do you have other than the mark Kuja left on you? Goera glanced back at his clan and said bitterly, when I first snuck back into human society and returned to nature with my mother, it was my tiger pack that brought her the most freedom and the best time of her life. Now that my mother has been killed by Kuja to protect the pack, I have only two wishes. One that saw Kuja go to his death. Two, I don't want too much damage to my pack. Polkan, who was on the sidelines, sniffed and his cheeks couldn't help but turn red. This was because it only thought of itself when it pledged its allegiance to Hui and did not think of the members of the pack that still remained with Kuja. In shame, it took the initiative to say to Hui, Matriarch, most of my people, as well as those of the Five Plains, are in Kuja's pack as hostages. Can you do something to save them? After Hui heard the two tigers' words, he had a great impression of Wu Yuan. Among the tiger clan, there weren't really many who had this kind of conception of the clan and the species. Martial Tiger is one, and Gajira is one. Together with its special talent, it seems that in the future, one is bound to reuse this tiger. Name Goera. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Power, 5,027. Speed, 4,823. Endurance, 4,753. Defense, 4,800. Mental power, 6,000. Talent, exhaustion sub-divine. Special skills, speak with a mouth sub-god level. Anticipate the enemy top level, sharp teeth high level. Exhaustion sub-divine. When thinking about problems on a regular basis, one's thoughts are quick and clear and not prone to error. When fighting, you can overdraw a certain level of mental energy to activate mental type skills. Words of Words sub-divine. A primary skill in the Words of Words series, which allows you to utilize your mental powers to construct the item you want. Gohara's talent, a skill that could overdraw mental energy and also enhance its ability to think, could be considered very rare. The skill of words is also good, and will certainly be useful in the future in real combat. Thinking of this, Hui laughed. Don't worry, I will save your people and Kuja, too, must die. Gajira glanced at Hui and shook his head. To unlock that mark, perhaps you have some special means or ability to do so. However, you are only a Beast King level powerhouse today. How can you deal with a Beast Emperor? Without waiting for Hui to speak, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant mountains. In the blink of an eye, a glistening tiger with a length of over 10 meters and a tail that seemed to be like a torch burning, arrived here. It was only seen that it first saluted Hui, and then looked at Wu Yuan Dao with a calm expression. Goera, it's been a long time. Gohara's eyes widened in surprise. Your tiger marshal? You became a Beast Emperor. However, what surprised it even more was that the tiger marshal, who had clearly reached the Beast Emperor level, had taken the initiative to perform a subordinate salute to the Beast King level Hui. What's the situation? It was just after dawn when Kuja's tightly closed eyes snapped round, followed by a snarl of utter fury. The sound wave spread to more than a dozen miles away, causing the 3 tiger feather siblings, who had been monitoring the night and were already somewhat drowsy at the moment, to instantly wake up. Malika rushed to Kuja and said warily, "Matriarch, what happened to you?" Kuja angrily kicked the ground with his forepaws as if to vent his anger, saying, "Kajira. Kajira is even dead." When these words came out, the tigers clamored. Boria was secretly delighted. Being its old rival, Tiger Marshal didn't let it down after all. On the first day of entering Dasha's territory, he made Kuja's men lose nearly half of their battle force. It wasn't in vain that he had risked so much by arranging for his men to go and tip it off. As for Polkan dying, it doesn't matter. As long as he could free himself from Kuja's control or even kill Kuja, his purpose would be accomplished. It counted on seeing that being strong on its own is really strong. Clans and all that are a drag. After Kuja had vented, he was just about to order the entire clan to move and run in the direction of Tiger Feather, when he suddenly sensed an extremely strong aura coming from the rear. "Kuja, come and die!" After hearing the roar, Kuja returned the roar without showing any weakness, and then ran in the direction of the source of the roar. "Malika, Boria, you stay here and don't go anywhere." "Aha!" Boria agreed lazily. "Yes, my honorable matriarch Sama." Malika prostrated herself on the ground and respectfully agreed. Before Kuja could run far, he saw the Tiger Marshal, who came with a mountainous force, face to face, and his expression was grave. "You've entered the Beast Emperor level?" Marshal Tiger looked at the opposite side of the purple and black surrounded Kuja, and his heart similarly sank. "Are you still a Kuja?" Kuja sniffed and said with an evil smile, "You have a good eye, but I am Kuja, and that hasn't changed." Marshal Tiger snorted coldly and drank. "I don't care if you're a Kuja or not, suffer." As the words fell, Marshal Tiger opened his mouth and spewed out a pillar of fire that was about 10 feet thick and straight at Kuja. Kuja looked coldly at the pillar of fire that was about to come close and said with disdain in his eyes, "With fire? Coincidentally, I can too." After saying that, Kuja opened his bloody mouth and similarly spewed out a pillar of fire. The pillars of fire spewed out by the 2 tigers were identical in size and might. But strangely enough, when the 2 pillars of fire collided at the intersection, they did not produce a strong explosion, but rather, like water and fire, they continued to mingle and pin down, and finally dissipated into nothingness. Marshal Tiger and Kuja were shocked in their hearts, obviously not anticipating this outcome. But both sides were riding a tiger now, and neither could take the lead anymore. On the other side, seeing that Marshal Tiger had managed to restrain Kuja, Hu-Yi took the lead and led all his men to surround Malika and the others. Malika was startled by Hu-Yi's handiwork, and hurriedly ordered the entire pack to flee towards the west. Tiger Feather met it head-on, and both sides fought back and forth. Behind it, the original members of the Kuja clan, as well as the original members of the Boria clan, followed closely behind Boria and charged at Hu-Yi's side. Only the original members of the Wu Yuan clan, persuaded by Wu Yuan's presence, withdrew from the battlefield and joined the Hu-Yi clan. Seeing that Boria was frantically storming Hu-Yi's camp, Bolkan gritted his teeth and bullied his way to it, blocking it. Boria froze at the sight of it, incredulous. "You're not dead." Polkan nodded but never made a move. It wasn't that it was worrying about its past feelings of kinship. It was really that it knew in its heart that it was not a match for Boria at all. Chapter 103, Hu-Yi vs. Boria. "You can get out of Kuja's grip." Combined with Kuja's previous words, Boria quickly reacted to the incident. Polkan nodded again, then spoke up. "Clan Boria, surrender and the Lord Clan leader will help you unlock the mark of Kuja within you." Boria froze, then looked somewhat hesitantly in the distance in the direction Kuja had left. It could sense the presence of 2 extremely different, but both very strong auras over there. Apparently, there was another Beast King over there, engaging Kuja. "You mean to say that Tiger Marshal it can unseal Kuja?" Boria's eyes lit up. This thing didn't seem impossible. As an old rival of the Tiger Marshal, the energy within the Tiger Marshal's body carried an air of sanctity and inviolability, and it was not unaware of it. Instead, the mark that Kuja had planted in its body had an extremely strong and sinister aura. The 2 energies, one positive and one evil, are inherently mutually exclusive. If Marshal Tiger possessed a Beast Emperor level realm again, It wouldn't be impossible to unlock this seal. Polkan sniffed and shook his head. The patriarch I'm talking about is not the Tiger Marshal. However, the Tiger Marshal who has reached the Beast Emperor realm, like me, willingly serves the Lord Clan Chief as his master. Boria's mind reeled. To be able to make a Beast Emperor level expert submit, just how strong was this Lord Patriarch that Polkan spoke of? Seeing Boria's expression change one after another, Polkan knew it was hesitating and hastened to strike while the iron was hot. Boria, get the clansmen to stop and surrender, so that it will be better for the Lord Patriarch to step in and heal your wounds. Boria nodded his head back and forth, hastily turning his head to stop the clansmen who were still charging. Although they were both beast kings in the clan, Boria's prestige in the clan was obviously much higher than Polkan's. As the Boria clan withdrew from the battlefield, the only ones in the field who continued to persevere in the fight were those who had been following Malika, Kuja's direct line. As a result of experiencing life and death battles, the fighting strength of Kuja's direct lineage was obviously much stronger than the others of its kind. The issue of quantity, however, is their fatal shortcoming. The district's less than 30 Fey class battle power made it difficult for them to make waves. Seeing this, Hu-Yi on the side not only didn't personally step in to cure or kill this group of tigers, but instead stopped Tiger Rong, Black Yao, and the rest of the Beast Kings who wanted to step in. This was a good time for him to practice. The group of guys coming out of Tigerland had encountered too few battles. Now they were fighting 2 against 1 or even 3 against 1, and if they could still lose, then they basically had no ability to survive in the wild. Seeing that Tiger Feather was still able to maneuver around Malika, Hu-Yi left it alone and first came to Borkin and said to Boria, "You chose wisely." Hearing Hu-Yi's words with the implication of a superior, Boria glanced at Hu-Yi with contempt and even a bit of anger. Obviously, it felt that the other party was looking down on itself by sending out a junior Beast King like Hu-Yi to talk to itself, a top Beast King. Not to mention, in the same tone as just now. However, considering the Beast Emperor clan chief that Bolkin mentioned, it decided to hold back and said, "It is better to ask the noble chief to show himself." Hu-Yi said rightfully, "I am. If there's something you want to say." "Huh." Boria was stunned into speechlessness by Hu-Yi's words. "Do you have any idea what you're talking about? You're the matriarch? Do you mean to say that that Tiger Marshal, who has reached the Beast Emperor level, has given his allegiance to you, a junior Beast King?" Boria asked 3 fatal questions one after another. Hu-Yi looked calm and said calmly, "What's the problem?" Seeing that Boria was angry and Hu-Yi didn't seem to have any thoughts of explaining, Polkan quickly spoke out to explain, "Boria, this one's no problem, I just feel like you're looking for death." Without waiting for Bolkan to finish his sentence, Boria could no longer control the anger in his body and bullied his way towards Hu-Yi. The corner of Hu-Yi's mouth lifted up in a triumphant arc, then summoned the flying bear split and instantly merged into one to meet Boria. After providing Marshal Tiger with the energy needed to evolve, Hu-Yi similarly chose to start evolving in order to deal with the upcoming Great War. Name Hu-Yi. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 2,807. Speed, 2,576. Endurance, 2,497. Defense, 2,499. Mental power, 24,000. Evolution points, 197. Skill points, 53. Popularity value, 903764. Talent, special skills. This promotion to the Beast King rank, Hu-Yi's talent and skill level, did not have any growth. Hu-Yi was also prepared for this. After all, the system had told him long ago that less than the Beast Emperor level, it was very difficult to awaken God-level skills and talents through acquired efforts. But as the master of plucking feathers from geese, is Hu-Yi that easy to deal with? Hu-Yi asked the system to turn on a new function. By consuming 100 skill points, you can raise a talent or skill from sub-divine level to divine level. And he begged the system to death, asking for 50 skill points in compensation before giving up. After the merge, Hu-Yi's power value instantly soared to 5,000 points, and his combat power was directly comparable to Boria's panel value. Name, Boria. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 6,000 full. Speed, 6,000 full. Endurance, 6,000 full. Defense, 6,000 full. Mental power, 7,000. Talent, Unruly Subdivine. Special skills, Encountering Strength Subdivine, Fierce Head Hammer Top, Sharp Teeth Advanced. The reason why Hui hadn't been as enthusiastic about Borea as he had been with the others right off the bat was because of its talent. Unruly sub-divine, unruly personality, considers himself invincible in the same realm, and is difficult to be tamed. If tamed, it will raise its own genlock shackles, open a god-level talent, Yagyu, and raise its full skill level by 1 level no more than sub-divine. This talent, on the surface, didn't seem to be anything special, and didn't even help its battle prowess one bit. However, as long as a Borea with this talent was tamed, it would mean that its talents, attributes, and special skills would all have an overall increase. A god-level talent can't be rare. Hui, however, did not stop his next move. Only a white and a red ball of light flashed across his body, and when he landed on the ground, he instantly transformed into the poor man's divided body and the white tiger's divided body. Without hesitation, the white tiger split instantly released the 4-spirit space formation, quickly enveloping Borea. This was one of the few times that Hui, who took creatures of the same level so seriously, came up and used the full power of 1 chi transforming 3 tigers. And the reason Hui did so was because of that sub-god level skill of Borea's. Encountering Strength. Chapter 104 Borea's Submission. Encountering Strength Subdivine. When encountering an unstoppable enemy, the base strength value increases by 30%. This skill seems to have a very small bonus percentage, even somewhat apologizing for its sub-divine rank name. But if you do the math, the role that this skill can play, it is likely to give a divine skill is not even change. Because of the attribute it adds, it is the base strength value. In terms of Borea's panel today, when this skill is not activated, its impact when using the violent head hammer is 5 times its own strength or 30,000 points. Using sharp teeth, the bite is 3 times your own strength or 18,000 points. Such a value was not small for Hui, but it was not much either. At least Hui had several ways to hurry up and kill Borea before the encounter strength skill was activated. However, Hui was in love with Borea and did not intend to kill it. This also means that it is a foregone conclusion that Borea will unleash the skill of encountering strength. With this, Borea's base attributes would reach a staggering 7,800 points. When casting Fierce Head Hammer, the impact will be 39,000 points. The bite force also reaches 23,400 points when using Sharp Teeth. This kind of 2 skills additive multiplier compound stacking enhancement is really too powerful, especially since Borea is still only a Beast King. If Borea reached the Beast Emperor level, the attribute values under this boost would be even more exaggerated. Feeling that all of his attributes were lowered quite a bit the moment the 4-spirit space was added to his body, Borea was shocked in his heart. However, after sensing the aura of the poor Chi and White Tiger doppelgangers, which were only at the primary Beast King realm, Borea revealed another contemptuous smile. Do you think that just because there are more people you can change the battle? Joke. Let me break these 2 shadows of yours first. With that said, Borea took the lead and rushed towards the White Tiger doppelganger. After all, comparatively speaking, the White Tiger's bilocation's aura was a bit weaker than that of the poisonous Chi bilocation, making it seem easier to deal with. Moreover, the role of the White Tiger's doppelganger was obvious. It was where the formation eye of the 4-spirit space was located. Prioritizing breaking it also reduces the pressure on you. The White Tiger doppelganger didn't panic and directly summoned the Golden Claw technique, lining up Borea's body with a slap that made it unable to move an inch. The poor Chi's doppelganger activated the skill Endless Killing Intent, and in the state of Killing Intent, its attributes increased by 20%. It then tried to open its bloody mouth and charged at Borea's neck. Borea, out cold, was hit by a bite from the poor man's doppelganger and dragged to the ground. Due to the strength of Hui as well as the 3 doppelgangers, having reached the Beast King level, the ability of the 4-spirit space was further enhanced. For Spirit Space Subdivine level, using 4 foreign beasts as the eyes of the formation, a powerful formation is formed to form a closed space, which can suppress the strength of the enemies in the space to a certain extent. Current spatial effect Beast King level formation eye. The target's full attributes are reduced by 30%, and the 4 Fey beasts in the formation, their full attributes are increased by 40%. At this time, the poor man's bilocation, with the increase of the 4-spirit space and Endless Killing Intent, had reached 5,658 points of strength, which was already much higher than Borea's defense value that had been weakened to 4,200 points. Borea tried to struggle back to bite in terror, but the poor man's doppelganger was one of the 4 great beasts, and its fighting instincts were not too much weaker than those of the battle tiger, so how could it be easily broken free? Seeing that the 2 major doppelgangers had controlled the scene without using their own hands, Hui was astonished in his heart. It seemed that after he had elevated himself to the Beast Emperor realm, the progress of the three great doppelgangers was equally not small. Hu Yi's main body slowly walked over to Boria and looked down on him. You can't even defeat my doppelganger? Are you, really, a top beast king? Sensing the disdain in Hu Yi's words, Boria roared in extreme anger. Fart. If you're capable, don't use your detachment and fight me squarely, Hu Yi said with an O sound and a look of contempt. Fine, how about you don't activate your powers and fight me squarely? No, your realm is quite a bit higher than mine, so it's not too much to ask for 2 more claws, right? Boria sniffed and was momentarily speechless. Yes, who was he to ask Hu Yi not to use his own abilities? The split is even stronger, that is also a kind of Hu Yi's own ability, and did not pretend to be someone else. Feeling the sharpness of the poor man's teeth, Boria actually despaired a little for a moment. Hu Yi could see the change of expression on Boria's face, and then looked at the poor man's branch with some surprise. I didn't expect its newly awakened passive skill to be so good. Boria's unruly talent was dead in the water before it could even be unleashed. Beast of extreme ferocity divine, passive skill, can disintegrate the opponent's battle spirit, even to the point of causing them to flee without fighting. However, in the next second, poor Qi suddenly let go of his mouth and slowly retreated to the side of Hu Yi's main body. Even the golden claw technique on Boria's back had disappeared. Boria's spirit lifted. Then he looked at Hu Yi with some confusion. Why did you spare me? Hu Yi explained unhurriedly. You're the one who revealed what Kuja has been up to, aren't you? Boria grunted. So what if it is? Hu Yi smiled and said with a sense of almsgiving. For the sake of Porkan, and the pack you brought with you, weak as you are, I'm willing to give you a chance to serve me. After saying that, Hu Yi turned around and was about to leave. You pity me? Sensing the implication between Hu Yi's words, Boria instantly became furious. I'll show you what a stupid decision it was to piss me off, Boria. As soon as the words left his mouth, Boria instantly activated the skill. Encountering strength. Seeing that Boria had finally regained the will to fight, Hu Yi turned to it and said, What? Still want to fight me? Boria's eyes were on fire, and he couldn't tear this abomination before him apart. If I lose this time, it's up to you whether to kill or scratch. But if I win, the mark inside me, I'll fix it for you. Hu Yi said that, instantly combining his strength with the white tiger split and using the golden claw technique at the same time. One left and one right were like slapping palms, pinning down Boria. Without even dodging, Boria directly activated the violent head hammer and loaded up against the white tiger doppelganger's golden claw technique. Duong! A metallic clash rang out, and Boria's forward form lurched. However, it quickly returned to normal, and even had the leisure to let out a fastidious roar, as if venting the indignation it had just felt in its heart. On the contrary, the golden claw technique used by the white tiger's doppelganger shattered in response to the collision, leaving not a single trace behind. Even the white tiger's bilocation, after feeling the recoil transmitted from within the spirit, his head was slightly disoriented, and even the four-spirit space was a little shaken up. Seeing how arrogant Boria was, the poor Qi split's endless killing intent increased, instantly rising to the furious state. The 6,600 points of power made the poor man's split's confidence soar, and it went straight for Boria. Without showing any weakness, Boria used the violent head hammer on the poor man's split. With a whopping 27,300 points of rushing power, even if they didn't collide together, the poor man's bilocation sensed the might of the other party and knew that he couldn't force himself to defeat them. However, the experienced one didn't turn around and run away like an ordinary fey beast. Instead, it charged head-on. As it was about to approach Boria, it made a fake of a flying lunge, and then went straight down on the ground. By the time Boria landed in a flying lunge, the poor man's doppelganger had already run away. As the two main doppelgangers lost one after another, Hu Yi could only take matters into his own hands. All that was seen was an acceleration forward, causing Boria to think he was going to tussle with him. Not bothering to regret that he had been teased by the poor Qi doppelganger, Boria hurriedly unleashed the violent head hammer once again and excitedly rushed towards Hu Yi. It had already imagined itself headbutting Hu Yi to the point of screaming. But just at the moment when the two were about to collide, Hu Yi fiercely summoned his wind and thunder twin wings and lifted his wings, causing Boria to pounce once again. Immediately afterward, Hu Yi drew an arc in the air and lunged straight at Boria's back, taking a bite on the back of its neck. Boria was so shocked that he flailed and struggled, but unfortunately it was all too late. under the effect of the kiss of death, unless Hui took the initiative to let go of his mouth. There was really no prey that could escape on its own. Finally, in a burst of pain that went deep into his bones, Boria couldn't help but cry out, "I admit defeat! Admit defeat!" Chapter 105 Malika's means. Name, Boria. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 6,000. Speed, 6,000. Endurance, 6,000. Defense, 6,000. Mental power, 7,000. Loyalty, 100. Talent, Yagyu Divine. Special skills, Encountering Strength Subdivine, Wild Rush Subdivine, Iron Teeth Top. Yakuza Divine. 10% increase in all attributes when fighting by the side of the object of allegiance. When the object of allegiance is in a desperate situation, all attributes are increased by 50%. Hui secretly sighed in his heart. Boria possessed this god-level talent, and could definitely save himself a lot of work when he was a personal guard. What's more, its genlock cap had been raised once again, which meant that its attribute value would be much higher than others among its class. At that time, it would be hard for anyone in the state of guarding itself to be able to fight against it amongst its class. After pacifying him for a few sentences, Hui realized that he had thought a bit redundantly. The Boria under 100 loyalty, how arrogant he was before, how obedient he was now, Hui liked it. It was the name, which was too westernized, that made Hui a little unsatisfied. Boria, that's not a very good name for you? I'll change it to Wicked Come. Is that okay? Evil Lie obeys the master's command. Taking care of the evil lie side of things, the other side of the battle was in a tailspin. The members of the Kujihara community, except those who were subdued and surrendered, and the diehards have all been put to death. Tiger Feather did everything he could, but he still couldn't hold Malika. Can't be helped. Malika's attributes, which were already quite a bit higher than it, coupled with its oily character as far as possible, not to tangle with Tiger Feather took it no way at all. Seeing that Evil Lie had been subdued by Hui and had already surrendered, Malika cursed angrily in her heart and suddenly scurried away. Its burst of speed was so fast that Tiger Feather couldn't catch up with it at all. Hui had long ago checked its attributes and had a good idea in his mind. Then he gave orders to the surroundings and said, "Malika has me to go after, and while I'm gone, Goera, you have full authority to organize everyone in the pack on my behalf, to retreat 20 kilometers away, to prevent being caught in the ripples of a Beast Emperor-level sparring match." Me? Upon hearing his name, Gajira looked incredulous. He's just surrendered, and he's already been given an important position? In response, except for the three tigers, Tiger Feather, Tiger Dun, and Wicked Lie, the rest of them all showed signs of indignation. Especially the newly promoted Tiger King and Tiger Rong. The former was the oldest child of the tiger group, and the latter boasted of being Hui's closest sister. In the eyes of the two tigers, among the group of people at the moment, such an important thing as organizing a retreat on behalf of Hui should be given to himself. Hui didn't have time to explain and hurriedly ordered, "Erdi and Wicked Come, assist the 5 planes. To go against it is to go against me." The two tigers nodded and stood next to Gajira. The newly promoted Tiger King feared Wicked Lie, and Tiger Rong feared his second brother, so he could only honestly obey the arrangements of Wu Yuan. Hui put away his white tiger split and poor man's split, opened his wings and lifted them up, chasing after Malika. On the ground, Kuja saw Hui, who had spread his wings, and was only slightly surprised before returning his attention back to Martial Tiger. In its view, as long as it killed the Tiger Marshal, those tiger clans that were at the District Beast King level, or even the Fey Beast level, would all surrender to the wind and not have to worry. Now, it fought a tie with the Tiger Marshal's long-range counterattack, with neither being able to help the other. Next, it's ready to bully its way into close combat. Malika didn't run far before Hui locked him in the air. Name Malika. Race, Northeast Tiger Beast King. Strength, 5,873. Speed, 5,697. Endurance, 5,904. Defense, 5,700. Mental power, 8,000. Talent, Decomposition Rebirth top level. Special skills, Spore sub-god level, Footloose top level, Sweet Talk high level. When Hui saw its panel, he had originally laughed in his heart and sighed that this Kuja's crony was really timid. The two skills, Footloose and Sweet Talk, one temporarily increases movement speed and the other gains the opponent's trust, both of which are relevant to staying alive. How did a guy so afraid of death reach the Beast King level? Luck? One must know that even though it was the time of aura revival, it wasn't like any cat or dog could enter the Beast King level. The vast majority of the Beast King level experts that Hu Yi had encountered so far possessed subdivine level talent or higher, with only a small portion being top tier. However, theoretically, when one reaches the advanced talent, there is a chance to cross over to the Beast King level. From this, it could be seen that today's Beast Kings were definitely all elite existences in their race. This really didn't see anything remarkable except for a talent and sub-divine skill that he didn't quite understand. Hu Yi didn't bother to tangle with it and activated the Golden Claw technique, directly ingesting it. His idea was simple: capture it and force it to surrender or not. If you want to stay around and be a Hushin like courtier, amusing yourself when you have nothing to do. If you don't want to, then just kill them, nothing to be sorry about. But just as the golden claws slapped onto Malika's body, a bizarre scene happened. Only after the golden claws swept through, all of Malika's bones, skin and flesh quickly moved to the side. It was as if it had hardened and moved all the body tissue in the path of the golden claws' attack out of the way. Hu Yi was startled by this bizarre scene. Was this still a creature? Ghosts can't even dodge their own attacks so tightly, can they? Hu Yi then launched the golden claw technique several times in succession, but it was helplessly dodged by Malika in such a bizarre manner every time. It was at this moment that Hu Yi finally understood the meaning of its gift. Decomposition rebirth top level. Can quickly decompose every inch of the body and quickly regenerate it in a short period of time. However, the move wasn't completely without its flaws. After just a few moves, Malika's spiritual power at this point was only left at a mere 6,000 points. It was evident that this move had consumed it greatly. In this way, Hu Yi in turn was in no hurry to attack. After all, with his majestic spiritual power, he would consume it to death. With that, the two sides survived a dozen rounds before Malika was the first to relent and run in Kuja's direction. Hu Yi was not surprised by this. After all, from the moment it chose to escape, it had always been circling around Kuja and Martial Tiger's battle group, and it clearly had something up its sleeve. The patriarch intends. The momentum is gone. Let's go. Kuja glanced at it disdainfully and collided with the tiger marshal again. Kuja, you pompous ass. You made me do this. After Malika cursed, he violently stopped his stance and shouted at Hu Yi in the air. This lord, stop fighting. I surrender. Hu Yi paused somewhat playfully and said with a smirk, you're a close friend of Kuja's. How am I supposed to trust you? Malika looked up with a clench of her teeth. I have left means on Kuja that can cure it to death very quickly. Chapter 106 Messenger of the Underworld. Stygian Tiger. When Hu Yi heard this, he glanced in shock at Kuja, who was not the least bit moved, and said with some disbelief, are you sure that you, a Beast King class, can kill a Beast Emperor class? If Kuja really had some kind of handle on it, why would Kuja, at this moment, still be so calmly fighting against the Tiger Marshal? Without waiting for Hu Yi to question him, Malika took the lead and rose to say, Lord Patriarch, look at me. After Malika finished speaking, she hurriedly ran to Hu Yi's side and stood with her back to Hu Yi. With such behavior, Malika was equivalent to handing over her life into Hu Yi's hands. Because with this stance, if Hu Yi launched a sudden attack on Malika, Malika would not be able to react in time, let alone resist. If Hu Yi was not able to see from the system that it only had 5 points of loyalty to himself at the moment, he might have really believed that it was loyal to him. Feeling that Hu Yi was behind her and had no intention of striking out at her, Malika let out a long breath. It's also taking a gamble by showing this behavior towards Hu Yi. Good thing it won the bet. It then looked straight ahead at Kuja, mouthed the words, and a faint green light began to linger throughout its body as well. After Kuja slapped a Tiger Marshal's head, he got his own head smacked by the Tiger Marshal's tail, and the two tigers fought to a draw. After all, Kuja hadn't been at the Beast Emperor level for very long, and his attribute values weren't much more than those of the Tiger Marshal. However, just as Kuja began to prepare for his next attack, the unexpected happened. At the surface of its ghostly blue body, pieces of verdant color suddenly emerged. But if it's just a color change, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that all the places where the body surface appeared emerald green, there was an additional strange energy in the body and formed a spore form, seriously affecting the operation of Kuja's body's supernatural energy. What the hell? Kuja desperately tried to manipulate the alien energy in his body to destroy these weird energies. However, its ghostly blue flame, when it came into contact with these green spores, not only did it not burn or destroy it, but instead it was like nutrients, making these spores become a little bigger. On the other hand, Malika on the other side of the room was now flushed and her breath was raging. Its attributes appeared to be soaring in Hu Yi's eyes. When the Tiger Marshal saw Kuja's expression, he knew that the opportunity had come, and he hastily pounced at it. In his panic, Kuja only hastily blocked the Tiger Marshal's blow, but his entire body involuntarily crashed out, taking a small loss. This was the first time since the two tigers fought that one side had suffered a loss. But Kuja was now completely unconcerned about his aching body, and instead hurriedly urged his body's foreign energy to madly surge into the spores. "Traitor! You're the one who messed up, aren't you? I'll hold you up." Eyeing the look of enjoyment in Malika's eyes, Kuja said viciously. Malika's face tightened, but then it returned to normal. It really couldn't suck in all the energy in Kuja's body, or it would have absolutely burst. But it was gambling that Kuja wouldn't consume all of his powers and use them against himself when there was a Tiger Marshal around. Spore Subdivine can hide and reside on the target, gradually growing and multiplying. The longer it takes, the more it becomes one with the target. When it reaches maturity, it can suck all the energy in the opponent's body and turn it into its own. At first, Hu Yi wondered what use this skill could be. Who will give you time to plant a seed and then take root and sprout when the best of the best go at it? In hindsight, this is a horrible move. For a top-tier gifted beast king level Fey beast to be able to injure, or even kill, a subdivine level beast emperor level Fey beast with this one skill was nothing short of divine. Thinking of this, Hu Yi looked to Malika's side and said with intent, "Malika, that's a great trick you've got there, hurting people, not knowing when, and planting them on whoever." Malika's hands did not stop, but her heart thumped and she said in a hurry, "Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. The people I'm hosting must all be your enemies." Hui looked at it playfully and said with a smile, "Nope, judging by Kuja's behavior, this is definitely a move you've had lurking inside it for a long time. But you've always been its crony, it seems, haven't you?" Malika shivered in fear and was just about to explain something when he saw Hui continue his analysis. "The reason you just ran around Kuja wasn't really for its sake, was it? My guess is that you want to take it to escape to a deserted place, and then when it is exhausted, you will suddenly launch this attack on it and harvest all the energy in its body. At that time, you can be the Malika Beast Emperor." Being punctured through Hu Yi's mind, Malika instantly shook like a sieve. It knew that no matter how much it said, it would not be able to dispel Hu Yi's scorn towards it. Since this is the case, it is best not to be cleverly sophomoric and use benefits to please Hu Yi. "Lord Patriarch, in fact, this move of mine can not only work on myself but also on you. Just allow me to plant a small seed in you. Don't worry. When this is over, I will immediately lift the spore and never leave any hidden dangers for you." Hui laughed and stepped forward. "Come, do as you will. What can a little seed do to me?" Malika didn't expect Hu Yi to still dare to agree that he would plant spores for him after seeing Kuja's miserable state. In addition to sighing, Hu Yi bowled at the same time, Malika's heart, but also a little touched. Soon, under Malika's control, a colorless, odorless, and extremely small spore entered Hu Yi's body. This spore quickly took root and sprouted, and then violently erupted with a strong energy. The aura of this energy was exactly the same as Kuja, who was woefully dodging the Tiger Marshal's attack at the moment. At the same time, Hu Yi's four-dimensional attributes with the injection of this energy also began to rise wildly. The asshole, I'll let you suck it, I'll let you suck it. After feeling the massive loss of energy in his body, Kuja fell into a state of insanity and unexpectedly pressed all the energy in his body into the spores in his body quickly. The volume of inputs has increased at the entry end, and naturally the same is true for exports. Originally, the attribute points in Hu Yi's body were still increasing by 350 points per minute. Kuja's hard push directly increased the speed to 2,300 per minute. Hu Yi had just evolved to the Beast King level not long ago, and was unable to receive too much energy, or else it would easily cause his foundation to become unstable. When the four-dimensional attributes reached 3,500 points, the system automatically clipped the spore in Hu Yi's body. This is equivalent to the original 2 exits. There is only one left. Malika was instantly victimized, and her entire body was quickly propped up like a balloon. Like Kuja said, it's going to be bursting at the seams. Right at this critical moment when her life was at stake, Malika couldn't care less and could only choose to expose her last card. One could only see that behind Hu Yi after settling down the team, the evil Lai Wu Yuan Polkan and among the tigers, several of the top-strength exotic beast-level northeast tigers suddenly erupted a shocking aura fluctuation within their bodies. Apparently, they were experiencing the same thing that Hui had just done. Malika, how dare you plant that thing inside us as well? What are the intentions? Evil lie cursed, Malika said in her usual tone, even a little aggravated. Kuja is brutal and I've resented it for a long time, only to hold back so far in order to strike a blow. Yet everything was ready, except for the fact that on my own, I couldn't absorb all of its power. Therefore, I can only ask you all to join me in executing this Fang together. Shameless. Fart. You're clearly thinking of our energy just the same. Evil Lie and other tigers we're willing to believe have shouted and cursed. Malika said only that she meant well and nothing more. Hui looked at Malika with a complicated expression. This tiger's mind is a bit deep, and I don't know if I should stay with it. However, regardless of its original intention, at least for now, it means its spores were indeed helping everyone to improve their strength. The energy in Kuja's body, on the other hand, was getting weaker and weaker, to the point that he couldn't even stand up in the end. Seeing this, Martial Tiger didn't take advantage of the situation. So he stood to the side, recovering his strength, and coldly watched it all. Just when Kuja was almost out of gas and its various attributes had almost reached single digits in Hu Yi's eyes, its attribute panel suddenly began to flash continuously. Only to see Kuja's eyes snapped open, no longer in the same weak state as before, but smiling sinisterly. Thanks to you guys for helping me get rid of this punk. As a token of appreciation, please accept the invitation of death from me, the messenger of the underworld's Stygian tiger. Chapter 107 Nutrients requesting votes yo. After saying that, Kuja stood up fiercely and pounced on the tiger Martial. Martial Tiger had no time to react, so he had to respond hastily. Not far away, Hui, after seeing the attributes of Kuja, shouted not good and rushed forward. As he ran, he summoned his Poverty Strange and White Tiger incarnations and quickly formed the Four-Spirit space, wrapping Kuja in it and reducing its full attributes by 30%. Not only that, he also mobilized his spiritual power with his White Tiger doppelganger and condensed 2 golden claws, desperately blocking the front of Kuja. However, despite Hui's timely reaction, Kuja still withstood the weakening of the Four-Spirit space, smashed 2 golden claws one after another, and slapped the tiger Martial flying out. Such results did not surprise Hui, who saw the attribute panel of Kuja. Name none. Race: Stygian Tiger Beast Emperor. Power: 49,958. Speed: 48,654. Endurance: 49,002. Defense: 49,011. Mental power: 100,000. Talent: Beast of the Underworld Subdivine. Special skills: Rebirth by taking the Spirit God grade, Underworld Fire Sub-God grade, Underworld Beast Body Sub-God grade. Such an attribute had already reached the peak of the Beast Emperor level. You took over Kuja, Hui said with a grave expression on his face. The Stygian tiger gave him a surprised look and complimented him. I didn't realize that there were still insightful beings amongst the earth, who even knew about taking away the body. That's right, I'm not a Kuja. I'm a messenger of the underworld's Stygian tiger. With that said, it looked back to Malika Road. Little one, did you think you were godless when you planted the spores on Kuja? Actually, I already knew that. The reason why I kept you until now is just to lend you a hand to kill that punk. All the energy you're absorbing right now is all that punk's own. And my energy, from the great underworld, you can suck it up and try to see if you can handle it. Hearing the words of the Stygian tiger, Malika instantly panicked. It tried to absorb a little bit of the energy in the Stygian tiger's body again, and instantly felt a sense of icy coldness just like before, when Kuja activated the ban in Borea's and Gajira's bodies. Malika became even more alarmed, and then was about to stop the spore's energy siphoning for the Stygian tiger. But right at this moment, Hui suddenly stopped it and passed a strand of wish energy into it. Moria only felt that all of a sudden, there was a warm power that directly crushed the feeling of ice and cold, helping it to absorb the energy of the Stygian tiger. Hui sneered towards the Stygian tiger and cleared his throat. What Your Excellency said may not be the truth of the matter, right? Why don't I tell you the whole story, the ins and outs, the causes and consequences? How about it? After saying that, Hui didn't wait for it to refuse and continued. In my opinion, Kuja died once back then when he was fighting against the Bear Clan. At that time, it went to the underworld due to its own natural power, which was related to the power of the underworld. It's also very coincidental that it saw you. You coveted peace and happiness on Earth and disliked the underworld. So you coaxed Kuja into cooperating with you with flowery words, and then used tricks to help Kuja come back to life. At that time, you should have thought that after helping it to resurrect, you would just take its place and resurrect it on Earth. But what catches you off guard is that Kuja has reached the Beast Emperor level directly after his resurrection. Although it is still not as strong as you as a powerhouse at your level, it is no longer an existence that you can easily take over. Just when you are at your wit's end, you happen to come across Malika using the spore skill on Kuja, intending to assassinate him. This is an excellent opportunity for you. So you held back until now, held back until Malika finally got his hands on Kuja, and you were able to take advantage of the opportunity to get a hold of Kuja's physical body. Right? The pupils of the Stygian tiger shrunk, not expecting Hu-Yi to be right 9 times out of 10 under some guesses. Besides, you don't need to put gold on your face. What with being a messenger of the underworld, you don't deserve it yet. You're nothing more than a pawn in the legions of the underworld. Even more, you might just be a deserter. Hui once again added oil, lighting the flame on the heart of the Medflame Tiger high. Humph! You seek death. The underworld flame tiger was flipped over by Hui to point out its origin and identity, and finally became infuriated and rushed towards Hui. Hui knew that he was not his opponent, so he hurriedly had the white tiger bilocation and switched the position of the poor Chi bilocation's formation I to the tiger martial. Martial tiger strength. After receiving the boost from the 4-spirit space, although still unable to fight head-on with him, he was able to barely hold back the Stygian tiger with the support of Hui and the others. The reason why Hui was able to point out the origin of the Stygian tiger was not that he was able to pinpoint it. Rather, it was because he had seen too many standardized skills in the system panel of the Stygian tiger. The term standardized skills refers to the fact that these skills do not have a high level when released individually. However, the strength of the skill increases exponentially when forming a group and combining to unleash the skill. For example, among the standardized skills mastered by the Stygian tiger were the Stygian Beast Ice Inflammation Advanced Combination Technique Divine Level, Stygian Beast Charge Intermediate Combination Technique Subdivine Level, Stygian Exalted Grip Top Level Combination Technique Divine Level, and so on. Hui made a bold speculation based on this, which poked the Stygian tiger where it hurt. Both sides were barely able to maintain a tie situation for a short period of time. But the gap between the two sides in the realm was just too great. In a unit of time, the recovery speed of the Stygian tiger's stamina and mental strength was several times that of Hui and the tiger marshal. If there were no means to break the game for a long time, then Hu-Yi's side would definitely lose. In this regard, Hui had anticipated this in his mind. As early as he guessed the identity of the Stygian tiger, he had arranged for Tiger Feather to return to the tigers and pick them back up. Their help is needed for this battle. An hour later, Tiger Feather returned here with the tiger group. Hui said to Malika in a hurry, "Go, plant spores on all members, all of them." Malika froze at first. However, after associating it with its own body, the gentle power that had just appeared, it instantly guessed Hu-Yi's idea and nodded its head repeatedly. In no time at all, Malika had planted all the members with spores. Let go of absorbing its power, and all the negative effects of the underworld's aura will be taken care of by me. Yes, Malika excitedly agreed, then fully energized the spores in the Stygian tiger's body and began to crazily absorb the energy of the Stygian tiger. The Stygian tiger didn't care at first. In its view, Hui was just using the lives of the tigers to consume his own power. That's stupid. How could the group of tigers in front of it, which were mostly Fey class and ordinary beasts, withstand too much of the underworld's aura? He was afraid that he only needed to pay a few thousand attribute points to kill the vast majority of the tigers among the tiger clan present who had absorbed his energy. At that time, when they were dead and their souls were gone, their death chi, grievances, and the energy from their corpses would be transformed into nourishment for their own bodies. Maybe he could use this power to step into the next realm in a smooth manner. However, just as time passed by, the Stygian tiger finally realized that something was wrong. Not a single one of those tigers that had absorbed their own energy had burst into flames. It even saw a 2-month-old tiger cub that had mutated on its energy. Looking at the little one's face of enjoyment, the Stygian tiger couldn't help but fall into a deep daze. At the moment, who is actually feeding who? Chapter 108, The Tiger Group's Strength Soared. Seeing the Stygian tiger's face showing incomprehension and panic, Hui sneered in his heart. The so-called underworld is also known as Hell in the West. Its energy contained a great deal of resentment, sinister evil, and even death and destruction. This negative aura was like a kind of sustenance for the underworld races. But to a living creature, this power is no different than poison. However, everything under the sun is born with each other. The wishing power in Hu Yi's body, which gathered the power of humanity to the truth, was precisely the greatest nemesis of the power of the underworld. With his escort, Malika had no more worries and accelerated to absorb the energy within the Stygian tiger. In just half an hour's work, among the tigers, there was not a single ordinary tiger left. All of them, from the old and aged tigers down to the wailing tiger cubs, have been successfully mutated. Next, it was those Fey rank tigers among the packs that were close to the Beast King level that also reached the saturation attribute of that realm and began to launch themselves towards the Beast King level. For this reason, Hu Yi had already paid more than 200,000 popularity values and was still consuming them at a rate of close to 10,000 per minute. Hu Yi looked at the popularity value that disappeared like running water. If this was converted into evolution points, it would be enough to raise his attribute value by more than 2,000 points. However, this is not the time to be heartbroken about that. Not to mention that by consuming these popularity values, he was supposed to be helping his men improve their strength. Let's just say that the Stygian tiger was in its prime. If it didn't engage in this necessary exertion, who in the room could beat it? Moreover, with its speed of nearly 50,000 points, it would be difficult for Hu Yi to escape alone even if he wanted to abandon the tiger group. An hour has passed. After the tiger marshal was once again forced to collide with the Stygian tiger, his forehead bled and his head was dizzied, obviously having suffered a considerable loss. Yet having suffered a loss, it smiled from the bottom of its heart at the moment. Of course, it wasn't because it was knocked silly. Rather, it was because through the collision just now, it was able to clearly feel that the gap between it and the Stygian tiger at this moment was no longer as far-fetched as it was before. Name: Tiger Marshal. Race: Northeast Tiger Beast Emperor. Strength: 12,465. Speed: 10,894. Endurance: 10,546. Defense: 11,100. Mental power: 16,000. Loyalty: 90. Talent: Star-tailed Fire Tiger Divine. Special skills: Fire Mastery Divine, Divine Tiger Body Sub-Divine, Fierce Star Descent Sub-Divine. Name: none. Race: Stygian Tiger Beast Emperor. Power: 20,573. Speed: 15,768. Endurance: 13,467. Defense: 15,000. Talent: Beast of the Underworld top level. Special skills: Rebirth by taking the Spirit Divine, Underworld Fire top level, Underworld Beast Body top level. Hu Yi gave Malika a somewhat speechless look. You're so mean, sucking off levels for people's talents? This is not going to suck out the aorta of others, but old man likes it. At the same time, I don't know if it was because of the massive loss of popularity value in Hu Yi's body, but the Fei Xiong doppelganger had actually comprehended a new humanitarian skill. All wishes divine. When the target's realm is soaring, it can consume a large amount of wish power to stabilize its realm. Hu Yi's eyes lit up, and immediately ordered Malika to regenerate a spore in his own body, joining this feast again. Throughout the enhancement process, for every 10 attribute points that Hu Yi enhances, he has to consume around 900 points of popularity value to maintain the solidity of his realm, which is almost only a small profit. With Hu Yi's addition, the power of the Stygian tiger, once again, plummeted and weakened. After the house leaked, Wicked Lie, after absorbing a large number of attribute points, unexpectedly reached the upper limit of the Beast King level attributes once again, and began to evolve towards Beast Emperor. The Stygian tiger knew that it had lost its power and desperately tried to cross over the Tiger Marshal to attack Hu Yi behind it. Unable to do anything about it, the Tiger Marshal did not let it get away with anything and intercepted it to the death, so it simply could not get away with it. Injured? Doesn't matter. Whenever Marshal Tiger was injured, Hu Yi would consume a large amount of popularity value to directly restore his injuries. So the battle until now, Tiger Marshal only ever had pain, but the injury was not left at all. Another hour passed, and just a moment after Evil Lie had just stepped into the Beast Emperor level, the Stygian tiger collapsed helplessly to the ground. But there was no pain or despair in its eyes, only endless anger. You earthly mortal! Do you think that without the permission of the god of the underworld, a small underworld army war beast, would be able to cross the two realms and come here. It doesn't matter if I die, you, all of you, and the whole earth will be buried with me. Hui walked forward and looked into its eyes and said indifferently, "Did you misunderstand something? You're just one of the thousands of hawks and dogs under the Hades god's seat. So don't think of yourself as too important." You, the Stygian tiger, who was once again poked in the sore spot, angrily looked at Hui. However, it could only use the most feeble means to express its dissatisfaction by staring. Hui lowered his head and whispered beside its neck, "Besides, even if the god of the underworld really wants to slaughter the earth, you won't be able to see it." With that said, the kiss of death was unleashed, and Hui snapped the neck of the Stygian tiger with a bite. Feeling the power of the abyss in Hui's mouth, the Stygian tiger rounded its eyes and just shouted out the words, "It's you," before it lost its breath. Hui froze at his words. "What do you mean? This underworld creature knows me?" In the middle of the underworld, the bloody sun was in the sky. In the middle of an ancient-styled palace, a Hades god with a terrifying breath and a tiger's head suddenly frowned and said, "A pawn dead." Beside him, a human-headed, deer-bodied god of the underworld frowned. "So fast? It seems that this calamity on earth is no longer within our control." In the middle of the two, in a darkened passageway, an old voice slowly sounded. "This time, although it is us, the underworld, who have once again opened up the era of aura on earth, it is likely that there are other existences that have taken advantage of this opportunity and have also made a move towards earth." Just then, the tiger-headed man suddenly remembered an ancient legend and then guessed, "Lord Snake Woman, is it possible that no one else has intervened, but rather that on earth there has been a reappearance of the realm god?" After the words fell, the deer-bodied man's face showed shock, and the passageway fell silent. I don't know how long it took before the old crone's voice resounded again from within the passageway. "Not unlikely. The last generation of Earth realm gods who tried to get the Earth out of our control were crushed by the main gods of the major interfaces joining forces. Projecting by days, the birth of the new territories god is indeed just around the corner." The deer-bodied man asked curiously, "Snake Woman, why do the gods of the earthly realm always appear repeatedly? Don't they ever die?" The Earth, which contains the essence of the 3,000 great roads of the universe, contains supreme greatness. The so-called gods of the earthly realm are a single consciousness generated by adhering to all the laws and laws of the earth. It has the earthly realm as its body, the mountains and rivers as its blood, and the famous mountains and rivers as its spine. If the earth does not perish, the gods of the earthly realm will naturally not disappear. That doesn't mean, however, that they won't die. The last god of the earthly realm, who was beaten by the gods to the point where his consciousness dissipated, isn't this a manifestation of death? When a new earthly realm god appears again, it will be a new consciousness that has nothing to do with the original earthly realm god. After the snake woman had answered, the tiger-headed man pursued the question. "But I've heard that the last earthly realm god, it seems, that he wasn't really crushed." The snake woman's voice fell silent again. After a while it said quietly, "Back then, when the earthly realm's god consciousness dissipated, the main gods, indeed, did not discover its core of origin." Chapter 1, Competing with the Master's Last Wish. The Master leads the way, the practice is up to the individual. Little Faye, you have already learned a small amount, so I can leave with peace of mind. You have to work hard and stand tall. Master understands that people are small and their words are light. Only when you stand tall can your words carry weight. 5 years ago, Master took you under his tutelage, and 5 years later, Master returned you to the world, and you'll have to taste the sweet and sour in this future alone. When you're a little famous, go to the Yun Pavilion and look for a class master surnamed Gua. He owes Master a favor, and with his shelter, your future will be less bumpy. Finally, never forget that you are a Dan character. It was snowing heavily that day. The young man straightened his spine, as straight as a pine, like a long spear. He tilted his head back, rolling tears across his cheeks. Facing it, a tombstone. The monument is inscribed, "Tomb of Mr. Lin." In his ears, the master's dying words. I remember 5 years ago, also a hungry and cold winter, homeless Qin Fei met Mr. Lin Jingnan Sr. The old gentleman saw his character is good, talent is also good, so he took him as a pupil for him to eat, for him to drink, but also will be the pair park skills, teach all of them. Once a teacher, always a father. It's safe to say, the old gentleman had been a great help to him. Qin Fei also competed and worked hard, and in just 5 years he learned all the skills of the old man. It's just a shame that the old gentleman was very ill at the time, and it was not long before he departed this life. The old gentleman had no wife or children in his life, and treated Qin Fei as if he were his own child. His life is clean, do not like big ceremonies, dying, but also just let Qin Fei erect a tombstone. In front of the hearth, Qin Fei knelt for 7 days and 7 nights to fulfill his last filial duty. I am honored by the teachings of the master. Thoughts were gradually drawn back. At this moment, Qin Fei, sitting in the singer's lounge, was experiencing severe mood swings. He is participating in I Am a Singer. This is his first stage. So he wanted to come out as a Dan character. He wore a phoenix crown dotted with emeralds and a watery python robe. Cloud shoulder, jade belt, obviously a boy, but the beauty is unbelievable, like the ancient deep family boudoir. Women's clothing bigot. The first thought of all those who saw this getup was this. No way. This kind of dress is too strange. Is this to sing opera? On the stage of I Am a Singer singing opera? No one ever seems to do that. Qin Fei, as the grand finale, you are the last to appear. And those who appeared before you are watching you? Deng Ziki, Han Hong, Han Li, and Zhang Li. The one who spoke was Li Weijia. As Qin Fei's manager, he was also mesmerized by Qin Fei's outfit. What kind of a man is this? It's clearly a fairy who's come down to earth. God, are men dressed as women this beautiful? Thanks, Jia. Qin Fei guffawed, practically bludgeoning Li Weijia. Stop it, you don't smile at me. I can't stand it anymore. He gasped. The fact that he had a crush on a boy made him a little skeptical. Other side. Director's crew. Liang Xiaobai looked at the list of contestants and frowned. Mr. Hong Tao. This Qin Fei, he hasn't had any experience in participating in the arts for 5 years. He's a newcomer. Why did you invite him? He doesn't understand, in the case of I Am a Singer rating slump, you even hire a third-tier singer with self-traffic. It's better than hiring a newcomer, right? Could it be to save money? Hong Tao shook his head, his eyes gazing at Qin Fei's lounge, and muttered, trusted by someone. Hong Tao is known for his impartiality, and I Am a Singer is another work he has put his heart and soul into. He will never open the back door and ruin the ratings for anyone. But today, this Qin Fei had broken his custom. This not only made Liang Xiaobai more curious. Soon, the game is officially on. He Zhong went up to the stage and greeted the 500 spectators with pleasantries first, then laughed. Welcome to a new installment of Lipitor laundry detergent. I'm a singer. Applause from the stage. 500 fans, unusually enthusiastic. Rumor has it that there's a new singer coming in for the finale today. I wonder who that could be? Equally curious. And the singers in the lounge. Deng Ziki poked his neck out. Did you guys see who it was? Zhang laughed. I glanced at it before I came here and it was a boy. Very young. Flower. Could it be Li Ronghao? There are only so many young singers in China who can hold their own, and Li Ronghao is one of them. Zhang shook her head. No, that boy has big eyes. Li Ronghao. Thanks, they are offended. Han Hong laughed. No matter who is coming, go back and prepare properly. The big sister spoke, and these young singers stopped discussing, and then a director walked over. Ms. Blossom, you're the first one out. Flower stands up, having lost to Zhang in the last installment. He makes a comeback this time, and there's no way he's going to lose. Wait for him to make his entrance. The arena was abuzz. Whoa, it's Flowery. Come on, come on. What can we expect from this issue? A flowery version of nunchucks that blew through the room. Everyone's eyes lit up. A flowery accent in opera? This flower is really good. She surprises us every time. Liang Xiaobai was greatly appreciated. Huaqiang, a type of opera, trying to incorporate it into a pop element would have been very difficult. It's even rarer to see a flower blend in as well as it does. I can see that this guy has zoomed in this time. Looks like Hannah is going to take first place this time. I guess I was irritated when I lost to Zhang last period. So tough right off the bat. So much pressure on the next singers. Listening to the voices of the audience, Hong Tao fell into deep thought. Flowery? Qin Fei? I wonder how much of old Mr. Lin's mantle you have inherited? Chapter 2. Is this a ING guy? With a flowery opening. The singers in the back of the room played better than one another. Deng Ziki's Like You, which sparked the room, with its Cantonese lyrics, combined with the little diva's superb vocals, made people feel a rush of sweetness. Wow, Sister Seigo, does this wave even need to be compared? Dengziki is stable, even better than the last installment. These two young men are truly terrifying. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. However, when Han Hong came out with the song Sky Road, it directly made everyone dumbfounded. Backwash is still a bit far off. The nationals were horrible. That's not it. Mr. Han plays casually. That's the level of the king of songs, joking with you juniors. The three singers finished their set and brought the venue straight to a boil. Lavigia's frown, however, deepened. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure of this issue. If the last issue was just a small test, then this issue all the singers start to shine. Qin Fei is just a newcomer. Can one stand the pressure of facing the horrors of their predecessors? Looking towards Qin Fei, sure enough, the guy didn't even have an expression on his face. He was obviously shocked. Indeed, for a newcomer, the I am a singer stage is a purgatory. A round robin. Li Weijia sighed. He had seen Qin Fei's destiny, a cannon fodder-like existence. It's just a shame about the costume. Next, Han Base's appearance once again heated up the arena to its peak. The Bauer girl is awesome. Ha 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 ha, Uncle can actually be cute too? Is Uncle Hanbei treating this place like a concert? Please, can you stop handing us the microphone all the time? The audience was delighted. The more we get to the end of the show, the more we feel the pressure that comes with it. At the same time, that mysterious finale singer, too, is about to be revealed. Wait until the end of one of Zhang's songs. Don't forget your heart's content. The whole place was abuzz. Come on, come on. Let's just see who the guest of honor is for this installment. Shall we? Just want to know if it's a man or a woman. So what if I know this period's song king is not Flower? Flower is invincible. Who can compete? The eyes of the entire audience were focused on the last singer. The pressure is mounting. The singers backstage, all gathered in one piece, also wanted to catch a glimpse of the real thing. Qin Fei, get ready, it's your turn. Li Weijia had just finished. Yes. Qin Fei stood up and guffawed, almost ruffling his teenage boy heart again. It's killing me. If reason hadn't told him it was a guy, he really couldn't help but be impressed. He must be crazy. Wait for Qin Fei to walk out the door. The staff members passing by were all either wide-eyed or sucking in their breath. At this moment, Qin Fei truly interpreted what it means to ice skin and jade bone. Beauty is in the bone, not in the skin. A female, a goddess. A director stuttered a bit in his speech. He had originally come to call Qin Fei, but he was seduced by the goddess in front of him. This. What kind of fairy is this? Brother VJ? This is Qin Fei. Li Weijia finished with a bitter smile, and that director was directly dumbfounded. Qin Fei? Isn't that a boy? How could he not connect the goddess in front of him with Qin Fei? Fellow viewers, the fun is always short-lived. Ho Zhang controls the stage. As the last singer of the show, Qin Fei will give a wonderful performance. The words just fell. The room erupted in a soft echoes. Qin Fei? Who's this guy? I've never heard of it. Is it a newcomer? The crowd was not given time to react. A woman with a great figure comes slowly up from the backstage. Especially the women's costumes. Python robe costume, cloudy shoulders and water sleeves. It's especially dated, and it amazes you as if you're dreaming back a few decades. There is a beautiful woman in the north who is absolutely unique. Spotlight. The woman bowed slightly. Her temperament was outstanding, and she was a national treasure. It's so beautiful. A girl in the front row exclaimed, "Oh my, have I traveled? Mom, come see the fairies. Is Manhwa here? I'm too ugly to sleep." The audience exploded. A few girls in the front row stood up. The boys are even more surprised if I am a singer has a face value plus. This match has been taken by Qin Fei. Qin Fei. Deng Ziki silently chanted. Isn't that a boy's name? But this sister is really so beautiful. For the first time as a girl, she felt a sense of powerlessness. Hannah looked stunned. I thought you said it was a guy? Zhang coughed. You don't like it when people dress up as women? Get out. Get out. So pretty. If it was a guy, I'd quit on the spot. Han Base was very certain. And on the other side, how come it's a woman? Liang Xiaobai couldn't believe his eyes as he took the entry form out and looked at it again. Giggling again. Qin Fei, gender male. What? Liang Xiaobai cast a puzzled look. Hong Tao smiled slightly. Have you read Mulan's rhetoric yet? At those words, Liang Xiaobai was once again dumbfounded.
You man.
Before Hong Tao could speak, he heard on the stage, Qin Fei's voice came. Next up, a chibi song, for everyone. The room fell into an eerie silence. Chilling? What's this song? Chapter 3. What the hell? A man? P.S. You can listen to Tankyo Demon King singing Chilling. Then, Qin Fei's watery sleeves shook. His temperament was graceful and his beauty was smacking as he held the microphone and looked into the distance. It seems. Who is being sacrificed? It seems. Pining for someone. Woo. Opening his mouth was a divine chant, causing the originally noisy arena to quiet down at once. The chant, with its ups and downs, sounded especially good with Qin Fei's costume. Whoa! One of the girls in the front row, her eyes widened. Opening with a king bomb? This is not a newcomer. This is clearly a big man who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers. His listening to the chanting is somehow a bit bleak. This fairy sister is too much. One boy got goosebumps listening to it. Next. Love, I don't know what it is, but it is deep. The unique kunku singing style is a jaw-dropper for many. Kunku. Liang Xiaobai is a famous musician, and immediately heard that no one has ever sung kunku on the I Am a Singer stage. However, unlike other people's surprises, unexpected. Hong Tao was in a trance before his eyes. As if Qin Fei, on the stage, turned into a late old man who pinched his voice and sang kunku. Applause from the stage. Rather like the old man. Hong Tao nodded in relief, his eyes a little moist. One fold of the play, the water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of sorrow and joy and separation and nothing about me. The fan opens and closes. The gongs and drums sound and are silent. Love in the theater, love out of the theater, and by whom? The moment. The arena was surprisingly quiet. A pin drop. Li Weijia stood backstage, his entire body exploding with goosebumps, and it could be said that he was dumbfounded when he heard Qin Fei's chant. Cannon fodder? A round trip? It's all NG bull. The one in front of him was not a newcomer at all, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Good lord, you had me going. I never thought that someone could take kunku and pop and combine them so seamlessly. Who's talking? Li Weijia turned around, only to see Han Hong holding up a teacup, his face full of concentration. Mr. Han Hong? Shoo! Han Hong made a silent gesture, obviously not wanting to disturb this beauty. Accustomed to putting both joy and sorrow into pink ink. What's the point of singing the same old words? I'm all bones and ashes. Floating in the chaotic world endures to see the beacon burning the mountains and rivers. Even if no one knows me. Qin Fei paused and pinched his orchid fingers, as if the stage at this moment was no longer a stage. Instead, it's the theater that he has his heart set on. Offstage, the kindly old man, still gazing at him tenderly. The game. He has a non-winning reason. Next, people walk by offstage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings. The heartbreaking parting song. A theatrical cadence, like thunder, exploded in the ears of the crowd. Hiss. The few spectators in the front rows sucked in their breath in unison. What kind of divine singing is this? I thought that kunku was already the peak. But after kunku, there was a theater that was not inferior to kunku. In this world, it's the first time that someone has combined a playful accent with a pop. Kneel for the big man, a middle-aged man holding up his glasses. By this moment, even an outsider could tell that this goddess was extraordinary. Qin Fei? Someone is trying to remember, but they can't recall who this person is. By the way, it's only right that they must be impressed by such a strong female singer. Holy! Liang Xiaobai had been too shocked to speak. Originally he thought this was a backdoor contestant. However, Qin Fei's performance, astonished him. And then look at Hong Tao. Huh? Hong Tao cried. He admits that the song is great and shocking, but it's not to the point of crying, is it? Staring into Hong Tao's eyes, he read a hint of heartache, a hint of relief. He asserted. The relationship between Hong Tao and Qin Fei was extraordinary. The curtain rises. The curtain falls. Who is the guest? Qin Fei's eyes swept across the stage, that pair of peach blossom eyes but let people look at a heartache. This song, why does it sound so sad? Then came a piece of kunku. Intense repentance serious. Turn back all visions. A groundbreaking chant once again elevated the song, and for the moment, not a single person in the arena spoke anymore. The way everyone looked at Qin Fei. It's all worship. Please, Biggie, take our knees. Why don't you get the king of the song? Lost. Han Hong shook his head and lost his smile. As a professional singer, she could feel the professionalism of Qin Fei's song. Chanting, kunku, opera. These three very different elements are blended into pop music without seeming out of place. That's how great the arranger is. Did he make up that song himself? Han Hong asked. Right. Li Weijia nodded. He remembered this song, which was handed to him by Qin Fei himself. The lyricist and arranger are both Qin Fei. He was surprised for a moment at the time. Genius. Han Base was also marveling. This kind of genius is not yet the same as Flower or Deng Ziki, because behind him is the great treasure that supports it, the theater. It is the accumulation of several thousand years of Xia's heritage. With this kind of accumulation as support, he will create his own genre as long as he continues to incorporate popular elements. Every singer, their expression changed. In time, Qin Fei will grow into a behemoth. Li Weijia was also hard to imagine. Qin Fei, who was initially treated as a newcomer by him, possessed such great potential? Too bad I got married too soon. Zhang laments. Li Weijia shook her head. It's useless to be late. Zhang wasn't convinced. What do you mean, Master Jia? Are you looking down on me? Li Weijia said in amusement. Do you like men? What do you mean? Zhang doesn't get it, and the other singers look back and listen sideways. Hear the one on the stage. It's a man. Male. The words just fell. The corners of Zhang's mouth twitched wildly as he looked at Qin Fei and then at Li Weijia, and had the feeling that he had broken all three of his values. Hannah's eyes widened. Han Base's jaw dropped. Deng Ziki covered her small mouth. What the hell? A man? Chapter 4. Having a crush on a boy. The Tao is merciless. The Tao is merciful. How to think. The Tao is merciless. The Tao is merciful. And the Tao is fathomless. The watery sleeves shook. Qin Fei tilted his head, and the light was reflected in his pupils, as if hiding a sea of stars. The last line of the opera. There are countless lonesome. As if saying goodbye. A song falls. The arena was silent, and all the spectators, one by one, had lost their minds. He saw Qin Fei, who was on the stage, fold his hands and gently arch his hand towards the distance. Falling curtain. Wow, that was great singing. I don't know who took the lead. Originally silent scene. Wow sound. Like boiling water poured into the frying pan inside. Instantly exploded. Goddess! 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 One loud voice after another resounded through the scene. They guarantee it. It was the most perfect live they had heard in recent memory. Bar none. The goddess's theater accent is unbeatable. Even Flora's is not as good as 1/10 of her. Someone is lamenting. What do you all think? Does the goddess sing well? At this time, Heejong came to control the scene with a smile on his face. Good to hear. A big brother in the front row screamed the loudest. And seriously, a beautiful woman in general will make people covet. But this goddess in front of me. But it gave him the feeling that he could only watch from afar. Now that's a real beauty. So the option to decide whether the goddess stays or goes is in your hands. And with 250 votes, the goddess will be allowed to stay and participate in the next round. Heejong's voice just rang out. The audience on stage rushed to cast their votes. Qin Fei's performance just now had conquered them all. All they want to do at the moment is vote for the goddess. What a blossom. What a dunce. All wait a minute. It's the goddess thing that counts. 3 minutes later, the results are in. Qin Fei gained exactly 500 votes. Seeing the number of votes, even Qin Fei froze for a moment. This is a unanimous vote? Spin laughed. Before singing the song, he was a little worried that the audience wouldn't accept it. This world, after all, has never seen this kind of singing before. AWSL. The goddess smiled at me and I am humanly lost. Wow, with that smile. I even thought of a name for the baby. At those words, the corners of Qin Fei's mouth twitched. Don't with me, guys. I'm just a girl in a dress. But I'm a man at heart. That big brother with the ripping voice, you need to stop for a minute. Hoo hoo. 500 votes. Rao He-jeong was shocked for a moment when he saw the number of votes. This is the first time I've seen this score. I Am a Singer has never reached 500 votes since it started. Chin Fei, you've set a new record for singers. Chin Fei bowed slightly. By the way, I've actually been curious, and I think everyone else is pretty curious too. Why did you, a girl and such a good-looking one at that, come up with that name? Chin Fei. Sounds like a boy's name. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. He has asked what's on our minds. The goddess is the most graceful I've ever seen. So sensual in her costume. The crowd at the bottom boiled over. It's simple. Chin Fei turned to the stage and smiled slightly. Because I'm not a female. The first half of the sentence. He said it in a female voice. And the second half of the sentence. Instead, they used their own acoustic voices. The words fell. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. And He-jeong felt that his hosting career had been a tragic Waterloo. Because he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Is this a joke? Come on, it's not funny. However, before he could open his mouth to save the day, Chin Fei then removed the phoenix crown from his head. The Chin Fei who wore the phoenix crown was a goddess. But the Chin Fei who took off the phoenix crown exuded a male heroic spirit. The moment, everyone in the room looked stunned. This. Is it really a man? How can any boy be so beautiful? The only one who was in the middle of the crowd was Li Weijia, who shrugged with a smug look on his face. I told you guys a long time ago, didn't I? He's just a boy, pure and simple. Mom, yeah. Deng Ziqi's mouth dropped open. Although Zhang already knew that Chin Fei was a boy, she was still shocked by him the moment he opened his mouth. Help! I can't believe I just had a crush on a boy. Chapter 5. I've made a fool of myself, haven't I? At this moment, Chin Fei was a bit flustered. Why? Originally, he thought that by blowing his man's identity he could cut these people off. However, and no, looking at the several big brothers in the front row, with their green eyes, Chin Fei subconsciously took a small step back. His big brother, you guys don't mess is it really just a guy? With a big man? Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Little brother Chin Fei was scared. I don't care, you're a goddess. A few female fans became even more fervent. Originally, they had fallen for Chin Fei because he was so beautiful, but they didn't realize that the goddess was a little brother, which made them even more excited. Well, the next voting session, we invite our 500 judges to vote for the 6 singers who sang this time. Luckily, He-jeong hurriedly controlled the scene, which prevented it from becoming chaotic. To know, when it was learned that Chin Fei was a boy, it's all blowing up backstage. A boy is so beautiful. How can they girls live? 5 minutes later, backstage, all the singers gathered together and Chin Fei met the crowd for the first time. Hello, Chin Fei. The first to say hello was Zhang. Hello. As soon as Chin Fei's words fell, Deng Ziqi, who was on the side, laughed quirkily. Chin Fei, you know what? Just now, your little brother watched your performance and regretted that he got married too early. Words. Ha 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 ha. The singers backstage laughed into a ball, and the atmosphere was incredibly cordial, making Chin Fei, who was a first-timer, feel a hint of warmth. Chin Fei. Han Hong smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I appreciate you. This loss is not unfair. We're there, just lucky. Chin Fei understood that he was a newcomer, so it was better to be humble in everything. Luck. Han Base shook his head. Kunku, opera. Which one doesn't require years and years of practice? To still be able to blend the two so well, you're very talented. Chin Fei gave Han Base a deep look and smiled in thanks. Well, teachers, the results are in. Hong Tao came in from the doorway and purposely glanced at Chin Fei. The laughter in his eyes simply could not be hidden. The third-place winner of this game is... Hong Tao stretched his voice. Deng Ziqi. Little diva Tang Ziqi bowed slightly. Actually, I just want to know if Chin Fei is number 1. The other singers all nodded in agreement. Open the show so far. This is the first time. The crowd didn't want to know where they ranked. Hong Tao froze, then looked at Chin Fei and laughed. Chin Fei's audience approval rating for this match is 99%. This game, Chin Fei's ranking is... Hong Tao laughed as he once again stretched his voice, setting the mood to its most tense. First, the original chilling. Well-deserved. Congratulations, Mr. Chin Fei. The words fell. The room applauded. I knew it. In the face of this result, The crowd wasn't the least bit surprised. If Qin Fei couldn't come first, it would be truly strange. Thanks. Qin Fei stood up and bowed towards the crowd. This was his debut match, and taking first place meant a great start. At the same time, he was accountable to his master's spirit in heaven. Receive the trophy. Hong Tao laughed. In heaven's name, old Mr. Lin will also be very happy when he sees this scene. The words just fell. Qin Fei's hand, which was holding the trophy, stiffened violently. Then, heads up, eyes filled with suspicion. How does he know master's name? Seemingly seeing Qin Fei's doubts, Hong Tao laughed. Old Mr. Lin once helped me out, and I'm still the one who sent the invitation for you to participate in I'm a Singer this time. Then Qin Fei understood. Only he was still a little curious that his own master was a Pear Garden singer. How can I help Hong Tao? But Hong Tao didn't say, so he didn't bother to ask. Qin Fei. Hong Tao called out to him, revealing the kind of look that elders give to their juniors. Do you have a place to stay after master leaves? If not, you can come to my place. After the old Mr. Lin left, the large pear orchard was dispersed. Nowadays, Qin Fei was not really famous yet, and he didn't have much money in his pocket. Old Mr. Lin had helped him, so he wanted to give Qin Fei a place to live. Thank you, Ms. Hong Tao. Qin Fei shook his head no. Hong Tao thought he couldn't wipe his face and said with some anxiety, you don't have to be embarrassed, it's just a place to live. When you make money in the future, you can move out whenever you want. No. Qin Fei shook his head once again. Before master died, he left me a courtyard where I can live. Yard. Hong Tao froze, then widened his eyes. Yard? In Kyoto, what can be called a courtyard? Quadrangle? Aha. Nice guy. Hong Tao, almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, combined with I am self-interested. You have a quadrangle, you didn't say so. It's so embarrassing to mess with me right now. Roll, roll, roll. Hong Tao waved his hand helplessly. Qin Fei left in amusement, and just after taking a step out, he called out to himself again. Wait. Qin Fei. The mantle of old Mr. Lin. How much have you learned? In his eyes, old Mr. Lin was like a godly figure, and he had once heard him sing opera. Trance. He thought it was the reincarnation of Mei Lanfang. It was a pity that old Mr. Lin had left before he could pass on all of his mantle. In his opinion, Qin Fei was indeed gifted, but his learning time was too short, just 5 years, and it was already remarkable that he could learn 5 achievements. Master said, I can leave the master. Qin Fei said. Hong Tao nodded his head. Out of the teacher probably also learned for 5%, and their own imagination is almost the same. But he didn't know. Qin Fei said out of the division it was 10%. Then be careful. Next week is a surprise battle. The target invited is going to be stronger. If you get eliminated, you'll be disgracing old Mr. Lin. I should be first again next time. Qin Fei slightly arched his hand. His arrogant eyes the same as Lin Jingnan's when he was alive. Hong Tao was shaken for a moment. Not bad for a master and disciple. So much alike. Chapter 6. Pills. Suburbs of Beijing. Inside the quadrangle. Pushing open the gate, the yard was filled with dead leaves. Qin Fei took a broom and swept it gently. Listened to the swish. Qin Fei's heart was serene like never before. This quadrangle, which was left to him by his master, has reached $300 million now that housing prices have skyrocketed. It's astronomical. However, none of this had anything to do with Qin Fei because it was his master stuff and he wouldn't sell it. Little Qin, a beautiful woman, came smiling. This is the boss's wife of the next-door cloth workshop. Qin Fei's water-sleeved python robe is customized in her home. Sister Hong, you're here? I overcooked the fried noodles, and I knew at a guess that you must not have eaten them yet. Here, do Sister Hong a favor. Looking at the old Kyoto fried noodles handed over by the beautiful woman, Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Come on, people ask me to help with work. You're good, you ask me to help with food. As you know, Sister Hong's family of 2 can't eat that much. Qin Fei smiled and didn't say anything. He knew it was a kind gesture from Sister Red. Helping with food and all that is just an excuse. Since her master passed away, she was afraid that Qin Fei couldn't solve the problem of 3 meals, and she changed her ways to give Qin Fei food and drinks. How's business going for Sister Hong these days? Barely making a living here in the city of 4 nines. Sister Hong squeezed out a small smile. If it wasn't for you master and disciple taking care of it, Sister Hong's store would have closed long ago. Then something occurred to her, By the way, do you still like the water-sleeved python robe you made earlier? It worked out well. Qin Fei put down the fried noodles and laughed. By the way, Sister Hong, I'll have to customize a robe in a couple of days. So you can help me again then. Success. The beautiful woman smiled and left. Greetings if you need anything. Okay. Send off, Sister Hong. Qin Fei divided the fried noodles into 2 bowls. One to put in the refrigerator and one to keep for dinner. He didn't have a big appetite, and when he used to practice kung fu, his master only let him eat 5 minutes full, saying that eating too much would make him sleepy and affect his practice. Since then, Qin Fei's appetite had never grown. Hooting and hollering through a bowl of fried noodles. Qin Fei quickly washed the bowl, then locked the door and returned the bowl to Sister Hong before following the path to the pear orchard. This is where he used to practice. Since the master became seriously ill, fewer customers came, and in the end, it had to be closed. Open the door. It was clean and tidy inside, thanks to Qin Fei's frequent cleaning. Qin Fei walked to the main hall, burning 3 sticks of incense. He paid homage to the temple, heaven and earth, and then inserted them on the incense burner. Master, I will take the first step in my life by taking the King of Songs as a Dan character. You don't have to worry. Qin Fei bowed deeply when 2 conversations suddenly came from behind him. Huh? Why is this pear orchard open again? Sniffing and looking, 2 oldest men walked in. It's been a long time since I've been here. This place still hasn't changed. I just don't know how old Master Lin is doing. Master passed away. When Qin Fei walked up to the 2 men, he saw the 2 old men's eyes darken. Ah, so that's how it is. There are fewer and fewer pear gardens here these days, and there's no place to find a place to listen to a play in the city of the 4 nines. The boss shook his head in disappointment. Opera is definitely a memory for them, and everyone must have had a time of picking their way through the walls to listen to a play. But today, the era of big entertainment has made opera gradually fade out of the historical stage, and fewer people are listening to opera, which is kind of a sadness of the times. At the beginning of the old Master Lin also promised to sing me a section of the drunkenness of the concubine, but unfortunately can no longer be heard, and now I want to find out in this city of the 4-9, and then find out the second can sing, and is willing to sing but also less. The boss had just finished speaking when Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe there's a place that still has it. Where? I am a singer. The 2 Moncler jackets were silent for a moment. Are you kidding, young man? Qin Fei shook his head in disbelief. Maybe it's really a destiny. Let me fulfill my master's unfinished wish. Leave the pear orchard. Qin Fei received a call from Hong Tao. Qin, send me the songs for the next entry. I want to give the band teachers a first look. Yes. In fact, after listening to Qin Fei's chilling, Hong Tao was very much looking forward to his next songs. Of course, the anticipation is still a little worrying. Because Chilling's caliber is so high, it gives the audience too high an expectation, and if Qin Fei's second song can't surpass Chilling's, Qin Fei would be in danger. Looking at the song sent by the other party, Hong Tao said with some excitement, "The new noble lady drunk? I think that's the name of a play, isn't it? Look further down. The year the snowflakes fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. Too much sadness was left by the Huaqing Pond that year. Love and hate in a flash. Raise your glass to the moon and love it like the sky." The further down the page he looked, Hong Tao frowned more deeply. Not good. This song is very general. Compared to Chilling. Really lost too much. Suddenly, a word floated in Hong Tao's mind. Zhang Lang has run out of talent. Pills. Chapter 7. The last singer makes an appearance. Am I asking too much of him? Hong Tao frowned, suddenly thinking of Qin Fei's confident expression. Maybe. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Other side. Yang Guifei? After Qin Fei arrived at Sister Hong's cloth workshop and stated his request, Sister Hong stared at him with a surprised look on her face. Are you sure it's the robe worn by Yang Guifei? Right. Sister Hong was silent for a long time and nodded. Okay. You can pick up the clothes in a week. Sister Hong had made many python robes over the years, and there were some semi-finished products in the store that could be used with a little processing. A week is not a long time. Done with that, Qin Fei returned to the quadrangle and opened his system backstage. Yes, Qin Fei was a traveler. 5 years ago he crossed over and bound a system. With the help of the system, he was able to learn all of old Mr. Lin's true teachings within 5 years. Nickname: Qin Fei. Popularity value: 100,000. 200,000. Skills. Proficiency in the 4 feats and 5 methods basic skills for pair garden students. Opera proficiency. Female singing voice. The popularity value is reached to open the next reward. The 100,000 popularity value was obtained by Qin Fei from performing with his master over the years. The time wobbles. 5 days passed. The new installment of I Am a Singer, which has been edited and recorded, premiered on Mango Channel's entire network. That's going to thrill the fans. Coming. Hurry up. I can't wait. Yeah. I've been waiting all week for the last installment where Flower lost, and this one is just waiting for Flower to bounce back. Word on the street is that the finale singer for this installment is a ladies' man. What the? A woman in drag. As soon as the program opens, immediately attracted the major forums, social networking sites, pouring out the nest, swarming. The ratings instantly shot up to a 2.0. At this point, Pasihai, Zhejiang Province. 2 beautiful people with beautiful bodies and excellent facial features were leaning back in their chairs, swiping their cell phones. The 2 pairs of white thighs under the hot pants were very eye-catching. Huh? I'm a Singer is on. As a loyal fan, Dirigiba is a regular follower of Deng Ziki. The beauty next to her is more steady and dignified than her playful belchability. I wonder what Sister Han Hong is singing this installment. Yang Mi's nice voice rang out, a pair of fox charming eyes regaling the heart. She's Han Hong's fangirl. Once the program started, Flower blew through the room with a florid version of nunchucks. Delilah's eyebrows shot up. Wow, honey. Did you hear that? I never thought a flowery accent could sound so good. Yang Mi nodded and opened the pop-up. At once. Wow. Flower is so handsome. God. This florid accent is killing me. The king of songs is well-deserved. Hua Qinyu's performance is, indeed, noteworthy, and in the subsequent appearance of Deng Ziki, it's even more uncomplicated. Deng Ziki. Delilah waved her hands in a very cute way. Sure enough, a Cantonese version of Like You. A tribute to a classic, with a smile in Dilly's eyes. Steady, right? Definitely. The king of the song this time is a sure thing. What's the rush? Yang Mi glanced at her like a jade goddess of mercy. Sister Han Hong hasn't even made an appearance yet. At this time, the other actresses in the crew were also attracted by the 2 women. What are they looking at, honey? It's rumored to be, I'm a singer on. Go. Soon, more and more people surrounded the 2 women. Han Hong's song, Heaven's Road, was so unbeatable that the crowd got goosebumps from listening to it. Yang Mi raised her pretty face in triumph. Well, lost. Dilipa drooped her little face. Mr. Han Hong really is too fierce for his treasure. That's not giving young people a chance at all. Who can win with her around? Okay. Turn it off and get ready to shoot. After watching Han Hong sing, Yang Mi felt stable and didn't even need to look at the rankings. What's the point? The king of songs deserves it. However, Sister Honey, are you sure you don't want to watch the back? One of my brothers works backstage at I Am a Singer, and he came back and told me that the finale singer for this installment is a man of God. An actress said, even Mr. Han Hong was defeated by him. What? Yang Mi, who had originally gotten up and was ready to go to the scene, trembled in her footsteps and then, incredulously, turned back. Are you serious? Right. Yang Mi sat back down again and continued to watch. At this moment, Dilly Hotba, full of shock. How can this be possible? Even Mr. Han Hong lost? Who will be this finale singer? Are they the 4 kings of Hong Kong City? Right in the middle of all the attention, the last singer took the stage. Chapter 8: The First Wrench in the National Service. What about you guys after I rushed? Hiss. When they saw Qin Fei appear, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Jesus, this sister is too beautiful. Isn't she? Ice and jade all in one. Those who didn't know thought they were fairies who had descended to earth. Even diligent, Yang Mi also froze. They most often hear people complimenting them on how good they look. Whenever they looked in the mirror and saw themselves in the mirror, both women snickered a little. But at this moment, in front of Qin Fei, the 2 women's confidence was all shattered. Whoops, that's not even in the same league. Who is this female singer? Never seen her before. Yang Mi was moved to compassion. Just look at her face or a kind of enjoyment. Such a woman, even if it is a vase, there are a lot of people are willing to pay money to watch. Open the pop-up. OMG! It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Ooh. Which fairy has descended to Earth? Damn. If my wife looks like that, I'd rather lose 10 years of my life. Is this a real face? Sure enough, the pop-ups were all favorable. No one could resist Qin Fei's stunning appearance. And then, Qin Fei's song. Chilling shocked the whole audience. Chanting, Kunku, opera. It blends in perfectly. They had never heard a song like this before. It's horrible. Yangmi took a deep breath and snapped out of her shock. At first she was filled with disbelief when she heard that Han Hong would lose. But now she finally understood. Goddess! Delilah opened her mouth wide with excitement. From today, what Han Hong Deng Ziki, she do not want. She's going to powder this goddess. The others did the same, immersing themselves in Qin Fei's beauty and finding it difficult to extricate themselves. He Jiong's voice was heard. By the way, we've been having a problem with your name. Ask here. Diligence is also wondering why the goddess sister took a boy's name. It doesn't fit her temperament, because I'm a boy. Qin Fei's voice just came out, and Diligent revealed a smile. Oh, so it's because he's a male. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Diligaba stared with wide eyes, shocked to find that the dozen or so actors next to her were also dumbfounded. Male? Then, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Qin Fei he took off the phoenix crown. A male face, full of valor, revealed itself. OMG! The world is going downhill. As a boy, I'm actually having a heart attack on a boy. Women in drag. Help! Why is it that I'm still attracted to him even though I know he's a boy? The pop-ups exploded. At this point, Kyoto University Women's Dormitory. A few girls froze for a moment when they learned that Qin Fei was a boy. Then wow! 太美了吧？为什么一个男生可以美成这样？ Ooh, goddess, I love it. I don't know why, but after finding out he's a ladies' man, I love him even more. The men's side of the dorm is even more dramatic. A dozen pugnacious men gathered around. Knowing men. Full of hunks. I'm hopeless. I thought I used to like girls, but it turns out I like good-looking ones. The #1 wrench in the country? An internet cafe. A certain foot washing town. A clothing store. The same scene played out in a different place. Actually, in the age of information explosion, we are not surprised to see women's bigots. But they never imagined that a woman in drag could be on the stage of I Am a Singer. And to grow up so fairy, grow so beautiful, make countless women envious to the point of madness. One time, netizens have been paying more attention to women in clothing than to the ranking of singers. Hashtag women's clothing is big and fairy tale-like. Hashtag #1 wrench in the national service. I'm rushing, are you guys? Hashtag original chilling. Hashtag. The comments at the bottom, hot off the press. Never before have I seen the internet so crazy, so attached and giddy about one thing. By the afternoon, surprisingly, Qin Fei's posting had already appeared, and the name of the bar was simple and crude. Femme Fatale. In just an hour, tens of thousands of netizens had gathered, all of whom were stunned by Qin Fei's beauty. Ha ha ha. LSPs. What brings us together here? Never seen such a cute blue kid. A WSL. I can't stand it as a female. Derwent Pavilion, Runway Theater. Guidalin, who had just gotten off the show, was swiping his cell phone in boredom. Huh? A woman in drag. Curious, he clicked in and came out 10 minutes later with a shocked look on his face. I can't believe it's a Dan character. He recognized Qin Fei's costume at a glance. Only it was too beautiful, right? Dad. Look at. Guidalin was just about to hand his cell phone to Guidigang when he saw class master Gua frowning. Watch it after the show. Honestly receiving a scolding, Guidalin shrunk his head, intending to turn off his cell phone. Just then, he received a push on his cell phone. I'm a singer V. The ladies are showing off their skills, and the next battle is even better. Guest of honor at the Battle of the Bazaar. The Nationals. Female singer. The tweets came out. The internet instantly exploded. The Nationals are here? Guidalin was flabbergasted for a moment. This was to force away the female bigot. Chapter 9. The Favor of the Female Clothesman. That's crazy. Qin Fei was also swiping his cell phone, crying and laughing. Online. The topic of women's clothing Big Brother. The hype is hot, the photo of himself in women's clothing, but also by the whole network crazy rumors. Shakeology. There are videos of themselves competing everywhere, and the comments underneath, they're all, "Wow, sis is so pretty. Goddess, I love you. How could the Jade Emperor let you come down to earth? Stop it. It's a man. 난도我也爱." Seeing these pop-ups, Qin Fei covered his face and silently retreated. Lift your head. Look away. Master, I seem to have messed things up. Slide the video again. A jitterbug very hot account. Sand sculpture burst of laughter group. The three Shake masters in it often look at ensembles of beautiful women and then give viewers feedback on their reactions. This time, they swiped Qin Fei in women's clothing. The moment was astonishing. OMG, this is a fairy, isn't it? The four-eyed boy in the center was stunned. Shake has seen so many beautiful women. Most of them have seen and passed. But Qin Fei has made him memorable. Wow, this is even more immortal than a fairy sister. I'm heartbroken. How wonderful it would be if this were my wife. The fat man next to him also exclaimed. However, the scene shifts. Qin Fei took off his phoenix crown, revealing his male valor. What? What? The three men stared in disbelief. The fat man who had originally spoken out of turn was first stunned. Then an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. XY is just for the sake of passing it on. YY is true love. Hiss. Qin Fei's spine was chilled, and he hurriedly turned off the video. You guys don't mess it up. He tossed his cell phone aside. Just then, ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 popularity. Receive the popularity value reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 400,000 popularity. Receive the popularity value reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800,000 popularity. Receive the popularity value reward. The system's voice rang out.
200,000 popularity reward. Props yang gue VIS memory.
400,000 popularity reward. Voice of the gods. 800,000 popularity reward. Favors of the women's costume master domain card. Domain cards. Qin Fei glanced at this domain card. The effect was simple. When he wore women's clothing every time, he would permanently increase some attributes. Like charm, like dominance, like lots and lots. You get attributes for wearing women's clothes? Qin Fei was instantly interested. He remembered that his master had bought many women's clothes when he sang opera, and wondered if they would come in handy? 10 minutes later, Qin Fei came backstage at the pearly gates. The walls, the closets, the tables, they were all covered with costumes. Pick any one and try it. Qin Fei took down a python robe, which was what Mu Guang, from the opera Young Men Women Generals, wore. Sure enough, after he puts it on, detected the host wearing women's clothing, +1 to the valor value permanently. Ingenious. Qin Fei looked in the mirror and felt his temperament change. It's like a hanging general on a battlefield, a move that is spontaneous and uninhibited. Is this the beauty of women's clothing? Qin Fei could not help but feel a sigh of relief. But why did it favor women's clothing? System, I think you're up to something. Take off your Mu Guang costume. Qin Fei once again changed into the costume that Chun Chao wore in Chun Chao Breaks into the Hall. A spunky energy came out. But Qin Fei, however, frowned. The permanent effect wasn't always good. And now that he had an English aura on him, mixed with shrewishness, it did seem a bit unorthodox. System, can you converge attributes? It's okay. Qin Fei was delighted. This would be no problem, something like temperament, not that the more the better. Fit is best. Then, Qin Fei tried on all the 108 women's costumes in the Pear Garden. Charisma permanently +1.
Délicate permanence +1.
Femme fatale permanence +1. A whole lot of attributes, as it were. The reason why he did so was because Qin Fei had also seen the preview of I Am a Singer. The next guest to come in is from the Nationals. It's not just anyone who makes the national team. Although he wasn't afraid, it was always good to be more prepared. Next day, Qin Fei went to Sister Hong's store and brought back the customized Noble Consort Python robe. As for the money, Qin Fei paid for it early. Back home, Qin Fei tried it on again. Nobility permanence +1. Looking at himself in the mirror, the corner of Qin Fei's mouth hooked up. It looked great on, and with so many attributes stacked on top of each other, He could imagine what a sensation it would be on the day of the competition. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for tomorrow's game to be recorded. Chapter 10 Sex should not be stuck so dead. Early the next morning, Qin Fei got into a special car and headed to the recording site. Just arrived on the scene. The doorway was dark and full of people. Everyone was holding glow sticks and flowers in their hands, like the kind of rabid fans of a love child. There were a few others that were quite exaggerated, holding banners with no idea what they said. Mr. Qin Fei, it's time for you to get off, the guide in front said with a smile. Qin Fei nodded and just opened the car door. Wow! This gang of fans. A huge piece is like a shark that smelled the smell of blood. Instantly surrounded. Wow, finally you, ladies man. Goddess. 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 Geez. Does a goddess look this good in a recent photo? But I still like the way you look in women's clothes. A fairy. Qin Fei was stunned as he watched more and more fans surround him. These, all my fans? The guide was also confused. Usually, when an important celebrity makes an appearance, the program will buy some fans to make the celebrities look good. But that's all that matters. Now that's too much, isn't it? When you look around, it's over 200 followers. The guide made an angry phone call. What's the situation with Mr. Qin Fei's fans? Letting you buy a little bit, you're like this, aren't you embarrassing the other teachers? I'm sorry, Director Wang. It's my fault for not doing a good job. Just now there was a traffic jam on the road, and the fans who arranged it are rushing over now. At this statement, the guide froze. What do you mean? He looked at the group of fans and then at Qin Fei before speaking into the phone. You mean the fans you bought haven't arrived yet? Yeah. The guide was shocked. In other words, all these fans were not bought, but actually came to see Qin Fei? Nice guy. More than 200 people came at once without even saying hello? This deck is comparable to your average top-tier star. All right, you guys don't have to come either, so disband on the spot. The conductor hangs up, looking at Qin Fei, who was surrounded by over 200 fans. He couldn't help but sigh. This young man indeed has an unusual charm.
好了，谢谢你们的礼物，我真的很开心。
Qin Fei carried gifts in both hands. His arms were almost broken. He didn't take the expensive ones. All he took were some letters. Goddess, I love you so much. Will you still be in women's clothes today? A cute little girl asked. That's called Dan's role. Qin Fei was speechless and hurried to the science. Oops, whatever. The goddess's women's clothing is simply too eye-catching. Well, you guys have fun. Does the goddess like boys or girls? At this time, a big brother asked. Everyone looked at him. Misty Grass, you have a little level of this question. Simply asks what's on their minds. Female. Say it 3 times. Qin Fei was serious, very serious. Perhaps it was this serious look that made the fans in the audience laugh. Just listen to that big brother shake his head in disappointment. Goddess, don't be like this. Can the sex not be so stuck? Ha. The crowd laughed. Qin Fei couldn't top it and left with the wind. Seeing this, the fans once again laughed. Back to the singer's lounge. Levi Jia has been waiting for him here for a long time. You can now, you're all famous. There are so many people in the fan club. I'm envious just looking at it. Once again, he looked at Qin Fei. A pang of emotion ran through Levi Jia. The cannon fodder in his eyes at the beginning was a bigot, and now he even had a fan club, which was a real slap in the face when he thought about it now. Just don't laugh at me, Jia. Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Tell me who the new guest of honor is. Instead, Levi Jia was just about to speak when she was called out. Master Jia, the draw is made. Okay, here it comes. After a while, he walked in with a big smile on his face. Fortunately, the 6th sings. That's a pretty good ranking, no wonder he's so happy. The little diva next door could be heard yelling with a distressed look on her face, her voice carrying over. Qin Fei said in amusement, What's her number? 1st. Ha. Qin Fei didn't hold back his laughter and sprayed. Look. Is Mr. Qin Fei here? A makeup artist came through the door. I'm here to do your makeup. Come in. Makeup is required before going on stage. This is to look good on camera. Qin Fei. Another voice rang out. Li Weijia frowned. Why were so many people looking for Qin Fei? It's Han Hong. She stood in the doorway and waved at Qin Fei. What a handsome young man. The more Han Hong looked at him, the more handsome he felt. And the key was that women's clothing looked better. How's the preparation going? Not bad. Han Hong lowered his voice and said, I'm here just to let you know. This guest is very uncomplicated. The national team, Tanjing. So it was her. A song of 9 children that shocked thousands of families. This time it's a surprise attack battle. Han Hong looked at Qin Fei with solemn eyes. Most likely, the person she challenged was you. In a surprise battle, either you are defeated and leave the stage, or she is defeated. There is no third possibility. Qin Fei understood that Han Hong was worried about being defeated by Tanjing. Compared to Tanjing, he himself was a budding newcomer who had just debuted 10 days ago, and in terms of seniority and experience, he was far inferior to her. Are you sure? Han Hong asked. Qin Fei didn't say anything, but only looked at the noble consort python robe behind him, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Yes. Chapter 11 Your Highness descends and is as beautiful as the heavens. In the meantime, inside a rest room, the oppression of I'm a singer is scary even for me, Demon Tanjing said. At first, she didn't want to come and had openly rejected Hong Tao, but since she heard Qin Fei's Red Velvet, she was immediately astonished. This was a great surprise to her. A cool kunku lover. She changed her mind and wanted to PK the young man. Ms. Tanjing, have you chosen who you're going to surprise this time? Shen Mengchen said smilingly. Who in the music industry doesn't know about Big Devil Tanjing? Being a member of the national team, he campaigned for his country and pioneered a new genre by combining popular, ethnic, and American voices into one. Godlike, it can only be described as bad luck to be drawn by her. Here, Tanjing pointed to the list of singers and smiled. That's him. Shen Mengchen looked at it and her eyes widened. Qin Fei? Why, he's still just a rookie. Just then, I heard Tanjing, still smiling, say, I've come all the way here this time just for this little guy. Shen Mengchen was even more shocked. I heard from Mr. Hong Tao that Tanjing had turned down. I am a singer several times and would come this time all because of one person. At first she thought it was Han Hong, after all, both were on the national team. But now it seems to be Qin Fei. This is too dreamy, isn't it? Welcome to our program on Friday night. This is the I Am a Singer competition broadcasted by Lipo Laundry Detergent. The exclusive title. He Jong's words brought the crowd back to reality. Wow, hurry up and get started. I can't wait. Women's clothing bigots. Women's clothing bigot. Ha ha ha. Are you all here to see the goddess? My goddess really has a poker face. Jedi style. The crowd at the bottom yelled with excitement. After a week of fermentation, the reputation of women's big man has long been known. Listen to Qin Fei sing. It would be a feast for the eyes and ears. Well, I think we all can't wait. So without further ado, please welcome our first singer to appear today. He Jong had just finished speaking. The stage darkened immediately. Pretty figure appeared backstage. Deng Ziki. 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 Go for it. The few cheers made Deng Ziki laugh bitterly. Ever since Qin Fei arrived, she could clearly feel that she was being robbed of the limelight and reduced to a sidekick. Then, the song Tornado made the audience feel as if they were back in the summer of a decade or so ago. Love comes so fast. It's like a tornado. One song down. Stick. Go Deng Ziki. The applause was clearly not enthusiastic. Tung Ziki deflated her small mouth. You all used to call me a goddess. But now that Qin Fei is here, you all stopped. You new and old LSBs who love the new. Loveless. The second to go is Zhang. His song, The Brightest Heart in the Night Sky, warmed everyone's heart. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that weep. Mr. Qin Fei, it's time to change. At this time, the guide walked to Qin Fei's lounge, because the costume was troublesome to put on, so it was better to change it as early as possible. Coming. Qin Fei nodded and took the noble consort python robe and went to the dressing room. Coming. Mr. Qin Fei is changing into women's clothes. TSK. That's what people call a Dan character. A costume. What a woman's costume. Uneducated. Oh, no matter what. Can I take a picture as a souvenir? Mr. Qin Fei really looks great in women's clothes. Chattering voices rang out all around. However, it was as if Qin Fei couldn't hear. 10 minutes later, he has changed into the noble python robe. As a princess, set thousands of favor in one, the natural first look is to be beautiful. The Guifei python robe, made by Sister Hong, is simply beautiful. Dragon cloud, embroidery, 8 treasures, flat water. All highlights the costume owner's graceful and noble beads and jade, plus the stacking of various attributes, just like a noble princess standing in front of her, between her knitted brows and her smile, was as beautiful as heaven, and everything lost its color. By the way, let's use Yang Guifei's memory again. Qin Fei said, since we're going to compete, let's have a blast, whether you're the nationals or the demons. Wow, props disappear. A memory that didn't belong to Qin Fei surged to the forefront of his mind. At the age of 7, he was familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. Proficient in poetry and phonetics at the age of 8. She was a concubine. Set thousands of favor. Character Wan Shun. Gesture quality rich and beautiful. Can be called the best color on earth. She was a motherly and poised woman, and was also known to the world as the mother of the nation. Various images. Familiarize yourself with it. Qin Fei gently exhaled. Open your eyes again, as if everything has changed. Eyes, posture, demeanor. All of them were completely different from what they were just a moment ago, and every move they made was inspiring. Mr. Qin Fei, are you ready? It's almost your turn. The director prodded. Why did it take so long to go in and change? In truth, there was a bit of a delay while Qin Fei received his memories. Well there, a voice as clear and spiritual as heavenly music rang out, instantly causing a layer of goosebumps to surface on the director's arms. The bystanders froze as well, stopping their hands and looking at the locker room in dismay. That voice is something. Before the crowd could come back to their senses. Squeak. The door to the locker room opened. A gentle and charming figure walked out in style from inside. Chapter 12. Qin Fei appears. The crowd boils. Hiss. 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 There was one sound after another of breath being sucked back. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. This. Jesus! Someone is exclaiming. It was really because the Qin Fei at this moment was really too beautiful to be described in words. When Qin Fei walked in front of the crowd. You! A girl was scalded by the boiling water. She had just stared at Qin Fei so infatuatedly that she forgot she was still pouring water. Beautiful. So beautiful. Beautiful in a new way. Another male staff member marveled. If it wasn't for Qin Fei, he would never be able to believe that this stunning beauty in front of him was really a boy. OMG. Fairy bar this? Noble consort. This temperament. It's too much like the ancient noble consort. Finally, the crowd erupted. They were flushed with excitement. Shocker. Stunning. Accident. There were also some people who stared at Qin Fei, attracted by the aura he exuded. Graceful and poised. They were close to kneeling down and shouting, Your Majesty. How did this happen? He's obviously a boy. Director, shall we go? Huh? Oh well, okay. Hearing Qin Fei's voice, the director's body was jolted. Goodness. He had just been so weak in his legs and feet that he almost knelt down. You're Mr. Qin Fei, right? In the distance, Qin Fei turned back and smiled faintly. Of course I am. This smile instantly killed the crowd. Ah! A wail resounded outside the locker room. Huh? What's that noise? Inside the lounge, Tanjing also heard it. It couldn't be helped. The sound was just too loud and it came in waves. She couldn't even settle down to listen to the song. I'll go and see. Shun Mengchen had just stepped out of the door when she saw a figure from afar, walking over, with a gorgeous temperament and a dignified demeanor. Mother? Shun Mengchen's pupils shrank and she was instantly disoriented. Mengchen? Behind her. Tanjing called her twice, finally waking up Shun Mengchen. Seeing that Tanjing was also going to come out to see, Shun Mengchen pulled her back. Sister Tanjing, you're a secret singer now. You can't show your face. But I'm curious. What's out there that's so loud? You'll see in a moment. Shun Mengchen sold out. When she thought of Qin Fei's temperament just now, Shun Mengchen, as a girl, laughed bitterly. It's so beautiful. It's breathtaking. Old Hong. At this moment, Liang Xiaobai on the stage laughed. It's rumored that the backstage exploded, and everyone couldn't walk away one by one after seeing Qin Fei's women's clothing. Hong Tao shook his head. What's there to see here? I Am a Singer is a platform for singing, not a competition for face value. Liang Xiaobai laughed and didn't say anything. He's looking forward to it inside. How beautiful will it really be? Next, Hee-jeong, who was on the stage, finally spoke up. The next singer, is not simple. People will always overlook the heavenly singing voice because of his beautiful appearance. The room went mental at this statement. It's coming, it's coming. The ladies' man is coming. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Just waiting for my goddess to make an appearance. I wonder how beautiful the goddess will look today. Ha ha ha. You guys are really enough. Singer backstage. Deng Ziki laughed. What do you guys say? Will Qin Fei still wear women's clothes today? Zhang. How many times have I told you, it's called a dancer? Han Hong moved his mouth and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Hee-jeong's voice on the television. Well, without further ado, let's give a round of applause to our next guest, Qin Fei, to appear on stage. The words just fell. The crowd exploded, and the spotlights in the background lit up. Everyone held their breath and stared dead in the direction of the stage. They guarantee it. There has never been a moment when a player was so anticipated. See only. A soulful and delicate figure walked in style from the distance. One move and you're into it. Moving the tipping point again. Swaying and swaying. Just like a noble princess arriving. In an instant. Attracted the eyes of the whole audience. Holy. My God. It's beautiful. A few female spectators in the front row directly stood up, with surprise and shock written all over their faces. Old Hong, did you see that? Gosh, is this your highness? Liang Chaobai is incredibly excited. He is also counted as someone who has seen beautiful women, but he has never seen such a temperament. I can't believe it. Beautiful as that, and a boy. Goddess. The goddess is so beautiful. I love you. The singers backstage are all dumbfounded, and Zhang smiles bitterly. I know he's a guy, but I can't help but be attracted to him. Maybe that's the charm of the big girl. However, no one made fun of him because they couldn't agree more. Hoo. Tan Jing also saw Qin Fei, and she finally understood why there was a lot of noise just now. Even she had to sink into Qin Fei's beauty. Hello everyone, I'm Qin Fei. Qin Fei, who was on the stage, slowly opened his mouth, like a heavenly voice that exploded in the ears of the crowd. Next up is a song for you. The new noble lady. The corners of his mouth lifted, and he blossomed into a smile that absolutely killed everyone in the room. Chapter 13. The red color. The death of the fragrance. The shocked crowd. Oh my God. The voices are all so good. Ooh, 姐姐太美了吧. That look. It kills me. Soon, as Qin Fei stretched out a white hand and pressed downward, the whole room went quiet. There's no sound. Facing the excited listeners, Qin Fei appeared calm, because at the moment he used the experience card. In addition to being Qin Fei herself, she was a noble consort, virtuous and elegant, with a transcendent state of mind. Every move is like a shock. It's like seeing one of the four great beauties of ancient times. Hong Tao was marveling. This was too beautiful, and I don't know who it was who just had a disdainful look on his face. Liang Chaobai disliked him. Next, a melodious melody came out, and the crowd gradually focused on Qin Fei's song. It's a singer's stage after all. The year the snowflakes fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. Too much sadness was left by the Huaqing Pond that year. A voice like heavenly music came from the front row, and a few girls in the front row were already infatuated. Jesus, that's a great voice too, isn't it? Matching Qin Fei's teasing movements, as if they are all kings at the moment, listening to their beloved consort's chant. He's got a great voice. Tan Jing nodded. Shen Mengchen, however, didn't say anything, her brows locked. True. Qin Fei's female costume was indeed too beautiful to be true, but this was a singer's stage, and the crowd was still competing for singing skills. Compared to the last installment, Akira. In this installment, New Noble Lady, the effect is significantly weaker. Look to Tan Jing. Shen Mengchen worried. Qin Fei. Only this can be far from enough. You face the opponent. But the opening of the sect master. She didn't want Qin Fei to lose. If you lose, you won't have any women's clothes to look at. Sword Gate Pass is your deepest thought for me. At the foot of Manhwa, I wish to break my heart for true love. 2 more sentences came. Liang Chaobai obviously noticed the problem as well, and he let out a bitter smile. It looks like the jungle has run out of steam. It was also true that Qin Fei was a newcomer after all, and had already lost his king bomb in the first installment. Trying to come up with a song on a similar level to Akira in a short period of time. The difficulty is not normal. This song, The Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine, in fact, the level is not bad, in the usual can also get the top 3. But this time it's a surprise attack battle. The opponent he faced was Tan Jing of the national team. It's not enough at all to have this level. Qin Fei. Looking at the silhouette on the stage, Hong Tao's eyes were complicated. He still wanted to watch Qin Fei go farther. However, just then, Qin Fei on the stage, the corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of provocative arc, python robe shaking, pinching the orchid finger against the chin, soft voice to sing. Love and hate are just a moment away. The clear, female operatic voice was like thunder exploding in the ears of the crowd. Do you guys hear that? A female voice? A female voice? It's beautiful, it's beautiful. A few people in the back row stood up. Hong Tao froze. Liang Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Tan Jing, who was in the lounge, also held her breath. She could feel the Qin Fei on stage. His temperament had changed. That look, the gesture, that movement, just like that, a favored concubine. It couldn't help but make her ponder. Honestly, I've seen a lot of men dressed as women, but what boggles my mind is how can someone learn to look so much like that? Every move is all style. Especially that look in the eyes TSK. It's so beautiful. How is that possible? Eyes don't lie, and to imitate so exquisitely, this guy wouldn't be the reincarnation of a noble princess, would he? Raise your glass to the moon and love like heaven. Love and hate. Ask when you're going to love. Dancing and stunning reappearance. Beauty. It's so beautiful. Countless people were infatuated, and a consort came to mind. Beautiful but not vulgar. Charming but not demonic. This time, everyone can understand why there was a rush of anger for the redheads back in the day. Why there is the allusion to Beacon Fire playing with lords and lords. This girl should only be found in heaven. The chrysanthemum table reflects the bright moon. Who knows the chill in my love's heart? The singers were quiet backstage as they sang. Quiet. It's awfully quiet. Whether it was Han Hong or Han Bui, they were all listening to the song attentively at the moment, even forgetting about expression management. Looking at Qin Fei, Tung Ziki shook her head and sighed. Seriously, she had expected Qin Fei to be brilliant this time, but she hadn't expected it to be this brilliant. How can this be compared? A feeling of powerlessness grew within her. Then, drunk in the arms of the king, dreaming of the great Tang love, Qin Fei on the stage, after singing these 2 lines, the whole person collapsed sideways on the ground, his eyes bleak and his expression sad. It hurts the heart to watch. Pity, pity. Even as a noble consort and mother of a country, is it still difficult to escape the fate of a thin red face and the death of a woman? The moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone was so engrossed in Qin Fei's performance that it was difficult to extricate themselves. Even some of those who felt it more deeply directly reddened their eyes. Singing acting in the front, singing in the back. He's the first young man to redefine singing on the I'm a singer stage. It's so rare. Looking at Qin Fei on the stage, Liang Xiaobai revealed a smile, as if he saw a rising superstar. Chapter 14. The whole place boils over. Goddess invincible. End of song. Qin Fei also took a break from his previous role. Smirk. Then, to the crowd on stage, a gentle bow. Thank you all. At once. Wow! Thunderous applause, like a mountainous roar, stormed out. All rise. Hail to the big man. 1, 2, 10, 20. The audience is on its feet. The field is out of control. It was really crazy. Some were yelling, some were shouting, and they could guarantee that this was the best show they had ever seen. There isn't one. Just a few short minutes ago, it was as if they were dreaming back to the great Tang dynasty, watching the noble consort dance and living the addiction of a king. It's so cool, so much so that, Goddess, I love you. It's so great. After the last installment aired, I was wondering, is there really someone this beautiful? Now there's really no need to question it. Good luck, Your Highness. The big man in women's clothes. Women's clothing bigot. Again, that's a Dan character. The audience offstage was abuzz. Applauding hands are clapping red. Qin Fei pressure several times. Wanna stop. Nah, the fans are too passionate. Not just offstage. The singers backstage. staff, and the choreographers. All of them were also applauding and cheering. This match was too wonderful, too enjoyable. They dared to pack their bags. In the future entertainment circle, there would definitely be a place for Qin Fei. Almost there. The day is not far off. What do you think? Wonderful. Really wonderful. Hong Tao was clapping too. He was so excited it was worthy of being old Mr. Lin's disciple. It was too much of a surprise. Too much of a surprise. His female performance aside, this song isn't easy. Liang Chao Bai had a grave look on his face. To be able to take opera and combine it so skillfully in pop elements, especially the female operatic voice at the end, without 10 years of work, you simply can't sing his flavor. Then he asked, "How long did you say this young man had been studying theater in the first place?" 5 years. Genius. Liang Chao Bai was convinced. Both the tune and the singing were excellent. Hong Tao smiled. He didn't know why. When others praised Qin Fei, he was very happy. However, before the crowd could cheer, and then, the lights on the stage dimmed violently. The audience froze. What's going on? What happened? And those who knew the rules of the program well reacted immediately. Odd attack. Someone surprised Qin Fei. Oddly enough, this is a god sight. I'd forgotten if you hadn't told me. Yeah, and surprise attack. And I still don't know who this surprise attacker is.
哇哇哇，胆子是真的大啊，竟然奇袭女神。
This is wonderful. Backstage.
10 inside.
To be honest, this little guy's performance has greatly exceeded my surprise, and it's safe to say I've lost. Shen Mengchen was dumbfounded. You're kidding me? Conceited? How could such words come out of the mouth of a demon? You're a patriarch who started a sect. It's normal. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. This little guy is too powerful. His achievements in opera have already surpassed many of the greats. In time, he'll start a new genre. As for me, one of his countless stepping stones. Ha, come to think of it, aren't I kinda glad? After saying that, Tan Jing left, leaving Shen Mengchen with a dumbfounded look on her face. Looking at Qin Fei on the stage, she had never thought that this god-like woman had gone soft. Qin Fei, Qin Fei, who the hell are you? Qin Fei stepped down. Tan Jing on stage. The two of them happened to hit the ground running, and Tan Jing gave him a light smile. Your Highness, Sister Tan Jing. Qin Fei laughed in embarrassment. I've heard about this demon for a long time now, and up close there's even more of a flavor to it. The singing is so good. I like you very much. To be able to blend pop and opera together, in this country you are the first. Tan Jing made no secret of her fondness. Thanks. When I come back, there's something I still want to beg you for. Beg me? Qin Fei froze. Tan Jing had already walked away, and not long afterward, the stage resounded with loud cheers and roars. Misty grass. Surprisingly, it's Tan Jing. OMG. Nationals. This is so nationals. The Demon King is coming. Run. This is a real bigot. The grand prizes of domestic singing competitions have almost all been taken by her. The genre she created has been written into textbooks. It's not just the audience that's surprised. Even Deng Ziki and Zhang Little were surprised, and at the same time, they were afraid that Mr. Hong Tao was too cruel. Play hard to get. Even invited her over? If this wasn't for Qin Fei, then wouldn't they have been picked over? So close, so close. Because Qin Fei was there, they saved a dog's life. And then, Tan Jing's song Ballad of Peach Blossoms is a terrifying reminder of the nationals. One song down. Wow, the room applauded. However, compared to Qin Fei's reaction, it was obviously much worse. And one could only say that Tan Jing was too unlucky to surprise attack Qin Fei this time. Okay. Next, the familiar singing of the votes. At this time, He Jiong walked onto the stage and took Tan Jing's hand, while also inviting Qin Fei up. Surprise warfare. If the number of votes for Tan Jing, who is the surprise attacker, is higher than that of Qin Fei, who is the surprise attacker, then Qin Fei is about to leave this show and will not have a chance to perform in the subsequent shows. So, the decision is yours. Cast your vote of your heart to decide whether the two contestants will stay or go. Chapter 15. This number of votes? Are you sure there's no mistake? Wow, help, I can't do it. This vote, it's too hard to vote. The program doesn't bring this. Even though the femme fatale is performing too well, I really don't want Sister Tan Jing to leave. The audience was disgruntled. and one wailed. Mr. Hong Tao, you don't have a heart. Why do you have to create such a surprise battle? Can't we all just be happy and have the next round of PKs? The moment Hong Tao hid far away, afraid of being found by the audience, he was afraid, now the audience is really too scary. But, trolling aside, the show goes on. People started voting. 10 minutes later, Hee-jeong had the results of this round in his hands. Now, the result is in my hands, this competition. Fair and just, this result, and the 500 judges personally voted. After Hee-jeong finished speaking, he looked towards Qin Fei, Tan Jing, and the two of them. The two men looked at each other and both laughed. No matter what the outcome of this competition is, they will not have any opinions. For the surprise attack battle, Tan Jing's votes are 39, Qin Fei's votes, 461. When Hee-jeong sang the end of the vote, the whole room was in an uproar. 39 versus 461? This. That's a big difference in votes, isn't it? Hong Tao was also shocked. If Qin Fei's opponent was a newcomer, it would be fine. But his opponent was the so-called Great Demon King of the music industry. Tan Jing, how did you get 39 votes? Couldn't be an error in the voting system, could it? Too scary. This young man, really too scary. Han Hong couldn't help but sigh. Until now, no one dared to treat Qin Fei as a newcomer anymore. Stress. Han Base's face was grave. He felt a deep pressure. Unbelievable. This pressure was given to him by a young man. Everyone's expression has changed. Duncan said. Zhongli, Hua Chenyu didn't say anything. They just stared at Qin Fei silently. At this moment, they both regarded Qin Fei as a formidable enemy. Next game, they must not lose. Qin Fei, congratulations. Tan Jing smiled generously and even gave Qin Fei a hug. Being reasonable, losing to your highness is not a loss for me, is it? Ha 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 ha. Everyone didn't think that the Demon King would even joke around? Qin Fei put his hands together and humbly said, it's all because Sister Tan Jing let her water down. If Sister Tan Jing had sung Jo Air today, then I would have lost. You guys! Tan Jing laughed at him and scolded with a smile. Are you saying I don't respect the stage? And saving my strength? Huh? No. Qin Fei froze, he didn't think that much. PFFT. Look at his dumbfounded appearance. Where is the look of the noble consort just now? Tan Jing let out a pfft laugh. All right, just kidding you. Even if I sang 9, I don't think the result would change. Qin Fei, you're really something. Opera plus pop elements. Second to none in the country. Really great. Tan Jing unabashedly complimented. All right. At this point, Hee-jeong couldn't help but interrupt. Please, you two. Can you talk in private about business boasting? Our program team's time is precious. Air. Tan Jing froze. She had almost forgotten that she was still on stage. The main reason was that she really appreciated Qin Fei and couldn't wait to interact with him. There. Hee-jeong said. Next up is the final vote for this installment. With the exception of Tan Jing, take the votes in your hands and cast them for your favorite singers. Actually, it doesn't matter if you vote or not. Does this even need to be voted on? I know with my knees who the first place will be. But a show is a show, and there's still a process that needs to be followed. 20 minutes later, all the singers all together. Deng Ziki exclaimed, Wow, Qin Fei, you're really too beautiful today. At this moment, Qin Fei had already changed out of his female attire into his usual attire. The men's clothes give him a more heroic look. Qin Fei, congratulations. Han Hong, Han Biao were also full of smiles and came over to congratulate him. Qin Fei was a bit flattered. Where had he had this kind of treatment before? Immediately, he humbly waved his hand. Don't, teachers are too kind. We're not being polite, but we really congratulate you. Han Hong was all smiles. She thought of Qin Fei's confident smile before the match, when she had thought that Qin Fei was bragging. I didn't expect it. Teachers, the results are in. Here comes Hong Tao walking in with the results. This time, though, the crowd didn't really want to hear the results, as they could all already guess. Let me announce it. Qin Fei, first place. Zhang Wei followed Hong Tao's example and drew a lot of laughs from the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Hong Tao was having a hard time. Ever since Qin Fei came, the program was no longer mysterious. What had been the most stressful part of the program was made incredibly easy. What the hell is going on here? Okay. First place, Qin Fei. Hong Tao had just finished speaking, and there was thunderous applause in all directions. Congratulations, little man. Tan Jing's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Thank you, teachers. Qin Fei was too excited to accept the trophy and said, I'll pick up where I left off next time. Don't you dare. Tang Ziki's bitter little face begged. How can we live if you keep it up? Big brother. Give a way out. Ha 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 ha. The studio was transformed into a sea of joy. End of recording. Qin Fei had planned to go straight home, but he was stopped by Tan Jing. Little one, coming home so early. Is it hard to believe? There is a woman at home? At the moment, Tan Jing was staring at herself with interest and playful eyes. Sister Tan Jing, don't talk nonsense. But you're so cute. Tan Jing couldn't help but rub Qin Fei's face and suddenly exclaimed, Wow, it's so Q-tip, so smooth. How come you have such good skin? I'm envious. Qin Fei. This is not what I had in mind for Demon.
Okay, no teasing.
Only then did Tan Jing curb her smile and say seriously, This time, I came to talk to you about something important. Chapter 16. Going to the Spring Festival Gala? What's so important? Qin Fei asked. Actually, Tan Jing squirmed a bit. Hard to believe that this big sister could still be shy. She laughed. Sis was wanting to talk to you about something. That song of yours. Chilling. Can you cover it for me? The money for the cover. Feel free to name your price. It's all good. Tan Jing stared into Qin Fei's eyes, embarrassed. To be honest, I've been studying kung fu for a few years now, and the first time I heard chilling, I was so shocked. It's a work of genius. This song is fantastic. Qin Fei froze. That's it. Huh? No. Tan Jing blinked. To be honest, it wouldn't sound good to say that she was in such a position to personally beg a newcomer. I thought it was something. Qin Fei atmospherically waved his hand. It's okay, sis, if you want to cover it, just cover it. And I won't charge you for it, it doesn't even matter. In fact, it is very common for celebrities to cover songs among themselves, and everyone is charging a friendly price, about 100,000 or so, several $100,000. This amount of money was really nothing to Qin Fei. Instead of collecting money, might as well take the money, do a favor, and pave the way for your future as well. Have to say, Qin Fei is really smart. Right now, Tan Jing was filled with surprise and excitedly hugged Qin Fei. Aya, brother. I love you so much. If sis were a dozen years younger, she'd be a mini fanatic. This brother, he's just adorable. Sis, spill it. Can't breathe, sis. Ooh-hoo. As soon as Tan Jing spread her hands, Qin Fei hurriedly inhaled loudly and couldn't help but give her a blank look, almost suffocated by this sister. It's just a song. Why are you so happy? Looking up again. Hey, hey, hey. Only to see Tan Jing's eyebrows arched, smiling from ear to ear, too happy. She finally got what she wanted. Seeing the scene, Qin Fei realized that having reached a realm like Tan Jing's, he no longer cared about the outside world's vanity. What she really cares about is the music itself. But, Tan Jing added, I can't take advantage of you for nothing. You call me a sis, then sis will read you this love. After a moment's thought, she added, Right, brother. Do you want to participate in the Spring Festival Gala? Opera hasn't been on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala for a long time. If you can be on it, it will be a good thing for you, and for the Spring Festival Gala, don't worry, if you want to be on it, I can help you contact it on my side. For Tan Jing, who has been on the Spring Festival Gala 12 times. She knows everyone from the smallest stage hosts to the biggest behind-the-scenes choreographers and directors of the Spring Festival Gala. That's the bottom line for Demon. Spring Fling. Qin Fei was in a trance. Didn't Master work so hard for so long during his lifetime to go on the Spring Festival and carry the opera forward? It's just a shame. The old man is old and out of strength. This matter was shelved. I did not expect, but it has become the regret of his life. However, when this matter was brought back up, a flicker of fire ignited in the depths of Qin Fei's pupils, to fulfill the master's last wish. To make Pearland, once again, in the public eye. Spring Festival Gala, one must be on it. Let me guess. What's on your clever little mind? Tan Jing tapped Qin Fei's forehead with her finger. Next, he met Qin Fei's solemn gaze. Sis, I want to be in the Spring Festival Gala. Looking at Qin Fei's combative expression, Tan Jing froze and then laughed out loud. Well, that's the way it should be. I was afraid you would back out. But don't be in a hurry. There are still a few months before the Spring Festival Gala. I hope you play well in this program and try to win the Song King, so you'll have a better chance of going to the Spring Festival Gala. I understand. Qin Fei nodded. At this time, Tan Jing suddenly thought of something and crossed her arms in anger. It feels like I've been set up. Bastard, did you calculate this long ago? One song for a chance to be on the Spring Festival Gala. Haha. Qin Fei couldn't help it. This sister, there was even a hint of stupidity? You. Tan Jing smiled back. Little one, if you call me sister, from now on I am your family. For some reason, she wanted to be nice to Qin Fei, maybe because of his good character, or maybe it was she who wanted to see the theater with her own eyes go to the top again. Others couldn't do it, but Qin Fei could. Leave the recording building. It's already evening. Qin Fei just walked out. Just see that the banner at the entrance has been pulled up, and the fans underneath are not only not less, but have become more. Each was glowing and excited. The goddess is here. Oh my god. Goddess, we love you. Quickly give the goddess a drink of water. She must be thirsty after such a long competition, right? Most of them were little girls, which caused Qin Fei to be a bit dismayed. You didn't wait from daylight until now, did you? A small girl at the head of the group nodded. Right. I'm just afraid that Goddess will get tired. Goddess, we're all looking forward to the result of the match. Who's on the national team? Yeah, we're all in a hurry. Goddess, where did you finish? Hold your horses. Let the goddesses speak one by one. The program has a signed non-disclosure agreement not to disclose any information about the results of a competition like this one. But facing the fans who have waited 10 hours for their, Qin Fei had no way to hide it from them. The national team is Sister Tan Jing. The room erupted at this statement. OMG, it's even Tan Jing? This was the great Demon King, and although they had confidence in Qin Fei, he had only just debuted a week ago after all. Seniority, experience, popularity, all inferior to Tan Jing. The female fans were anxious. Goddess, then you finally, winning. When Qin Fei smiled, the several hundred people in the room were suddenly quiet. Then, wow, glow sticks for those with glow sticks, fan signs held high, and some with nothing at all, just yelling. Oh my god, it's so strong. Isn't it? That's even a win. The goddess is invincible. Goddesses are awesome voice breaking. Not bad for my goddess. Chapter 17 Fans and Red Sisters Mutual Admirers. Fans are excited and thrilled. The eyes that looked at Qin Fei became even more adoring. Look at that. That's our idol. It's only been a week since he debuted. But he's not even afraid of the nationals. They're proud. The two girls in the lead excitedly exclaimed, Goddess, can you give us an autograph? Signature? Qin Fei looked at the fan base of nearly 300 people and thought for a moment. At the moment it's just after 9 p.m., and with all the signatures it's probably going to take until after 12 p.m. to get going. But Qin Fei still nodded his head. Not for anything else. Someone else waited for you for 10 hours and liked you without asking for anything in return. For Qin Fei, really flattered. Master had said to exchange sincerity for sincerity. And at this moment, he only wanted to be sincere with these lovely fans. Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? It's too late now. The goddess is probably exhausted after competing all day. What's the point of signing autographs? Next to my best friend, who hates it. Don't look at the fact that you only sang one song. But it must have been a huge pressure to face the old-timers of the singing world. Very tiring. Gee, I'm sorry, it was my lack of consideration. The girl who had said she wanted an autograph before even playfully spat her tongue out. That, or next time. The words were not yet spoken. I saw Qin Fei walk up with a smile. Give me the pen. Huh. You froze? And her best friend next to her got excited. Quickly. Xiao Yu. Take a pen. Give it to the goddess. The goddess wants an autograph. Goddess? We super love you. Goddess. We will always watch over you. It's so grounding. Ugh. The goddess spoils the fans so much. The fans were impressed. For the artists, after the competition, surely need to rest, this time to sign autographs or so many fans, the artists will inevitably be annoyed. However, looking at Qin Fei, not annoyed at all but very patient in signing. One side of the sign, the mouth is still hanging. Thank you. Thank you for liking me. Some fans were moved to tears. Feelings. Truthfulness pays off. Feelings. Chasing a star on your own. For the first time, you're being taken seriously. It's a blessed thing. I've decided that I'm going to mobilize my family, friends, and girlfriends to Pink Goddess. A girl with glasses said. Me too. Take me one. For the first time, they felt that it was good to follow a star. Goddess, you don't have to sign for me. Sign for them. At that moment, a cute girl with a ponytail said, just finished. A couple of the girls next to her chimed in. Goddess, all we have to do is watch you quietly. You sign for them. This statement was made. The girls, who were already moved, added, Goddess, we don't want autographs either. Go back to rest early. Qin Fei was stunned. He knows these fans, the reason why they don't want autographs. He was also a little touched. Maybe, that's what Master always said, the mutual fulfillment between fans and artists, right? It's a blessing. He has a bunch of really cute, sweet fans. It's such a good feeling. By the way, Goddess, I've created a posting, and so far 1 million people have joined. Fan was beyond excited. Her name is Ding Siyu. She is the head of the posters of Women's Clothing Big Brother. At the same time, she is also the president of the Net Also Company, Ding Base's daughter. Today's fan club is organized by her. That's $1 million? Qin Fei was surprised. So much? Yes, yes, Goddess, you're going to be on fire. I'll add you to the bar and apply for a moderator for you. Okay, Ding Siyu said with a smile. No problem. And also our fans backup group. There's already more than 100 of them. Everyone loves you and is clamoring to buy you women's clothes. Qin Fei sweating like me can buy women's clothing even if it. Ha 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 ha, all right. Sister Siyu. Let the goddess go back to rest. He must be exhausted. Goodbye, Goddess. Goddess, we'll be back next week. Bye. Qin Fei waved at them and got into the special car that was going back. Behind them were a ton of fans, waving goodbye. The scene moved Qin Fei. Mr. Xiao Qin, I'm so envious of you. It's only been a week since your debut, and you already have so many loyal fans. The one who spoke was the program's choreographer. You can't let these lovely fans down. Definitely not. It was 11 o'clock when I got home. Grr. Qin Fei was too hungry and hadn't eaten anything since the evening. At this point, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Qin, asleep? It's Sister Hong. Qin Fei was overjoyed. He was about to thank Sister Hong. He was able to win today thanks to her. Noble consort Python robe. Opened the door, only to see Sister Hong holding a bowl of halibut in her hand, emitting a burst of fragrance. Wow, that smells good. Qin Fei's eyes lit up. One look and I know you haven't eaten. Come on, Sister Hong happened to cook some. Take it back and eat it. The bowl will be returned to me tomorrow. Sister Hong, thanks. Touched. Sister Hong deserves to be the best person besides Master. It's just a bowl of halibut. See how excited you are. Sister Hong cried and laughed. By the way, the night is cool. Don't freeze. Okay. Qin Fei took the halibut and laughed. Sister Hong, thanks to your Gofei Python robe today. Sister Hong was unimpressed. When you become famous, just don't mind Sister Hong's craftsmanship. How? Qin Fei was in a hurry. Ha ha ha, Sister Hong is just kidding you. Well, Sister Hong will leave first. See you tomorrow. Okay. Looking deeply at Qin Fei, Sister Hong silently left, especially when she recalled Qin Fei's anxious appearance. She's happy. Bastard. Sister Hong didn't love you for nothing. Chapter 18, Terrifying Fan Fighting Power. Day 2. Net is also a company. Ding Siyu was wearing a Lolita outfit and was swiping her cell phone prettily. Online. The information about the female Big Brother is endless, and the netizens are like crazy. No way. Women's clothing big man is very common, but can wear women's clothing so fairy, so beautiful. Qin Fei is the only one. Wow. I secretly swiped the ladies' man last night, only to be scolded by my wife, who thought I was cheating on her. Ha ha ha, the brothers upstairs can do it. But seriously, I can't help but feel for the ladies' man even though I know he's a man. Ditto, you're not alone. Goddesses are the most beautiful. Looking at the comments, Ding Siyu was excited that her idol was really on fire. Crazy. Really crazy. The goddess's wallpaper has been downloaded 500,000 times. Ding Siyu was stunned. She had previously taken a few pictures of Qin Fei and posted them online. It was supposed to get high on itself. Didn't realize. A few short days, the number of downloads reached more than 500,000, and the crowds are still going up. Ding ding ding. Just then, someone in a 999 plus group chat suddenly at themselves. Sister Ding. Sister Ding. Look. Calling Sister Ding. Ting Siu clicked in to take a look and found that a lot of people were at NG themselves. What's going on? At that point, an administrator sent a string of connections. Tap on it. Gossip. It's rumored that the member of the national team this time around is, surprisingly, Tan Jing. The ladies' man lost. The comments at the bottom are all singing the praises. Isn't it normal to lose? The ladies are just rookies at best. How can they turn the tables against the national team? Originally no strength, rely on women's clothing fire only, and now encountered the iron plate, still have to be nimbly roll away? Tan Jing? Oh, it's good to lose. Otherwise I'm tired of hearing my classmates talk about female bigots every day. These black fans, who spoke very harshly, directly made Ding Siu explode. She didn't expect to have a black fan so soon. Qin Fei has just been on fire, what he needs now is pampering. What if he sees this information and his mind blows up and he plays poorly in the next installment? Sisters, out to work. Ting Siu gave an order. With over 100 groups, it immediately blew up. Sister Ding is here. I've been watching these fans for a long time. I'm going to go yell at someone. I'll see you in the comments section of the post. How dare you blacken the goddess? These people have dirty hearts. Those who spoke were also some of the fans who had seen Qin Fei yesterday. Honestly, before this, they only felt that Qin Fei was immortal and beautiful in women's clothing. Yet after yesterday, everyone had changed their minds about Qin Fei. It's a very warm icon. They never let the goddesses suffer. Curse. Scold them to death. Black fans get out. I'm going to go to the posting bar and shout at people. I just can't believe it. These bastards have turned against the sky? I have to say, when it comes to cursing, it's these girls who are the best. A couple of female fans went to the women in clothing posting board and made a post. Less than 5 minutes. There were over 100,000 comments at the bottom immediately. Mother the goddess is being bullied? Misty Grass, is this still human? Cursing again. What if the goddess doesn't wear women's clothes next period? The owner gave the link. This is our first battle. Sisters, give it a shot. Now most of the people who powder Qin Fei are girls. Of course, there are also boys only on the cursing. They obviously do not beat this group of girls. Soon, a link was sent. Wow, hundreds of thousands of fans. All at once. Upset? Don't read it if you're upset. Some people are just cheap. They say they're upset, but at the same time they want to watch it. Fire on women's clothing? I suggest you donate your ears. Chilling, isn't hot? Han Hong is praising it. What about you? You just know how to play the keyboard. No strength? Oh, so you have strength? How did your mom and I give birth to a scumbag like you? What's wrong with newcomers? Haven't you heard of the newcomers pushing the newcomers forward? The newcomers even beat Han Bai and Han Hong. Who are you looking down on? These fans are truly terrifying, and the fights pull right through. The original Sing Sanji post was attacked by over 100,000 fans. One by one, the curses were quite vicious. The owner of the post also saw it and was completely stunned. He realized that he was inviting the fans of the ladies' man. Immediately, he can't give in. Directly disliked and cursed. However, he had just sent out a sentence that was immediately drowned in a flood of sound bites. The owner was dumbfounded. He made another post to bash Qin Fei. However, once again he was flooded. A refresh. His own post has dropped to over 1,000 floors. Refresh. The post has dropped to over 5,000 floors and is simply invisible. This. The owner is shocked. How many fans are coming? Does the womanizer have that many fans? It's not just him. Those who had sprayed Qin Fei before, one by one, were pulled out and flogged. Sisters, this guy is kind of awesome. I can't spray him, requesting backup. One sister couldn't get enough of the spray and sent a group message. Coming. Charge the master. We can't let the goddess suffer. And what's more, these people are simply spewing nonsense. The goddess was so nice and favored her fans. And as fans of the goddess, they naturally couldn't let him suffer. Where's the second group? Get ready and give me a scolding. 3 groups. Ting Siu's small hands commanded as if she was fighting a group battle. She's not a brainwashed fan. And if you state an opinion, she'll take it with an open mind, but you're just spewing nonsense. Just blame them. Chapter 19. Is it a man? These assholes dare to curse my goddess. Humph. Curse. Curse. I'll curse you to death. Yokoden Film City. Delilah's little hands were waving as if she had been playing chicken. Hotba. It's time to eat. Oh, honey, you guys eat first? I'm busy. Delilah was full of promise, her beautiful eyes always resting on the screen of her cell phone. The scene was seen by young Honey, and the Queen's Honey quietly walked up behind her to get a glimpse of what was going on. Just see Dirigiba concentrating on her phone. Start typing. You black fans, you've gone too far. Do you know how hard the goddess has worked? The goddess sings so well, and I've watched that Red Velvet match dozens of times over and over again. You guys are just talking nonsense. Delilah was furious. How can this be? These black fans, they are just jealous. Yes, they are jealous that my goddess looks too beautiful and pretty. PFFT. Yongmi, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Since when do you speak in favor of the ladies' man? You! Delilah was startled. Sister Honey, don't you have a voice when you walk? You're the one who's too focused. Yongmi guffawed. Sister Honey, are you also a black fan of the goddess? Even if you're Sister Honey, I'm still going to be angry. Are you still eating? A huff appeared on her stunningly beautiful and pretty face. Yongmi was not happy. Eat, eat, eat. Can't I just eat? Dirigiba was scared and obediently went to eat, not realizing that Yongmi had just given her that comment and liked it. As long as you like goddesses, we're good friends. Afternoon. The fiasco ended with the fans of the big woman winning. This post was also deleted and the owner was disliked enough to close the comment section. As for the others, deleting their numbers and closing the comment section, they swore that they would never dare to speak out of turn from now on. These fans, they're really scary. Yay! Ding Siyu jumped happily. It was so good. This was their first big win. Sisters, you are awesome. Yay! First battle won. Everyone must work together. This is a great start. In the future, the goddess is getting hotter and hotter, and the opponents we run into will only be more terrifying than one another. Understood. Haha. Suddenly I experienced the joy of stargazing, and it was fun to fight alongside everyone. Not only the fans, but even Ding Siyu was happy. She had been chasing stars for so many years. For the first time, a sense of belonging, a sense of home. Although, the number of Qin Fei's fans was small now. Everyone was united and there was no hooking up. She was enjoying this. Little Siyu, your father is looking for you. A nice voice rang out. It was her dad's secretary, Sister Yushuang. Okay, Lucis. Ting Siyu nodded and went to the president's office. One pushes the door open. Just saw her dad disciplining someone. Are all of you rice buckets? You can't even do this well. Isn't it just a game promotional song? You haven't finished it yet. I'm sorry, President. The main thing is that the first line singers all cost more than $3 million. 2 3-line singers can't sing the feeling we want. The manager warbled. Don't you make excuses for me? You can't even do such a small thing, and you're giving me excuses? Ding Bass slammed the table and was about to lash out. Just see Ding Siyu cross her arms and sulk savagely. Dad, if you get angry again, I'm not going to get along with you. Who? The manager looked over, and it turned out to be Miss. Phew, this is saved. The whole company knows that their Mr. Ding is a daughter slave. In front of Miss, Mr. Ding won't get angry. Fruity. Ding Bass, who was still angry, immediately smiled. Siyu, you're here? Humph. Ding Siyu pouted and started. Uncle Chung. Sit down too. Don't listen to my dad. He's a man who just knows how to lose his temper. I'd rather not. Manager Chung wiped his sweat. Auntie, how dare I? Dad, look, it's your fault. Dinesh, you frowned in anger. Ding Bass has always been very spoiled daughter, is the kind of in the mouth are afraid of melting kind of. Immediately to, Old Chung, just sit down. If you don't sit down, my father-daughter relationship will be strained again. PFFT. Mr. Chung smiled bitterly. It's true that one thing leads to another. That powerful Mr. Ding is so afraid of his daughter. Dad, I just heard you guys talking about the game concept song? Ding Siyu was icy smart and knew a lot about the entertainment industry, which was why Ding Bass called her over, wanting her to come up with ideas as well. Yeah, Dad's company's game Against the Current. It's been missing a promotional song? You're familiar with the entertainment industry. Do you have a singer to recommend? Hee. Dinsu smiled, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. That's the right person you're asking. I was just about to recommend you. Qin Fei, my goddess. Saying that, Ding Xiu took the video of Qin Fei's match and took it out. After all, there are no songs by Qin Fei online yet. Manager Chung also came over, curious. He's been looking for a lot of singers these days, first tier, second and third tier, both male and female. There just isn't one named Qin Fei. Soon, after the song Chilling was played, everyone was dumbfounded. God, this is beautiful too. It's so well sung. This female singer named Qin Fei. Which company is she from? How come I didn't find it before? Manager Cheng's eyes widened. A female singer? Ding Xiu smiled mysteriously. Goddess, he's a guy. The words fell. An eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone froze. Male. A man? Fogweed. This goddess? Is she even a guy? Chapter 20. My fan is surprisingly rich. This. 0.0. Manager Chung was confused. How could this be a man? When could a man look so good? However, he just questioned. Ding Xiu directly opened Baidu. This time, Qin Fei's information was immediately displayed in front of everyone. Qin Fei, male. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in their breath in unison. Hehehehe, am I right? Goddesses are boys. Dinesh, you finished. The crowd was silent for a few seconds. It was Ding Base who was the first to react. I'm really old, haha. It's still you, my daughter, who is wise to recognize youth. Dad, what do you think of Chilling? It's great. Ding Base was very satisfied, and he would never tell his daughter that he almost had a heart attack just now. Only. As soon as the words fell, Ding Xiu, who was still happy, her pretty face sank. But what? Ding Base scratched his head. Dad's side of the money is rather tight at most. He can only offer a royalty of $3 million. Dad, my goddess sings so beautifully. So beautifully. Not enough. Not enough more. When this statement came out, the female secretary, Manager Chung, almost burst out laughing. Nice guy. Miss, you are worthy of being a great filial daughter. People help their dads to lower the price, but you help others to raise the price. Is that okay? Then, since you have said so, to you mention 4 million, but the negotiation can be left to you if you cannot take down. Yay! Ding Xiu was jumping around happily, not listening to what Ding Base was saying at all. Seeing this, Ding Base suddenly felt a hint of crisis. Shu Ziyu, it's not like this lady's man, is it? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Fei received a call from Ding Xiu. The phone number was given to her by Qin Fei yesterday, now that Ding Xiu was the head of his fans, in order to facilitate contact with his fans, so he gave it. Goddess, good afternoon. Hello. Qin Fei cried and laughed. This little fan of his own was really meta. Here's some good news. Our family wants to pay $4 million for the rights to your Akira. Just the game rights, nothing else will be touched. Are you sold? At those words, Qin Fei was first stunned. Your house? This little girl, she's still $1,000? What does your family do? Qin Fei asked curiously. You should have heard of it net also Inc. PFFT. Qin Fei sprayed out a mouthful of water and stared wide-eyed. Holy, the net too? Is my fangirl even a little rich? As a singer, of course, he wanted his songs to sell well, and Qin Fei had considered that he was still a newcomer and couldn't be overly ambitious. So it's a burn to sell $1 million. Now that's good. The moment he opened his mouth, it was $4 million. It's worthy of being a net also rich and powerful. If you agree, then I'll bring the contract over to you now to sign. On the other end of the phone, Ding Xiu was incomparably excited. This was the first thing she had done for Qin Fei, and she was very happy. Don't just send me an address. I'll come over and sign the contract. That's fine. The address is... Qin Fei silently memorized the address and hung up the phone. Nice guy. He let out a long breath. Other singers are fighting for the rights, but they are so good that their female fans have found resources for themselves directly. Can you believe that? Taking a taxi directly to the net also company. Ding Xiu was already waiting downstairs. Goddess here. See you. Qin Fei smiled and stepped forward. He saw that there was a middle-aged uncle beside Ding Xiu, who had been staring at him unkindly. What? You are? My name is Ding Bui, and I'm her father. Sheesh, what a Ding San sure from a previous life. Wait a minute. Daughter? Qin Fei stared at Ding Xiu in consternation. Together this was not an ordinary little rich woman. Hello, uncle. The lad's good-looking and sings well. Ding Base nodded, always feeling that there was something wrong with his eyes, as if he was looking at his son-in-law. All right, Dad. I'll get mad if you keep looking. Well, alas. Ding Base was inwardly sad. This is not even married yet, and his elbow is turned outward. Soon, the three of them went to the conference room on the 5th floor. Goddess, it's like this. Our company likes this song of Chilling very much. We want to use it for the promotional song of the game. So the price is 4 million. If it's not a problem, sign here, right? Ding Xiu looked at him with an expectant face. At that moment, the female secretary laughed. Mr. Qin Fei, our lady really likes you. The original budget was 3 million. She was the one who helped you raise it to 4 million. Sister Yu Shuang. Ding Xiu pouted. Why did you tell the truth? The goddess will feel indebted if you say that. Qin Fei froze. No wonder Ding Base had treated himself so poorly before. So it's because of this. Qin Fei looked towards the shy Ding Xiu. This little girl. She really did a lot for herself silently. I'll tell you what then. Let's still sign for 3 million. I don't want that extra million. Qin Fei didn't want to owe favors, much less fans. And he's just a rookie. 3 million is really a lot for him. Ding Base raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by Qin Fei's actions. $1 million is not a small amount of money. Just say no? Goddess Yu Tinsley was in a hurry. See you. There's no need to say anything. Qin Fei shook his head and said seriously, what should be mine is mine, what shouldn't be mine. If you give it to me, I won't take it. If you still want to talk about it, then I'll leave now. Words. Silence in all directions. Ding Xiu froze. The female secretary was also surprised. This Qin Fei, quite interesting. Hearing Qin Fei's words, Ding Base was very satisfied. The lad indeed is good. Well, blah blah blah. Ding Xiu softened, and Qin Fei laughed. That's right. The two quickly signed the contract, and 3 million would be credited to Qin Fei's card by then, just as Qin Fei was about to leave. Boy, wait a minute. Who's talking? Turn your head and look. Ding Base was staring at Qin Fei, his eyes containing a smile. Chapter 21. Further and further down the road of women's clothing. Mr. Ding, what's wrong? Qin Fei asked. Young man, I am pleased with your reaction just now. Ding Base laughed seriously. $1 million is never a small amount. Anyone else would be moved. He could tell that Qin Fei refused because he didn't want to embarrass Ding Xiu. Being good to his daughter, then he, Ding Bei, appreciated it. Fantasy West? Have you ever played it? Heard that. Qin Fei nodded his head. He didn't like playing games, but this game was so hot that he had heard about it a long time ago. Do you know the spokesperson of Fantasy Westward Journey? Zhang Yixing. It's him. Qin Fei knows the little sheep. Our contract with him, which has expired, is now being considered for renewal. Ding Base looked at Qin Fei and smiled. The day after tomorrow, Zhang Yixing will shoot a music video about Fantasy Westward Journey, as well as write a sex song, and will decide whether he stays or goes based on the content of the music video. In fact, Ding Base was also considering whether to replace Zhang Yixing. After all, he's been endorsing for over a year now, and it's time to try out a new image with a different spokesperson. And Zhang Yixing's endorsement fee is too high, and the company is weighing the pros and cons. If you can, on the day after tomorrow, produce a song that matches the sect, Pancher Ridge, and defeat Zhang Yixing. This endorser will be replaced by you. Ding Base laughed. Not only that. I don't suppose you've found a platform to release your music yet? Penguin Music, Netflix, Gumi, etc. These are all music distribution platforms. With these platforms, it's only when your songs hit the charts and become known to the masses that your songs sell. This is very important for a singer. Not yet. Qin Fei said honestly he hadn't thought about it that much. If you win, your song will be issued in the net. Also, Yun Music platform, we sign a split agreement. Ordinary singers usually buy out 1 or 2 line singers, only a split, but are 55 points. C and CU, so like you on the basis of your 8R platform too, will earn you an operating cost. What do you think? Ding Base said smilingly. This condition was a bit good. Spare Qin Fei couldn't help but be moved. Dad, you're so nice. Ding Xiu hugged Ding Base, her little face rubbing and rubbing. Has old Ding changed his mind today? Usually a vampire. What's going on today? Aside of the female secretary, a thought to know, in fact, to Qin Fei is to earn, to them why not earn? Qin Fei was now a newcomer, and his endorsement fees and whatnot were definitely not as good as Zhang Yixing's. The money saved from the endorsement fee is just enough to make up for the split, and not only do you not lose money, but you also gain favor with the lady. Sure enough, a capitalist's brain. Just ing horrible. Don't get so happy so early. Your goddess hasn't said yes yet. Ding Base looked at Qin Fei, expecting him to answer. Young man, I've given you my platform. It's up to you to take it. Next, Qin Fei raised his head. I can give it a try that, for the Fantasy Westward Journey music video and the sex song, are there any specific requirements for me to refer to? Secretary Yu. I am. Secretary Yu smiled and said, Mr. Qin Fei, in a moment we'll add a WeChat and send it on your phone then. Yeah. Qin Fei nodded. Ding Base's offer was too good, not only solving the problem of publishing his songs, but also giving him a chance to be a spokesperson. Only, the opponent he's going to fight this time is Zhang Yixing. This guy's heat isn't easy. Okay, then you guys chat. I have something over there. I'll go first. Ding Base left after that. Qin Fei added Secretary Yu's WeChat. Goddess, come on, you can do it. Dinesh Yu is cheering. In fact, she was still worried. 2 days was too short. Would the goddess really be able to do it? Goddess, what do you need in these 2 days? You just talk to me. I'll prepare for you immediately. Do you want women's clothes? Lolita, black silk, stewardess, what do you want what I have? Qin Fei sweated. Silly girl, do you know what you were saying? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Secretary Yu shook his head in amusement. Miss, let's go first. It's better not to disturb Mr. Qin Fei in these 2 days. 2 days does seem a bit rushed. However, for Qin Fei it really wasn't a matter. Not much longer. He then returned home, turned on his computer, and gathered some information based on the information sent by Secretary Yu. Ponzi Ling, originally 7 spiders, became essence and lived in the Ponzi cave. Spring 13, piggyback, love and hate. Ugh. Looking at it, Qin Fei was also mesmerized and couldn't wait to go through the journey to the west on the spot. But he held back. If this went over, when would it go over? Then, Qin Fei opened the Fantasy Westward Journey, Ponzi Cave again, and swept through the skills. Regal, Dance of the Panopticon with love and seduction. Qin Fei's purpose in looking at these was to set the tone of the piece. The song, anyway, is all about winks. Hookers. It's great. Only women's clothing can handle it. Only this time, it was different from all the previous ones. It was going in the direction of siren winks. Qin Fei silently covered his face. Finished. I'm really getting further and further down the road of women's clothing. Chapter 22 Missy. Collect your avatar. 2 days later. On the set, people come and go. People are coming. Suddenly a voice, waking up the crowd, turned around to see a nanny van pull up. Wow. The dozens of fans who were originally standing at the door all shouted in excitement. Zhang Yixing! Zhang Yixing! Zhang Yixing! It's loud and sharp. The fans, all little girls, were still holding glow sticks and things like that. The car door opens. A handsome young man walked out from inside. It's none other than Zhang Yixing, the little sheep. So cool. Yixing, we love you. The fans are screaming. At this point, the beneficial star is here. A voice rang out. When the crowd looked, it was Sun Honglei and Huang Base, who had appeared at some unknown time. Master, Brother Red Thunder. What brings you guys here? Speaking of these two, Zhang Yixing is very familiar with them, being the elders who take great care of him in extreme challenge. The appearance of the two immediately caused a sensation. Holy! Brother Red Thunder is here too? Even Mr. Huang has been alerted? Zhang Yixing is really good. He's putting pressure on our crew. Now we're sure to sign. Right? They all knew that Zhang Yixing hadn't renewed his contract with Net also. But look at the way he's coming on strong today. I guess the signing is close. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. Don't let us down today. Sun Honglei smiled. He was specially standing up for his own brother today. Yellow Bases, on the other hand, were filming nearby. When he heard that Zhang Yixing was going to shoot a music video, he also came over to take a look. Hello, staff. Hello, teachers. Hello, director. Zhang Yixing was polite and greeted them in turn. As an idol artist, he's pretty much spot on when it comes to etiquette. Yixing, hurry up and get ready. Let's start shooting in an hour. Yes. Zhang Yixing nodded. By the way, Yixing, you have a competitor today. Zhang Yixing froze. No one had told him that. Rivals? Who is it? It's that ladies' man who's been so hot lately, someone said. It's not that Chin Fei, is it? Singing Chilianks. He's so beautiful in women's clothing. Fans are also screaming, is the ladies' man coming today too? Wow, we're in for a treat today. Just in time to catch a glimpse of the ladies' man. Sun Hong Lei froze. A female bigot? Do you recognize it? Yellow Base shook his head. I don't know. Just then. Someone's coming. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, another nanny van stopped. Goddess! In the distance, a lovely silhouette popped out of the side to greet them personally. Seeing this scene, the staff of Net also froze. Isn't that Missy? Wow. The car door opens. A boy, full of good looks, stepped out of the car with a smirk on his face. Goddess! Wow, you're so handsome today. Ding see you attentive like a little bee. Although Zhang Yixing has Yellow Base and Sun Hong Lei. But the goddess has her own little cute you can't let the goddess lose face. Come on. I'll get it for you. Saying that, Ding Xiu reached out to take the clothes in Qin Fei's hand. No, it's fine. I'll do it myself. Qin Fei refused her kindness. So classy. Zhang Yixing also saw Qin Fei and couldn't help but sigh. Why is it a guy? Why are you calling him a goddess? Yellow Base and Sun Hong Lei were puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Did the ladies' man turn out to be so handsome? Great height. Zhang Yixing's fans, too, began to boil. Then, Qin Fei greeted them along the way, and when he saw Zhang Yixing and the others, he first froze and greeted them with a smile as well. Hello, Mr. Qin Fei. Zhang Yixing is very polite. Hello. Qin Fei and Sun Hong Lei, Huang Base nodded their heads in greeting before being called out. Mr. Qin Fei, wait for a moment. Let's put on Mr. Zhang Yixing's makeup first. And after he's done filming, it'll be your turn. Okay. Soon, Zhang Yixing was brought into the studio by the staff. Yellow Base, followed by Sun Hong Lei. The two whispered, Qin Fei, is it hot? Never heard of it. The two shook their heads, both feeling strange. Fantasy Westward Journey is at least a big game. Looking for such a person to endorse it? And let him compete with Yixing? This company executives' heads, they're not burning, are they? And a bunch of people just called him a goddess beautiful? Shouldn't they have used handsome? Don't get it, really don't get it. Not much longer. Zhang Yixing finished his makeup and started the official shooting. Mr. Qin Fei, you can go ahead and put on your makeup. Because of Ding Xiu, the staff was very polite to Qin Fei. Just kidding. This is Missy's favored one. Yes. Qin Fei nodded. And beside him, Ding Xiu said, Goddess, thirsty or not, hungry or not, do you want to eat some fruits? Snap. With a clap of her small hand, a few little girls, carrying fruits, pastries, and some pastry, stood in front of Qin Fei. This scene is just like an offering to God. It's not an exaggeration at all. What is the origin of this Qin Fei? Can he make Our Lady like him so much? Some people are puzzled. The main reason was that Qin Fei didn't have much popularity and had only participated in one episode of the show. Most people didn't recognize him. See you? You're exaggerating, aren't you? Qin Fei was a little embarrassed. People are here to work, making it seem like I'm on a field trip. What's in it? Ding Xiu pouted and said savagely, You are my goddess. If I don't spoil you, who will? Ding Xiu finished and added, The makeup artist made the goddess sit on my couch to do her makeup. The chair was too hard and too chalky for him to sit in. Full court. Missy, put away your magical powers. Chapter 23. The entire room turned into wood. 20 minutes later, Qin Fei finished putting on his makeup. Mr. Qin Fei, you're so graceful. Even the makeup artist was praising. And it was genuine. Qin Fei's temperament was much better than Zhang Yixing's. That's natural. Ding Xiu was very happy. Qin Fei being praised was similar to her being praised. At that moment, the director inside walked out. Mr. Qin Fei, are you ready? It's time to officially start shooting. He finished. Zhang Yixing, Huang Base, and Sun Hong Lei also walked out. Yixing, listening to your songs, I feel out of touch with the times. Yellow Base laughed bitterly. He doesn't really know much about what young people like these days. What electronic music? What rap? It's too hard to understand. More than that, he prefers things left behind by his old ancestors, such as the culture of opera. Even now, He also goes to the theater once a week with his own father to hear a play. What do you care? Yixing played so well. He must have one. Right, where are we going to eat later? Sun Honglei had a relaxed face, as if he was winning. This scene made Ding Xiyu look at it, extremely dissatisfied. What was this? The goddess hasn't even compared. That. Qin Fei paused for a moment. Do you have a changing room here where I can change my clothes? The director staggered for a moment and nodded. The dressing room is inside. Yes. Qin Fei got up and went to change his clothes. Dinesh Yu was excited. Women's clothing again? Hehehe, looking forward to goddesses in women's clothing the most. Be sure to brighten up their eyes. At this point, Qin Fei changed into his costume, which was the dancing girl costume worn by Su Daji, charming and demonic. Knit your brows. Regency. It fits right in with the song he's going to sing next. Open your eyes. Looking at himself in the mirror, even Qin Fei couldn't help but suck in his breath. It's too flirty. I really don't blame King Zhou for this. Attributes pile it on. Anything like charm, and so on. Through and through. Qin Fei added them all without saying a word. Look again. In the mirror, the self stands out as a scourge of the country and the people. A single look can take someone's soul. I'll go. I can't stand looking at it myself. Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Just outside the locker room, Sun Honglei's voice could be heard. Yixing, where's the thing you were talking about? I should have left it in the locker room. Zhang Yixing laughed bitterly. Just now he was in a hurry to leave and didn't realize that he had left his hair tie in the locker room. Mr. Zhang Yixing, there are people in the locker room right now, so you can wait a little bit. Is that Mr. Qin Fei? Yes. Zhang Yixing nodded. Teacher Qin Fei, I'm Zhang Yixing. I left my hairband inside. When you come out in a while, can you help me get it? The words just fell. Huang Base, Sun Honglei, Zhang Yixing and the others all looked towards the locker room. A female voice was heard. Yeah. The trio froze. How come it's a woman? The moment. Even the staff members who were still getting ready stopped what they were doing and stared. Creepy. Very creepy. They clearly saw Mr. Qin Fei go in with their own eyes just now. Mr. Qin Fei? Is that you? There was no answer from inside, and the next second the door to the locker room opened. I saw a beautiful woman come out from inside. Winks and woes. Hiss. 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 The whole room resounded with the sound of sucking in cool air. Snap. One staff member, wide-eyed with shock, actually dropped the cup in his hand. Beautiful. This can't be Mr. Qin Fei? The statement was made. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Here's your hairband. Qin Fei reached out, his white jade-like fingers, crystal clear, and Zhang Yixing had been completely dumbfounded. Is this the charm of the ladies' man? Mr. Zhang Yixing? Qin Fei shouted again, and only then did Zhang Yixing wake up as if from a dream and stammered. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin Fei. The two older brothers beside him, Sun Honglei and Huang Base, had turned into wood. Qin Fei? How is this possible? Isn't Qin Fei a guy? Wow, goddess. You've taken your beauty to new heights this time. Ding Xiyu walked in from outside. Her small face worshipped. Too beautiful, too beautiful. How can this still let people live? Ah. All right, Xiyu. Let's hurry up and start shooting. Tinsley nodded. Where's the director? The director was already dumbfounded, unable to take his eyes off Qin Fei's body at all, still being pushed from the side. The director just woke up, busy too. Mr. Qin Fei, before we shoot the MV, let's go to the studio and record a song. Right? Did you bring the demo? Bring it on. Qin Fei took the flash drive, and the director smiled. Mr. Qin Fei, this way please. He now finally knew why Qin Fei was so hot. Just the female costume. Who can top that? Yes. The moment. Yellow Base, Sun Honglei's head was still dizzy, but both came to be interested. Come on, let's go check it out too. Yixing, what are you waiting for? Zhang Yixing. Brothers, you weren't like this earlier. Chapter 24. The ties that bind play. This is genius. Mr. Qin Fei, we have a total of 3 chances. Let's try it the first time and open our voices. Generally, recordings give the singer a couple of chances. The first time is mainly to familiarize yourself, open your voice, and suppress any inner nervousness. For formal recording, it will be placed on the second take. By this time, the singers are usually pretty much in tune. Of course, the singers mentioned here are some professional singers. With new singers, even recording 3, 4, 5, 6 times is a normal thing. Qin Fei was a newcomer, so the director started by saying it 3 times, but knew in his heart that he definitely needed more than 3 times. Even Zhang Yixing just recorded it almost 5 times as well. Director, let's pursue efficiency and try to pass it once. When Qin Fei finished speaking, the director froze and nodded. Okay. He didn't take the words seriously, only thinking that Qin Fei was encouraging himself. Soon, a melodious tune coming from the player. At this time, Huang Base, Zhang Yixing, and Sun Honglei also arrived, and when they heard the prelude, their eyes lit up. That's a great intro. Marionette Theater? Dinesh, you saw the name of the song. I only wish your heart was like mine. I'm sure I'll live up to my love. Then, a sultry, charming opera cadence exploded the crowd's scalp as they stared in disbelief. Opera? Yellow Base is stunned. He's an opera singer? Sun Honglei's expression changed, no longer the contempt he had at the beginning. From this moment, he realized that he seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. This guy was not a newcomer at all. Mocking whoever bullies. How to match without a heart. The disc bells are crisp. The lights between the curtains are dimly lit. The voice was flirtatious, charming, euphonious. Ding Xiyu had become obsessed. This was too beautiful. A goddess is no less a goddess. Humph. See? That's the strength of my goddess. Let you dare to underestimate. It's you who implies. Kiss the tears that bead at the corners of my eyes. Acting out the clutch meets the sadness and joy for whom. Outside the cave the forest is green, but there is only darkness in my eyes. Ask the world where there is a more perfect. Zhang Yixing was already drunk, and he had to say that this Qin Fei really did have 2 skills. He had a strong sense of crisis. This ancient style song is so suitable for a game like Fantasy Westward Journey. Too good to be true. Someone is obsessing. Really, the lyrics are imploring. Is this an appeal to the skills of Pancher Ling from Fantasy Westward Journey? Awesome. This is the sect song of my heart. Some people are marveling. However, here comes the more shocking part later. Just see. Qin Fei pinched his orchid fingers, and his knitted brows and smile were all flavor. Orchid fingers twisting. Red dust like water. There's no harm in dark arrows, only in the flavor of love. Singing a long goodbye is no longer a sad thing, and the heart of the soul is turned to ashes. A few lines of theater, like thunder, exploded in the ears of the crowd. Wow, it's beautiful. The director couldn't help but marvel as goosebumps floated up his arms. Seriously, after listening to Qin Fei's song, I went to listen to Zhang Yixing's song, and I felt that it tasted the same, and I didn't know what I was singing at all. Now that's really good music. Lost. Zhang Yixing smiled bitterly. This was too strong. He had thought he was well prepared, but he was really powerless against Qin Fei. How can we win this? Huang Base, Sun Honglei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. First, they also looked down on Qin Fei, thinking that Net also was crazy, and that this kind of newcomer could be compared to Zhang Yixing. However, their faces hurt so much right now. I was so stupid. Me too. The 2 men laughed bitterly. Yellow Base, in particular, couldn't wait to slap himself. He had been listening to theater for more than 10 years, so of course he knew how difficult it was for Qin Fei to perform this opera. It takes years, if not a decade, of work. This is the master. He just looked at others with colored eyes. As a teacher, it is worthy of the word teacher. Hong Lei, I'm going to treat Qin Fei to a meal later and apologize to him. Take me one. It was so embarrassing for both of them to try to make amends. The wind and snow cling to the end of white hair in autumn. Autumn waves across your face, lightly touching your eyebrows. If you shed a tear, if old age I can keep. Spider silk turns to dust and goes to perfection. Qin Fei didn't know what the crowd was thinking. He was singing very carefully, doing his best to get the song right. The lyrics are beautifully written. A fantasy Western player, touched. Especially the word, spider at the end. Point of order. Of course. Dineshu laughed. It only took the goddess 2 days to create this song. Awesome, right? 2 days? The crowd was startled and looked at Dinsyu as she continued. Yeah, he just signed the contract 2 days ago before he knew about it. And besides, he's never played Fantasy Westward Journey before. The director was shocked. 2 days to compose such a tune? This young man has a bright future ahead of him. Chapter 25. There really is such a person. The moment. Fantasia, conference room. This meeting, which was convened on an impromptu basis, was attended by a total of 8 people, all of whom were senior members of the net also. The content of the meeting was to discuss the issue of whether Zhang Yixing should stay or go. The endorsement fee is too high. If we can lower Zhang Yixing's endorsement fee, I think it's fine. A bald man said. Everyone look at the data. After Zhang Yixing endorsed Fantasy Westward Journey, the daily water flow reached 6 million, a full 10% increase from last year. A woman said obviously she was a fan of Zhang Yixing. If you can. She didn't want Zhang Yixing to leave. A spokesperson always has his lifespan, and players get tired of seeing it when it stays the same. Some people argue with reason. What do you call this? Female players of Fantasy Westward Journey account for 40%, and it is increasing year by year, thanks to Zhang Yixing. You have to understand that the spending power of female players is exactly double that of male players. According to you, you only care about 40% of the female players and don't want the other 60% of the male players? Joke. You still want to have both the fish and the bear's paw? Can you find a spokesperson that attracts both female and male players? The woman sneered more than a little. The man's ideas were so naive. But this statement made Ding Base laugh. There really is such a person. The woman froze. The rest of them also looked at Mr. Ding. Mr. Ding, you're not kidding, are you? Instead of explaining, Ting Bui looked at the secretary. You. Okay. Secretary Yu stepped away from her stocking-length legs and walked over to the projector, showing it and introducing it at the same time. Qin Fei, male. Representative work. Chilling. Here are his performances on I Am a Singer. A section of Qi Ling, looking at the crowd in disbelief. This is a male? Womanizer. My wife loves him. Handsome mess in men's clothing. I thought that was the limit. Women's clothing is even better. Race than heavenly fairies. Ah. There was a lot of talk at the bottom. When Yu Shuang saw this, the corners of his mouth were pleased. Just a moment ago, Mr. Ding arranged for Zhang Yixing and Qin Fei, together, to complete the Ponzi Cave sect song. The crew has sent over the video. Check it out. Now, the crowd didn't have the contempt they had just now. Even the woman who had helped Zhang Yixing speak sat up straight and listened attentively. First, the music video shot by Zhang Yixing is nothing but handsome. That's normal. Fresh meat is like that when he does a movie, not much acting, only care about being handsome, and the songs he sings are average. However, the scene shifts. To Qin Fei's side, it became instantly elevated. The woman in the picture, 1,000 charming, scourge of the country, and then a song silk play, so that the crowd stared straight in the eyes. Good to hear. Well, that's nice, and it fits in with the sex philosophy. Marionette Theater. That's a great name too. A good review. Seeing this, Ding Base broke into a smile. This Qin Fei really didn't let himself down. High and low. Ding Base laughed. This spokesperson may be able to strike a balance between male and female players. I don't think it's a good decision to give this opportunity to Qin Fei. What do you guys think? Obviously, Ding Base was on Qin Fei's side. Moreover, Qin Fei had proved himself with practical actions. Seconded. I second that. The meeting went horribly well, and even the woman who had objected earlier didn't say a word. The situation is settled. Zhang Yixing struck out. Ding Base swept over the crowd and laughed. Xiaoyu, let's post this music video online in a while. And also, you make an appointment to sign a contract with Qin Fei. And yes, say hello to Nediyun's side as well. Just do what we said before. Split deal. Sign him for 28 cents. Such a favorable agreement made the eyes of the executives present light up. What's the boss doing? He's determined to promote this Qin Fei? Other side. Qin Fei, who had finished recording the music video, had wanted to go home, but he was framed by Huang Base and Sun Honglei and walked into the restaurant. What? He's obsessed, really obsessed. Do we know each other that well? Qin Fei, come on. I'll punish myself with a cup. Sorry about earlier. I'm really old and blinkered. Huang Base went down with a glass of white wine, causing Qin Fei to hurriedly stop him. Mr. Huang, what are you doing? Qin Fei. Just let him drink. Sun Honglei is also straightforward. A cup down, laughed. I looked away today too. Qin Fei was confused on the spot. What are the two teachers doing? What are they doing? Drinking wine by the glass before the food is served? Come on. Qin Fei, let me toast you. Congratulations. Zhang Yixing laughed. Despite losing an endorsement, he's not the type to dwell on it. And it really can't be helped that the technology is not as good as it should be. I'm not much of a drinker. Qin Fei was embarrassed. The pear garden had a rule that no alcohol could be consumed. So Qin Fei didn't touch a drop of alcohol. Good habit. Then we'll have tea instead of wine. That works too. Qin Fei nodded. The moment, Ding Xiyu was constantly swiping her cell phone, taking the photos she had just taken and sending them to the group. Wow, the goddess is beautiful again. Is this Sudaji? It's too good looking, isn't it? Hiss, I could eat 3 bowls of rice with just the vegetables in this picture. Over 100 groups were abuzz. Ding Xiyu is very proud. You guys can only look at the photos, but I am different. The goddess is right next to me. Just then, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Ding Xiyu said excitedly, Goddess, the MV is published. The official Fantasy Westward Journey has been released. Qin Fei froze. So soon? Huang Base, Sun Honglei, and Zhang Yixing also came over. Come on, show us too. Chapter 26. Run. The ladies' man is here. Zhang Ping is an old player of Fantasy Westward Journey. Only, he hadn't been on it in a long time, mainly because of friends he used to have that no longer played. Whenever he was alone on the game, looking at the in-game images and remembering the memories of burning incense, catching ghosts and sealing demons together, it was a little too much to bear. So he retired from swimming. Every time he swiped his cell phone and saw a message about Fantasy Westward Journey, he would tap in to take a look. Going online today, the system pushed another piece of information to him. The new song of the female costume Big Brother drawing silk play. New and old players, come and join the Ponzi Cave. The comments at the bottom run into the tens of thousands. Huh? A marionette play? Zhang Ping curiously clicked in. The female big man he is familiar with is his recent favorite singer too. However, after watching the 4-minute video, Zhang Ping could not hide the excitement of his heart, feeling that the joy he once felt was back. Open the pop-up. Wow, as a 5-year veteran player who is retired from the game, I still can't help but want to play when I see this video. Yes, fantasy. It's a memory of our generation. Say no more. Are there any brothers who play together? Let's build a group and relive the memories again. It's rumored that you can also meet a woman's big brother by chance. I like him more than Zhang Yixing. Without further ado, the group has already been built. Coming. Bullseye Brothers, I'm coming in. Looking at the pop-up screen, Zhang Ping was moved and also entered the group. In 5 short minutes, the group membership jumped from 200 to 1,000. One group is full, enter 2 groups. I say brothers, what sect did you all pick? Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Ping smiled and typed. That goes without saying? Of course it's Ponzi Cave. Huh? Isn't the Ponzi Cave only for female characters to worship? Misty grass. So, we're all ladies today. Ha. What do you know? It's called following in the footsteps of an idol. And idols are powerful. Yeah. At this time, the group leader laughed. Those inside the group, how many of them are fans of the ladies? Me too. Ha. One short day, Fantasy Westward Journey has been flooded with countless players, both male and female, playing Ponzi Cave. This also creates an interesting phenomenon. Posting. There's a post that says this: advise all male players to never look for a Ponzi Cave player to marry. This older brother shared his sad experience. Originally, in reality, he had suffered from love, so he wanted to seek some comfort in the game. It just so happens that the ladies' man sang a song recently. The Pancake Cave players became more numerous all of a sudden, and among these, there were also many girls. Take a leap of faith. This old man then came into contact with a Ponzi Cave player, and the two of them upgraded and flirted together, and the old man was very satisfied. However, when the wedding day came, the other party sent a direct line. Honey, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm probably bigger than you when I pull it out. At these words, Lao was petrified on the spot. In my grief, I had to post for comfort. Ha. Older brother, you don't understand. Men and women are only for the purpose of passing on the family name. Men and men are the true love. I'm in straight up good guy. Older brother, you're just as bad mentally. Isn't it all the same with the lights off? Upstairs, are you the devil? The netizens taunted to their heart's content, and Lao's mind was truly broken. The moment, the net is also high level. It's really something. From the release of the sex song to now, only 1 day has passed. The daily activity has been raised by a whole 50%, and the daily water flow has also rushed from 6 million to 15 million, although it's only temporary. But this data, it can be called a miracle.
Abalt man mavelet.
That's incredible. One song and you get to that point? That's never going to happen. They've come out with doorstoppers before. But the response has been mediocre, and you're lucky to get a 10% boost. Something like today has never happened. It seems. The only reason for this was in this Chin Fei. Ding Base was all smiles. And this time, he had really made the right bet. Has Chin Fei signed the contract? Came by this morning to sign it. Yu Shuang laughed. Well, by the way, you hit him with another million, so he can experience the joy of the game as well. Understood. Other side. After Chin Fei finished burning 3 incense sticks for his master, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for reaching 1 million popularity values. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million popularity value reward special breathing technique. Chin Fei was confused on the spot.
Breathing technique?
Is this going to make me cultivate immortality? However, 5 minutes later, he understood the effect, the special breathing method, which could smooth his chi and blood, revitalize his blood and nourish his face, and make him glow. It serves as a nourishment. It is very effective in treating dull skin, dark circles, bags under the eyes, and the like after staying up all night. However, it is impossible to cultivate immortality. But even so, Chin Fei was thrilled. Just by breathing, you can make your body better. Just ask your cow. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. My dearest brother. It was Tan Jing's voice. Sis, come on. Chin Fei was fleshed out for a moment. You can be too good. The marionette play is very good. The key to your women's clothing is getting better and better. My sister is a bit fond of you. What should I do? Sis, don't be ridiculous. Chin Fei was helpless. This sister was good at everything. She just loved to joke about herself. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Tan Jing also stopped teasing him. You already have the potential for fire now. When the program editing is done tomorrow, you'll be on fire again. By the way, have you chosen your next song yet? Well, almost. So still female? Chin Fei sold out. This time is different.
Stinky Didi.
Tan Jing said as if she was pampered. If you don't tell me, then I'll go see it live myself. By the way, the Red Velvet sung by my sister will be premiered on the whole internet tomorrow. So at that time, let's compare. No problem. Chin Fei made some small talk and hung up. Chapter 27. The program airs. Collective Boiling. Day 2. The much-anticipated second installment of I Am a Singer has finally been edited and posted online. One time, it attracts too many fans. In the past 2 days, the heat about female Big Brother has continued, especially yesterday's music video. There is a tendency to explode again. Chilling also came in at number 1 on the music charts, crossing over a bunch of veteran singers. Everyone is looking forward to the second installment. How did it turn out? Wah! Has it finally started? It's rumored that the person from the national team is Tan Jing? Really? And that the goddess lost. If it's Tan Jing, then it's really possible. Many people were worried about Chin Fei. The moment, Yokoden Film City. Surprisingly, it's sister Tan Jing. Dilly hop a bitter little face, at least it is a national team player. How can the goddess compare to her? Yang Mi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Soon the program began. Since Chin Fei's entry into I Am a Singer, the rest of the singers have been reduced to accompaniments. If you can fast forward, viewers will definitely choose to fast forward. How come it's not yet Chin Fei?
Femme fatale invincible.
Alas, this is the last installment, and you can't catch up even if you want to. Damn, I'll never watch this show again if the ladies' man backs out. To the chagrin of some fans, this was too much and must have been intentional on the part of the show. The moment, more and more people tuned in to this episode. The ratings all of a sudden shot up to 4. Everyone is looking forward to this installment of Goddess. What will she sing and what will she wear? Waiting hard for an hour. It's finally coming. Next please. Chin Fei makes his appearance. Heejong's voice had just fallen. Diligence, who was still sleepy, immediately woke up and yelled in a hurry. Honey. Coming. Yang Mi was filming a scene, heard the sound, suddenly shouted click, and then lifted the hem of the skirt and ran over. It made the director look confused. What the hell? It's not just her. Is it a ladies' man? Wow, I'm coming too. What song will he sing in this installment? I'm looking forward to it. A dozen actors, too, ran over to the scene which was out of shot. Assistant director, what's going on here? No one responded. He asked again, and well, it was only then that he realized that the assistant director was holding up his phone and watching a video. What are you looking at? I'll look too. The same scene in a different location. Magic City, a certain neighborhood. Mom, can you change the channel? I want to watch The Ladies' Man. Both parents were shocked to hear their son talk like that. Their son wouldn't have a disease, would he? However, when they saw Chin Fei after changing the channel, they were shocked to see him. Beautiful. Is this a boy? Yeah. My son nodded. Wow, this is Guifei, isn't it? This installment of women's clothing is a new level of beauty. Kyoto, a residence. The lad. Grandpa. You know him? If it isn't the lad from the pearly gates the other day. Perhaps he had watched the theater often. So even though Chin Fei was dressed as a woman, the old man still recognized him. The pear orchard? Grandpa. The goddess isn't an opera singer. He's a singer. The granddaughter triumphantly cooed. He's going to sing about the drunken princess now. The old man suddenly remembered. Chin Fei said that if you want to listen to The Drunken Princess, you can listen to it on I Am a Singer. Had thought he was joking. I didn't realize it was real. Well, I'd like to hear about it. The old man listened attentively. This song, Drunken Princess, doesn't seem as good as the last one. Chilling. Dewan Pavilion, Guidalin shook his head. He's very worried. This issue is Tanjing. The ladies' man won't really lose, will he? However, the next bit of high-energy theater. It blew his head off. Love and hate in a flash. Raise your glass to the moon and love like heaven. Love and hate. Ask when you're going to fall in love. The opera was so beautiful. A beauty that was poignant and poked its way into everyone's heart at once. The crowd closed their eyes. In my mind, a consort appeared, knitting her brows and smiling, all in style, except that in her moving dance. It makes one feel a touch of sadness. Great singing. Guidalin was deeply touched, and having been exposed to opera since he was a child, he was instantly touched. The red face is easy to age, and the splendor is gone. Sad. Heavy. Poignant. Open the pop-up. Wow. I suddenly feel so bad inside. You're not alone. It resonates too much. This is not a newcomer. It's too strong. Can this be lost? I don't believe it. He sings better than any of the previous singers. I'm going to put my words here, program. If you get rid of Chin Fei, I'll never watch it again. Right? Me too. The group is excited. Guidalin, who never sent out pop-ups, was also sending out pop-ups at this moment. King of Song. Send. It was instantly drowned in a pile of pop-ups. But it didn't matter. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Chin Fei was already the king of song. The end of the program. Chin Fei fell to the ground. The pair of despondent eyes, gripping people's hearts. The pop-ups exploded all of a sudden. Awesome. Delilah is applauding. Yangmi was nodding. Guidalin was shouting. At this moment, the first and second tier singers who are watching the program are also screaming that this is definitely the godly scene of the year. Chapter 28. Chin Fei. Who the hell are you? The latter wave pushes the former wave. This charisma, this dance, and this opera voice are even better than old Mr. Lin's years. Even. The one who spoke was the old man. His eyes slightly red as he watched Chin Fei's performance. Isn't this the drunken princess in his mind? He really did it. By the way, granddaughter, what's his name? Chin Fei. Chin Fei. The old man remembered that Elder Lin's first disciple seemed to be named Chin Fei, an apprentice to fulfill master's unfinished wish. The old man was touched. Will he lose? Hang on. The nationals are up next. The old man clenched his fists. Never for a moment had he been so serious. I hope he won't lose. Kyoto, a residence. A man with a country face was watching TV when suddenly he called his subordinate. This Chin Fei, is he the disciple of old Mr. Lin Zhengnan? Yes. Guiziface is now the second elder of the Xia kingdom, with a high status and the admiration of millions of people. Old Mr. Lin a dozen days ago, gone. His disciple Chin Fei mourned for 7 days and 7 nights, sending the old man on his last journey. Sorrow surfaced on the country's face. Mr. Lin has been a charitable person all his life. When he was young, he and his father were comrades in arms and shared the same life and death. After his discharge from the army, he opened a pear orchard because of his passion for opera. A life in the military. But I didn't expect. It ended up being this ending. Old Mr. Lin has been kind to me and saved my father's life. And now he has taken a step ahead of my father. And if my father knew this news, he would certainly be sad. Country face sighed and whirled back to the TV screen. I see that this Qin Fei, on the contrary, has learned something and is carrying the old gentleman's dying wish. I hope to watch him and go a little farther. The caller said immediately, "Got it." There was a pause. So what about the old man's side? Country face sighed. Alas, paper can't wrap fire. My old man values feelings the most. And old Mr. Lin is his best comrade in arms. If I hide it from him, I won't be able to withstand his wrath. When it came to the old man, the country face had a belly full of grooves. Only, the old man this time is probably going to be very sick again. No one can stand the loss of a dear friend. Leader, it seems to me that this Qin Fei doesn't seem to know old Mr. Lin's true identity? The country face nodded. Old Mr. Lin is a low-key person, and since he retired from the army, he hasn't contacted the troops, just because he doesn't want to be disturbed. This is good. We can hide in the shadows and help out Qin Fei. Yes. The phone hung up. The country face looked up at the starry sky. Alas, what should I say to the old man? That night, the I'm a Singer working group received a phone call. Leader. Yes, understand. Qin Fei. Fine. I know. I will definitely take care of Qin Fei. Don't worry about that. Shoulda. Okay. Bye. The crowd froze. Why was Mr. Hong Tao trembling? Only Hong Tao spat out a breath, his back nervous, all wet. It's too scary. The one who just called him, that's his leader's leader. A handful of Summerlin's songwriting department. This kind of existence, Hong Tao want to see aside, also have to beg a lot of people, trust a lot of relations, and people also not necessarily see you. But today, he even called himself and asked him to take care of Qin Fei? What kind of plot is this? Only, this kind of care is not to insider him to win the championship, but to try to fulfill his requirements during the competition, such as costumes, such as stage effects, and so on. Little Qin, what exactly is the origin? Hong Tao was incredibly curious. Isn't he Mr. Lin's disciple? Can it be that because he sang opera he was valued by the top and decided to train him? If that was the case, Qin Fei would really take off. In the meantime, Tanjing also received a phone call. It was the director of the Spring Festival Gala, Wang Meng, with whom Tanjing had previously applied for a program in which Qin Fei sang opera. This Wang Meng, however, was surprisingly difficult to deal with. Even Tanjing couldn't do anything about it. Thought for sure I was out of luck this time. But then, Xiao Jing, the higher-ups have decided to let this Qin Fei participate in this year's CCTV Spring Festival Gala. As for what program to perform, you let him do it on his own. Tanjing froze, watching herself. Anything you want to do? Tanjing was dumbfounded. Was this still the Spring Festival Gala? Didn't you say you have to go through a strict screening process to be in the Spring Festival Gala? What about your requirements? Where's your theme? Nothing? Sister Wang, what does this mean? There was silence on the other end for a moment, then, Xiao Jing, you have also been on the Spring Festival Gala more than a dozen times. Sister, as you are a member of the family, honestly tell you the top is greeted, this Qin Fei they bailed out. Up there. Tanjing looked solemn. The one who could make Wang Meng say that. She had already guessed who was up there. Only, those big shots, why did they bail out Qin Fei? Is it because my brother sings good opera? There is a part of the reason, but I don't understand the specifics. I have to say, Xiao Jing we have all underestimated this disciple of yours. He, big time, big deal? Tanjing felt her head spinning. How could her brother, whom she had just met, be a big deal? The moment, looking at the I Am a Singer that was playing on TV, Tanjing couldn't help but say, Qin Fei, who the hell are you? Chapter 29. The whole internet is abuzz with the opening of something good. The program continues to be shown. However, a song falls. Qin Fei's performance touched all the netizens. Wow, winning, huh? This is still not a win, so I won't watch. The goddess is really beautiful. Without further ado, from today onwards, I'm also a fan of the goddess. It's a pity. If this song had been placed in the King of Songs battle, it would have existed in first place as well. Netizens love Qin Fei. The women's clothing was just a gimmick, just an outward appearance. Putting aside the outward appearance, they saw Qin Fei's talent. He sings, "Thank you, Qin Fei. Let's applaud Qin Fei once again." Ho Zhang's voice rang out, and there was thunderous applause. Just then, snap, the lights went out. Everyone knew that the surprise attack was coming, and every netizen who was tuning in to the show had their hearts hanging in the air. Tan Jing, the demon is here. Is that 9? Open up the pop-up, it's dense. Everyone's nervous. Delilah's palms were sweating. Honey, will he lose? Yang Mi didn't say anything. Finally, a peach blossom ballad was sung, and it was time for the most crucial singing of the votes to be taken. The moment, everyone can hear their heartbeat. 39 to 461. But when He Jiong's voice sounded again, froze. Everyone froze. Wow, that's awesome. This is the Demon King, and he was defeated just like that? And with this kind of landslide vote? Goddess invincible. Dinesh, you got excited. Even though she knew the result in advance, she couldn't help but scream when she saw her goddess win. This Qin Fei is bound to take off. There's a pop-up floating by. At this moment, whether it was Guodalin, Yang Mi, or Dili Hotba, as well as the millions of fans who love Qin Fei, they all saw it as well. They're nodding. Indeed, Qin Fei's appearance was absolutely unprecedented and unprecedented. Delilah, Sister Honey, it seems like Qin Fei hasn't signed a contract, right? If we can sign him to our company, then wouldn't I have another senior brother? Oh no, senior sister. That's not right either. Yang Mi froze. Yeah, Qin Fei didn't seem to have signed yet. How could she have forgotten about that? It's not just her. The dozens of entertainment companies that were tuning in to the program also woke up. In fact, after they watched the first installment, they realized that Qin Fei was too good and was definitely signed. However, it's the second installment, and I don't see him having any company, which makes them anxious. Qin Fei is a good seed. He must not be snatched away. Go hurry up and contact the program's team so that we can meet with Qin Fei. Move fast, don't get snatched up. Quickly. It's like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and the phones backstage of the program are about to be busted. And at the moment, Qin Fei was facing the master's effigy. Even if it's a mess out there, he's all calm, because he knows what he wants. Master, you said that after I become successful in my little endeavor, I would go to find Class Master Gua of the Dune Pavilion. In my opinion, a small achievement is to make Pearland return to the top. What you have not accomplished before, I will help you to complete. First let Pearland fire, and then let the opera go to the Spring Festival to a bigger stage. It's a long-cherished dream. It is not only the wish of Lin Jingnan, but also the wish of opera singers in general. Unfortunately, that wish is too hard. Can't you see how many heroes and heroines have fallen on the road? Even Guo Digang, who only set Yun Gu on fire, didn't really set the comedy on fire. However, there are difficulties and then there are challenges. Master, I can definitely will do it. Qin Fei paid his respects and placed 3 sticks of incense and inserted them. Next song. He already had planned Cymbidium. There are 2 versions of Celadon, an opera version and an original version, both of which he likes very much. He's going to sing opera like on the I'm a Singer stage and then record an original version. As for the costume, this time, it will not wear a costume, but a cheongsam, and only a cheongsam, can set off the beauty of the Jiangnan smoky rain. Soon after, he made a call to Tanjing. Hey my little Fei-Fei, how come you have time to call your sister? Here we go again. Qin Fei sighed. Sister, I wanted to ask if you have any Celadon cheongsams over there. I want to borrow a set and return them to you after the next competition. Celadon? I don't have any. Tanjing shook her head. At those words, Qin Fei's eyes dimmed. But then, Tanjing laughed. But I know a place that does. Where? You do that. I'll come find you tomorrow and take you there then. That's fine, my home address is. The two chatted for a few moments and hung up again. Celadon? What kind of song is this? This Qin Fei's brother, he's really getting more and more mysterious. One is his background, the other, it's his gift. Qi Ling, the drunkenness of the new concubine, and the marionette opera, all 3 of which are unparalleled masterpieces. Any one of these songs would be enough to feed a singer for a lifetime. Not to mention, coming up with 3 songs in a short period of time was enough to make Qin Fei famous in the singing world. Originally, Tanjing thought that he would run out of talent. After all, a newcomer who took out so many fine products in one go, he probably didn't have any stock, right? But what about Qin Fei? It's like a bottomless pit. It's incredible. The second half of the night, Qin Fei was lying on the bed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 2 million popularity value reward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 4 million popularity value reward. 2 million reward. Master Opera Mastery. 4 million reward. Mastery of National Instruments. Qin Fei sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Opened up great stuff. Chapter 30, The Big Girl Bull Beep. Qin Fei was thrilled. With his theater, he's always been a minor success because with something like theater, you have to work hard to improve. Elevating in a short period of time is simply not possible. But now, the system directly elevated him to the master level. Close your eyes. Peking opera, Kuin opera, you opera, you opera. Countless operas appeared in Qin Fei's mind like stars. Not only that, those related to opera such as face-changing, florid singing, etc., were also learned in their entirety. Kind of fun, try a face change. Qin Fei had always been curious about this, except that his master hadn't taught him and he had never been able to. In fact, this kind of face changing involves 3 techniques: face wiping, face blowing, and face pulling. The principle is simple. It is to apply the makeup oil on your face, nose, and then rub your hand on your face to transform it into another face. Red, black, white. Qin Fei looked into the mirror, tried a few times, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which fulfilled one of his dreams. Then, he tried practicing his flowery, operatic voice again. Celestial Cyan. The voice is thick and mid-range, and as easy as it sounds, this is the realm of returning to the basics and making it your own. Even Shifu didn't become a master. Qin Fei dared to make a promise that the country could count on one hand the number of people who had crossed over to the master level. Then, another memory appeared in Qin Fei's mind. Hiss. Qin Fei sucked in his cool breath. This is really something. For million reward. Is the national wind instrument all proficient? What does it mean to be a national instrument? Pipa, guzheng, flute, shao, eru, suona. These instruments with the characteristics of the national style. All proficient. All of them are masterful. You know, when an instrument becomes a master level, it is already a national treasure and can be widely recruited. But if all instruments were at this level, it's already godlike. Is this a $4 million reward? It's really a bit shocking. Qin Fei smiled. This wave had really earned a lot. See, the popularity value is still soaring. It's already crossed the 5 million mark. And the next reward, 8 million. Not far. After getting the reward, Qin Fei was instead a little bit unable to sleep and opened his phone to brush Shakeology. This brush. All videos, clips of yourself winning awards. Qin Fei. Brush another one. It's a video of himself beating Tanjing. 39 votes to 461. Qin Fei sweated. Turned off Shakeology, got on Twitter, and the hot search was all. Hashtag women in drag. Beautiful in a new way. Hashtag. Hashtag Your Highness is now in the world. All hail and peace to you, Your Highness. Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag New Guinness. Hashtag. The conversation, the heat, has been horrifying. Well, I finally figured out where all those popularity ratings came from. Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. It's really one of the best times. It doesn't even cost you any money to publicize it. People will do it for you just for the sake of the heat. Ding 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 ding. A phone call came in. Hey, goddess, congratulations. It's see you, what's wrong? Hee hee. Our group is blowing up. Everyone is praising you for being super beautiful. And now there are more than 3 million comrades in the posting bar. Dinesh Yu was very excited. The more people who came, it meant that Qin Fei was on fire, and the more people there were, the more powerful they were, and if they were bullied in the future, they would have a helper. By the way, goddess, are you signed? Qin Fei froze, then remembered that he didn't seem to have signed a company. Dad asked me to ask you if you want to sign up under our net also? The net too? Is this still an entertainment company? Qin Fei is still a newcomer in this area. It is better to wait for Sister Tanjing to come tomorrow, and then ask to see if she is more secure. Allow me to think. Okay, blah blah blah. Then goddess take an early resto. Hanging up the phone, Qin Fei received a push. The national team Tanjing, cover the new song of the women's clothing Big Brother Chi Ling. Everyone come to a strong crowd. Ah, that was quick. Chin Fei clicked in, and there were already a lot of people commenting at the bottom. Ha ha ha. Inexplicably, I find it funny. Is Sister Tanjing trying to take revenge? So the purpose is here. Going on, I'm a singer. It's not to sing. It's because you want to cover it. So Tanjing lost on purpose to please Chin Fei and then take the rights to the cover? Laughing my ass off. Sister Tanjing, where's your pride in being a national team? The ladies' man, at last, has succumbed to the lasciviousness of the demon. Seeing these comments, Chin Fei couldn't help but laugh as well. What a talent. However, as more and more people saw the tweet, they all clicked in as well. Tanjing's cover, which was indeed good, but compared to Chin Fei's, it still lacked so much flavor. The second half of the night, her chilling ranking rose quickly from 55th at the start to 38, 23, 15, 10. In the end, it was stuck in 4th place. Netizens took a look at the top 3 songs and burst out laughing. First place, Chilling Chin Fei. Second place, New Noble Princess Drunk Chin Fei. Third place, Marionette Theater Chin Fei. Good lord, the ladies took the top 3, and this time Tanjing didn't lose to 1 song. She lost to 3 songs, by the same person. Ha 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 ha. The great demon king is probably furious. Can you calculate the size of the demon's heart right now? Losing to a person twice used to be invincible in battle, but this time when I bumped into Chin Fei, it was really a disastrous Waterloo. Femme fatale awesome voice breaking. Chapter 31. What are you pretending to be a newbie for? Day 2. Chin Fei was still asleep when he was awakened by a phone call. Hey, sis? You're here? Yes. In front of your house? Open the door for me. Tanjing was a little angry, having thought that this brother was a little budding. However, she looked at the scene before her. Nice guy. Have you ever seen a newbie living in a 4-room house? She was now becoming more and more suspicious of Chin Fei's identity. This isn't some big shot son coming to the entertainment industry, is it? Okay. I'll be right out. Chin Fei cleaned up a bit and opened the door, just to see Tanjing standing in the doorway, her hands clasped ferociously. She was dressed plainly today with a slab-sided military look. Sis, you can do it. Living in a courtyard house. Tanjing said with eyes that were not eyes and a nose that was not a nose. Now this set, it's got to be a couple $100 million, right? To be exact, it should be $486 million. Tanjing is choking to death. Hello, big brother. Goodbye, big brother. But it was left by my master, so I'm living in it, not selling it. After Chin Fei finished speaking, Tanjing came to be interested. Master? Thinking about that phone call yesterday, perhaps Chin Fei would be taken care of by the people above him, and it had something to do with his master. Who is your master? What does he do? Tanjing asked. Chin Fei greeted her as she came in while smiling. The old man is an opera singer. Singing? Tanjing was speechless. Have you seen which opera singer can have a set of 4 courtyards? But it looked as if Chin Fei didn't know his master's identity either. By the way, in a while we are going to go to the store. Is a store called Name Elegant Xian. The boss's wife, and I know well, big name Chi Ting. You call Ting's sister on the line. Her store has a set of blue and white porcelain cheongsam. Is the treasure of the town store, called the Smoky Rain Jiangnan. At the time, it was sold at the Kyoto auction house for a whopping $20 million. On it are the landscape ink treasures of contemporary painter Meng Tianxiang and the treasures of embroidery master Mr. Qi. Chin Fei's jaw dropped as he listened. A blue and white porcelain cheongsam that cost so much? Then this Chi Ting, is old Mr. Qi's granddaughter. It's harder to get past her. Tanjing smiled bitterly. As for you, don't hold too much hope. Sister will take you to try. Okay. Chin Fei was helpless. He didn't have to, really can't, randomly go to other places to buy a pieces. But now that I've heard about the cheongsam, it's good to go and see it for a long time. The two drove all the way. 1 hour later, an ancient store appeared in front of the two. The first floor is a clothing store. The second floor is a musical instrument store. Just open the door. Chi Ting, who was chatting with the guests, suddenly revealed a smile. Jing Jing! Tingle! The two women embraced in a very hot embrace. Chin Fei stood at the back, silently spitting. What kind of name-calling is this? This is Chin Fei, isn't it? Chi Ting saw Chin Fei and looked up and down with a smile on her face. Well, not bad. Not bad. And the men's clothes are cool. At these words, the two customers all looked over and got excited all of a sudden. Is it a ladies' man? Wow, it's not true. I'm meeting a goddess here? The two girls had a little fangirl expression and immediately ran over. He's so handsome in men's clothing. Goddess, can you give us an autograph? We're your big fans. Yes, yes. Yes, your chilling is so good that it beats Sister Tanjing for the second time. Tanjing silently covers her face and zaps the little fans. Fine, sign for you. Qin Fei nodded his head. This feeling was quite marvelous. And during the signing process, the two women kept staring at Qin Fei and stole a picture of him. Thank you, goddess. Goddess, are you here to pick out your outfit for the next competition? Two fans playfully asked. Right, goddess, go for it. After saying that, the two fans didn't let Qin Fei be embarrassed and left. Pretty hot. Qi Ting glanced at Qin Fei and said, Jing Jing told me, you're trying to borrow Smoky River South? Right? Qin Fei nodded his head and smiled. Please also ask Sister Ting to lend it to me. On one condition. Zitten clutched her chest in a badass manner. I knew it. Qin Fei took a deep breath. Sister Ting, you say. The second floor is musical instruments, selling some gushings, pipas and the like, but the sales have been bad. If you help me along with the live band, I can lend you a day for Jing's sake. Tanjing was speechless. You're asking my brother to live bandwagon? She also knew that Qi Ting valued Qin Fei's hotness. Only that letting him live stream with goods now would definitely hurt his popularity. Live banding is definitely not an option. Qin Fei was also shaking his head. Qi Ting's eyes dimmed and rolled, and he added, but if you want to sell your instruments, I do have an idea. Zitten's eyes lit up. You say. To be honest, Qi Ting is a business idiot at that time. He thought that the musical instruments were good for sale, so he bought a batch of them, and as a result, none of them could be sold and they have been kept in the upstairs. Although her family was not short of money, piling it up there was not an option. Do you play B-side? Qin Fei laughed. We can record a video of me playing the piano. Qi Ting understood, was this going to start directly with the piano? Okay, that's a great way to do it. Much better than selling live. Straight selling words. Some people are afraid of buying fake goods and hesitate to buy them, and this method of Qin Fei directly eliminates the process of inspecting the goods. Because Qin Fei had already checked it for them. I can't believe you're quite business savvy. Zitten was impressed with him. On the contrary, Tanjing. A flash of panic flashed across her pretty face. Playing the piano? Who? Does Qin Fei play the piano? Chapter 32. He's too strong. Isn't he? Come on, smile. Qi Ting turned to Qin Fei and turned on the camera function. Okay. Almost done. Let's shoot the piano. Qin Fei was a bit helpless, feeling that both sisters had similar personalities. Hey, still shy. Zitten smiled. But you're really handsome when you're male. Tanjing, on the other hand, pulled Qin Fei aside. Brother, you play the piano? A little bit. Tanjing was a bit surprised, but not too surprised. These days, even elementary school students can play the piano. His brother is so talented. What's wrong with knowing how to play an instrument? Play the koto first. The two women were stunned. First? What, do you know anything else besides guzheng? However, Qin Fei didn't explain, but looked at the guzheng in front of him and revealed a smile. Itchy hands. He hadn't touched the piano since he'd gotten mastery of the instrument. Fiddle. Play in order from bass to treble. The beautiful voice came. Qin Fei trembled, feeling his soul shaking with excitement. What's it like? Car gods grip the wheel of a race car. The kitchen god with brand new knives. Old driver grabs double ponytail. Cough. Anyway, a long-lost feeling made Qin Fei eager to start now. He said, it's on. Zitten was looking forward to it. I wonder how much of a surprise this guy can bring? Soon, a melody like flowing water flowed slowly into the hearts of the two women. The soaring notes, like fluttering butterflies, spread out a perfect picture. Beautiful. Qi Ting was shocked, having thought that Qin Fei was just flicking casually. She didn't expect him to display skills that were so skillful. Qin Fei is getting better. The corners of his mouth corked up in a smile that was heartwarming. A song people language that washes the mind and purifies the soul. Tanjing all but feels sublimated. So beautiful, so beautiful. How did he play so well? A song falls. Qi Ting was just about to speak, but he was given a look by Qin Fei, who shook his head before walking in the direction of the flute. What's he up to? Zidane asked. In fact, she guessed that Qin Fei was going to play the flute. He actually knows 2 instruments. Tanjing was also surprised, but like she also knew 2 instruments, guitar and piano. She's good on the piano and a little worse on the guitar, because there's no energy to specialize in 2 instruments. I'm sure. The same goes for Qin Fei, right? However, the next scene directly shattered her 3 views. It's still Pipa. Qin Fei closed his eyes and blew gently. The moment, he was just like a Jianghu atmosphere, like those ancient chivalrous men, with their green silk fluttering, playing flutes and being chivalrous. So cool. Qi Ting's heart was moved. This brother was simply unbelievable. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Qin Fei, she would have to scream out at this moment. This was too strong. 2 instruments that are not even close to each other. Strange. Where did he get the energy to learn it? Tanjing was wide-eyed and very surprised. Other side. Old Huang I tell you, this granddaughter of mine is not business material. She entered a batch of musical instruments earlier, and now none of them have been sold. Seeing her unhappy, I, as a grandfather, am not comfortable either. Old Mr. Qi shook his head and sighed. Next to him was an old man with gray hair, Jiang Feng. This old man is a leading figure in the domestic flute industry. He once appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. Today, he was invited over by Elder Qi to ask for his help in marketing the flute. As payment, Qi Lao would give him one of his own treasures embroidery. However, the two had just reached the 1st floor when they heard a melodious melody coming from upstairs. Flute. As the originator of the flute world, Jiang Feng has the most right to say, playing the flute is most afraid of the lack of middle air and emotion. But what about this one? Mid-range, full of emotion, even a touch more soul. Nice blow. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Old Qi, who else did you invite besides me? Huh. Qi Lao froze. He didn't invite anyone. Did his granddaughter invite him? Nice variation here. Hiss, well handled. Huh? This style, it doesn't feel like old Ho. Lao He, his nemesis, and the two sympathize. At first, Jiang Feng thought that Qi Lao had invited himself and then Lao He. But listen. That's not like old Ho's style either. Blowing already has a divine flavor. This power, without 20 years of power, simply can't do it. Jiang Feng was very excited. Old Qi, you're good. Inviting a master over in a muffled voice. Qi Lao is all confused. I don't know. Next, the flute came to an abrupt end. Is it over? Just when both Jiang Feng and Elder Qi thought it was going to end. Suddenly, a lute played again. The pupils of the two old men flashed with a trace of dismay as they looked at each other, reading the confusion on each other's faces. Old Qi, just how many people did you invite? Jiang Lao was a bit confused. Could it be that Qi Lao had invited all the renowned masters in the country? That's impossible. If he remembers correctly, those guys are out in the field right now. But if it wasn't for them, and who's this guy upstairs? What a powerful lute. It's no better than a flute. Jiang Feng couldn't hold back any longer. At this moment, he abandoned the dignity of a master and only wanted to meet this master. What kind of person was he? Go! Qi Lao followed behind. He was also curious in his heart. What exactly did the granddaughter invite? But when they reached the stairway, they hadn't gone up yet, just tilted their heads and saw the scene on the 2nd floor. It was like a lightning strike, fixed in place. Chapter 33. Gangnam Smoke and Rain, $20 million Chongsams. Only one young man? In front of Jiang Feng's eyes, the only person playing the pipa was Qin Fei. The remaining two, one was Qi Ting and the other was Tanjing. Neither of the two women know any national music. That is to say, the flute just now, as well as the pipa at this moment, were all played by Qin Fei. One person, surprisingly, can play so many instruments. And it's all so divine. This is so awesome. Old Qi, this is... Jiang Feng spoke with a bit of a stutter, and Qi Lao also wondered, who is this young man? He doesn't recognize it either. And then look at Qin Fei. It's like becoming one with the lute, with lowered eyebrows and a celestial hand, playing too well, too wonderfully. Even he, an amateur, thought it played well. Old Qi. At this time, Jiang Feng spoke up, letting out a bitter smile. If you've found this kind of master, what do you need me for? Sweat it out, really sweat it out. Are young people so horrible nowadays? It's easy to specialize, but it's very hard to go all the way. It takes time, energy. Even he could only manage to make a name for himself on the flute. However, the young man in front of him opened his eyes. Alas, with him, I am not needed, farewell. Zhang Feng couldn't stay any longer. At first he wanted to see Qin Fei's real face. But when he realized that he was a young man, he felt that he couldn't put his old face on hold. So young to have such attainments. He can't compete with that in a million ways. Ginger. Qi Lao was stunned and wanted to stop him. But Zhang Feng had already decided to go. So what's the point of staying here? Isn't it humiliating enough? This old Qi is really something. Is this a deliberate attempt to embarrass me? Zhang Feng is gone. And at the moment, the sound of the lute upstairs, too, fell away. A ray of sunlight shone in from outside, and Qin Fei guffawed and smiled. Stunning time in a flash. It's so handsome. Zitten was looking smitten. She then realized that female big brother is just a gimmick of Qin Fei. The real beauty of the beauty is the bone, is the connotation, but also talent. Tam couldn't hide her shock. Guzheng, flute, pipa, every one of them, and all of them play so well, like heavenly music. Brother, who the hell are you? Well, Qin Fei turned around, and Qi Ting shivered so much that she almost didn't smash her cell phone on the ground. The scene just now, she had recorded all of it, and she guaranteed that the video would be a fire, and a big one at that. Well, Qi Ting turned off her cell phone and was filled with excitement. Qin Fei, you're too good, aren't you? How did you practice so many instruments? You're only 20 this year, right? How do you practice? Of course it was from the system, but Qin Fei wouldn't answer like that. There are commonalities in things like musical instruments, and for me it was quick to catch on, and what other people achieve in a year of learning, I achieved in a month. Genius. Tan Jing finally realized that there were geniuses in this world, and her brother was an absolute genius. Think of the year. She practiced the piano day and night and was tortured when she turned to the guitar. Alas, that's talent. Well said. Everything has a spirit and a commonality. Qi Lao applauded while nodding his head. This young man don't look young, but what he says is mature. Grandpa, Qi Ting said in surprise. Why are you here? Xiao Ting, why don't you introduce Grandpa? This is Qin Fei. Qi Ting laughed. He's the womanizer who's been very hot lately. Qi Lao was stunned. He sang Chilling? As a master of the national style. Qi Lao is very fond of the opera type of thing. When he heard that Qi Ling is a young man sang, greatly shocked, this young man is a treasure. These days the young man who can sing opera are really too few. Hello, Mr. Qi. Qin Fei arched his hand. Qi Lao's eyes were glowing and he ran over with a grin. So it's you, good boy. I didn't realize that you know how to play the national music. The same young man. You're much more powerful than this talentless girl of mine. Grandpa. Qi Ting was not happy. There is no such thing as undermining me in front of outsiders. By the way, Sister Ting, can I borrow the clothes?
Kan.
Qin Fei sighed with relief. Not to mention, what does a $20 million Cheongsam look like? He really wants to see it. What clothes? Qi Lao was uncertain, or Tanjing explained it to him. Qi Lao was very open and straightforward. Come on, lad. I'll show you the way. Zitten was dumbfounded. When did Grandpa, who has always been a cheapskate, become so generous? While the crowd went to look at the clothes, she took the video she had just made, edited it, and posted it on the B-site. Hiss, is that a Celadone Cheongsam? Looking at the Cheongsam wrapped in plastic in front of him, Qin Fei was shocked to the core. On white fabric, a layer of Jiangnan in the smoke and rain, like a picture scroll, but the perfect, standing at a distance. All of them can feel the beauty of a strong mood. Not to mention, there is also Qi Lao's embroidery work, a needle and thread that brings the meaning to life. It was so beautiful that Tanjing was dumbfounded. It's the first time I've seen it too. See the expressions on the faces of the crowd. Qi Lao was very proud. It took me 3 years, and I did every stitch myself. So far, no one has worn it. This Cheongsam is also considered a national treasure. Young man, wearing it to compete, you don't want to lose. These words meant that Qi Lao agreed. Qin Fei was a bit excited. Don't worry, old Mr. Qi. I won't let you down. That's right. Qi Lao nodded his head in satisfaction. By the way, this time, you're still singing an opera accent? Right. He was more than satisfied, looking up and down as if he were looking at his granddaughter-in-law. Good. A talented man, and he knows opera. Old man, I'm very satisfied. very satisfied. How could Chi Ting not hear the meaning of these words? Immediately, he reddened his little face, stomped his foot, and pouted. Grandpa! Chapter 34 The Heavenly King's opponent has arrived. In the meantime, online, a video about Qin Fei has become popular again. Video. Qin Fei played the guzheng, then the flute, then the pipa with divine skill. Beside, the video which has made it to the front page. 1 short hour. Views reached 1 million. Reviews are on fire. Holy, is this a woman in drag? This account is the account of the name Yashian boss's wife. Are the goddess and the boss's wife friends? Wow, 3 instruments? The goddess is amazing. Absolute. My grandpa is a guzheng player. He said this young man has already played with a divine touch. It's so strong. How do you manage to play every instrument so well? The moment, the fanbase blew up with it. Extra. A video from Station B. About a goddess. Everyone go check it out. Dinesh you froze. About the goddess? She immediately opened B Station, and sure enough, on the front page, she saw a video with the title Zither Sound Unity. Female clothing Big Brother. 3 minutes total. The number of viewers reached 1.5 million. So many people watching? Ding Siu clicked in, and 3 minutes later, her small face was disgruntled and shocked. So the goddess was so powerful that she would also play Chinese music? Pride. Punching a goddess playing national music has to be a one-button trifecta. This is the music of my great summer country. No worse than Western instruments. The gurgling sound of the zither is so beautiful. Beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. The goddess has refreshed my perception of him. The fanbase exploded, and everyone felt that it was really great to like Qin Fei in the first place. This is what they idolize. This video, it was reprinted by countless people, and for a while it sparked a huge discussion. Even the master of national music, Fang Jinlong, has come forward to tweet. Just after I got busy, I saw countless little ones at me about Qin Fei's video. I've watched it, and to be honest, I'm very surprised. Although he's a young man in his early 20s, he has the composure of a 30-year-old and the vicissitudes of a 40-year-old. See more fresh meat boy band in watching Qin Fei. Feel like he is a stream of fresh water. His attainments in opera or national music, single takeout, can be sealed God, not to mention the two together. This is too great. I'm very fortunate that in our era, a young man with talent and backbone like Qin Fei can appear. It is the fortune of my country. It's the luck of the national essence. Fang Jinlong, a famous national music master in China. His words symbolize authority. Even he said so. The internet has once again erupted into a frenzy. Holy, really? He's only 20 years old, yet he can make Elder Fang praise him like that. It's so awesome. I'm proud. That's my boss. It turns out the ladies' man. Not only does he only know how to dress in women's clothes, I finally get his beauty. National style boy, ah. It's awesome, sister, I'm fan. What? Mr. Fang wants to meet our goddess. Ding Siu was shocked. A goddess deserves to be a goddess. Fantastic. Guodalin, Yangmi, Han Hong, and others also saw the information on the internet. There have been retweets and kudos. There were also some first and second tier stars who didn't recognize Qin Fei, but they were all glad to have such a young man come forward. Someone is finally picking up the slack in the domestic kokeshi market. Worthy of being Mr. Lin Jingnan's disciple, the old man should be pleased to know in his grave. The country face broke into a smile. The more outstanding Qin Fei was, the more his side would be able to give Qin Fei some benefits. Qin Fei, ah Qin Fei, just how much more are you hiding? Hong Tao said. Where in the world does a 20-year-old young man who knows opera and Chinese music get his energy from? It's too rare. Go on. Get the word out while the heat is on. Hong Tao spoke up. Soon, a piece of information has reappeared online. I am a singer V. Next installment of the show, the challenge system is implemented, and guests who draw a challenge card can challenge any one of them. The next guest is revealed. A heavenly singer. Once crossed over an era. There is also a picture attached below. Couldn't see the face, only a rough outline of the body. Misty grass. All the heavenly king levels have appeared. I'm a singer is really wild. Last time it was the national team. This time it's the heavenly kings. Are you guys trying to force the goddess down? The last time the national team lost, it wasn't because of bad singing. It was because of nationalism. Every heavenly king level singer, that's voted for by the fans one vote at a time, The national degree is explosive. The goddess is in danger this time. This is going to be great. The internet exploded with this statement. On the contrary, Qin Fei. He took the flagstaff and returned home. Huh? The reward has reached 7 million. It went up by more than 2 million again, and Qin Fei knew that it should be the video that Qi Ting had posted that had caught fire. After participating in this competition, we should be able to get the rewards again. Qin Fei looked at the Chongsam in front of him. No matter who was coming, he still had to take the match this time. Chapter 35. It's over. The singers are afraid of Qin Fei. Day 2. Qin Fei got into the special car that was headed to the program. Mr. Qin Fei, you're so hot right now. A lot of people are talking about you online. In the car, the choreographer chuckled. Yes. Qin Fei suddenly remembered something Huang Bo had once said. You're not famous. No one around you will look you in the eye. But when you're popular, surrounded by good people who come by later to ask if you're thirsty, hungry, and want to take a break. Showbiz, a big dike, is very real. Qin Fei wouldn't refuse the kindness of others, but he would have a scale in his heart and wouldn't lose himself because of it. Mr. Qin Fei, can you sign an autograph for me later? My daughter especially likes you. No problem. As he spoke, Qin Fei arrived at the recording site. Goddess. Wow, goddess. Goddess, I love you. Go for it today. Qin Fei greeted them one by one and came to the second-floor hall, where he was immediately surrounded by several singers. Say, Qin Fei, what other tricks you haven't used? Use them all. Duncan grunted. This guy is also too good. Even if he is good at singing opera, he also plays Chinese music. Is there anything he won't? I've heard that Senior Fang Jinlong also appreciates you. Qin Fei, your future is unlimited. Han Base laughed. Fang Jinlong, that is the industry titan, the old artist, treats the music even more meticulous. To be able to say appreciation from his mouth, it was evident that this Qin Fei was not simple. Stop it. Stop it. Stop blushing. Qin Fei smiled sarcastically. Zhang said, how are the preparations going? Are you sure? Not bad. Hua Qingyu had a sultry look on his face. Yes, every time. It's okay. And then we're pressed to the ground and ravaged. He is also drunk, everyone is young, he was third last time and fifth last time. And Qin Fei was first both times. Gap. This made Hua Qingyu very unconvinced. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed. Han Hong looked around and said surreptitiously, it's rumored that the one who came this time seems to be Zhou Huajian. What? Zhou Huajian? No way, it's him. Duncan was stunned. Also a Hong Kong island singer. She often heard her grown-ups talk about Chao Wakin when she was a child. He was so hot that the 4 heavenly kings appeared to stop him. However, this big brother defeated the 4 heavenly kings with his own power. It became a benchmark for the times. Friends, Flower Heart, Love Follows, Make Me Happy. These are household names for God's music. Zhang smiled. It's not a challenge to us anyway, not false. Everyone's gazes all looked towards Qin Fei, and without realizing it, Qin Fei seemed to have become their backbone. The guests that come are challenging him. That's not necessarily true. Qin Fei laughed dumbly. What if I pick the challenge card and challenge you? When this was said, it was as if Zhang's little ones had been grabbed by the throat. Fei ah, when will injustice end? You're so powerful. What's the fulfillment of challenging me? Go challenge sister Han Hong, Uncle Han Base.
哎，你这小子还祸水东引啊！
Han Base was in a hurry. So what, Fei? Go challenge Han Hong. I want to survive 2 more rounds. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed. Are they all so afraid of Qin Fei? What's all the laughing about? Hong Tao came and looked at Qin Fei. Thanks to you, our ratings for the last installment broke a record, the highest on the whole network. That's still a credit to everyone. Qin Fei said humbly. Hong Tao nodded his head. To be honest, facing Qin Fei again, a trace of awe actually arose in his heart, as if he was not dealing with a young man, but a master. Teachers, I have 6 cards in my hand. The backs are all the same, and only one of the fronts has the word challenge written on it. And whoever draws it will have a chance to challenge another singer. Challenge cards. No transfers. No unused. If the challenge is successful, the challenger stays and the challenged leaves, and vice versa. Please draw carefully. Words. Several singers are starting to tremble. It's a nig. What a tie system. We're all here to sing. Can we stop being so mean all the time? It's a surprise attack and a challenge, and it's got us all worried and scared. Han Hong glanced at Qin Fei. Now I just hope Qin Fei doesn't draw this card. I agree. Duncan was nodding. Hua Chenyu, on the other hand, was thinking, who was there that he was able to PK? Deng Ziki? Barely. A little bit? Barely. Han Hong? Han Bastion? Good form might win. Qin Fei? The guy has a smile on his face, so I guess he's confident again this time. Okay. Please show your cards, teachers. After Hong Tao finished, the 6 of them flipped over the cards. Clear whiteboard. However, when it reached Qin Fei's hands, he was slightly surprised. Huh? I have the challenge card. Singers. Duncan. May I ask if it's too late for me to quit? Zhang. Fly, please. Let me live 2 more rounds. Han Base. Suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home was not turned off. You guys wait for me first. Hong Tao was confused. You guys. In fear of Qin Fei? Chapter 36. The program begins with a horrible tussle. In the meantime, first floor. Wow. Mr. Zhou Huajian. Countless fans exploded in clamor. Such a big movement also made the crowd startled. Worthy of being the long-famous Zhou Huajian, even after being silent for so long. But the popularity still isn't overwhelming. You're all here. At this moment, Zhou Huajian also saw Qin Fei and the others and laughed. Han Hong, Han Base. Long time no see. Old Chow. Coming without saying hello. A few people chatted for a few moments, during which the young singer just stood silently to the side. Zhou Huajian's aura is too strong. None of them dared to come closer. At this time, Zhou Huajian saw Qin Fei. Hello, Mr. Qin. Call me teacher? Qin Fei was a bit flattered. Brother Huajian, hello? Hong Tao reminded. Teacher Qin Fei. Hurry up and pick the opponent you want to challenge. It's. Qin Fei swept a glance at the crowd, who were either bowing their heads or looking into the distance. You guys don't have to pretend. Are you guys that scared of me? That. Qin Fei said helplessly. Then it's Mr. Zhou Huajian. The room froze at this statement. Only Hong Tao stared at Qin Fei with wide eyes. Good boy. Has guts. For now. Who has the best chance of winning? Naturally, it was Zhou Huajian. First, he's new, and the audience is definitely looking forward to him the most. And secondly, he's famous, and his strength is over there. Even Han Hong. Nor did he dare to say that he had 100% victory over Zhou Huajian. And yet Qin Fei dared to challenge him? Qin Fei, bull. The crowd also breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up, regardless of whether the guy was for real or not. Just because he dared to challenge Zhou Huajian, he was also bullish. In looking at Zhou Huajian, clueless. What are you doing? Challenge me? All right, everyone. Let's go back and get ready. The match is about to start. After Hong Tao finished, the crowd dispersed. Teacher Zhou Huajian, simply put, you've been challenged. Now adjust your order of appearance. You're ahead of Qin Fei, 6th in line. Qin Fei is 7th. Zhou Huajian laughed bitterly. I am a singer of yours. You really don't give people a chance to breathe. But, he looked toward Qin Fei and smiled. Qin Fei, I'm looking forward to your performance. Yes, Qin Fei nodded. In fact, he had wanted to challenge Zhou Huajian for a long time. Not for any other reason, it was an honor to be able to compete with his idol on the same stage. Half an hour later, the program starts normally. Viewers, welcome to Friday night, watching the exclusive title broadcast of I'm a Singer by Liberty Laundry Detergent. I'm the host He Jiong. The words just fell. The audience applauded. Wah wah. It's coming, it's coming. The guest of honor for this episode is Mr. Zhou Huajian. I just saw him downstairs. Mr. Zhou Huajian's sword has not aged. Even after so many years of closing his voice, his popularity is still undiminished. This is a diva. I guess there will be a horrible fight today. Nothing more to say. I'm definitely hanging on to this vote for Mr. Zhou Huajian today. Most of the listeners here have heard Zhou Huajian's songs. In those days of the gods and goddesses, can stand, defeat the 4 heavenly kings. This is a man of God. So without further ado, let's welcome the first singer of the day. Ho Zhang is dry and straightforward to hire. Next, the stage lights dimmed. Zhang came up from backstage and after a period of applause, he sang his first song of the day. He doesn't understand. A couple of the girls in the front row, listening to the tears. Liang Xiaobai laughed. It's the first time I've seen Kit so nervous. Being the first to go out on stage, and then having to face the double pressure of Qin Fei and Zhou Huajian. Luckily, Zhang is a good singer, and after one song, the whole audience was abuzz. Thank you, thank you. Zhang was relieved. Nice start. But he knew that he wasn't the star of the day. Okay, thanks. Ho Zhang sends Zhang away and brings in the next guest. Next, please welcome our ageless boy, Uncle Han Bass, to bring us a song, Dark Fragrance. When the petals, leaving the flower, dark scent, residual. Uncle Han Bass has a versatile style, and even with this type of song, he's able to navigate it. Wow, Uncle Han Bass sings so well. That's right, Dark Fragrance, it's my favorite tune. And Uncle Hanbei's adaptation is fantastic. Go! The audience at the bottom yelled. The king of songs really lives up to his name. Hong Tao exclaimed in admiration. It felt like since Qin Fei had arrived, these older singers too had finally gotten serious. After all, it's not easy on the face to keep getting hung up on by juniors. And that's when, Mr. Qin Fei, we've brought you the guzheng you asked for. A staff member, pushing open the door, said to Qin Fei. Qin Fei, okay, put it there. You want to play the piano? Li Weijia knew that Qin Fei could play the piano, and he had watched yesterday's video. But playing guzheng on the stage of I Am a Singer, Qin Fei is still the first one, right? Qin Fei nodded, temporarily added. Facing Zhou Huajian, he had to get serious. Chapter 37 Qin Fei appears. Is he nervous? Looking at Qin Fei, Li Weijia secretly said in her heart. Yeah, after all, it's Zhou Huajian. It'd be a hell of a thing not to be nervous. And then, Han Hong, Deng Ziki, Hua Chenyu came out in turn. Their bombastic performance also set the mood to the highest level. With the front rows all on their feet, they all shouted in excitement, enjoying the audio-visual feast. Holy crap, that was great singing. This is the I'm a singer of my heart. The 8 immortals show their skills. Here it comes. Here it comes, my idol is here. A big brother said. The next guest to appear was Zhou Huajian. They can't wait. I can see that you're all very excited. In that case, let's hurry up and invite the mystery guest out. He Zhong didn't talk nonsense and finished immediately. Wow, the lights of the stage dimmed, and all the listeners stared dead ahead of the stage. Coming. The singers were getting excited, and one of the most interesting people in this competition finally showed up. Just see. Zhou Huajian walked up slowly with a smile on his face, and as soon as he appeared, the stage exploded. Wow, Mr. Huajian, an ageless man. It feels like he looks the same as he did 20 years ago. Mr. Huajian, we love you. The stage is warm. Zhou Huajian nodded his head slightly, also belonging to the type of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much. Hong Tao laughed. 20 years of popularity, exploding at once. Let's see if that kid Qin Fei can catch it. Zhou Huajian came here on his own. I heard. It was because of Qin Fei he wasn't sure exactly. Speaking. The prelude appears. All wu. All wu. The intro was so familiar that a female fan in the front row exclaimed, Friend! Zhou Huajian smiled at her, and the female fan almost didn't have control and was about to rush onto the stage. All these years alone. The wind has passed and the rain has gone. There have been tears and faults. Remember to hold on to something. Not bad for a classic God song that has been a hit for over 20 years. As soon as he opens his voice, he immediately substitutes people into the golden age of those days. Heavenly King deserves to be Heavenly King. It just stands the test of time. Zhang was marveling. It hasn't changed at all. Mr. Zhou Huajian is still as strong as ever. Some of the fresh meat present, even if they hadn't heard Zhou Huajian's song, were mesmerized after hearing the first few lines. Classic. It has equally stood the test of time. Hai Dynasty is coming. Zhou Huajian fakes high and swings low and right. Friends for life. Those days are no more. One sentence. A lifetime. A lifetime of love and a glass of wine. It was as if it was a full house chorus. The audience in the front row stood up. A few big brothers in the back row also raised their hands high and swung in synchronization with Zhou Huajian. It's their youth. Had remembered. Back in those days, as long as you went to KTV, 9 out of 10 boxes reason to order this song. It's horrible. Deng Ziki shook his head. How could he sing over such an opponent? Facing Zhou Huajian, the young singers were left with a sense of powerlessness. Qin Fei, you picked the wrong opponent. A friend is never alone. A lifelong friend you will understand. Zhou Huajian sang 2 lines, stopped singing, and then passed the microphone to the audience on the stage. And the hurt, and the pain, and go and me. The hundreds of people in the audience sang loudly and cooperatively. The moment, it's as if it's no longer a competition, but a concert, which has never been done before on the I Am a Singer stage. Some of the sharp-eyed listeners made a discovery. For this installment, it's a challenge. However, to this day, no singer has ever used a challenge card. That is to say, the challenge card was taken by the last singer who had not yet appeared. Qin Fei. So that's how it is. Usually the new guest sings in the finale, while Big Brother Hua Jian doesn't. That means Qin Fei took the challenge card and challenged Zhou Huajian. So Qin Fei became the finale. There was an uproar at this statement. No way? Qin Fei challenged Zhou Huajian? It's how's the challenge over? Young and foolish, perhaps winning the first 2 matches gave him the illusion of invincibility, but you are now facing the Heavenly King. Know what it means to be a Heavenly King. The audience didn't believe Qin Fei could win. And at the moment, Qin Fei had already changed his costume and took a deep breath. Indeed, this issue is even more stressful than the last one. Diva is not a cover, but he had promised Elder Qi that he would win this time. Mr. Qin Fei, it's your turn to appear next. A voice interrupted Qin Fei's thoughts. Coming. He pushed open the door to the dressing room, and all of a sudden, a perfect set of Celadon Chongsams came out. Jiangnan smoke and rain. Picturesque scenery. Better than the world. Jesus. Everyone stared straight and sucked in their breath. Chapter 38 Sky Green Color. Beautiful once again. God. The first 2 times were costumes. This time is different. This is a Chongsam, worthy of being a goddess. Wearing a Chongsam is so charming. There was a lot of talk in all directions. At this point, a director burst through the doorway, and he said sharply, Mr. Qin Fei, hurry up. It's your turn soon. The voice came to an abrupt end, and he couldn't speak anymore because he had also seen Qin Fei's outfit. Jiangnan smoky rain, gentle as jade. It's so beautiful. Isn't it? Okay. I'll be right there. After Qin Fei left, the room exploded, and everyone was overwhelmed by Qin Fei's female costume. This makes me want to dress up in women's clothes. Maybe it'll open doors to a new world? A Mediterranean Big Brother finished. The crowd gave him a contemptuous look. Please don't hurt our eyes. Okay? The next guest, that's really something because several times the city of pouring costume, and on the hot search opera national music, he is not the same. He Jong smiled at the introduction. Did you all watch the video yesterday? Look. Wow, is that my goddess on? The goddess is so beautiful. The way she plays the guzheng, I really love it. Now on the B station, the video about Qin Fei has broken through 100 million views and more than 5 million likes. And many people have seen it. Watch the video. They realize that this young man not only knew opera, but also national music. This is so awesome. Nowadays, young people are either on guitar or piano who's going to learn Chinese music. And Qin Fei's appearance made them feel that the national tide was rising. Such a man is a true icon. Well, without further ado, I think you guys should have been waiting impatiently. Now, let's bring out our last guest of the show. At that moment, He Jong smiled and handed the microphone to the audience. The whole place is neat and tidy. Qin Fei. Deafening. The floor, the ceiling felt like it was shaking slightly. Hoo. The singers were shocked. This popularity, compared to Zhou Huajian, no less unbelievable. This is a newcomer who's been on the scene for less than 20 days? Soon, the lights dimmed. The first instrument to make an appearance, the guzheng, was placed right in the center of the stage, sparking curiosity in the crowd. Huh? Is the goddess going to play the piano again? It's great. It's worth the ticket to hear the goddess play the piano. Am I the only one looking forward to what the goddess is going to wear today? The words just fell. Next, a graceful and slender silhouette came from the distance. Shake it off. Lights poured on the Chongsam, and the ink by painter Meng Tianxiang complemented Qi Lao's embroidery. The beauty is intoxicating. It's too beautiful, isn't it? Jesus. This Cheongsam, Jiangnan Smoke and Rain. It was auctioned for $20 million back then. Holy cow, the goddess even wore it to the competition? Elder Chi even agreed to it. Someone who knew what they were talking about recognized it at once and screamed. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. $20 million? I'll go. Really? This is a national treasure, Cheongsam. How dare you really bring it to the competition? It's worthy of being my goddess. Hong Tao's breathing became rapid as he exclaimed, Smoky River South. He could never be wrong. Once he personally went to borrow this Cheongsam for a program. But not yet at the door. He was then driven out by Chi Lao with a stern voice. Since then, Hong Tao no longer dared to hit the idea of this set of Cheongsam. However, a few years later, Hong Tao never thought that he could see this Cheongsam again in such a way. Elder Chi is not that easy to mess with. Hong Tao smiled bitterly. How the hell did Qin Fei do that? The moment, everyone was attracted to the Cheongsam, and at the same time, it set off Qin Fei's temperament. A new level of beauty. Deng Ziki covered her small mouth. Why can a boy be so beautiful like this? However, facing the crowd's astonishment, Qin Fei was unmoved. Next, he sat down in front of the koto. Fiddle. Play the piano. A melodious melody came from the piano, which sounded like water and washed the soul. Beautiful. The crowd closed their eyes. It was as if I saw the smoke and rain curling up in the water town of Jiangnan, and felt the quietness and peace. What a strong koto. Zhou Huajian was sighing. No wonder even Fang Jinlong complimented him. With this Cheongsam and listening to the guzheng, it's even better. Qin Fei is getting better. The sound of the piano tantalized the crowd. A girl in the front row can't. Ozzel. This is too beautiful. Just listen to the guzheng. No need to listen to the singing. I'm hanging on to the goddess with this ticket. It's really too beautiful. Worthy of being a goddess. Worthy of being Smoky River South. He really amazes us, period. The moment, Qin Fei played the last note, gently stroked the piano, then stood up. Such a soft opening that the crowd assumed he must be opening this song with another soft opening. However, just see Qin Fei put the microphone to his mouth. Next, spit out the words clearly, word for word. Sky green color. The clear, high-pitched soprano voice of the opera is like a thunderclap on the ground, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Hiss. Holy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Huajian was even more stunned and stood up directly, throwing king bombs in the opening. Chapter 39. Blowing up the scene, to stay or to go. Mom, yeah. Hong Tao's eyes widened. It was rendered so beautifully before, with the Cheongsam and the guzheng, but it turned out that Qin Fei didn't follow the rules. The point is, his theater voice does not break this beauty. Rather, it is like the thunder before the spring rains. When one thunder comes, all things are born. It's so beautiful and shocking. Why do I feel his theater voice more beautiful than before? Liang Xiaobai found out Qin Fei's opera voice, and the first two installments are different. Feel more muddy. And lift your weight. There is a great ease. The feeling is too strong. In truth, Qin Fei's opera voice has long since turned into a master level. And even old Mr. Lin Jingnan has not reached this level. Blow up, blow up. Theater accents can turn out to be so beautiful. Deng Ziki stood up, and Hua Chenyu marveled. What kind of opponent is Qin Fei? Feelings. He's like Saru from Dragon Ball. Every time we meet, he's a little more powerful and gives off terrifying pressure. That's the kind of person you're afraid of. Han Hong was speechless. I've tried so hard and I still can't sing with this kid. The blue and white brushstrokes turn from thick to light. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. The first light of the day, the first glimmer of light, the first bird of prey, the first bird of prey, the first bird of prey. The sun falls on Mount Lushan after the rain. The soft voice, like heavenly music, the crowd was mesmerized, and there were some listeners that had been shocked. God, the lyrics are so beautifully written. Hiss, a man of culture. Let's see if the arranger is Qin Fei. Help, why is he so good? Qin Fei sings beautifully. It's not false. However, what shocked the crowd the most was the lyrics of the song, which were so beautiful, like poetry. The word. Liang Chaopak has spent his life studying lyrics. But when he saw Qin Fei's words, suddenly there was silence. The dialogues are neat, the mood is beautiful, And this was written by a 20-year-old young man? Old? I'm really old. Liang Xiaobai let out a low sigh. The glaze rendering of the rhythms of the lady's drawings was privatized. The beauty of Miling Qingchuan knits her brows and smiles. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, going where I can't go. Another 4 sentences. At this moment, looking at the silhouette on the stage and listening to the song, the crowd closed their eyes. Dreaming of the water town of Jiangnan. Smoke and mirrors. Lake rafting. Walking on the bridge paved with green stones. It seems as if there is a Jiangnan woman wearing a Celadon cheongsam and holding an oil paper umbrella. A smile and a knit, all the flavor. Aesthetically unlike anything else. To be able to take a song and sing it with such flavor and meaning. Are all young people so good nowadays? Zhou Huajian was dumbfounded. Was he in seclusion for too long? Obviously Qin Fei was only 20 years old. Why was he so terrifying? When he was 20, he was still singing lyrics about lovey-dovey, you know what? And then, sky green colored, extremely bombastic with 3 theater accents. Again, the crowd shivered and goosebumps rose. Holy, it's blowing up. Another godly stage. I'm down. This ticket is hanging directly on Qin Fei's head. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou Huajian. Never would I have thought that it was Qin Fei who was finished. But it turns out that Mr. Zhou Huajian has become a round robber. Mr. Zhou Huajian, I've said sorry to you on behalf of my parents. Listen to the whispers from the audience. Zhou Huajian smiled bitterly. Lost. But there's no grudge for losing. As for the other singers, they were mesmerized by the beautiful mood created by Qin Fei. Unwilling to wake up. Where do travelers trace the Yangtze River for millions of miles? Written in the Tungwang Pavilion in despair. The pen falls lightly. Consider me answering the whisper for meeting you. Perfectly theatrical, it gives the piece a perfect ending. Qin Fei revealed a smile. A moment of stunning time. The moment. He no longer cared about winning or losing. He just wanted to put his best foot forward and present it to everyone. Goddess! 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 In an instant, the audience all stood up spontaneously. The field could no longer be controlled. They're yelling. It went on for a full minute or so, but the shouting stopped and the applause didn't. Qin Fei was a bit shocked. You guys are going too far. Another 2 minutes passed. With great difficulty, the listeners finally stopped. Their palms red from clapping, but they didn't realize it. Because, well, a good show is worth their while. Fantastic! He Jiong walked up with a smile on his face. To be honest, he really didn't hold any hope for Qin Fei at first. But who would have thought? Is this the unassuming newcomer who delivers bombastic performances time and time again? Invincible. That's awesome. Qin Fei, did you write this lyric? Right. Qin Fei shamelessly nodded his head. Anyway, this world does not have Zhou Dong. Hiss. Hiss. There were sounds of cool air being sucked in from the bottom. The lyrics are so beautiful. Too. Ugh. That's not easy. Liang Xiaobai was convinced, really convinced. As we all know, this episode is a challenge, and the singer who gets the challenge card will challenge one of the singers. He Jiong finished, pulling the listeners back from their mood. Next, it's finally the most critical moment. Mr. Qin Fei, you're the one who got the challenge card, right? Right. So, what is your opponent for the challenge? Mr. Zhou Huajian. The whole room was in an uproar. Even though some people had already guessed it, they were still intimidated by Qin Fei. What a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and even challenged Zhou Huajian. However, when one thought of Qin Fei's performance just now, there is, it seems, nothing wrong with it. Once Zhou Huajian loses, this episode will definitely explode. Hong Tao was starting to get nervous. A newcomer to the singing world, kicking the king of heaven off his pedestal. How much of a stir will this cause? Well, talk is cheap. He Jiong laughed. Next, turn the floor over to you. You all have tickets in your hands. Give your favorite singers your beloved vote. Zhou Huajian, Qin Fei. Whether you go or stay is in your hands. Chapter 40 Unprecedented Number of Votes. Whoa! I feel like I'm the main character. How come every time this kind of daunting task, it falls on me? Convinced, so torn. What's there to be entangled in? Seriously, ever since I heard Celadon, I've decided that I'm going to vote for Qin Fei in the future. No matter who's coming, this young man, he's too surprising. I want to watch him go farther. Many people reacted to this statement. used to seeing what boy band idol that set in watching Qin Fei really is a stream of clear water. Now that's a teenager who carries the culture of Xia on his back. Yes, national music, opera, ancient lyrics, which one of them doesn't represent the national culture of Xia? A word that woke up the crowd. Qin Fei, who was never seen before or since. If it is said that, at first, everyone just thought he was a ladies' man. Then this moment, the crowd's attitude towards him had undergone a major shift. I've decided, this vote, I'll vote for Qin Fei. A young girl in the front row with glasses said. I vote for him too. An older woman said. I really want to see that one day, our country's opera culture can once again go to the top. I also want to see that our summer country's own musical instruments can become a world pandemic. What every child goes to learn is no longer the guitar or the piano, but our guzheng and pipa. The speaker was a gray-haired grandfather. He just finished. A couple of middle-aged listeners nearby fell silent. Original. They were trying to vote for Zhou Huajian in order to express their admiration for their idol, but right now, there were more important things to do than worship. Vote for Qin Fei. He is willing to join Qin Fei and blog out a future. An unprecedented future. In that future, boy bands are not on the rise. Foreign pandering is gone. There is real pride in national music. Opera is not reviled, and what everyone wants to be is someone like Qin Fei. Every teenager, able to hold his head high, learning the guzheng, flute, able to graciously introduce to people. This is the national essence of our summer country. Okay, please cast your vote. Heejong's voice fell. The moment, the hall was dead silent, but unlike a moment ago, the look on everyone's face, all of them changed. They were no longer entangled, no longer hesitant. They just stared at Qin Fei and revealed a smile. Qin Fei is also a bit strange. Why are you all looking at me like that? At this point, the big screen lit up with two names, Qin Fei, Zhou Huajian. Above the name, it's the number of votes the two received. Hong Tao worriedly said, won't lose, right? He was really afraid that Qin Fei would lose. After all, he had previously promised the above that he would let Qin Fei go a little further. If Qin Fei lost, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, the next scene. But it made him almost bite his tongue off. Holy, I'll go. Hiss, that can't be right? It's so fake. How can it be? The whole room was in an uproar. Seeing the result, Heejong rubbed his eyes and thought he had misread it. It's how is it possible? Backstage. Is the system malfunctioning? The staff member in charge of counting the votes was filled with shock. Chief, no problem. The system is fine. Qin Fei, 500 votes, In the hall, a pin dropped. Even the 500 listeners, looking at the number of votes, were filled with shock. No way. This is too much. I'm a singer. Since the beginning of the show, there has never been a situation like this. 500 votes? A unanimous vote? This is Zhou Huajian. Facing Qin Fei, he couldn't even get a single vote? Did you guys see that? Deng Ziki was already going crazy. Hua Chenyu and Zhang are even more dumbfounded. The big picture. Han Hong sighed. Qin Fei had opened her eyes. Just, Zhou Huajian probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Please welcome brother Huajian to the stage. Heejong finished. Zhou Huajian had arrived on stage, and to be honest, he was kind of living in a dream. This would have been the case before. He definitely had to go and confirm the votes. But now, there was no need for that because the look in the audience's eyes had already given him the answer. It's fake. I've really been taught a good lesson today, ha ha ha. Zhou Huajian smiled. From the bottom of his heart, 500-0. Better than a result like 499-1. Ha ha ha. There was laughter on stage, and everyone was infected by Zhou Huajian's humor. Worthy of being the king of songs, this temperament is different. Qin Fei. Zhou Huajian tightened his smile and turned to him meaningfully. You're good, really good. And whether it's songwriting or composing, you're the best of any young man I've ever met. This is an achievement, generically, that I hadn't thought about. Qin Fei smiled bitterly. I didn't expect it either. But beating me is not the ultimate goal, and you should not be complacent about it. Every vote represents a pressure. This is the audience's high hopes, their expectations of you, and you must, by all means, live up to each and every one of them. Word for word, from the heart. Qin Fei bowed deeply. He really had nothing to show for it. 500 votes. He's actually quite aware of it. What do these 500 votes represent and what do they imply? When I see you, I see hope. Really? Zhou Huajian laughed. You've done what I couldn't do. Your talent, your gift, is something I've never met before. I'd love to wait until 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and walk down the road and see a foreign kid, looking through the lyrics of a song that you wrote, and that they go and learn our country's instruments because of you. This statement was made. But all the Xia people with a heart of family and country were moved to tears. He Zhong's eyes reddened. Qin Fei, do you hear that? This is the elder's great expectations of you. Big brother Hua Jian. I'll work hard. Qin Fei bowed once more. Wow. The room was abuzz with applause. Chapter 41. The program is aired and all eyes are on it. Go for it. Goddess, you can do it. Punch the duck. Qin Fei. The crowd is yelling. On the boil. And at this moment, Qin Fei was also sweating a bit. Honestly, what Zhou Huajian said was too much pressure for him. What lyrics? What leads the way? These things too far, too big. He is not so over-ambitious yet, just thinking. First let his pear orchard fire. 10 minutes later, a large number of singers gathered together. Qin Fei, can you lend me that Cheongsam for 2 days? Duncan hemmed and hawed. No. The smile froze and Deng Ziki pouted. Cheap. Even if you wear it, you don't look as good as Qin Fei. Zhang said very straight. Deng Ziki was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, but after comparing it with Qin Fei, she sighed quietly. The only thing that proves I'm a woman now is this. She was quite fierce. Zhang added, the key isn't too obvious. Seek death. Duncan bites. Qin Fei, sometime, we can spar and sing a national style song together. I really like it. Zhou Huajian invited. No problem. Then, do you have a WeChat? I'll add you one. Okay. Qin Fei took out his cell phone, and the two of them added each other's friends, which was another big shot in the singing world since Tianjing. Han Hong and Han Base don't count. Qin Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Come to a show and get to know a lot of contacts. Hua Chenyu, Zhang will be looking forward to it. Why don't you add us? Are we unworthy? Woohoo. What's more to talk about, teachers? At that moment, Hong Tao appeared, and he walked smilingly to the crowd. I have your grades already. Zhang said. I announced that Qin Fei is first. At these words, Hong Tao wanted to hit someone. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed again, and that was the end of this contest. Qin Fei. Just as Qin Fei was about to leave, he was stopped by Hong Tao. What's wrong? It's okay. The next match, it's the semi-finals, and then the King of Song. So go back and get ready. The semi-finals and the King of Songs are held together, so a lot of big names will be invited then. It will be a hard battle at that time. Yes. Qin Fei nodded his head and left, returning home. So tired. This kind of tiredness is not physical but mental. Being on the I'm a singer stage is a huge mental torture, and at the end of the day he's just a newcomer. With all that pressure, he was at his limit. Qin Fei slept. It was a good night's sleep. Day 2. He woke up early, washed up, and prepared to practice. This is the master's rule. 5 years is 1 day, rain or shine, cannot be lazy. 8 o'clock in the morning. Qin Fei cooked himself a bowl of porridge and then started to swipe his cell phone. Yesterday's video. It's become the hottest video in all of B site. There are a lot of comments. Qin Fei flipped through them one by one, revealing a smile. Who would have thought that he would be so hot one day? Also beat Zhou Huajian. The feeling was surreal, like living in a dream. Finish your porridge. Qin Fei went to Minjiaxuan and returned the clothes. Zitten is busy today. After the video of Qin Fei playing the zither caught fire, her store business exploded even more. Not only were all the Chinese music on the second floor sold out, but she ended up ordering another batch which was also sold out. This time, the way Qi Ting looked at Qin Fei was all wrong. That's a fortune cookie. It's a good thing Qin Fei ran fast, or else his clothes would have been stripped by this female hooligan. Let's record a song first. Qin Fei found a recording studio. Perfect recording studio, not many people and clean. When he goes in, the clerk saw him as if he had seen a ghost. You, are you a goddess? Miss Black Silk was stunned. Jesus, I'm not dreaming, am I? Am I seeing a goddess here? Shoo. Qin Fei made a gesture of silence. Miss Black Silk nodded her head back and forth, her inside screaming. Goddess, can I get an autograph? Sure. After signing, Qin Fei went in to record. He recorded, Celadon. This time it's Zhou's version, because the lyrics are so difficult that even a professional singer needs to record it several times. However, Qin Fei just went through it all over again. The recording engineer was dumbfounded by what he heard. What do you think? Qin Fei asked. Qin, Mr. Qin, you're really too good. This song is fantastic. The studio stuttered, too shocked to speak. Is this the big guy? It's horrible. That's good. Qin Fei sighed in relief and returned home. Celadon. He was going to wait for the show to air before releasing it. This way both versions can be heard by fans at the same time. These days, he only needs to prepare new songs for the semifinals and finals. There are 2 songs to prepare in total. This was difficult for Qin Fei, and he didn't know what to sing. Just as he was thinking, Tanjing, Ding Xiu, Qi Lao, and so on, all of whom he knew, called and asked about the issue. You'll see when the show airs. Qin Fei sold the story without saying it directly. Peaceful days always go by fast. A twist. 5 days passed. Finally, I'm a Singer, 2, has been edited and is ready to air. The moment. All eyes on the world. Chapter 42, The Good Show will finally be on. Coming. It's rumored that this issue's Heavenly King guest is Mr. Zhou Huajian. The goddess is also too difficult. Period after period is such a tough opponent. Nowadays, with the explosion of information, many people know from the grapevine that the guest of honor coming is Zhou Huajian. It's too hard. Can the show be nice to the goddess? That's it. Every time they come, they have such tough guests. This installment is a challenge, as I recall, right? I hope the challenge card won't be drawn by Zhou Huajian. What do you guys know? If the goddess really defeats Zhou Huajian, it's going to be really hot. It's hard to imagine that the goddess is just a newcomer who has been on the scene for 20 days. There are many opinions and a lot of heat. I am a Singer. Unlike the first 2 installments, since Qin Fei joined, the heat has skyrocketed. By the afternoon, the conversation level has reached over 30 million. At the top of the list. No way. The goddess opponent this time is actually Zhou Huajian? The little fanboy that is diligent is about to cry. What's going on? Why are all the goddess's opponents so horrible? It's not even a match yet. What's the hurry? Yangmi gave her a blank look. Then, just as the video showed Qin Fei drawing the challenge card, at that moment, Zhou Huajian came, under everyone's gaze. Qin Fei chose to challenge Zhou Huajian. The moment, Yangmi diligence is confused. It's not just them. Open the pop-up. No way, what is the goddess doing? Blow herself up. Qin Fei really has guts. He drew the challenge card. Even if he challenged the likes of Deng Ziki, Hua Chenyu, this wave is absolutely stable, but what about him? He directly challenged Zhou Huajian? Holy, that's barfing. Goddess, you're confused. Tinselwood and the rest of the fanbase all saw the scene as well. The group exploded. What to do? That's Zhou Huajian. Why is the goddess so nonchalant this time? It can't be a loss, can it? Someone asked. Ding Xiu bit her lip, nervous. But on the surface, she pretended to be calm. Lose what? The goddess is so powerful, will she lose? An administrator said. Yes, Sister Ding is right. The goddess has a halo and can turn danger into success every time. Aren't we becoming his fans because of his strength, his charisma? We have to believe in the goddess. Having said that, they were still worried it was Zhou Huajian. 20 years ago, they were half of the Chinese music scene. Sister Ding, don't you have the goddess's WeChat? You didn't ask for the results. Some people can't hold out, it's too torturous. Ding Xiu smiled bitterly. The goddess didn't talk to her. What could be done about it? Stop asking questions and focus. This episode, it attracted a large audience. It just opened. The ratings have shot up to 4%. Looking at any variety show, there are very few that have made it this far. Xiu Ding, Ting Qi, Lao Qi, Feng Jiang, Jing Tan, Dalingua, but anyone who had crossed paths with Qin Fei. They all watched attentively as well. Please welcome the first guest on board. He Jiong's voice fell. Zhang comes out. At this moment, as his wife, Zina, was watching the video with Wu Xian and Du Dehai of the Happy Family. Nah sis, Jade is out. Wu Xian was shouting. Sheena, however, was disinterested. Aha! Du Dehai blinked and looked at Wu Xian. What's the situation? Did these two have a fight? How does she react like this when her husband makes an appearance? Seeing the reaction of the two, Zina smiled. What do you guys think? Is there a more fascinating segment in this episode than Zhou Huajian, Qin Fei? So it is. Haha. I'm really looking forward to the goddess. What song will she sing in this installment? Between conversations, Zhang has finished singing, followed by Deng Ziki, Hua Qinyu, Han Hong, and Han Base. It directly triggered the whole room. Have to say, the king of songs is still the king of songs, and his strength is still terrifying. It was just that Qin Fei's popularity was too great nowadays, overshadowing them. Finally, coming, Big Brother Huajian is making an appearance. To this moment, the ratings are already at 4.5%. Whether it was Diligent or Xena and the others, each one was incredibly expectant. What kind of songs does the once former king of the world sing? Next, all these years alone. The wind has passed and the rain has gone. There have been tears and faults. Remember what to hold on to? The pop-up exploded. I'll be damned. It's even a friend? Looks like Zhou Huajian didn't let go of the water. Even though his opponent was Qin Fei, he chose his best and hottest golden song. See here. A lot of people are getting worried. Brother, can you do it? Tan Jing is praying. Zhou Huajian, who is bursting at the seams with nationalities, seems like an insurmountable mountain to her. Friends for life. Those days are no more. Video. After Zhou Huajian finished singing, he gave the microphone to the audience at the bottom. They went on to sing, "Those days are no more." In a word, for life. A lifetime of love and a glass of wine. The whole place was abuzz. It's like a concert. One has to marvel at the fact that even after 20 years of sealing his voice, the King of Heaven is always the King of Heaven. This rallying cry, so unbeatable. After the song, the pop-ups exploded. Among them, there were many who sang the praises of Qin Fei, saying that Qin Fei must lose, so how can we compete? Surrender before it's too late. The crowd was not given time to react. Next, please welcome our last singer of the show, Qin Fei. He Zhong's voice rang out. Good show will be on eventually. Chapter 43. A universal, shocked world. Goddess, goddess, goddess. In the midst of shouting from the audience, taking the lead, it wasn't Qin Fei, but Akoto. Ha! Tan Jing was stunned. Was her brother going to play the guzheng? Next, 1,000 calls came out. Qin Fei, dressed in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, was once again beautiful, swaying. Tan Jing was awestruck. Oh my god. This is too beautiful. Open the pop-up. Ah, sure enough. A goddess is a goddess, a fairy. It's beautiful Ozzel. And it's just too good. In front of the screen, when Qi Lao saw this scene, he revealed a pleased smile. Not bad. Not bad. A good horse with a good saddle. Good clothes with a beautiful woman. Women's clothing Big Brother. Living up to its name. And then, someone said Jiangnan smoke and rain, which caused another sensation. But this can it really win against Mr. Zhou Huajian? Pop-up floated by. Asked the question on everyone's mind. Just see Qin Fei sat in front of the guzheng, gently stroking the piano. Elegant and dignified appearance. Let a person sigh, so beautiful. Ancient sounds linger around the beam for 3 feet. Inside the hall, it was quiet for a moment. Delilah had to marvel at the sound of the goddess's piano, which always had a magical power to calm people. Such a soft opening. It's like spring rain. Silent. However, the next second, sky green color. 3 loud and powerful opera voices just came out. It's like a thunderbolt striking after a spring rain, and everything comes back to life. Delilah, Fogweed, Young Mimi. Oh my god. Guidalin, opera? It's even more beautiful than the previous opera cadence. Tanjing, progress again. At this moment, countless people were all shocked and goosebumps exploded. That's when they realized. The previous worries were all just blind worries. Qin Fei still didn't let them down. The best answer to this time is the theater accent. Back to basics, the path is simple. He's improved so much from the first time. So much. The blue and white brushstrokes turn from thick to light. The bottle depicts peonies as you first made them. The first light of the day, the first glimmer of light, the first bird of prey, the first bird of prey, the first bird of prey. The sun falls on Mount Lushan after the rain. The lyrics are breathtakingly beautiful. It's hard to imagine that this is a young man in his early 20s writing the lyrics. Ding Si, you got excited. Yay! Goddess is worthy of being a goddess. Punch the duck. The fanbase blew up as well. They had really sweated over Qin Fei before, but at this moment, they relaxed a little. Because Qin Fei's performance was too bombastic. Who just said that Qin Fei was bound to lose? Stand out for me? Not to mention, after hearing this song Celadon, I don't know who to vote for a while. This young man, he brings surprises every time. Beautiful. Beauty. Beautiful. With all due respect, at this level, you guys shouldn't have a problem if I say he's the bearer of the younger generation, right? The pop-ups are boiling. Finally, as the song fell, Qin Fei turned to the stage and guffawed, meaning he ended the show. And next, it's also the most anticipated and talked about moment for all. Roll call vote. For the challenge match, it was Qin Fei who got the challenge card and challenged Zhou Huajian. That is to say, today's stage, Zhou Huajian, Qin Fei, only one can stay. I'm so nervous, my palms are sweating. I wish Qin Fei wouldn't go, but Zhou Huajian is too strong. Hiss, I don't have to vote. Why am I so upset? If I were a viewer, I would never let Qin Fei go. This is a beautiful boy of the national wind. His appearance is a best chance to save the national wind. Agreed. The moment, the singing of the votes has touched the hearts of countless people. Xena, Wu Xian, Duhai, Yangmi, Dilipa, and many more, against the screen, praying. Next, as a result, it appeared on the big screen, especially the hot gold 500, like a sharp needle, pierced into the pupils of everyone. The green bar graph, 2, rushed to the top, and on the contrary, Zhou Huajian's side didn't move a bit. Dumbfounded. Shock. Rapture. Even the densely packed pop-ups, also at this moment, there are only a few lines left, not because there are fewer people watching. Rather, it was because everyone was confused by the result. 500 votes? Unanimous vote? Jesus Christ. I'm a singer. There's never been a battle before. The other side. It's still Zhou Huajian. Wow. Winning. Yay. Goddess. Invincible. I'm just asking, who else? Inside the fanbase, it had blown up. Ding Xiu waved her small hand. I'm happy today. Each group rewards 200 red packets. Sister Ding atmosphere. Wool. Ha 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 Poochie. I'll have a red packet too. Cross temple. Honey. Come on. Come on. Pinch me. This isn't real, is it? Diligence had just finished speaking when Yangmi pinched her small waist hard. Ouch, pain, pain, pain. It's not a dream. It's real. Wow. The goddess is awesome. I can't believe it's 500 votes. Tanjing's entire body sat paralyzed in place with a shocked expression. What shocked her was not that Qin Fei had won, but that she had won unanimously. After today, she could guess how hot Qin Fei would be. It's too strong. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. I really didn't powder the wrong person. Guidalin could no longer control it and jumped for joy. I don't know. His spine was soaking wet from the game earlier. Bull. Not bad for you. Qi Ting was screaming, and Qi Lao also had a rare smile on his face. The national style is expected. Just this song, Celadon Porcelain, the literary achievement, not compared to the ancients' Na. Air. Such a sentence could shock Qi Ting, and she looked at her grandfather with a face full of shock. Is it that good? Chapter 44. There are sentiments they care about. Tenant news. Astonishing flip. 500 votes unanimously. I am the strongest singer in the history of singers. Entertainment report. Shocker. Reversal. Is it shady or really powerful? Daily entertainment. Are all young people nowadays so horrible? Swashbuckling dog entertainment. A new generation. Soon, information about Qin Fei was already flying all over the place. What's going on? Someone who still didn't know what was going on clicked in and was stunned. Qin Fei? Is that the woman who was on fire the other day? He won against Chao Wakin? It was still a unanimous win over Zhou Huajian with such an amazing number of votes as 500. Unprecedented. Fake it. Alas, needless to say, it must be shady. This woman must have a gold master behind the hype. This statement was made. Immediately, the fans, who were called by Ting Xiu, were bombarded en masse. Female? Really blind your dog's eyes. The goddess is a man? You keyboard warrior. Even did not understand the situation before spraying. Spraying, you deserve to die. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Man. Time to get your eyes treated. Psychiatric hospital, professor. Hello. Hard work. Please. There are still some black fans who are not convinced. This look is a falsehood. It is very simple just to praise this Chin Fei what 500 votes. That is not just the background program to change a thing? Ding Xiu opened her mouth. Please go cure your brain. If there was really a backstage data tampering situation, those viewers who voted for Mr. Zhou Huajian would have already exploded. Why are they so calm? Obviously, this result is unexpected and reasonable. Indeed, if you really want to tamper with it, it's more convincing to use 499 to 1 or 470 to 30. Why bother with a 500-0? However, reasoning with them is tantamount to talking to a cow. These days, in the entertainment industry, the last thing you need is black fans. They don't care who you are or how good you are. They just get high. Hee hee. A newcomer who has been on the scene for less than 20 days can obtain such an achievement? Defeating Tanjing, I put up with it. Defeating Zhou Huajian? Don't you know that Zhou Huajian is a heavenly king? In terms of seniority, he's a mountain above Chin Fei. Seeing this message, Diligence couldn't help herself and sprayed back. May I ask if the platform of I Am a Singer is a competition of singing ability or seniority? Everyone was in an uproar at these words. No one expected that Dilly Hotba, the popular young flower, would actually come out and help Chin Fei. Wow, Sister Hotba. Ooh-hoo. Touching I love you, Fatty San. Diligence laughed. Hang in there, little fans of the goddess. Ha 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 ha. The goddess called my goddess and I love it so much. That's when another black fan jumped in. This Chin Fei, speculative opera plus pop, is simply the greatest blasphemy to opera. Not respecting traditional opera at all. How can anyone like this kind of person? Yang Mi couldn't look away and replied with a sneer. And you respect opera? If it wasn't for Chin Fei, you probably wouldn't have had the chance to hear opera in your life. As a Xia native, I'm ashamed of you. Whoa, honey. Dislike is beautiful. Worthy of being my big Mimi. The darkest of 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 the darkest. I'm convinced. The moment, the stars of the entertainment industry, both those Chin Fei knew and those he didn't, jumped out one by one to help dislike the black powder. Once again, a huge buzz has been generated, and at the moment, this Chin Fei, a small room with a few old men sitting around, also saw the information online. Yes, there can be no mistake. It's Class Master Lin's disciple, Chin Fei, our young class master. It's really young band master. He's really fulfilled the class master's wishes and brought the opera to life. Couple of old men very excited. They used to be a part of the Pearland, and since Lin Jingnan's serious illness, the Pearland business has gradually declined. They were then dismissed by Lin Jingnan. But they didn't go. Instead, they're guarding the neighborhood, waiting for the young banister to reopen the pearly gates. Those of them who had followed Lin Jingnan for a long time had deep, deep feelings for opera, for the Pear Garden. Even if there is no wages, no food, as long as they are allowed to sing in the Pear Garden, they are satisfied. Let's, once again, go and beg the young class master, an old man in hot tears. He's been singing opera all his life. It's something he loves, and those words, they've been in his bones for a long time. How can you give up on that? Yes. Let's go together and beg the young band master to reopen the Pear Garden. The other old man said. The video, they had also watched it, and today's young class master was no better than the old class master back then. Even, far more. With young band master's strength, he will surely be able to revitalize Pearland again. But what if the young class master doesn't agree? A comment that sent several of the older men into silence. People have their own aspirations. Let's go and beg first. If the young class master doesn't agree, we too should be dispersed, alas. The speaker was an old man with gray hair. When Lin Jingnan was alive, he was Lin Jingnan's right-hand man on the side. Chin Fei honored him as Uncle Gong. Listen to Uncle Gong. Go! A few old men with their guys walked the sidewalk. The old man carries a gaohu, yangqin, jinghu, and other instruments on his back. One time, it attracts a lot of attention, but they were blissfully unconcerned. As far away, there are pear orchards they care about, and there are sentiments they care about. Chapter 45. A man who is introverted to the core. At this moment, inside the quadrangle. Chin Fei, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Yang Mi Dilipa are here, As the ultimate goddess of the entertainment industry, Yang Mi had fought her way through all kinds of connections and finally found Qin Fei. The purpose is simple. It's all about pulling him into your company. With Qin Fei's potential, she could guarantee that the company would definitely cultivate him into a superstar. Boss Yang, today is very valiant. Long, straight, black suit with small suit pants and a strong female look. The body is even better. The knit brows and smile, all the flavor. Next to her, Diligent was wearing a floral bustier, revealing 2 long white legs, matching a pair of small white shoes. It's like a delicate and tender flower skeleton. The 2 women were a sight to behold when they stood there. However, regrettably, originally he thought that Qin Fei would directly agree when he heard the conditions, but he refused. Both of you, I really thank you, except that I have no intention of joining any of the companies just yet. Qin Fei apologized. The water in the entertainment company was very deep, and he was a person who aspired to be free and didn't like to be bound by those rules and regulations of the company. Qin Fei, won't you think about it anymore? Yang Mi was anxious. In fact, she was a little selfish. Qin Fei in men's clothing is really handsome, if we can take him in. At that time, he would also be able to use his position to get close to Qin Fei and then take him down. Traveling.jpg. How about this? Looking at the 2 women, Qin Fei laughed. You guys give me a couple days to think about it. That's fine, right? He's a reprieve. After all, how many people wanted to get close to these 2 golden flowers but hadn't had the chance yet? He was good, he just refused. Okay. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes lit up. Just as the 2 were talking, Tan Jing has been watching. She was a little surprised. These days, there were 340 entertainment companies, big and small, that came to Qin Fei. The conditions offered are much the same, but there's still a gap when compared to Yang Mi. And there is such a good-looking, beautiful boss, and in the future, there is no chance that he can take down Dili Hotba. The brother just refused. Why? Does he not want to be in show business? Just then, young class master. A shout woke Qin Fei up. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. He pushed past Yang Mi and walked quickly to the door. Yang Mi? You pushed me? You stinking man. How dare you push me? You are pretty powerful. To be honest, the first time she saw Qin Fei, she was still shaking a little in her heart. This man who wears women's clothing will not be psychologically as well. Luckily, I was overthinking it. At least judging by the force just now. This guy, he's a pure man. Uncle Li, Master Lei, Uncle Gong, why are you guys back? Qin Fei was overjoyed. These are old Perlin guys. They also came to offer incense after the master left. Young class master, we're here to see you. Before Uncle Li could finish, he was interrupted by Uncle Gong. We happened to be passing this way, so we came to see you. Before they came, they had decided. Returning to the pearly gates. They won't say it themselves, because that would be pointless, and they'd only come back if the young master of the class retained them. Opera, their lifelong dream and pride. Precisely because it's pride. So they'd rather not sing than beg to be sung. Uncle Gong, how's your health these days? Qin Fei asked. He preferred being around these people to the entertainment industry. It was soothing and comfortable. We're all these old bones. There's no such thing as good or bad. Maybe it's good today, but tomorrow it's gone. Uncle Gong shook his head and laughed. On the contrary, young class master, I have to congratulate you for successfully accomplishing the old man's wish. Yes, young band master, you're too good now. The opera cadence is even better than Master Lin's. What's it called? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The compliments from a few people caused Qin Fei's old face to blush. So cute. Yang Mi, Diligence is laughing and he's still shy. We're all here, young class master. Can you let us take a look at the old master? It's also good to offer incense. Of course. Qin Fei laughed. This way. A group of people came to the pear orchard. Still the same. It's been a whole month, and it's as neat as ever. Is this the pear orchard? Yang Mi, Diligence surprised, not quite what she expected. A few people lit incense. Elder, the young class master is young and talented. You should rest in peace if you know in your grave. Uncle Gong laughed. Young band master is the hope of all of us. One day, the signboard of this pear garden will be even louder because of him. Master Ray said. Words. Qin Fei's heart stuttered. Isn't it one's goal to set the pear orchard on fire? He thought about it, getting back the old buddy he used to be. Just Those who were there in the beginning only listened to the master, and they wouldn't listen when they were just a brat. No, still have to try. Uncle Gong, do you still sing opera now? This statement was made. Master Lei, Uncle Gong, and the others trembled. However, he shook his head. The body is too old to sing anymore. Qin Fei said, "Don't say that. Your body and bones are very strong. I still want to invite you back and revitalize the pear garden." At this moment, all the old fellows looked at Uncle Gong. Lesser class master. That's a retention, isn't it? However, young band master, you are too kind to us old bones. We have long reached retirement age and can no longer sing. Uncle Gong politely declined. Well, then we'll leave first, young band master. When you're on fire in the future, don't forget this pear garden na. When he finished, he led the group away. Uncle Gong, Qin Fei shouted, looking excited. Aren't you part of the pearly gates? Pear garden is the master and you together to fight down. Contains your heart and blood. Is it you do not have a little affection for it? You guys, are you really willing to see it go down the drain? Uncle Gong didn't say anything. Qin Fei was even more anxious to keep these old fellows. Uncle Gong, I know how many pounds I am. I'm too young. And because of that, I'm too small to hold up a large class. That's why I need you guys to advise me. Young class master, you are overstating the case. Uncle Gong. Qin Fei didn't give him a chance to refuse and stood in front of the incense case, facing the ghosts and gods of the 8 directions and bowing deeply. Qin Fei, implore you. Please come back and help me revitalize the pear garden together. Fulfill our unfulfilled wishes. Okay? Is it okay? That bang. Straight up broken defense. The moment, the elderly were in tears. Good. Good. Young class master, thank you. Yang Mi. Dilly Hotba looked at Qin Fei's waist that was bent to 90 degrees, and for a moment, she was also touched by his behavior. He's really different. In Qin Fei's body, they saw a mature charm. Young people consistently young and foolish. But what about Qin Fei? You can't see a hint of flailing in him. Such an introspective man is so appealing. Chapter 46. An unprecedented storm is gathering. The moment, Uncle Gong had tears in his eyes. The reason why? Rejected again and again. To put it bluntly, it's to ascertain Qin Fei's determination, and if you're just on a whim, then we don't have to waste time with you. But if you really want to raise the pear orchard, we give up this old life, but also to help you achieve your wish. Uncle Gong, Master Lei, and everyone else, thank you. Qin Fei bowed again. Young class master, please don't be like this. The old master has been kind to us. It's only right that we come back. Uncle Gong was busy. And when do you plan to open the pear orchard? Now that the old boys are back, it's time to open the pearly gates. At that moment, Yang Mi spoke. How about this? I'll retweet the tweet and let everyone know that the pearly gates have reopened. How about that? Qin Fei's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Yang Mi guffawed. Right, Qin Fei? Your microblog hasn't been opened yet. Do you want me to open it for you? Also, Qin Fei was excited to open the pear garden. His first step into the future. Afternoon, Qin Fei opened his microblog, and that fan base went up way too much. Refresh. Up $1 million. Refresh again. Up another $1 million. Hiss women in drag. Scary as hell. Dilagaba came over to Qin Fei's side, and the two of them were so close together that Qin Fei could smell the body odor of her body. Wow, goddess. You have 5 million followers now. Delilah was stunned. How long has it been? 20 minutes? How scary does it have to be with 5 million followers? Ha 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 ha, the goddess has finally opened her Twitter account. From the fan base. I heard about it from a friend and came over immediately. So I guess it's not too late? We, the people, finally have a home. We don't have to fight alone in the future. Twitter is a rallying point for fans. After opening, we all have a common home. Soon, Qin Fei sent out a tweet. Pear Garden reopened, want to listen to the theater friends? You can book tickets here in my because it is a trial opening. Pear Garden is very small. Only choose the comment area of the first 400 people. First come, first serve. For a while, it made a big splash. A pear orchard? The goddess has a pear orchard in her house? No wonder. So the goddess didn't wear women's clothes on purpose. So she's still a pear orchard boy. I want. Look at that. I've become 500 floors. Dig it, are you guys demons? In the past a mouth a brother, sister. to the time to grab tickets, all become enemies. Then Yangmi, Diligent, and Tanjing all retweeted the tweet as well. Next, the internet is blowing up again. Uncle Gong didn't understand how the situation was, and when he looked at the crowd and didn't say anything, he thought it was bad. The Pearland has just opened and what it needs most is popularity. What if no one comes? The other old guys are worried too. It's done. At that moment, Qin Fei's words made Uncle Gong wake up like a dream. How is the situation, young class master? Uncle Gong. For the next 7 days, the venue is full with 400 people. You guys work hard. After all, it's just opening. It'll be much better after that. The words just fell. A couple of old men's spirits lifted. Jesus, did we hear right? 7 days? And it's a full house? There weren't so many people listening to the theater when the old class master was around before. Good, good, good. Uncle Gong was thrilled. We'll get ready right away. I'll call back all those former field workers and whatnot. And by the way, young band master, these 7 days, are you acting? Act. Qin Fei nodded and smiled. You guys work out the program schedule first. Don't worry about me yet. Understood. Uncle Gong went back to get ready with his old buddy. Couple of old men were happy. Brother, are you going to act too? Aren't you preparing for I'm a singer recently? The finals are coming up soon. Tanjing asked. It doesn't matter. The pear orchard is more important. Upon hearing this, Yangmi finally realized why Qin Fei didn't want to join her company. It's not that he doesn't like it. Instead, people don't take show business seriously at all. In his heart, there is only Pearland, only opera. The reason why he participated in the competition, the reason why he is famous, is to better carry forward the opera. Qin Fei, we want to hear it too. Can we? Yangmi asked. Yeah. Sure. Any of you who retweeted it for me. Delilah put her phone down and smiled bitterly. Qin Fei, don't talk too early. Now there are a total of 17 celebrities to help you retweet your microblog. Ha! See for yourself. Qin Fei took his cell phone. Good Guy, Li Fulgence, Guodalin, Huang Xiaoming, Han Hong, Han Biao, Deng Ziki and others all retweeted. They all just came up to me and asked me if there were any tickets left, and they wanted to hear it. It's... Qin Fei smiled bitterly. Why don't you sit in the backstage? Kyoto, a residence. Leader. That Qin Fei reopened the pear orchard. The country face that received the news showed a joyful color. Not bad. Not forgetting his roots after all. He was most afraid that Qin Fei would put down his old profession when he became famous. At least from now on. He's still good. When do we start singing? Country Face asked. These days, he told the old man, who had no expression on his face, the news of Lin Jingnan's death. But Country Face understands that the absence of expression is the greatest expression of all. It was hard for him to see his old father like this. It's okay now. The pear orchard reopened so he could take the old man, go with him to the theater, watch the play, and by the way mourn his late friend. Open the first one tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's soon. The Country Face froze. Where's this kid going to find someone? Didn't all his guys leave? Is he the only one singing? That's unknown. Guoji Face said, Xiaozhang, go and book 2 tickets for me. I'll go see it with the old man tomorrow. Leader. Xiaozhang smiled bitterly. Tickets no more. We're out of tickets for tomorrow. So we'll book the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow's gone too. Then the day after tomorrow. And no more. The corner of the Country Face's mouth twitched. Are you kidding me? There are a lot of people who like Qin Fei, which I understand, but are there that many who like to listen to theater? There are really so many people. Country Face was speechless. Ask if anyone inside the organization has grabbed a ticket. Tell them I asked for it, and I'll take some favors for it later. Chang was stunned. When has a leader ever stooped so low as to beg? The point is, he still goes to the theater? Understood. I'm on it. A storm like no other is gathering. Chapter 47. The pear orchard opens. This old bonobo, Pearland opens. This matter made a big fuss, some marketing number or the media, all kinds of scramble to report. In the meantime, the entertainment world blew up as well. By the way, are you going to the pear orchard? Does the ladies' man sing? I'll go if he sings, and if he doesn't, forget it. Supposedly sung too. Go, go, go! The same scene played out in a different place. Day 2, 10 o'clock in the morning. In a burst of firecrackers, the Pearland welcomed the first performance. Inside the field, a packed Pearland for 400 people. even more dramatic. Some of those who didn't grab a ticket peered over the wall to listen, or brought their own small bench and sat in the doorway to listen. It's not an exaggeration at all. It's kind of like dreaming back to when you were a kid, picking your way outside the theater to listen to a play. Brother Ming, you're here too? Yeah. Listening to the theater and checking out the ladies' man. In the past few days, the entertainment industry has been screened by the women's big man. Everyone wants to come to the scene. Uncle Zhang. Good lord, even Zhang Yimou is here? It's said that he's recently making a movie about the pear garden, right? Is this coming to take material?
Yang Mi, 迪丽热巴也来了.
That's Li Fowl. Seems like she's from an opera family. Wow. So beautiful airy beauty. Li Fowl's body is really beautiful and debuts so many years. Not a single scandal. There's quite a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. That's the daughter of the Net Yi company, right? I think her name is Ding Ding Siyu. Someone said. The crowd realized that Tinsley was sitting in the corner. Quiet. And at the moment, after Huang Xiaoming and the others were seated, here come two of them. A country face, assisting the old man, sat slowly in the corner. This appearance of theirs immediately triggered a huge tsunami. Holy, he wouldn't be. Honey, look over there. Is that the one? I'll go. Even the second elder is here? The original group of stars were chatting away. But when they saw the national face, one of them was as well behaved as an elementary school student. Don't dare make a move. What the hell? Why would someone of this caliber be here? Is he here for the show too? Panic. Fear. Shivering. Huang Xiaoming, Dirigiba, Yang Mi, and the others, one of them was sitting upright. Don't look at them on a regular basis. They are big stars who shine in front of people. But in front of such a great man, nothing. Tan Jing's pupils shrunk hard. Could it be, is he the big shot behind Qin Fei? In his heart, he had long been turned upside down. If that's true, then what kind of person is this brother of his? Really? In looking at the old man beside him. So familiar. It seems. I've seen it in old newspapers in the old days. Guys. At that moment, Country Face spoke up, laughing. Today we are all here to see the play. Not so much to talk about, relax. Don't put pressure on the actors in front of and behind the stage. At these words, the crowd nodded their heads. But you want to say relax? Who dares to relax? As an international director, Zhang Yimou is also a person who has seen the world, but for the first time, there is a feeling of balking in his heart. Soon, the singing began. Please enjoy the first performance, Farewell, My Concubine. The first scene, a traditional Peking opera, is also a hard dish. The babble of the opera quickly calmed the nerves of the crowd. Everyone is fully focused. Let's hope we get to see the drunken princess today. The old man muttered. The drunkenness of the noble concubine is one of Lin Jingnan's best and most skillful scenes. The sounds of the board drums, eru, and horse head fiddle fell. End of the first scene. Yes! Well played! Applause from the stage. Country Face left the stage after hearing one scene. He was kicked out by the old man. Obviously, he's here and the scene is all wrong. Leader, what are you doing out here? In the car, Country Face sat on the passenger side. I was thrown out by the old man, who said that I, who never listened to the theater, should not come and stir up trouble. Ha ha! Time flies. Applause after applause came from the pear orchard. It alarmed the neighborhood. Huh? The pear orchard is open. Ooh, you don't know about it? They say it opened this morning, and a lot of big stars are coming. Who's singing now? Young class master. Ah, that's the old class master's disciple. This young man is great, and has even been on TV. All at once, the curiosity of the crowd was aroused. What's the song now? Your Highness is drunk. Well sung. I've heard old Mr. Lin sing, and it's not as good as this young band master. Green is better than blue. Stage. Qin Fei is a Dan actor costume. The opera cavity is loud. Knit the brows and smile, all the flavor. Off stage. Everyone was concentrating so hard that they were afraid to miss a detail. Nice, real nice. The old man nodded in relief. Old Lin, you have a successor, so you should be at ease. The drunkenness of the noble concubine, the last scene of Pearland. After the song, the applause was thunderous, and the crowd underneath was abuzz. Goddess! 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 Since the country face left, Huang Xiaoming and the others relaxed. It's too good to sing. It was strange that even those of them who were not opera lovers were deeply attracted to Qin Fei. Goddess. Go for it in the next installment. Someone is shouting. Goddess, I love you. The applause was too loud. Qin Fei bowed to the stage. I'm really thankful to all of you for your support today. Thank you so much. Singing is good before you come to the show. Li Fao laughed. Am I the only one who came because I wanted to see a goddess in women's clothing? After Huang Xiaoming finished, the stage burst into laughter. Little Ming is too skinny. Next, hand the stage over to Uncle Gong and the others. After Qin Fei finished, he retreated behind the curtain, and today's performance, finally, came to a successful end. As the first day of the opening of Pearland, with this achievement, he is very satisfied. Young class master, there's someone outside looking for you. At that moment, a voice interrupted Qin Fei's thoughts. Who? Said he was an old friend of the old man's when he was alive. Oh? Qin Fei froze, and before his makeup was cleaned, he stood up to greet them. Lift the curtain. The old man was smoking a dry cigarette and revealed a smile when he saw Qin Fei arrive. Your name is Qin Fei, right? You are. Qin Fei frowned. He had never seen this person before. Master had never mentioned it either. I'm an old friend of Mr. Lin Jingnan. He didn't mention me to you? Nope. This old bonobo. Oh. Qin Fei froze, knowing that the master's nickname is only so many in total. All of them are lifelong friendships. Who's this? Chapter 48, this year's Spring Festival Gala. I'd like to hear a play. Your master saved my life. The old man said seriously. What? Qin Fei is even more confused. My master is an opera singer. How can he have saved your life? Just. The old man shook his head and lost his smile. Since he doesn't want to mention this past, I won't mention it either. With that, he stood up. Ricketts. But he had a very different look in his eyes. Steely, sharp like a veteran. Can the average person have that look? Master, slow down. Qin Fei assisted him and slowly walked towards the outside in a humble manner. This scene was seen by the country face sitting in the car. Leader, should we get off? There's no rush. Let's see it first. Young man, you are excellent, much better than old Lin. He is a person. His temper is like a stone in a cesspit, stinking and hard. It is hard to believe that he can have such an excellent disciple as you. The old man smiled in relief. From now on, if you call me Grand Master, I'll take a favor from you, and if you meet with any injustice in this huge city of the 4-9, you can come to me. As long as the old man hasn't breathed his last. Then I can protect you. He walked slowly and spoke slowly, but Qin Fei just pretended he didn't hear it and passed by hearing it. Protect me? The water is too deep in the big city of 49. Who dares to say such things? And again, my master was just an opera singer, and the friends he could meet were all triads. Who's going to believe me when I say something like that? Master, thank you for your kindness. Qin Fei appreciates it. Qin Fei laughed. If you want to listen to the opera, come to the Pear Garden. You are my master's friend. I don't charge you. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked displeased. Are you thinking I'm bragging, big man? Hey, brat. Do you know how many people in the 4-9 cities want to beg me for favors? If it weren't for your master's face, would I say that? Yes, 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 master. It's getting late, you should go back. I #%##. The old man rewarded Qin Fei with a brain crash. What? Qin Fei ate the pain and covered his head. This old man, so old, his hand strength is not small. What did this used to be? Farming? Leader. The old man hit someone. This should we step in? The country face also wondered. There's no rush. Let's see it first. This is the Moncler outlet store phone. Something to play? Nothing to play. Moncler outlet store, there are not a few friends. Dear friend is more only your master, you often play. I am also happy. Remember, no. The old master glared at him, and Qin Fei nodded his head in a hurry. Okay, okay, okay. When the old man walked away, Qin Fei rolled his eyes and muttered, the old man has a strong hand. In a Santana. Dad, did you just? Bastard. Pissed off, he made a liar out of me. The old man told a story of what had just happened, and the country face laughed out loud. Dad, you didn't tell him who you are? I'm afraid I'll scare him. The old master cried and laughed when he thought of Qin Fei's expression. How many meritorious deeds did he carry in his life of military service? I can't believe I'm being looked down upon by a little kid. 10 minutes later, Santana driving down the road. Country Face heard the sound of sniffling from behind him and turned his head to find the old man crying. Dad? You? The Country Face was shocked. What was the temperament of his own master? He knew it too well. Even when he was shot, he didn't cry, he bled without tears. Surprisingly cry this time? Old Lin's wish during his lifetime was to open a pear orchard that would set the country on fire, and preferably make foreigners listen to our country's opera as well. People of that generation have a deep affection for the national pastime. When I saw Qin Fei just now, it was as if I saw Old Lin, and I hoped that he would fulfill Old Lin's unfulfilled wish. This is a road that no one has ever traveled before, and he, a young man, crossing the river blindly, is sure to encounter all sorts of bumps in the road. Help if you can, but pay attention to the proportion and scale. Don't pull up the seedlings. Country Face nodded. Dad, I understand. I want to hear theater this spring. At those words, the Country Face smiled bitterly. You just said to pay attention to the proportion. Why did you break it yourself first? Chapter 49. Master, go to the Runway Theater, Derwent Pavilion. The show, which ended successfully. Qin Fei returned to the Pear Garden. Some of the stars had not yet left. Qin Fei received them all one by one and said some polite words. That's when they left. Period. Qin Fei exchanged WeChat messages with Li Fulgence, Diligence, and Yang Mi. Sister Honey, are you really not going to invite Qin Fei into our company? Delilah asked. The moment, Yang Mi, who was driving, shook her head and smiled in a very goddess-like way. Forget it, he's the man I can't have. To be honest, after a day of contact, she had developed a sense of distance towards Qin Fei. This guy, he's not what he thought he was. First, Yang Mi just thought that he was a newcomer who sang well. That's all. But now, he's really too good, both as a person and in terms of talent. Such a man she could not bring, nor could she afford to, really get into her company. It would only be a mistake and slow down Qin Fei's development. I thought I'd have a cute little brother. Delilah pouted. She could love Qin Fei, love this sometimes mature, sometimes nerdy little guy. Tonight it's very windy. It's peaceful. But the entertainment world is not quiet. Pearland opens. First day full. Explosion. Qin Fei's singing is too good. So it's not a woman's costume, but a Dan character. We misunderstood. All sorts of headlines, all sorts of titles. Tap in. Wow. I snagged tickets for tomorrow. So tell me how it went, people. Conscience. The average theater troupe is 2 hours. Qin Fei's Pear Garden sang for 5 or 6 hours. The tickets were cheap too. It was my first time to hear a play, and it was actually kind of fun. The point is, you'll meet a lot of stars. The goddess sang so beautifully. I'm going to hear it again next time. Of course, some media outlets, which were going to report that the second in command had also gone to the theater, were simply suppressed for unknown reasons. The people up there, they just want to lay low. Popularity value has reached 10 million. Congratulations to the host on the reward. The basic skills of comedy. Speaking, learning, and singing. Comic relief. Qin Fei, who had taken a shower and was sitting on the sofa, froze for a moment. Acoustic? Close your eyes. A bit of knowledge about comedy, as it were. Open your eyes again. Qin Fei revealed a smile, feeling that he had a deeper understanding of the culture of comedy. At this point, Qin Fei's cell phone vibrated. Group has been created. Please reply if you receive it. Qin Fei Goddess Backup Team. 10.
Dirigida. 1.
Yang Mi. 1. Li Fowl. 1. Huang Xiaoming. 1. Tan Jing. 1. There were 9 people in total, 10 in total with Qin Fei, all stars who came to see the show today. Read it. They decided that they would create a group, and if they wanted to come back to the theater in the future, they would say so in the group. Qin Fei. What kind of crap name is this? Change it. Delilah has changed the name of the group to Goddess Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Qin Fei. Huang Xiaoming. This is fine. Young Mimi. I agree. Diligent. Can I pull more people in? They all want to hear the play. Qin Fei. Yes. Delilah invited Chun He, Lu Han, and Deng Chao into the group chat. Chun He. Where is the goddess? Where's the goddess? Give me 3 tickets. I want to come to the theater. Tanjing. Speak properly. Chan-hee was startled. The great demon king was here too? Luhan. Shivering.jpg. Duncan. Is this lumberjack of ours so big? There are already 13 of us. Chin Fei sweated. It's okay to listen to the theater, but it's scheduled for 10 days from now. The number of people is already full. He didn't know it would be so hot. Chan-hee, crying. Why is this side the same as old Gua side? I've been waiting for a year for a ticket to Dyun-gu. At Guadalin. When are you going to give me one? Guadalin. I can't help it if my dad won't give it to me. Huh? Kwok De Rim is there too. Stare at the screen. Chin Fei remembered what his master had said. When you're a small success, go to Master Guaban and he'll help you. I'm like a minor success now, right? Count the days. It's also time to find Guaban Master. I just don't know, Master and Guadigang, what kind of connection is there? It would be embarrassing if it was in the past and someone else had long forgotten about it. At Guadalin, do you guys have a show tomorrow? Guadalin was flattered. The goddess actually at me so happy. Yes, there is. It's at the runway. Is the goddess coming? I'll arrange for you to go backstage directly. Chan-hee cursed. Guadalin directly ignored it. Sure. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, yes. Guadalin is excited. Wow, the goddess is coming to our place? You want to see a comedy show? I have my gig tomorrow. I'll have to get ready for that. Day 2. Chin Fei got up early as usual. Practice, vocalize. When we arrived at the Pear Garden, Uncle Gong, Master Lei was already preparing for today's performance. Good morning, young class master. A few old men greeted him. Good morning, Master Lei. Good morning, Uncle Gong. Chin Fei carried 2 bags of breakfast and smiled. I will go out today and come back later. My scene is still scheduled for the end. Here, this is the breakfast I went out to buy, Master Lei. Help distribute it to the fellows. Young class master, break the bank. It's just a breakfast. Chin Fei laughed. Master Lei asked, Young band master, do you think we need to expand this pear orchard? Not for a while. Chin Fei shook his head. We don't expect to make money off of this, but mainly just provide a venue for people to listen to theater. If you sing well, the people at the door will pay a ticket price, and if you don't sing well, it's inappropriate to charge people for it. We want a word of mouth. The young class master is right. Looking at Chin Fei, Uncle Gong nodded his head. This young man that he had seen since he was a child had really grown up now. Okay, I'll go first then. After saying that, Chin Fei took a taxi and left directly. Master, Kyoto, Tianqiao Theater, Dyun-gu. Chapter 50 Mayu. It's my master, Kyoto. Runway Theater, backstage. Who's up next? As soon as Guada just spoke, someone immediately said, It should be you. At this moment, Yu Yunpeng is holding a cell phone, fat-faced joyful. There's something about this pear orchard. Yu Yunpeng. Guadigang strained his face and said in a cold voice. Everyone knows that there is a saying in Dewan Pavilion there is no big or small on the stage, and the rules are set up off the stage. These members of the Dyun Pavilion, although on stage, they were flirting with their masters in various ways, but off stage, one of them was as afraid of their masters as they were of tigers. Master. Yu Yunpeng hurriedly put his cell phone away and met Guadigang's cold eyes. What time is it to look at your cell phone? It's all because of Daylin He. All right, cut the nagging. It's your turn to play in a while. Hurry up and get ready. Guadigang shook his head, and next to him Yu Qian laughed. Come on, it's still the young master's bad idea. Not far away, Guadalin lowered his head with an expression of having made a mistake. Come on. There's no need to talk about him when you know you're wrong. Yu Qian laughed. Did you see the pear orchard that was on fire yesterday? The pearly gates? Guadigang shook his head. How could he have the free time to read this? Dalin. There's someone looking outside. It's a man named Chin Fei, a handsome thief. Burnt Biscuit shouted, and Guadalin immediately woke up. Goddess. The goddess is here. Guadigang froze. Who was the goddess again? These days, he didn't care about the hot search on the internet, so he didn't know about Chin Fei. However, who? It can't be that Chin Fei from... I'm a singer, right? He came to see Daylin? Holy, I'm a fan of his. Backstage blew up. Yu Qian smiled. The one from Pearland? Right. Guadalin nodded and said to Guadigang. Dad, I'm picking up a friend, haha. Guadigang nodded. Guadalin flew out. Not long after, a handsome and dashing scion walked in through the door. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, He was so powerful that he looked at the crowd. Ooh, that's too cool. Burrito wailed. It's a face that can't be envied. Good man. All of our comedians backstage put together can't beat you. Yu Qian smiled at himself. Qin Fei right. My name is Yu Qian. The young man is young and talented. The pear orchard is opening well. I will go and listen to it someday. Sung. Qin Fei arched his hand and smiled. Wow, goddess. Can I get an autograph? I'm an avid fan of yours. Meng Hatong smiled and stepped forward. Thief loves your song Chilling. Thanks. Qin Fei signed with a big hand and Guodalin showed him around. And that's when Qin Fei also saw Guodigang and laughed. Hello, Mr. Guo. Hello. Guodigang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Your face value is also too unreasonable. Not a dare, not a dare. Qin Fei smiled and gave him a deep look, but did not directly identify himself. Right now, it was crowded, and he wasn't too keen on revealing his identity. And he didn't realize that Master and Guodigang had any connection. If the other person had forgotten about it, it was kind of embarrassing to mention it to him or her like that. Observe first before you speak. Brother Yu, it's your turn. The voice fell. Yu Yunpeng and Sun Yu walked out, and outside the curtain, boisterous applause rang out. Goddess. First time listening to comedy? Guodalin asked. Well, it should be. We also have a comic singing a small song, singing a big opera. I have a friend, Tao Yang. Singing opera can be bull. Turn around, you two can cut a little. Guodalin was very enthusiastic. On the contrary, Qin Fei. On the other hand, he had been watching Guodigang. Early hearings. Guodigang has had a rough road to fame and is bound to be cynical, but treats those who have helped him with a spring in their step. I don't know if it's true. Gotta try. Qin Fei stood up and walked over to Guodigang. This scene caused the crowd to be puzzled for a while. What's going on? Yu Qian also looked at Guodalin. Qin Fei he. Guodalin shook his head. I don't know. Mr. Guo. Staring at Guodigang, Qin Fei took a deep breath. Do you know Mr. Lin Jingnan? Guodigang froze. Lin Jingnan? Which one? Qin Fei's heart sank. Don't you recognize it? He went on to ask. So, Mr. Mayu, do you know? Mayu? Who? The crowd was puzzled. What was wrong with this Qin Fei? The two names that were said, they had never even heard of them. It's not like we're in the entertainment industry either. Only Guodigang. When I heard the word Mayu, my mind, which was originally as quiet as a pool of water, immediately became turbulent. A pair of eyes slowly widened, and his breathing became rapid. Who did you just say? Qin Fei solemnly said. Mayu. With a dab, Guodigang stood up directly from the eunuch's chair. Standing in front of Qin Fei, the entire person was a whole lot shorter than Qin Fei. But this is such a funny scene. But no one dared to laugh. It was the first time that they had seen such an excited Guodigang. What the hell is going on? Yu Qian Guodalin also came over. How do you know about Mayu? Guodigang's expression changed. Shocker. Surprise. Accident. At first, he had only treated Qin Fei as an outstanding junior. But a junior is always a junior. There would be no common ground with someone like him. However, things are different now. Son, what is Mayu to you? The words just fell. Qin Fei took a deep breath and said one word at a time. Mayu, it's my master. Chapter 51. Come on people, watch the tea. Master. Two short words caused Guodigang's mind to shake dramatically. As the world knows, the two people he should thank most for his life are Mr. Zhang Wentran and Mr. Ho Yaowei. It was the duo who pulled them through when he was at his lowest and most distressed. However, no one knows. When Guodigang was alone in the north, the first meal he ate in Kyoto was cooked by an old gentleman called Mayu. Opera. Also taught by this Mr. May. He was under Mr. May for a month and learned some singing. When he was learning to sing, there were often apprentices who bullied this dark, short and fat man because of his size. It's all Mr. May's way of teaching a lesson. For him, Mr. May, though not his master, was better than a master, giving him, in Kyoto, a place to settle down. Later, De Yungu has, and the fame is also gradually big, Guodigang but can never forget that Mr. May. All these years, he had also sent people to look for them, inquired about them, and used all kinds of contacts in the entertainment industry. But it's a shame. I couldn't find a single May, even where it once landed. He's been there, too, and it's long since been emptied and turned into a casino. For a long time, this thing then became his demon. He really wanted to find Mr. May and say thank you properly. Even would like to perform a worship ceremony as well. Guidolin knows it too. My father always had a Mr. Plum in his heart. So even in the courtyard of the house, there was a plum tree planted. It's in honor of this Mr. May. Son, are you telling the truth? Mr. May, is your master? Guidigang's face was red and he stuttered in excitement. I ten. Qin Fei was startled by his wide-eyed expression. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm the one who got too excited. Guidigang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as much as possible before shouting. Someone, watch the tea. The burrito man was stupid. Looking Qin Fei up and down, who is this guy, as to make our master so excited? And show him the tea? In there do Yun go. Drinking tea and watching tea are two completely different concepts. The former is ordinary tea drinking, the latter means honoring. Honor him? Isn't he just an opera singer? What's more, the person who shouted today is Old Gua, the class master of their house. Don't hurry up, Old Gua yelled, and all the disciples were silenced, not even daring to let out a single fart. Burrito was startled. Come, master, don't rush. Ignoring the reactions of the apprentices, Guidigang grabbed Qin Fei's arm, and although he was trying his best to control it, Qin Fei could still feel him shaking, trembling with excitement. Master's stage name is Mayu, in honor of Mr. Mei Lanfang, and on the wall of Master's house, there is a portrait of Mr. Mei Lanfang. Right? Yes. Guidigang nodded repeatedly. It is indeed Mr. Mei. Qin Fei sat on the chair and laughed. In the early years of his career, Master always used his stage name, and it was only in recent years that he changed back to his real name. Lin Zhengnan? Guidigang asked. Aha. Dad, here's the tea. Guidolin came with a pot of tea. Guidigang didn't even look at him, only Qin Fei in his eyes. Son, how is the old gentleman's health now? Is he still singing? I have the impression that the old gentleman is in good health. Haha, at that old age, his voice is still bright. I haven't gone to see old Sir for a while. I remember when I first came to the capital, it was really thanks to old Sir. When it comes to Mayu, Guidigang is very talkative. Guidolin was stunned. He had never seen his father say so much except on stage. The disciples on the side also froze. Is this still Master? Or the stern Guidigang? How come it looked like his attitude towards Qin Fei was completely different? Child, Guidigang asked again. Mr. Gua, my master, he is gone. Gone? Where to? Left the world on the 8th of last month. Bam! Guidigang hand teacup. Snap a moment. Smashed on the ground. Smashed a shattered. Phew. Breathing became rapid. Guidigang's eyes were red. The moment, a figure resurfaced in his mind, and the old man's honorable teachings rang in his ears. He had yet to say a solemn thank you. He hadn't had a lot to say to the old man yet. He also wanted, once again, to hear the old gentleman sing an opera. However, these will never be realized again. Lin Jingnan, go away. The Mr. May of the day, never to be found again. Master said on his deathbed that he was satisfied and relieved that you have achieved what you have today, and he understands that you are cynical. After a pause, Qin Fei said, but one's life is not black and white, and to be good to others in times of splendor is truly great wisdom. Guidigang tilted his head, as if he saw the tone, the demeanor of old Mr. Lin when he said this. The old gentleman had been kind and charitable all his life, and that was why he was fortunate enough to learn the art by his side. Taught. Guidigang wiped away his tears. The crowd watching this scene panicked. The class president actually cried. Yu Qian, who was an old partner, waved his hand and told them all to go out. The crowd nodded, and even if they were curious, they all went out. Child, all these years have been hard on you. Guidigang patted Qin Fei's shoulder and said with a trembling voice, I, Lao Gua, put my words here. From now on, there is a mouthful of food for my old Gua. Absolutely not starve you. You go ahead and fight. Go ahead and break through. The entire Diyun Pavilion are your backing. Guidigang hugged him heavily. Qin Fei smiled. This was the first time since the master had left that he had finally felt a piece of home again. Chapter 52 now. What do you mean? At this moment, Yu Yunpeng was stopped at the door. Just finished the show. He can't even go backstage for a cup of tea. What's going on? Don't go in, master is crying. Luan Yunping said. Crying? You Yunpeng stupid. My master Hall 7-foot man. Oh no, 6, 5-foot man. Never seen him cry. Why is he crying? Yu Qian said, there's someone in the background. Qin Fei? Do you recognize him? Him. Yu Yunpeng looked at Guodalin. Isn't it the one from Pearland? There's really no place for fate in this world. Brother Yu, do you remember Mr. Mei? Ma Yu? Yu Yunpeng's eyes widened. Back when they were learning to sing, when they couldn't sing well, their master always mentioned this Mr. Mei. In his life, the most important people are 3 in total: Mei Yu, Ho Yao Ripple, and Zhang Wentran. Now that Mr. Ho Yaogang and Mr. Zhang Wentran have passed away, this mysterious Mr. Mei Yu is left. Qin Fei is Mr. Mei Yu's first disciple. Isn't that a coincidence? Yu Yunpeng was overjoyed. I've always heard Master mention it. And now I finally have the chance to meet Mr. Mei Yu. Yu Qian sighed. Mei Yu died. Otherwise your master wouldn't have cried. Yu Yunpeng's face darkened. Just at this moment, Qin Shao County, who had reported the curtain, came running in a hurry. Where is Master Man? He's the next one to appear. The audience is waiting. There are quite a few stars on stage today. Zhang Shuiyu, Sister Shan Shan, Wu Jing can all be here. Now the crowd was in a hurry. Master reckons it'll be a while yet. Originally, I was very well prepared today, but who would have thought that a Qin Fei would have been killed halfway through the day? Why don't I top it? Guodalin said. Yu Qian laughed. Young master, there are still a few years to go before you want to take your father's place. What about this? We can't just sit around and do nothing, can we? Yu Yunpeng also both retired. The crowd was in a state of anxiety. Guodigang brought Qin Fei with him and walked out from backstage. Phew. Seeing Guodigang, the crowd was now relieved. Huh? Yu Yunpeng realized that Guodigang's eyes were, indeed, red. Brother Qian, it's been a long time. There's no rush. Yu Qian shook his head. Years of old partner. Naturally saw that the current Guodigang mood swings are great. Go. Guodigang patted Qin Fei's shoulder and said, Son, I'll show you the world today. The crowd was shocked. What's that supposed to mean? So Master wants to take Qin Fei on stage? It's something that's never happened before. Then, wow, the curtain lifted. Guodigang pulled Qin Fei's sleeve and walked to the center of the stage. It drew a huge round of applause. Yu Qian followed behind. Ooh, Lao Guo. I'm glad you're here. Huh? The young man behind that looks familiar. I remember. Isn't that the lady's man? People have names. They are called Qin Fei. I'll be damned. Qin Fei from Pearland is here too? What does this mean? Linking up. This brought the front row audience to their feet one by one. In the meantime, Wu Jing, Song Shanshan, and the other stars were also confused. Who is this young man? Column. Guodigang stood in front of the stage, looking down at the 3,000-plus audience, his voice booming. This is Mr. Mei Yu's first disciple, Qin Fei. Back then, when I, Guodigang, first came to this 49 city, it was Mr. Mei Yu who rewarded me with a bite of food, taught me opera, and treated me with great kindness. Now that Mr. Mei Yu has passed away, I will take Qin Fei and incorporate him into the Diyun Pavilion, and from now on, I will be the elder brother. Guodigang lightly patted the back of Qin Fei's hand. You have to remember, in the future, Diyun Pavilion is your home, and the cloud crane 9 heavens in the background are likewise your relatives. You fight and make your way in front. When you are homesick, come back often to see. Your elder brother will miss you. Your relatives will miss you. Qin Fei's eyes reddened. Good. Yu Qian nodded. It seemed that the Diyun Pavilion was going to be even more lively in the future. Backstage, the cloud crane 9 heavens were each wide-eyed. What's that supposed to mean? That is to say, Qin Fei, is he going to join their Diyun Pavilion? Guodalin was even more excited and cracked a smile. Haha. Great. The idol is closer to me. Yu Yunpeng frowned. Wait a moment. Wait a moment for me. I just heard Master say that he is the elder brother? Then wouldn't Qin Fei be the same generation as Master? Hoping that I have more than one senior uncle for no reason. Ha 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 ha. Guodalin laughed out loud and Yu Yunpeng patted him. 疯了啊你。你多了个爸爸，有啥好乐的? You're the one with the extra dad. Guodalin pushed him a bit. Have you counted the seniority like this? I'm my father's equal, so I have to call him dad? Between the jostling, another round of applause came. Wow, this is great. All my favorite people in one piece. Go for it, Qin Fei. You're the best. Alas, it turns out that the goddess is also a bitter person. Sure enough, the person I like is different. Nowadays idols are all about what practice hours of 2.5 years, while he, on the other hand, has practiced opera in a serious way. All right, Qin Fei, go backstage for some tea and wait for me. Gudigang looked at him with a smile. Attitude. A sea change has long since taken place. Good. Qin Fei nodded and retired. Lift the curtain. Yunhe Zhouxiao looked at himself with bated breath. What? You guys, what's going on here? Yunhe Zhouxiao. Good day, senior uncle. Qin Fei cried and laughed. Don't be like this. Each of you is so much older than me. Calling me a senior uncle is too much of a discount. I still want to live for 2 more years. Besides, I didn't teach you guys anything. Let's just talk about each other. I'm 18 this year, 17 tomorrow. Where am I older than you? Don't talk nonsense. The burnt cake was just finished and was kicked by Luan Yunping. Say you're stupid, you're not resourceful. Get lost and pour tea for your senior uncle. Why me again? The crowd snapped. Now! Chapter 53. This world is too dangerous. I don't want him to get hurt. Backstage. Elder uncle, have some tea. Burrito held his tea with a trembling look. Qin Fei froze. There's really no need to pour it for me. Just drink it or the gang won't leave me alone. The burrito was on the verge of tears. Qin Fei then cried and laughed. Okay, you put it there. Well Lu, something you greet. I have been there. Yes. Qin Fei sat on the chair, feeling the hot gazes around him. It was a bit difficult. Go. A whole bunch of you, what are you doing? Treating your uncle like a monkey? Luan Yunping waved her hand, and the crowd immediately withdrew their gazes. Then they squatted together in the corner, turned on their cell phones, and watched the video of Qin Fei's performance. Every now and then an exclamation is uttered. Uncle Shifu. Call me Qin Fei. That's fine too, Qin Fei. Luan Yunping, the beloved disciple, laughed. Can I get an autograph? I've loved singing since I was a kid, but I don't have the talent. Sung. Qin Fei brought a pen and paper and swished and signed. Luan Yunping was happy and laughed. Thank you, thank you. It was hard to imagine that the usually stern Vice President Luan was happy as a child in front of Qin Fei. Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Chun He, did you guys see that? Qin Fei and Lao Gua still have this relationship. Huh? My circle of friends is blowing up. Delilah. Shocked.jpg. Yangmi. Shocked.jpg. Deng Chao. Guidalin, then aren't you an extra dad? Guidalin. Bah. Will you talk? Huang Xiaoming. Great. It will be more convenient to ask for tickets in the future. For both Pear Garden and De Yungo, come to Qin Fei. Qin Fei. At Huang Xiaoming. De Yungo is still looking for De Lin Zi. I'm just an outside editor. Tanjing. At Qin Fei. The semifinals and finals are in 2 days. The semifinals are for celebrity helpers, and everyone else is invited to be the king of singers. Have you chosen who will help you? Qin Fei was stunned. Star helpers? I think Hong Tao mentioned it to him, saying that the semifinals are sung by 2 people. Change before. Qin Fei must be numb-clawed, but it's different now. He's got a ton of celebrity friends, and this thing is hard to beat. Qin Fei. Haven't figured out who to pick yet. Diligent. It's okay to pick me. I even won the chorus red ribbon when I was a kid. The dirigible fairy. Attempting a cute mix-up. Crowd? Tanjing said. If you can't, pick me. Guidalin shouted. Yes, goddess. The semifinals are coming up soon. You must take first place. Next week is the semifinals? Meng Hetong froze. Now everyone looked at Qin Fei. He nodded helplessly. Right? I'll be damned. Can we check it out then? Next week is going to be great. Wow, I want to go too. Brother Qin Fei. Isn't it nerve-wracking to compete with the king of song? Bah! Call Uncle Shifu. A dozen comedians all gathered around. Whether it was Zhou Huajian, Tanjing, or Han Hong or Han Biao, they were all their idols. Don't see them in the entertainment industry as well. But if you want to see someone, they may not even give you that face. I envy Qin Fei, being able to sing on stage with the king of songs. What's going on? All the commotion. Guodigang is finally back. In this performance, he had been mindful of Qin Fei, fearing that Qin Fei and Cloud Crane Nine Heavens wouldn't get along. This was good. As soon as he came in, he saw Yunhe Zhouxiao circling around Qin Fei. Master. We're discussing singing with Qin Fei. Yes, master. You don't even know that Qin Fei is going to participate in the I Am a Singer semi-finals next week. A few people were particularly pleased. Guodigang frowned. No big deal, is Qin Fei what you call him? Call me uncle. Qin Fei hurriedly said. Mr. Gua, I told them to call it that. In private, let's just talk about each other. Fine, all according to you, according to you. Guodigang bloomed into a smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. Master, you're being too double-standard. You weren't even this nice to Oyashiro. Qin Fei. Just now they said, singing? What's going on? Guodigang hasn't been watching much entertainment news lately, so don't know about Qin Fei. Dad. Guodalin laughed. Brother Qin Fei is amazing. All the way through. He's going to participate in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer soon. Guodigang raised an eyebrow. That's a big variety show. Menghatong. Master. Last time Qin Fei defeated Zhou Huajian. Guodigang's expression changed. Even Zhou Huajian defeated? Yu Qian laughed. All right, rub a meal first. There is something to say at the dinner table. I made an appointment with Wu Jing. He is in the old neighborhood side. Today we all go together, but also to Qin Fei to receive the wind. Sung. Okay. Wow, brother Qin Fei, thanks to you. Old neighborhood. Authentic old Yanjing small dishes. A dozen people sat around and shared a toast. Come on. Drink a toast to Qin Fei, to pick him up, Yu Qian shouted. Cheers. 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 The crowd raised their glasses in unison and the atmosphere was great. Qin Fei sat on Guodigang's left side, and on his right side was Wang Hui, who was in charge of the logistics of Diyun Pavilion. It's a lean woman. Come on, little Qin. These days have been hard on you. From now on we are all family, eat more. Look at how thin you are. Wang Hui quickly pinched 2 dishes. Thank you, sis. I'll just follow them and call Shifu. Qin Fei was embarrassed. Okay. Giggle. You can call it whatever you want, whatever you want. Wang Hui is very generous. Words. The people in Diyunji's pavilion were also relieved. Honestly, when Qin Fei entered the Deity Cloud Pavilion, they were still a bit unconvinced. After all, more than one senior uncle for no reason, no one would be happy. But after hearing Qin Fei's words, and the crowd was reassured. This guy, he's not going to press them with seniority. It's okay. It's okay. Xiao Qin, ah, you're good, ah. A small age have opened a pear orchard. Your sister Xianan has been clamoring to listen to a time it. Your sister Xianan has been clamoring to hear the show. It's just that it's too hard to buy tickets for your show. Wu Jing is a brown man and speaks directly. Guodigang froze. Kid, you reopened the pear orchard? Right. So who's the theater master now? Qin Fei scratched his head. It's me. Guodigang froze. The troupe master is not just a name, the theater is about seniority, but also about strength. Qin Fei is so young. Can he subdue an opera troupe? Dad. You still don't know. Brother Qin Fei's theater troupe is on fire. Guodalin opened his cell phone and gave the second old man a look at the clip. Wang Hui was pleasantly surprised. It's so well sung. Guodigang's eyes were complicated, not knowing whether it was better to be relieved or bitter. Take comfort in that. Mr. May's protege can already hold his own. Bitterly. Also of the same generation, before meeting Qin Fei, Guodigang originally thought that Guodalin was the best masterpiece of his life. But compare it to Qin Fei. People are 20 years old and they are already theater masters. Guodalin, on the other hand, still relied on his own father's fame to become the young class master. The difference between the two is too great. Alas, learn from your brother. While Guodigang praised, he did not forget to knock Guodalin. Learn? Guodalin smiled bitterly. My brother is too perverted. No matter how much I learn, I'm not as good as him. That's true. Yu Yunpeng said while gnawing on a chicken leg, making it seem as if we are like him. Compared to Qin Fei, we are all trash. Burrito thought for a moment. At 20, I can't even memorize a slam. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed, and Lao Guo was really crying. It's still Mr. May who can teach. Wu Jing asked, Qin Fei, are you sure about the next match? It's coming up in 2 days, right? Can we go and watch? Qin Fei said, I'll ask, but you can't vote on behalf of the audience. You can only sit backstage or in the lounge as guests. No vote, no vote. Wu Jing waved her hand. I'm just going for the vibe. Yu Qian laughed. What? The War Wolves are going to sing next season. Ha 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 ha. a meal that was a joy to eat. After the meal, Guodigang asked, "Where do you live now, son?" "The house that master left behind." Guodigang was heartbroken. "Why don't you move in with us? With your mistress here, you'll have 3 meals a day, which is better than having to deal with 1 bite at a time." Guodalin also said, "Yeah, brother, just come over. We can still play games and chat together." Wang Hui gave him a blank look. You don't know how to learn from your brother. You just know how to play games. It's really not necessary." Qin Fei politely declined. He's more of a free spirit as a person. It's always uncomfortable to go to someone else's house and be tied up and in the wrong place, even if Lao Guo was really treating him as his own family. "Okay, so every other day, you have to come over and have dinner with me," Guodigang said. "Okay." Qin Fei nodded and said goodbye to the crowd before getting into his car and taking the lead to leave. Wang Hui said, "He's a good kid, doesn't compete, and knows how to be polite and knows his place and has talent, but he's just overly cautious and doesn't know how to deal with other people's enthusiasm. No one is perfect, and Mr. May has taught him well." Guodigang said, "I'd have to call him an ancestor for that theater accent alone. It must have been a bad time for him." When these words came out, the cloud crane 9 heavens were in an uproar. "Master! It can't be a joke, can it?" Wang Hui laughed. "The human heart is not made of iron. Let's exchange sincerity for sincerity. There will always be a day to warm it up." Guodigang nodded. "From today onwards, whatever Qin Fei says, you guys listen. In terms of seniority, he's your senior uncle, but in terms of age, he's only 20, so you guys have to take care of him. The world is too dangerous, and I don't want him to get hurt." Chapter 54 is, There is such a person. Back home, it's already past 10 o'clock at night. Facing the empty room, Qin Fei's heart was incredibly solid, because, from today Qin Fei was no longer alone. Behind him, with a rock-solid backbone. Bad. Qin Fei suddenly remembered that he had promised Master Lei and the others that he would rush back to sing a song today, but he had ended up delaying it. Make a quick call. "Hey, Master Ray." "Yo, young master. You're a busy man, but you finally remembered us?" Sorry. Qin Fei apologized repeatedly. Breach of contract is really a big deal in the theater troupe. If this was before, you'll be scolded yourself. It's okay. Those of us who do know the inside story. Uncle Gong's voice came. Today's fans, although they didn't see you, Mr. Guo's words this afternoon really shook them up enough. Yeah. Qin Fei looked up at the sky. The sky in Kyoto, no stars could be seen. Young master, you seem happy? Uncle Gong, from now on, we also have a backer. In the future, if someone dares to bully us, we don't have to put up with it. At these words, Uncle Gong's heart ached. From the past, when Qin Fei was aggrieved, there was always Lin Jinan by his side, solving his problems. But when the old class master is gone, the pressure of everything was all on Qin Fei's body. Think about it. He's only 20. At such an age, while others are going to school and enjoying the innocence of the schoolyard, he, on the other hand, has to shoulder the rise and fall of a theater troupe. The good thing is, he's very competitive and good at what he does. Young master, we'll be better off in the future. Right? Qin Fei nodded, hung up the phone, and went online to search. The internet has blown up. The word Qin Fei had become a topic of conversation. Hot off the presses. Hashtag Pearland. Derwent Pavilion. Hashtag Cross-Border Brothers. Qin Fei and Guodigang. Hashtag the mysterious Mr. May. Hashtag. Wow. I can't imagine that the goddess and the Yun-gu have this kind of connection. Mr. Guo's words moved me to tears. Go Qin Fei. You're really good. We want to watch you stand taller. Qin Fei has pulled up the average face value of the Yun-gu. Countless comments. Countless retweets. There was a high level of conversation on the forums, which also brought Qin Fei a lot of popularity value. Congratulations to the host. The popularity value has reached 15 million. Getting a heavenly voice. Heavenly. Qin Fei froze and suddenly felt his throat cool, like he was holding a mint candy. Next, his range was straight up an octave and a half. It's a horrible thing. The average professional singer is able to span 2-3 octaves. Even Vitas, who is known for his dolphin voice, spans 4 octaves at most. Qin Fei is half a span more than him. Sure, it's not necessarily good for a singer to span more scales. They focus on the quality of the sound. What makes heavenly music heavenly is that when you're singing a high note, It gives off like a voice from heaven. Long and moving. Shock and awe. That's nice. Qin Fei tried it slightly and it did change a lot. He was now more confident about the day after. Hey, Sister Jing. I've prepared a song on my side. Can you help me with the star helpers this time? An impatient voice came from across the room. Say something like that to Sis again, and I'll be careful to throw you into the sea and feed you to the fish.
Hehe.
You send me the song, I'll practice it, and then I'll come back to you first thing in the morning and we'll do it together. Yes. 5 minutes later, Qin Fei passed on the lyrics, the melody, and all. The love of my life? You wrote that, right? Tan Jing froze for a moment as she looked at the unfamiliar song title. Is this kid in love? Don't be too big for your britches, brother. The guests for the next show can be of the king and queen level. How dare you, a 20-year-old kid in a tiny relationship, write a song and take it to the stage to piquet them. However, when Tan Jing saw the lyrics, her entire body froze there. Once upon a time, now and then never again. The red leaves are buried in the dust. The beginning of the end is always the same. You're floating beyond the white clouds in the sky. It seems that, not as childish as I thought. This song, what's it about? It's not just about love, is it? Qin Fei thought for a moment. In honor of someone. Who? Second in command. Tan Jing was confused. In this world, there is a big story. But there is no love of a lifetime. But there is a return. The big story of this world is just a bad movie in people's eyes. So many people have never seen it. Who is the second in command? Tan Jing asked again. Qin Fei muttered. That's what there is. Chapter 55. Good man. You've come to water the flowers in our house? Day 2. Qin Fei woke up early and practiced as usual. By the time he returned, Tan Jing had also arrived. Today, Tan Jing was wearing a casual outfit. She was so excited. She didn't sleep all night. This song is so awesome. She finally realizes how talented her brother is. She wouldn't have been able to write a song like that in her place. Sister Jing. Come in. Qin Fei changed his clothes and then began to teach Tan Jing how to sing. Huh? Cantonese? Hiss, it still sings like that?
好家伙，你这小子，嘿嘿嘿，你不会是冲着歌王去的吧？
Inside the room, there were all sorts of shocked voices from Tan Jing. 10 o'clock in the morning. The Pearland is open as usual. It's still packed today, and there are quite a few celebrities coming. The babbling made the whole alley lively. Afternoon. Qin Fei sent Tan Jing away and received a call from Wang Hui. Son, let's have dinner together tonight? Tonight is a family dinner. It's about to be Dragon Boat Festival. The family has packaged some dumplings. Moreover, your daimyo also wants to meet you. Qin Fei thought about it and nodded in agreement. Other side. Hanging up the phone, Wang Hui happily hummed a little song. How? Baek Hai Min asked, probing his head. Promised. Really? Hey, that's great. Bai Huiming laughed. I can finally open my eyes today. Is it cool? Very handsome. Haha. Wang Hui was happy. At first she was afraid that Qin Fei would refuse. But now it was good that the family could finally have a meal. The two women just wrapped the dumplings and talked. From time to time, they chatted about Qin Fei with admiration in their eyes. Mom, is there any food? I'm hungry. Guodalin walked out with his cell phone, dumbfounded. There's some in the kitchen, help yourself. Oh yeah. Is brother Qin Fei coming tonight? Come on. Wang Hui smiled. By the way, it seems that your brother Qin Fei hasn't bought a car yet. Why don't you go pick it up? Dalin? Sung. By the way, ask around to find out what your brother Qin Fei likes to eat, so mom can go shopping with your daimyo. Guodalin's expression was off. It feels like I'm gonna fall out of favor. He was about to speak when he heard the two women chattering away again. You say that kid is also saving money. After earning so much money, he doesn't know to add a piece of clothing for himself. Last time he still took a taxi. Unlike our family Dalin, who bought a sports car before he learned how to earn money himself. Isn't that right? Bai Huiming said while wrapping the dumplings. There are too few children who know how to economize nowadays. This Qin Fei is good. So good. Dalin Qua. Forget it. Too lazy to talk to you women. I'm gonna go talk to my dad for a while. Walk to the yard door. Yu Qian is chatting with Guo Digang. Master. Look how well the plum blossoms are blooming. Gudigang stinks and shows off. Come on, you've only got one. We'll take you to our horse farm someday. Ooh, that's a forest of plums. Gudigang is not angry. Plum blossoms bloom well you say Chin Fei that child. Well, the boy is honest. Yu Qian was nodding as well. The key is his theater. Singing is really great. I gave our old few family members a look. Good guy, one is excited. Ha ha ha. Gudigang laughed out loud. He was happy when others complimented Chin Fei. See this scene. Guodalin felt an arrow in his knee. Done. After that, I was no longer the favored young lady. Jingle bells. Hello? Brother. Huh? You're here? I was going to pick you up. Don't move. I'm coming. After Guodalin finished speaking, Guodigang said excitedly, Chin Fei is here? Aha. Fine. I'll change my clothes and go. I say Dad. Brother Chin Fei is not an outsider. Why are you still changing your clothes? It's not like you're meeting a girl. Guodalin had just finished speaking when his ass was kicked. Pick up your brother. Okay. Outside the door, Chin Fei came carrying 2 bags of fruits and some embroidery given by Chi Lao. I say brother. Just come. Bring so many things, are you treating us as outsiders? Guodalin took it smoothly and led Chin Fei, walking to the front of the villa. This single-family home is huge, with a Suzhou garden design that looks great. Just got to the door. Guodigang smiled and said, Coming, Mr. Guo. The title was something he had thought about for a long time before deciding on. We can't call him Kong, can we? That's too damn tough. It's not appropriate to call him Master. He has a master, so teacher is appropriate. Ew, so handsome. Bai Huiming got excited. This is too handsome. Wearing a white shirt. The real person is just like in the manga. Hey, I said it. Wang Hui smiled smugly, then said, Child, this is your daimyo. Hello, auntie. Hello. Come on in, we were just talking about you. Yu Qian looked at the things in Guodalin's hand and said, Is this embroidery? Yes, Elder Chi's embroidery. First time at home. Don't know what to send. A little token of appreciation. Chin Fei smiled. I'll go. Lao Guo. Master, you got excited. Did you hear that? Chi Lao. Our national treasure master. The 2 women were shocked. It was the old man Chi who had already retired. People are said to be working now. Any one of them sells for a fortune. Guodalin was dumbfounded. Brother, is this all or just a little bit of heart? You're too Versailles, aren't you? Guodigang was satisfied. Good boy, come on in. To the living room. Guodigang pulled him to see the plum blossom tree and went upstairs to see a few rooms. Laughing. Here, that one is reserved exclusively for you. If you want to come and stay anytime, here's the key to the front door. Thank you, teacher. There's nothing to be thankful for. Just make yourself at home here. Guodigang patted him on the shoulder and wondered. I say, boy, what on earth have you eaten that you can scamper so high? Go back and try it for Daylin. Chin Fei was helpless. Teacher, this head, it won't grow past 18. Hey! Guodalin came over with a cup of sweet tea. You're not going to hurt me, are you? Ha ha ha. Chin Fei drank a cup of sweet tea, and underneath you Daniong shouted. Dinner! Come on. Let's wash our hands and eat. The dining room table. The crowd raised their glasses and Lao Guo laughed. Come on. Welcome Chin Fei home. Cheers. 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 The table was sumptuous with 8 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were authentic Yanjing snacks. 1 dumpling each. Wang Hui and Bai Huiming split 1 to eat. Bai Huiming stared at Chin Fei and smiled. Chin Fei, how can your women's clothing be so beautiful? Why don't you show us some? PFFT. Chin Fei sprayed his drink all over the floor. It's too humiliating. Can I just say that's what the system told me to do? Guodalin bristled. Good man. You came up to our house to water the flowers? Chapter 56. Terrifying lineup of singers. The king of songs battle is coming. Halfway through the meal. Chin Fei, a drink? Mr. Yu is a drunken mongrel and has to persuade anyone he bumps into to do something. Just opened his mouth. Immediately, he was held down by Huiming next to him. Go. Step aside. Do you think someone else Chin Fei is you? Good boy. Don't drink. That's it. Wang Hui also said, the singer's voice is valuable. Drink bad, you compensate nah. The 2 girls were especially protective of their calves. which made Yu Qian unable to persuade them, so he had to pull Dalin. Here, Dalin, have a drink with me. Guidalin shook his head. Don't, master. I still have to sing here. You sing just enough to drink some wine and moisten your throat. It doesn't bother you. Wang Huidao. Go, have a drink with your master. Guidalin man was stupid. Mom, that's more or less a double standard. So if Qin Fei can't drink, it doesn't matter if I do? It's okay to learn more from your brother. Look at your brother. He's so talented. Can't learn from that, my dad looks like that. Guidalin had just finished speaking when Guadigang frowned. Hey, you brat. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the family's happiness, Qin Fei's heart was warm. Jingle bells. Just then, a phone call came in. Hello, Qin Fei. I'm Hong Tao. Hello, Mr. Hong Tao. Are you sure about the King of Song finals the day after tomorrow? At these words, Qin Fei, who had been as gentle as jade, instantly became sharp as he nodded his head. Yes, the scene made Wang Hui look in a trance. Not bad, not bad. That's what boys do. Good. Who are the guests who will be singing with your help? And the songs you're going to sing? Send them all to me and I'll consolidate them. Yes. Hang up. Qin Fei sent Hong Tao the song he was going to sing, Love of a Lifetime, as well as the final song he was going to sing after advancing, left and right pointing to the moon. Soon, a message immediately appeared online. I am a singer V. Next preview, Singer Semifinals. The King of Song competition is synchronized. Semifinals taking a celebrity helper session. Each guest can find a helper to sing, and the two guests who get the highest number of votes will advance to the King of Song competition. For this semi-final, in addition to the 500 judges in the arena, an off-site voting component was added. In its entirety, it takes the form of a live broadcast. This is the biggest battle of the songwriters. The contestants are listed below. Deng Ziki, Fong de Copper in Spring, Zhang and Lin, the most beautiful sun plus wings, Hua Chenyu, Li Yuchen, Simon Jr., Han Hong, Chan Isun, 10 years, Han Base, La Tai Yeu, The Story of Light Time, Qin Fei, Tanjing, Love of My Life. As soon as the program is announced, the network went straight to paralysis. Yeah, I can't believe it's Fong de Copper. JJ Lin is here? Damn. I found out. This is the first installment of the fairy fights. Zhang is really tough. He's the best of the young generation. Hun. Flower. This combination is unbeatable. The Supergirl champion and Fast Boy champion have combined. Oh my god. 10 years? This golden song that's been a hit for so long has also been brought out. Looks like Mr. Han Hong is determined to win this match. Luo de Right. Worthy of being Mr. Han Base, what a card. Our family loves Luo de Right. No more. I won't even go to work. I'll stay in front of the TV the day after tomorrow. Ha ha ha. My goddess really did find Tanjing. But what kind of tune is Love of a Lifetime? Never heard of it. To be honest, the Song King battle, this lineup really isn't a blowout. I used to think that Qin Fei was pretty good. But when he was put in this, he immediately had no advantage. Upstairs, you have to realize how long have these people been out, and how long has Qin Fei only been out. It can't be the same. Blow up. It really blew up. Once the message was sent, the number of comments at the bottom instantly went up to more than 100,000, with more than 100,000 retweets. Netflix is so excited. This is definitely one of the most terrifying song fests with the most terrifying lineup. This is also the highest level of conversation. The moment Ding Xiyu was at home, and when she saw this message, her whole body was energized. Sisters, come alive. She dropped a link to the group. Everyone go to the link and register for an account. You'll only be eligible to vote if you register first. Understood. It's going. Punch the duck. So what if it's a singing sensation? The goddess will surely amaze everyone again this time. Fans in action. In the meantime, the staff of I Am a Singer is always watching the backstage. Holy, $30 million. OMG. It's up again. 50 million registered accounts. Hiss, it's broken 100 million. This is horrible. It's exactly double that of last year. The ratings are going to explode for this installment of the Song King battle. Other side, the largest social forum in the country. A post that is beyond hot and has made it to the top of the list. Who do you think has a chance of winning this edition of I Am a Singer? Thanks for the invitation. I am optimistic about Han Base, Luo to Right. Both of them are the king of songs with their strength in addition to their seniority. There is nothing wrong with advancing to the king of songs. Agreed predictions. It should end up being Han Base and Han Hong PK. What about Qin Fei? Qin Fei has a lot of potential. It's just a pity that the fame time is too short. Until now it's only a month. If he could be given more time, the king of songs would definitely be no problem. It's just a pity that he's now reduced to cannon fodder. Besides, this song, Love of a Lifetime, I've never even heard of it, and at this juncture you're better off singing Qi Ling than you are singing the original. Qin Fei is cold. The dining room table. Guodigang looked at the lineup and couldn't help but frown as well. It's a little scary. It's really kind of scary. Chani Sun and Luo de Right are here. What level of songwriting competition is this? Guodalin was already too frightened to speak. He wanted to comfort Qin Fei. But how to comfort? Brother, it's okay to lose. It's all about participation. He could guarantee that right after he finished speaking, he would immediately be kicked in the face by Guodigang. Chapter 57. You are not fighting alone. Ugh. Wang Hui had a hard time. Also in his early 20s, Qin Fei could already compete with song kings like Luo de Right and Chani Sun. And what about my own son? Alas. Relax, Qin Fei, you're still young. No matter what, to be able to compete with such a singer is already impressive. We'll all support you. Yu Qian laughed. In his opinion, Qin Fei was already very good. As for the king of song, they don't dare think about it. Guodigang said, Child, if there is anything you need in the next 2 days, just ask and we will fulfill you. Good. Qin Fei smiled, his heart warming. Honestly, the lineup is indeed horrible, but he's probably been through more than enough to be okay with it. Finish eating. The crowd watched the movie and chatted. Guodalin, on the other hand, said, I'll go. The forums are bursting. The heat from this installment of I'm a Singer is horrible. Someone even photographed Mr. Luo Dio and Mr. Han Base jerking off on the street. Yu Qian said, Have you all registered accounts? You can't help vote if you don't have an account. When the crowd heard that, they rushed online to register their accounts. Not only that, Old Gua, who hadn't used a cell phone for 800 years, even sent a message to the people in Yunge to encourage the people in the neighborhood to sign up for an account together. Support Qin Fei. Holy crap, 8 zeros? I can't believe I'm in the 210 millionth place. So many people registered? The crowd was taken aback, and it seems that this issue, I am a singer, the heat exploded. The movie is finished. Qin Fei returned home and thought of nothing but a good rest. Time flies. Finally, on to the day of the semi-finals. Crowned. Outside the venue of I Am a Singer, a red carpet was surprisingly spread out, and both sides were full of onlookers and reporters. At the same time, a dozen buses, parked on either side, were plastered with messages from fans. So far, Flower and Spring have the most fans, with 4 buses coming. Waiting for Hannah, Chun Chun to enter. Fans were screaming with excitement, a spectacle like no other. Viewers, we have now arrived at the I Am a Singer site, where a red carpet has been rolled out early. In a moment, we'll be able to see the singers pass by here. The hostess was very dedicated to the live camera and introduced herself. It's only just opened. The live stream has reached 6 million viewers. That number, and it's still rising. Just then, chants from the fans were heard in the distance. Zhang and Lin are here. The popularity of the two is quite frightening. JJ, Zhang kids, today's double JJ combo. May I ask if you are confident to win the game today? The hostess asked. Zhang looks over at Lin's kids and he laughs. I don't dare to say. After all, the guests are so scary. We can only do our best. Well, good luck with that. The hostess just finished. Wow. Suddenly a dozen buses drove in from off the field. On the body of each bus, it all reads Goddess Invincible, bravely first. Then, nearly 200 fans, dressed in full regalia, descended from the car. Ding Siyu stood at the front. Sisters, when the goddess comes in a while, we have to get our momentum going. We must cheer the goddess on. Yes. Understood. Got it. Wow, wow. So many fans. These should all be Qin Fei's fans, right? The hostess beamed. She still knew about Qin Fei, who had made a name for himself in the previous installments. Only this time the people who came were too strong. The name Qin Fei was also forgotten in the corner. Soon, a black nanny van pulled up to the curb. Quick! Someone's coming. Point the camera. The hostess just shouted. Tianjing, who was dressed in a snow-white tunic and silver armor, stepped down from the car. Behind her, Qin Fei, who had a white shirt, walked down, handsome with a hint of Englishness. Goddess? Tinsley screamed, waking up the media, the reporters who were gossiping. They swarmed one by one, however. They were still a step too late and were blocked by the 200 fans that Ding Siyu had called upon. What? Mom messed with Fokker. Move over, little fans. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. Ding Siyu shouted out a loud slogan that shook the sky and lasted for a long time. It even alarmed the guests who were already there. Luo de Right and Han Base, looking down from upstairs. That's Qin Fei. Aha! What a handsome young man. Now see how handsome he is. How beautiful he is after the female costume. Not that I'm blowing with you. Any female artist in the country is not his match. Siyu. Qin Fei rubbed Ding Siyu's little head. Really appreciate this little fan. It must have taken a lot more for today. Goddess. No one else believes in you, but we do. We think you will win. Goddess. Go for it. Who says newcomers can't win? Isn't there another saying? Since ancient times, heroes have been born young. Yeah. Listening to the fans cheering, Qin Fei was touched. Tianjing was suddenly envious. How come I don't have such lovely fans? Goddess. This is for you, the amulet, to help you win the championship. Ding Siyu handed Qin Fei a scented pouch. Today, you're not fighting alone. You have us. Thousands of people in the group. Millions of people at the forum. Over 10 million people on Twitter. We await news of your triumphant return. Go for it. Chapter 58. Yo, King of Qin, coming to the competition in person? Second floor. All the singers gathered together. Here it comes. Here it comes. Our singing king is here. Seeing Qin Fei come in, Hua Chenyu couldn't help but shout. The crowd looked and all smiled. Yo, King Qin Song, you came to the competition yourself today? The one who spoke was Li Yuchen, who had heard about Qin Fei's deeds long before he came. This guy, what a talent.
Honahem, Honkonsen, hello.
Qin Fei's mouth scooped and he almost said something. Li Yuchen rightly ignored it. Come over here, we're all talking about you. Talking about me? Luo de Right laughed. Talk about one of the youngest songwriters ever. Ew, that's a big no-no. Qin Fei waved his hands in a humble manner. Lin laughed and said, I can't believe that the king of songs is quite easygoing. Easygoing? Deng Ziki had a bellyful to spit. Yes. Now look easygoing. Whack you on the ground later. Don't you cry ow. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed. Okay. Stop being poor. Come on. Welcome our old friend, Tianjing. The crowd applauded when Han Hong finished. Hello teachers. TSK. This is a lively day. Everyone must be merciful in a moment. Showing mercy is out of the question, and when we do, you guys advance. Chen Yi soon laughed. The crowd was relaxed before kickoff and there was none of that saber-rattling atmosphere. However, with Hong Tao's arrival, this atmosphere was broken. Hello teachers. Hong Tao walked up with the box. Everyone, let's draw a prize to determine the order of the performances. The crowd was slow to pass, no one wanting to be the first to smoke. Zhang said, who was first in the last game? Wow. The crowd looked at Qin Fei, who smiled helplessly and bitterly. Fine. I'll be first if I'm first. Reaching into the box, Qin Fei got a ball that hadn't even been spread out yet. Just listen to Duncan's little mouth crumble. First one. Tianjing was dumbfounded. Don't take you like that. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again. Ugh. That's a shame. Qin Fei shook his head and sighed. 9th place. What? The whole room is in a daze. Come on, we've only got 6 guests, where's 9th place? You're 6th, right? Han Bei smiled and said, 6-9 is not the reverse? Soon, when the crowd had all finished smoking, they saw Deng Ziki kneeling on the ground and shouting, Thieving God! I hate you, Tianjing said. Retribution comes fast. Ha 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 ha. Hong Tao also couldn't help it. The little diva's luck was really bad. Then, the official website of I Am a Singer published a list. The order of performance is as follows. Deng Ziki, Fang Dazhong, Hua Chenyu, Li Yuchen. Zhang and Lin will be little. Han Biao Luo Dayo. Qin Fei, Tan Jing. Han Hong, Chun Yi Sun. Mom! Mom! Brother is in 5th place. Guodalin and the others, keeping in front of the TV, watched attentively. 5th? Not a bad position. Wang Hui was finally relieved. She was so nervous now, her palms were sweating. Sister Siyu, it's coming. It's coming. The entrance list is here. Honey, the goddess is in 5th. The moment, the pop-ups followed suit. Ha 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 ha. Opening lightning strike ah. The little diva is so miserable. Almost number 1 in the field. It's not necessarily bad to sing first. And at such a big event, it's often the ones who sing last that are under the most pressure. Yes, fortune and misfortune. The crowd drew the order and returned to the house. No women's clothes this time? Tan Jing asked. She had noticed that Qin Fei didn't seem to have brought his own clothes this time. Not wearing. Qin Fei shook his head. The first few times, he performed as a Dan character, and by the last time he was going to sing for himself. Oh! Tan Jing was slightly disappointed. It was a shame. She wanted to be wowed again. Welcome to our Friday night. I'm a singer. I'm the host, He Jong. For our Lipitsoner laundry detergent. At that moment, He Jong's voice came out through the television. Each singer's spirits lifted and they began to get nervous. As of now, in our I Am a Singer official platform, the registered voting accounts have reached 320 million. When He Jong finished speaking, the whole room was in an uproar. Wow, is there even that many? It's worthy of being, I'm a singer, it's too much of a brand. Today, there will definitely be a dragon fight. He Jong laughed. In that case, let's cut the crap and invite the first guest to appear on stage today. Tung Ziki. The words fell. The room erupted in boisterous applause. Coming, coming, coming. Dang Ziki. Little diva punch duck. The pop-ups exploded. It has reached 10 million people. Just see Dang Ziki, Fong de Copper, come out from the backstage and softly start singing. If ever, I am old and have nothing to live for, please bury me in. In that time, the voices of the two men, you and I, blended very well together. It hits the listener right off the bat. That was beautifully sung. Yeah, they've been partners for a long time too, and that kind of understanding, it's not covered. Go little diva. The pop-ups boiled over as the two continued to sing. If ever, I left quietly, please bury me in. Right here in the spring. In the spring. Duncan is definitely off to a good start. The new singers, blushing, finally feeling the pressure of, I'm a singer. Hong Tao squinted his eyes. Deng Ziki sang really well this period. In the past, it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. It's just a pity that today is the semi-final, 8 immortals over the sea. Each show their skills na. He Jong laughed. Thank you. Thanks to Deng Ziki's wonderful performance. Please ask her to go down for a rest first. Next, please welcome the next group of guests, Hua Hua, Chun Chun, to bring us Shimin Jr. Applause please. The words just fell. The whole place exploded. Chapter 59 Qin Fei debuts. The entire audience was watching. Blossom. Oh my god. Goosebumps. Flower, spring. Go for it. You guys are the best. It's safe to say. This combination, for the Mango crowd, has a lot of significance. Both were selected from Mango Channel's talent shows Fast Boys, Supergirls. It's all first place, and nowadays, they dream linked up and stood on the stage together for the title of King of Songs. Wildfire, can't burn out our wild, wild growth. Wildfire, can't burn out our wild, wild growth. The two were dressed in black, like dark preachers, inspiring the audience on stage. Holy, that's kind of awesome. It's scary. These two are like fire and firewood. A little goes a long way. Two in sync, unimaginable. There's no one else who can sing rap like that. Slam bombed me and I can't say a word. Mom asked to kneel. One song down. The room applauded. Hong Tao took a deep breath. This semifinal is at least twice as intense as the previous 2 seasons. This is a statement that is definitely not empty. Both Deng Ziki's and Hua Hua's performances can definitely be ranked number 1 when placed in all the Song King battles. Liang Xiaobai said, Old Hong, even I'm getting stressed out. It's not just him. The next one out, Zhang and Lin are already taking deep breaths. You guys, I'm a singer. The oppression is really something. Lin Jun's heart races. Zhang smiled bitterly. It's JJ. What kind of singing event hasn't he been to? What haven't you experienced? And yet it's still tense. I'm suddenly curious as to what Qin Fei's expression will be now. Zhang said, as a newcomer who has only been on the scene for 20 days, facing such a scene, if the mental quality is a little bit poor, it is expected to withdraw on the spot, right? Please, Zhang little, Lin Jun little, or as He Jiong's voice rang out, interrupting Zhang's thoughts. The two walked onto the stage to a standing ovation. Chuan Province. That's sis. It's little brother. He's out. Wu Xian exclaimed excitedly. Sheena is also nervous. Zhang has put a lot of effort into this game over the last few days. Right now, it's acceptance time. Sheena clasped her hands together and prayed silently. To cheer up, hubby, Chong. My world is beautiful because of you. My sky, because of you won't get tired. Give me joy and shed tears for my sadness. Give me grace so I can spread my wings and fly. The vocals of the two are impeccable. Even though it was the first time they worked together, it was like a partnership of many years with a tacit understanding. Not afraid to get hurt because you're there for me. Your laughter, your tears, are the most beautiful sun on my road to building my dreams. When they sang, the two brothers actually showed their ness on stage. Caused the stage to shriek. Holy, same screen of the century. Ha 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 stage. Funny. Double J combo. Give it a charge. This wave is so strong. I can say that this is definitely a god scene. Zhang played even better than before. Flying with the wings you gave me, I feel comforted enough. And no more dark clouds. We, too, shed no tears for anyone. A song of despondency. The audience in the back row was on their feet. Yes, absolutely brilliant. One by one. They all zoomed in. This is the I'm a singer I like to watch. My mom asked me why I was standing up. The bombastic performances of the first three groups of guests made He Jiong a bit fluttery. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, He Jiong said evenly. One bombastic performance after another really overwhelmed me. You guys showed me the power of the inner entertainment singing scene. Seriously, if it wasn't for the hosting, I would have wanted to do a gardenia on the spot. Ha 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 ha. The whole room laughed. He Jiong laughed. All right, without further ado. Next, please welcome the long-awaited Han bass, Luo de Wright. This time is the first variety show that Mr. Luo de Wright has taken on in the last 20 years. Let's have the warmest applause, please. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The applause was deafening. Here it comes. Here it comes. We, a family of three, are already in front of the TV just to see Mr. Luo de Wright. Another King Bomb duo. Seriously. These two have the credentials to completely crush all singers. I am a singer. It's not about seniority, it's about singing. My dad chased after Luo Dayu every day when he was a kid. But it's a pity that Mr. Luo hasn't sung for a long time, and now it's good to finally fulfill his dream. The pop-ups boiled over and the live stream reached 12 million people. Next moment, Han bass, Luo de Wright walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. As the applause faded, the two softly opened the song. The blossoms of spring, the winds of fall, and the setting sun in winter. Melancholy youthful me, ignorantly thinking so, as soon as you open your mouth. All of them were caught up in the memories and it was hard to get out of them. Windmills in the seasons, in the song of the wheel. It flows daily. And in the seasons of wind and snow I am growing from year to year. The two men looked at each other in chorus. Running water it carries away. The tale of time and light changes a man, just in that sentimental and first waiting youth. A familiar melody, familiar lyrics. It's like dreaming back a dozen years. It was a moment of almost full-on chorus. Even Han Hong was exclaiming, "Ugh! This song feels so good no matter when you listen to it." The stage shrieked. And at the moment, Singers Lounge. Mr. Qin Fei, Mr. Tan Jing, you're next, are you ready? Tan Jing stood up and changed into the costume Qin Fei had prepared for her. Nervous, brother? Okay. Qin Fei had just finished speaking when Tan Jing helped him straighten his collar. Today's you're very handsome. With sister here, don't be afraid. Let's let go and lose without any regrets. Yes. Qin Fei nodded seriously. At that moment, a staff member came rushing through the door. Qin Fei teacher, the eru you asked for has come. He was seen holding an eru in his hand. Yes, thank you. Seeing the eru, Qin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to miss it. Okay. 2 teachers, let's go. Go! Qin Fei held the eru in one hand and helped Tanjing lift the hem of her skirt with the other. Wow, goddess! So handsome. Goddess to cheer up, ah. We can all support you, oh. This guest is really too fierce. Goddess, hold on. Stage. Luo to right, Han Base has finished singing. Ho Zhang once again takes the stage to control the ring. This time, however, it was impossible to control. He was depressed. You guys can't do this. Isn't Qin Fei the next one up? What are you guys doing? Thank you, Mr. Luo to right. Mr. Han Base for the wonderful performance. He Jiong had just finished speaking. A girl with glasses on the stage, hissing, Goddess? Oh. The scream, which seemed to pierce the sky, could have startled the crowd. But it was also the sound. Let everyone react. This was the 5th guest, and the 5th it should be Qin Fei's turn. Suddenly, the goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. A slogan loud and neat. Huh? It's not right. The judges don't know each other. How can they shout such a neat slogan? The camera hits it. Nice guy. It turned out to be Ding Xiu with her sisters, who, at some point, had blended into the jury. Not many though, just a few. But it can't be helped by the fact that they're loud. You hey. Isn't that my sister Ding? Sister Ding is awesome. I didn't get a jury vote. Pissed off. Sister Ding, I love you. Goddess? He Jiong was also amused by the scene and joked. What's going on? The gatekeeping isn't strict. How come even Qin Fei's little fans are mixed in? Ha 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 ha. The audience laughed. Dinsu scratched his head in embarrassment. There. Ho Zhang is starting to control the field. The competition is now at a fever pitch and the next guest to appear is just 20 days after his debut. He sang 4 gold songs and beat out 1 old and new song king. With his appearance, he brought national music and opera to a whole new level. Nearly 20 years old, yet he has been greatly appreciated by the master of national music, old senior Fang Jinlong, and at the same time, he is also a bandmaster of the Pear Garden. Speaking of which, the fans underneath are proud. Proud. That's right. This is our boss. Let's shout his name. He Jiong finished loudly and handed the microphone to the audience. Then, it was like a tsunami. Everyone shouted out, Qin Fei. Ho Zhang took over the microphone. Applause. Please welcome Qin Fei. Tanjing to the stage. Wow. The lights dimmed. The moment, everyone was holding their breath and sinking in. Both the singers who had finished singing and those who hadn't, all gazed at the backstage passage. Mom! Mom! Brothers coming on. Come on! Come on! Guodalin sat on the couch and yelled. Coming! We're not late, are we? It's all your master's fault for going out and grinding. Wang Hui and Bai Huiming both rushed over as well. Guodigang pulled Yu Qian and also found a seat. Where is it? Where is it? Guodigang searched for half a day, and finally in the upper left corner, he saw a message. Now the singers. Qin Fei, Tanjing. He clutched his hand. Boy, you don't want to lose. Sister honey. Got to Qin Fei. Click, click, click. That director right away. Without saying a word, Yang Mi lifted up the hem of her ancient dress and ran towards Diligent. Moment of truth. What's more important than watching it live? Here it comes. It's finally my goddess's turn. It's useless. With the 2 big men in front of him, how can Qin Fei catch this fight? Just hope he doesn't lose too badly. It's a pity. Give Qin Fei another 10 years. No, 5 years, and he can definitely become the king of songs. Qin Fei and his lackeys. Li Fowl. Qin Fei. Go for it. Chun He. Go for it. Deng Chao. If this wins, holy cow. Qin Fei directly advances to first-tier singer, right? The group exploded. In the meantime, the Moncler outlet store who went to the theater earlier, Sister Red, Country Face Old Man, as well as everyone in Pearland, but anyone who had anything to do with Qin Fei, all stayed in front of the TV. Next, the lights came on. Tanjing looks like a fairy in her costume. Qin Fei straightened his back, erect as a pale pine and cypress. For him, either do not do or do well. This is a fight he has to take. It doesn't matter who the opponent is or how strong they are. Brother, let's go? Tanjing smiled. Yes. The two stood side by side, center stage. In full view, handsome men and women are better than the rest of the world. Chapter 60. The Great Demon King Qin Fei is here. The moment, Qin Fei sat down on a chair, picked up the eru. This is national music, bleak in nature, best known for the song, Reflecting the Moon in Two Springs, by the Blind Bing, and the prelude to Love of a Lifetime. Naturally, it's meant to be poignant and mournful. He pulled the strings. The originally obscure and difficult eru was manipulated as if it were a toy in his hands. A mournful prelude comes slowly. This guy, what other instruments does he not know how to play? Han Hong was shocked. He's only in his early 20s. Guzheng, pipa, harp, eru. It's like there's nothing he won't do. Eru? Luo de Right nodded, though surprised. But it's not that easy to win on that alone. Once upon a time, now in the past, no more. As soon as Tanjing opened her mouth, accompanied by the sound of an eru, the crowd got goosebumps. Cantonese. Chun Yi-sun is very familiar with this. It's only the first time I've seen Cantonese being sung on the I Am a Singer stage. He made a point of looking at the lyricist. Qin Fei. Well, this guy always brings the unexpected. The red leaves are buried in the dust. The beginning of the end is always the same. You're floating beyond the white clouds in the sky. Tanjing's voice, with its ethereal vastness, resounded over the entire stage. The moment, she thought back to when she first learned the song. What is this song, brother, about exactly? A love that, for 500 years, has been unfruitful. 500 years? Tanjing didn't understand it then, but now that she sang it again, she seemed, as if, to understand something. Love and not be able to. Inside the field, it was frighteningly quiet. Originally thought, after listening to Tales of the Light Years, the crowd will have no patience to listen to the original tunes sung by others. However, rarely, everyone was listening intently, perhaps because of the sound of the eru, which touched the heart so much. Next, Qin Fei picked up the microphone and closed his eyes. The Sea of Bitterness. 2 short words, but it made the heart pump, before the crowd could react. Then, flip, rise up love and hate. Qin Fei's voice was like heavenly music, touching the heart. Holy, it's beautiful. Oh my God. This is the first time I've heard a goddess sing a love song. This is too upsetting, isn't it? The Sea of Bitterness? Is this preaching Buddhism? In the world, it is hard to escape fate. Another sentence. The crowd suddenly felt something break in their hearts. Heavenly music, besides being beautiful and melodious, carries a powerful penetrating power up to the heart. Blind dates are not approachable after all. Or I'm supposed to believe it's fate. Even if they couldn't understand the words, but listening to the melody, the crowd could feel a strong sense of desolation and regret. Why would that be a pity? Hong Tao said, "Do you know how I reacted when I saw the love of my life that he sent me at that time?" Liang Xiao Bai shook his head. Just seeing the title of the song makes me feel like it's going to be over. How can this win? Song King Battle, you write a love song of your own? A love song written by a 20-year-old kid. What can be the highlight? Hong Tao looked at Qin Fei. But when I read the lyrics, literally, I couldn't say a word. So there really is genius in the world. How is it possible to write such words without some experience? Equally shocked were the participating singers. Han Base, how's it going? Luo Dio smiled bitterly. No wonder you lost in the first few installments. This young man, he's really strong. This song's melody is very hurtful, and the words are also profound. When I first listened to his Celadon, I just thought that he wrote the words in a very beautiful and literary way. But this one is really totally different. Lin whispered, "Is he really 20? Zhang's face was bitter. Yeah, the moment, the singer's expressions changed. Qin Fei is still the same Qin Fei. Even with all the pressure you guys put on him, he's still the same invincible singer. The Sea of Bitterness is flooded with love and hate. In the world, it is hard to escape fate. Blind dates are not approachable after all. Or I should believe it's fate. The harmonies of the two, blended together, are perfect. Absolutely. Can't I give you this vote, Qin Fei? It's hard to imagine. He's just a newcomer who just debuted 20 days ago. This is too strong. I knew it. I knew it. The boss won't let us down. It's beautiful. When you're old, you just can't listen to this kind of song. When you hear it, you break down in tears. Maybe I should believe it's fate. How much love has this kid suffered? However, just when the crowd thought that this was the end. Ooh, a chant so high that it exploded, shattering the crowd's defenses. My God! Goosebumps exploding. How can a chant be sung in such a lingering way? Mom, come see the Great Spirit. At this very moment, the pop-ups plummeted by half in a live broadcast of more than 15 million people. It's not that no one is watching. Rather, everyone was blown away by the chant, which was epic. Ooh, the chanting continued, and Qin Fei closed his eyes tightly. Enjoy the stage, lights, music, as well as countless hot stares. It was all behind him. At the moment, he just wanted to sing the song well, just wanted to interpret that love perfectly. There was once a sincere love, in front of me, but I did not cherish, and when I lost before regretting it, if God can give me a chance to do it again, I will say 3 words to that girl. I love you. If I have to add a term to this love, I hope it is 10,000 years. Into the soul. The chant exploded. Everyone's eyes were wide and mouths open, shocked beyond words. Those who once still questioned Qin Fei. At the moment, it was also regretted. I'm so stupid, really, what with the new guy and the lack of seniority, it's all a crock of. Qin Fei is still the same big devil. Chapter 61 Exciting Singing Ticket Session. 1 song down. Qin Fei stood in front of the stage, enjoying the spotlight. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Finally, there was sparse applause. Then, wow! The applause! Everyone came back to their senses. A few female fans in the front row were even more excited and chanted, "Goddess! It's awesome! Love of a lifetime." After listening to it, it feels like even the title of the song is pithy. Qin Fei is really surprising. He's still him. He's still the same Qin Fei. It's just that we've underestimated him. Heroes come out of troubled times. He's destined to stand at the peak of the stage. It's marvelous. Good to hear. I'm changing my vote. And this one will definitely hang on Qin Fei's head. Qin Fei. This young man is fantastic. Great to hear. Compared to the excitement of the internet, the singers backstage. On the other hand, there was a stony face, and even a bitter smile spread out. Don't you guys get a kick out of racing him? Lin Jun asked the question. Isn't it embarrassing to keep getting beat by a 20-year-old? Old Lin, it's unkind. Killing people and putting their hearts out? Zhang smiled bitterly. Hua Qinyu suddenly said, perhaps we've all forgotten the significance of this match. The last match, although it's a celebrity help singer, the core is still on the song, but our focus is on who the help singer is. A word to the wise. The crowd was silent. From this point on, Qin Fei is more like a real singer. Yay! It worked. Love of a lifetime is so beautiful and touching. Diligence. Yang Mi cried tears of joy and hugged each other. Seriously, they had just sweated over Qin Fei. But it's okay now. Qin Fei's performance was explosive. Don't worry yet. This is only the semi-finals. There's still voting to come. Yang Mi suddenly woke up. The latter part of the voting session is the key. Even if you sing well, you have to have more votes to advance. Terrific, really terrific. Yu Qian was praising. He's only 20 years old. Even I, an amateur, find this song uncomplicated. Bai Huiming wiped her tears. That part of the chant had moved her. She's definitely not an emotional person. But Qin Fei's song made her inexplicably want to cry. In the end, we still underestimated him, perhaps. He can really stand at the top. Guodigang was happy, but at the same time nervous. After all, you can't relax until the last minute. Ugh! Wang Hui looked at Qin Fei and then at her own foolish son and sighed once again. Stage. Brother, you made it then. Tan Jing smiled. She had known for a long time that the song was going to be a hit. Audience. Tell me if Qin Fei sings well. Ho Zhang got on stage in time to control the stage and turn the microphone on the stage. Then, good to hear. Goddess is awesome. King of song. King of song. The bottom blew up. With a wave of Ding Si Yu's small hand, a neat slogan immediately came. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The little fan is still selling out. Hee Jeong said with a smile before handing the microphone to Chin Fei. Come on, we have our client. Give us a few words. Chin Fei was stunned. He still had to talk? Han Hong is up next for a few more minutes. So tell the audience about the circumstances that led to the creation of this song. That's a question that viewers want to know, too. You're so young and yet you write such lyrics. What the hell have you been through? However, Chin Fei sweated and made up a random lie. Actually, it's just a matter of reading more and reading the newspaper. And then it just clicked. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. I believe you. A fine song, read a book, read a newspaper and write it? All those present were kings of song. You're lying. Well, it seems to be a past that you don't want to talk about, so since you won't talk about it, we won't ask any further questions. Hee Jeong flew in with a question. Then, is there any certainty in advancing to the finals? You're a seeded player now. Do you know that when you sang just now, the live room went up by a whole 4 million people? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so grateful for the love. I can't return the favor. I can only bring you better music. Chin Fei said politely, then said, if you really like me, free tickets can go a long way. 20 days out of the bud. Need everyone's support, thanks. The singers backstage blew up. Wow, you're shameless, aren't you? Just you? How can you call yourself a newbie? Have you ever seen a newbie stomp all over them? Tan Jing, who was behind him, couldn't help but want to kick him. So I've been beaten by a newbie. Huh? Hee Jeong laughed bitterly. I say Chin Fei you're also too Versailles. I really don't know how Mr. Zhou Huajin will feel when he hears this. Ha 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 ha. The bottom laughed. All right, let's not make things difficult for Chin Fei. Please go down and take a short rest first. Chin Fei, Tan Jing were invited down by Hee Jeong. Pass by the singers' lounge. All the singers who have finished singing have gathered here. As soon as Chin Fei came in, Munchkin? Deng Ziki hugged fierce and huffed. I say you're a little too Versailles to be human, aren't you? Lin Jun was disgruntled. Look at that, it's a public outrage. I can't help you now. Tan Jing leisurely sat on the sofa and drank tea. What's going on? I say, sis, it's too natural for you to sell your teammates. Isn't it? My. I'll take you guys out for a rub tonight. Zhang said. Finally, you've said something. Mr. Luo just said. Besides dinner, we'll arrange all the baths, saunas, and foot massage. Get the hell out of here. Luo de Right kicked over. My wife is also watching the live broadcast. Watch what you say. Ha 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 ha. The many singers were in disarray. Such a joyful scene also allowed Chin Fei to settle down, feeling that Mr. Luo was quite easy to get along with. Chin Fei, what's wrong? Can you add a friend? Chin Fei froze. Luo Dio personally added his friend? Why is that? My daughter likes you very much. This time she came over. She asked 1,000 times to get your autograph. Luo Dio is helpless. The old father's heart pulling cold. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, a generation of heavenly kings, Luo de Right, would also have this kind of trouble? Okay, here's your signature. Chin Fei cried and laughed, signing and handing it to Luo Dio. Thanks ha. Don't, Mr. Luo, you're too polite to say that. Chin Fei was flattered. Inside, I still want to laugh. What's that saying? You may not know your dad, but your idol's idol. It may not be your dad. Right now, Han Hong has finished singing the end. Coming. The audience got excited. Next, the exciting singing of the votes. Chapter 62, let's leave no stone unturned and sing for joy. So nervous. My heart is racing. Yeah, it's about to be revealed. Who gets to advance to King of Song? Hiss. Who? Both the pop-ups and the live audience. All incredibly nervous too. It's not just them. The live singers and the stars outside the arena, all gazing at this moment. Well, it's finally the moment. Hee Jeong went up to the stage and said with incomparable solemnity, audience members in the arena, please hold the signaler in your hands. On the signaler, there are 6 buttons. They correspond to the 6 groups of guests. Distribute them in order of appearance. This statement was made. Immediately, someone at the bottom panicked. What? The order of appearance? OMG, but what if I forget? What number is Chin Fei? God, I'm more nervous than they are. Seeing this scene, Hee Jeong had no choice but to say it again. That's when the crowd figured it out. Okay, the polls are open. Hee-jong finished. The audience at the bottom began to get tangled up. Who to vote for? I'm so torn. Why does every single one of them sing so well? Flower is also great. Zhang is also good. But it's a pity that Qin Fei sings so well. I'll vote for Qin Fei. Mr. Han Base. I'm voting for you. He's the king of song in my heart. Or Mr. Han Hong. The audience was buzzing. Other side. Hong Tao asked, how many people are on the air now? Liang Qiao by 2,000. Hong Tao froze, and then jaw dropped. 20 million? Is it still 2,000? Liang Qiao by gave him a blank look. This old Hong was also too nervous and confused. Not much longer. Well, the votes of the audience in the arena are now in my hands. Hee-jong took the paper card and saw what was on it, and his face changed. I go, you guys look at Mr. He's expression. Does it feel like there's a flip? It's not possible that Han Base lost the election. Is it? The answer, it's already in my hands. Hee-jong laughed. Now will the teacher please take the results and project them on the big screen? The words just fell. 6 sets of bar graphs appeared on the big screen. The results are in. The whole group was in an uproar. Han Base and Han Hong? Gosh. 2 teachers have 100 votes each. And none of the rest of the singers have more than 100 votes. That means Qin Fei lost? The last to advance to the King of Songs battle. The PKs are Han Base and Han Hong? How? Dinsu held her head in disbelief. Goddess, I can't believe I lost? No! Suddenly a fan yelled, that's just the in-arena vote. We have an out-of-arena one. Yeah. Some fans reacted. The goddess hasn't lost yet. There's still hope. Next. Hee-jong's voice rang out. The voting in the arena is over. So next, we'll ask the more than 300 million netizens outside the arena to follow the instructions at the bottom of the screen and vote for your favorite singer. The voice fell. A silence now fell. The more silence there was, the more depressing it seemed. Knock knock. Everyone, as if they could hear their own heartbeat. Vote, vote, vote. Han Base will definitely advance to the Song King this wave. Zhang was 4th and Qin Fei was 3rd. Qin Fei has worked so hard, and yet he's still 3rd. So it seems he can only go so far. At this moment, you can see the gap between the Song King and the newcomer. This vote? I vote for Han Hong. The pop-ups exploded. At this moment, every corner of Kyoto. Honey, vote for the goddess. Well. Country face. Did you all vote for Qin Fei? Leader. Voted. I've also mobilized my family and they've all voted for Qin Fei. Subordinates are helpless. The leader even played the star chasing this set. If you really want him to win, isn't it just a matter of words? Did you all vote? Guodigang was anxious. Dad, it's a long time ago. It's a sure thing. It's definitely for my brother. Yu Qian froze. Bad. I voted wrongly for Han Hong. Yu's eyes were confused and he accidentally gave Han Hong a vote. Hey, you dropped the ball for me at a critical moment. If Fei misses this vote, I'll take it up with you. Guodigang made a rare crack. Yu Qian was dumbfounded. When have I ever seen Lao Gua scolding himself? You just deserve a scolding. Bai Huiming crossed his eyes. Okay, I was wrong. Countless people are on the move. By this time, it's torture for the fans, and for the singers, why wouldn't it be? There! A voice from Hee-jong pulled the crowd's attention back. Over 300 million votes in the background. The counting has been completed. Because the amount of information is a bit huge, let's not count it by votes, but by support. The results are in. Please look at the big screen. The moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen, only to see the bar graphs of the singers, in an instant, like a rainstorm upwards rubbing upwards and skyrocketing. However, Hua Chenyu, Li Yuchen was the first to stop. Duncan stopped as well. Zhang goes up to the halfway point and stops. Huh? It's not right. There's a bar graph that skyrockets wildly, right to the top, and has overtaken all the singers. Even the first few singers combined are not as good as him. Holy! Qin Fei! It's Qin Fei! Whoa! Qin Fei is going against the heavens. He has more support than Han Hong and Han Base combined. Worthy of my goddess. The goddess won. Bull B. Oh my god. Ha. Win. Ding Siyu jumped straight up and exclaimed in excitement. I knew it. I knew the goddess wouldn't lose. The goddess is too good. The first spectacled girl in the front row yelled after her. Goddess invincible. Take first place. The boys in the back row were also rendered. Goddess invincible. Take first place. Wow. Winning. Yangmi diligent hugged. Ha ha ha. Worthy of my boy. Good boy. I told you he would win. Lao Gua cried with joy, and Wang Hui quietly said, yeah? Who was just so nervous they couldn't even talk? Lao Gua. Unlike the excitement of the crowd, a depressing atmosphere enveloped the singer's room. Lose. Zhang smiled bitterly. He had worked hard for several phases and wanted to make a splash on the final stage. But in the end, he was still defeated by Qin Fei. The latter is a great thing. Luo Dio didn't have sadness. There was just curiosity. That's funny. A 20-year-old songwriter? Maybe it's really going to speak for itself. Qin Fei. Han Hong looked at Qin Fei with a high fighting spirit and full of wariness. Next up, the Battle of the Song Kings. The person who fought against Qin Fei was Han Hong. Mr. Han Hong. Qin Fei said, it's the last show already. Let's leave no stone unturned and sing our hearts out. Yes. The two men looked at each other, as if there were two arcs of electricity in the air, bursting out of the two men's eyes and intertwining together. Now this is finally interesting. Chapter 63, The Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. Pressure from Han Hong. Qin Fei. Go for it. Zhang silently cheered Qin Fei up. The moment, he had already put down his hostility and sincerely hoped that Qin Fei would win first place. In this way, they at least lost to the King of Songs, and it wouldn't be so hard to tell. Qin Fei, you are the hope of our entire village, Duncan said. Until now, in the younger generation only Qin Fei had survived. Whether it's Hua Qinyu, Deng Ziki, or Zhang Zhang, they all want the youngsters to carry the flag, and the latter waves push the former waves. Go for it. Qin Fei, you defeated me. I don't want you to lose. Hua Qinyu was more middle-aged and patted Qin Fei's shoulder. I try. Qin Fei smiled and turned his eyes to see Tianjing, who was smiling and cheering herself on. Just heard the TV set, He Jiong's voice came. All right, the list of semi-finalists is out. Qin Fei versus Han Hong. The two teachers are about to enter the Song King battle. Let's take a little break. And then, open the next Song King battle. When he finished, the stage was abuzz. Yeah, there's still the King of Songs battle. And they all thought the competition was over with a burst of elation. I'm glad you're happy for nothing, Mr. Han Hong. Ding Siyu's small face sank. How come the goddess's opponents, one by one, were all so terrifying? In the meantime, online, #surprise. The results of the Battle of the Songwriters have appeared. Hashtag Qin Fei, first in the semifinals. Hashtag Han Hong versus Qin Fei, who will have the last laugh? Hashtag. Headlines about the two men are endless. The bottom is even more explosive. I go, this Qin Fei can all the way through, actually really rush to the final. It's so rare. This little guy, I've watched him grow up, and this time, I want to send you to the throne. Goddess, charge me. Fantasy Westward Journey veteran player. Cheering on the goddess. Having seen him sing, even against Han Hong, I don't want you to lose. Ooh, it's really one wave after another, not giving a break. Lao Gua also did not expect that watching a variety show is so tiring. They're all so tired, not to mention Qin Fei and the others, and to sing under great pressure. I just hope he doesn't pass out on stage. Lao Gua worried. 20 minutes later, everything is ready. The stage lights come on. Ho Zhang walks onto the stage again with a smile on his face. Dear viewers, now you are still tuned in to Lipitzoner Laundry Detergent. I'm a singer. The semifinals have passed. And now, and then the finals. The King of Song battle. The moment, the singers backstage too were in spectator mode. Tianjing stared at Qin Fei. Her task had been completed, and next, she could rely on Qin Fei himself. The next guest to appear is Mr. Han Hong. The words just fell. Han Hong walked up from backstage wearing a Tibetan robe. Mr. Han Hong, oi. Wow, Tibetan robes? The next song must have something to do with Tibetan songs. Mr. Han Hong's a big killer. Every time he sings a Tibetan song, he's invincible. And he sang a Tibetan song in his last hand to get the highest votes in the infield. The moment, the number of people in the live room, it's still going up. It has reached 21 million. This is an unprecedented number. At the same time, it also means that I'm a Singer, the variety show, has come to a white-hot stage. Han is serious. Han Base could tell that Han Hong had come prepared this time. Worthy of being Qin Fei to be able to force Mr. Han Hong into such a state, to say that he is the benchmark of the younger generation. No one should object, right? When Hua Chenyu finished speaking, the crowd nodded in unison. It's all come to this. Who else would be against it? And then, a nice melody came through. Ha! The crowd froze, and then, their expressions became horrified. The song Tibetan Plateau? Holy! It's the Tibetan Plateau? How can this be fun anymore? Ban the national team. It's horrible, worthy of being Mr. Han Hong. Mom asked kneeling Mr. Han Hong, please collect the avatar. It's too bullying. It's the only song that, when you sing it in a karaoke bar, you can give yourself away. Hong Tao laughed bitterly. Golden song plus golden voice. Old Han is really a bit of a bully. Over there, Han Hong has already started singing. Who brings? The call of the distant past. Who left behind? 1,000 years of expectation. Does that mean there are still songs without words? Or the long-forgotten fondness? A few of the big brothers in the front row were, surprisingly, singing along. The Tibetan Plateau has been brought out. Is Mr. Han Hong planning to conquer Qin Fei with his soprano voice? Duncan was on the verge of tears. In her impression, it seemed like Qin Fei couldn't sing a pure soprano. Whether it's Chihuahua or the new noble lady, it's mostly all theater. A descending blow. Zhang laughed bitterly. Who would have thought that Han Hong would have left such a bomb? A mountain, connected. Yarosol, that's the Tibetan Plateau. When he sang it, Han Hong was full of deep emotion and was incredibly serious. She can't lose. Really can't lose. She's a songstress at least, asking her to lose to a young man twice, 3 times? She couldn't afford to lose this one. And Qin Fei had that talent and that strength to make himself 100% to deal with it. Yara Search. That's the Qinghai Tibet Hai, the original. The soprano, straight from the clouds, sounded like a voice from heaven, with several twists and turns and a lot of skill. It was incredibly enjoyable to listen to. Holy! It's blowing up. How can this still be played? It's true that once the song queen gets serious, no one else should fight. This is even more terrifying than the last game. Poor Qin Fei. Mr. Han Hong saved his hand in the last game. What can we do about this one? You don't have to say, Mr. Han Hong is really tolerant enough to put this hand of King Bomb so far behind. Backstage, all the singers had heavy faces. Han Base silently said, if Qin Fei can't come up with a stage that's even more bombastic than the last one, or can't surpass old Han's high notes, this match is lost. Chapter 64, Left Hand Finger Moon. Blowing up the field. Soprano? The crowd was shaking their heads. It wasn't that he thought Qin Fei couldn't do it, but the opponent he was facing was Mr. Han Hong. Han Hong, who has always been known for her soprano voice, is well known in the country, and a girl's voice, originally, was an octave higher than a boy's. Want to win on the high notes? It's harder than it should be. As for blowing up the stage more than it just did, that makes it even harder. Where are the good songs? Deng Ziki pouted and fought for Qin Fei. He is only 20 years old. From the beginning of I Am a Singer until now, he has already come up with 5 original golden songs. If he were someone else, he would have already exhausted his talent. What do you think a golden song is? What do you think a gold song is? You can write it if you want to. Moreover, with such a short interval between the 2 competitions, who can come up with another song? The singers sighed. It seems. The game is set. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Han Hong, for the wonderful performance. Hearing Tibetan Plateau again live is really totally different from before. He Jeong was also lamenting the fact that it was a bit of a violent beating of a small child. Look out. Han Hong is playing for real. So next up, the next guest to appear, and the final singer of the show, Qin Fei Ai. When He Jeong finished, a loud applause rang out from underneath. The song he brought us is Left Hand Finger Moon. Left Hand to the Moon? What song is this? Is it hard to believe that it's another original song? Not only were the singers puzzled, but even the audience on stage froze. However, they were not given time to react. Qin Fei, who was wearing a long shirt, walked out from the backstage passage, with his back straight, his head held high, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Invisible. Exudes a confident charm. Hong Tao froze. He seems quite confident? Strange that he could maintain this confidence under such pressure on the Tibetan plateau. Maybe it was prepared? Liang Xiaobai laughed. We can't look at this little guy with our usual eyes. That's true, except that. Hong Tao did not say anything, only he has read the lyrics of Left Hand Finger Moon. It is just average, there is no bright spot. Coming. Sister Honey, do you think Qin Fei can win? Yang Mi shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's hard to say, but he's going to have to blow up even more than his previous love of a lifetime. For this match, anyway. Qin Fei, can he do it? The moment. Qin Fei's appearance tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. Everyone's eyes widened, deadly staring at Qin Fei in the TV. It's all come down to this. It must be topsy-turvy. Grit your teeth and hang in there. There's still a big gap between a half-step singing king and a real one. Goddess? Go, Goddess. You can do it. Goddess, you're the best. Dinesh Yu yelled from below. She was nervous, and like her sisters in the group, her palms were clenched with sweat. Tibetan Plateau won out. Everyone thought the goddess was going to lose, but they didn't believe it. The goddess had survived so many hurdles. Miracles will be performed today, too, for sure. Thanks. Qin Fei calmly bowed toward the stage. The moment. Inside, he was incomparably serene, and didn't feel any pressure because of Han Hong's tenor. As he stood on this stage for the first time, tilt your head, silently looking away. Master. This match, I want to win. Silence finished. Then, in the limelight, a mellifluous intro that comes in slowly. Hold the earth in your left hand and the sky in your right. The heavenly voice, like a siren descending, spread across the stage. Good to hear. Deng Ziki froze. Once upon a time, Qin Fei used to sing in an opera style, and it was the first time I heard him use this beautiful singing style. Not to mention, it's really quite good. The palm lines cracked out the lightning of the 10 directions, converting the rush of time into years. 3,000 worlds as if they were not seen. A heavenly voice with a powerful penetrating power that goes straight to the depths of someone's mind. Hiss, this is too beautiful. Isn't it? I'm getting drunk just hearing that sound. So this is how a goddess sings beautiful voices? It's me who underestimated him. The tone is so high. Are you sure you didn't start high? The moment. More than 20 million netizens are posting pop-ups all the time. With a flower in his left hand and a sword in his right. 10,000 years of snow have fallen on my brow. As the song went on, a number of audience members noticed it. Qin Fei's singing style this time was completely different from what he had done in the previous competitions. That's so young. It's amazing that you have the courage to be innovative and try out your own new style in the battle of the songwriters. I'm really convinced of this Qin Fei. It's too strong. I have to say, it's definitely a golden song, but it's good. But there's no highlights, to put it bluntly. There's no bombast, unlike Tibetan Plateau, where the high notes are his bombast. Agreed on the I am a singer stage, especially the king of song battle. It will be meaningless if we don't show off our skills. It can't be helped. Qin Fei is still a bit too young, but it's already good. I'm looking forward to his future achievements. The pop-ups exploded. Netizens have commented. However, next, Qin Fei, who was on the stage, paused for a moment, and by this moment, he no longer had any worries, nor did he need to hide anything. He just wanted to have no regrets. Then came the High Dynasty. That's me, The heavenly siren-like soprano was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. The moment, everyone's eyes widened and goosebumps exploded all over their bodies. Oh my God! Deng Ziki almost choked. Isn't that a soprano? Han Base was filled with disbelief. They are wrong, really wrong, outrageous, said Han Hong, left a hand of King Bomb. Qin Fei is not it? So soprano. It's no better than the Tibetan Plateau. No. Among the sopranos, a blend of opera and florals, more advanced than Tibetan Plateau. Chapter 65. This moment. All will embrace you as king. Whoa! Oh my God! This is too beautiful. That soprano hiss? I'm getting goosebumps. This Qin Fei is too shocking. A few fans in the front row had been dumbfounded. Even Even the pop-ups paused for a moment as everyone was immersed in the horrific high notes, and it was hard to stop, staring at Qin Fei on the stage. That's how they knew. Han Hong wasn't the only one left with an ace in the hole. This Qin Fei, too, had left an ace in the hole. So left hand pointing to the moon. That's how it's sung? Hong Tao silly eyes, no wonder he cannot see anything even when he looks at the lyrics, the original real highlights here. Ayaha, goddess. That's great. That's awesome. Dinesh Yu exclaimed excitedly. This wave of high notes really took the wind out of her sails. See? This is the goddess. This is his true strength. However, next, soprano is at it again. The left hand points to the moon and the right hand takes the red thread. Grant that thou and I may have as much love as we desire.
Inte monlicht Yo and
Soprano, florals, opera. A perfect blend. The whole place blew up. It really blew up. The audience in the first row was already on their feet, all of them excited beyond belief. Now that's a battle for the king of songs. That's what they had in mind for the final. The moment. What they saw was not a newcomer, but a warrior, faced with great pressure from the singer's predecessors. Not only was he not half afraid, even took out the treble as well, looking to go toe-to-toe with his opponent. Wonderful, too wonderful, Old Hong, with this tenor alone. This match, there are no regrets. Liang Chao Pai was very excited. This was a really good matchup. Good boy. So you've saved your hand too. Han Hong gritted his teeth. When she came up with the song Tibetan Plateau, it meant that she had pulled out all the stops. Because the song is hard, even for her, she has to give it her all. At first, she felt somewhat bullied by Qin Fei. After all, the other party was just a newcomer, and it was a bit of a joke to take out the full strength of a singing diva herself. However, Qin Fei's performance nowadays, however, caused her to be astonished again and again, and she even felt a pressure. She was really surprised. This pressure, surprisingly, came from a young man in his early 20s. Surprising us time and time again. This young man in his early 20s is truly remarkable. With such heavenly music, what's the point if the ultimate song king isn't you? Qin Fei, you have to win. This match. We want you to win. Go, goddess. At this very moment, countless people were infected by Qin Fei's song. They saw a stubborn, defiant, and gifted teenager. Before, they would only say that Qin Fei was very good, full of potential, and would surely become the king of songs in less than 3 to 5 years. Until now, that's when they realized. Qin Fei's power was already comparable to that of a song king, and even Han Hong wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in his hands. Kyoto, a neighborhood. Dad, I want to vote for Qin Fei. Good. I'm with you. A school. You guys don't split the votes later, all vote for Qin Fei, who says the younger generation is inferior. My big Qin Fei, the first to disobey, Well said. Is there really such a person? 20 days after his debut, he's comparable to Han Hong? A song king like Han Base. Not only did you, but you saw it with your own eyes. Some bar. It's come this far. If the final song king isn't him, then I'm not watching. Support Qin Fei. Originally this vote, I just voted for him, just based on the fact that he is 20 years old. Stan can stand there and compete with a group of song kings. The hero is a young man, or maybe it's fate that he came along to want this music scene to change. An internet cafe. I say brothers, when you vote in a while, remember, vote for Qin Fei. We all understand. Seriously, this dude is really good. I've been following him since the first day of the competition, and every time, I thought he was going to be brushed off, but every time, he relied on his strength and stayed on the stage. Goddesses are just awesome and don't accept any rebuttals.
One sens burner à...
You're me without a second, without a difference. Stage. Another high note fell, and everyone's faces reddened with excitement. Wait until Qin Fei gasped for air. A deep bow to the stage. Thanks. He finished the song, did his best, and even if he lost, he had no complaints, no regrets. However, after a brief silence, the stage instantly erupted into thunderous applause, as well as earth-shattering shouts. Holy, that's awesome. This treble will surely go down in history. Qin Fei, Qin Fei. This time, we have to put you on the throne. The audience was excited, very excited. This allowed Qin Fei to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just now the silence was so quiet that he thought it was going to be over. Qin Fei. At that moment, He Jiong's voice rang out. You're really too good. I'll ask you again, you're really 20, right? Exactly. Look at other people's 20s and look at your own. There's a sense of living on a dog. Ha 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 ha. The audience at the bottom roared with laughter. Can he win? Duncan asked. Lin Jun smiled bitterly. This guy, every time he sings a song, it's really embarrassing. I really want to find a hole in the ground. Han Base was also helpless. You're just the new guy. And you should know that we've been on this stage for ages. Ha 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 ha. The crowd roared with laughter and Tan Jing said, Next, it's up to the audience to vote. For the final, it's still based on the votes of the audience in the arena and the audience outside the arena. Number 1 is Mr. Han Hong. Number 2 is Mr. Qin Fei. He Jiong hosted quickly, his voice trembling. Obviously he was also excited to host this kind of godly scene. For him, it is also an honor. 5 minutes later, the votes of the 500 jury members are, at last, in 267 to 233. Qin Fei has the temporary lead with 34 votes. He Jiong had just finished speaking. The singers' faces are grave. The votes are biting very tight. If not careful, there is still a possibility of overturning the car. Next, turn the vote to the audience outside the arena. The 2 singers, who will be crowned king, the decision is in your hands. He Jiong finished. Inside the arena, an oppressive silence once again descended. Qin Fei.
Sister Han Hong.
At this moment, the 2 singers had met and Sister Han Hong hugged Qin Fei. You're really outstanding, seriously. You're the best young singer I've ever seen. You're already a king of song in my sister's heart. This is too high of an evaluation. Qin Fei hastened to, I don't dare, Sister Han Hong. Compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. Young man, excessive humility is pride. It was Tan Jing's voice. At some point, the singers also appeared behind Qin Fei. Well, no matter what the result is, we, a group of singers, accompany you two to witness the birth of the King of Songs. Han Base laughed. In the next second, He Jiong's voice was heard. Well, dear viewers, the results of the votes from the 300 million netizens outside the arena are already in my hands. Now please guide the results. Present them on the big screen. See only. Originally similar, cylindrical. One of them is starting to skyrocket like crazy, riding high and even trending towards the top. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded at the result. It was still Ho Jiong who blurted out, the new season of Lipitor laundry detergent. I am a singer. The king of the song that was born is. He passes the microphone to the audience. Off stage, shouting like thunder. Qin Fei. Chapter 66. A ride to the top. The king of song descends. The moment, it's like a dream. Everyone was staring dead at the bar graph on the big screen. Han Hong, 15%. Qin Fei, 85%. A ride. A crushing win. The 500 spectators at the scene, who had been holding back again and again from the beginning of the Song King battle until now, finally couldn't hold back. They all stood up excitedly. 10, 20, 100, 200. They, too, wanted to crown the new young singing king. Really a win? Looking at the ceremonial flowers on the stage, the ribbons fluttered, and the steam engines on either side spewed out steam, as if they too were celebrating the birth of the king of songs. Qin Fei was still in a bit of a trance. Until, wow, Qin Fei. Oh, you really won, John. It's so awesome. Tengziki, was never wrong about anyone. Duncan's eyes reddened. Seeing this result is something that neither one can hold back. Han Base, Luo Daio looked at each other and smiled. This era, they will eventually become the past tense. The emergence of the back wave also signaled the dawn of a new era. This era is all about these young people now. Han Hong looked at Qin Fei with a smile on his face. Go ahead and enjoy your stage. It was said that Qin Fei had done his best, and she had actually done her best. But she still lost, which meant that Qin Fei's strength had surpassed hers. Even if Qin Fei was still tender and had flaws, they were minor flaws that time would overcome. What are you waiting for, brother? Tammy shoved him and pushed him onto the stage. Go ahead and enjoy a night of championships just for you. Qin Fei walked onto the stage, letting the colored eggs, the ceremonial flowers scatter over him. He flashed a smile. King of Song! King of Song! King of Song! Off stage, the shouts were thunderous and everyone was celebrating the birth of the King of Songs. Come on, let's shout his name again. He Jiong went up to the stage, grabbed Qin Fei's right hand and raised it above his head. Qin Fei, I. Hundreds of spectators, also at this moment, shouted loudly. The whole studio shook. Hong Tao and Liang Xiaobai looked at each other and smiled. Even to the end, still underestimated this guy. 85% to 15%, that's a scary statistic. Whoa, that's too much of a facelift, isn't it? Goddess Bullseye, after tonight, your name will be even louder. My goodness, looking back at Qin Fei's journey, he really has stepped on the shoulders of one song king after another, so he deserves his title of King of Songs. The internet has been a mess. Hashtag Qin Fei, take the crown. Hashtag amazing number of votes. Han Hong lost miserably. Hashtag left hand finger month. Hashtag his name, Airborne, is in the top 3 hot searches. Some unknown netizens were stunned when they clicked in. I'll go. This young man, even Han Hong, was defeated? Yay? It's not easy. It's really not easy. It's so hard. Qi Ting cried into tears with excitement. Qin Fei had gone through all the way and she had suffered along the way, and now that Qin Fei was finally pleased to win the championship, she couldn't hold back any longer. His path to fame is so convoluted. Qi Lao was very pleased that other people's path to fame was usually to compete with their peers. And Qin Fei? All of them are over-the-top challenges. The national team, the Heavenly King, the Queen of Songs, all household names. If Qin Fei didn't have the strength, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Bai Huiming was very excited, and Wang Hui was even more excited. The two women cried tears of joy. So not easy. The kid finally made it. Yu Qian and Guodigang looked at each other with shock, surprise, but more than anything else, surprise. I never thought that he could beat Han Hong and get the King of Song. Yu Moncler Outlet Online said honestly. When he sang the song, Left Hand Finger Moon, I was already messed up. Guodigang laughed bitterly. My son, you've risen so fast. I didn't have a chance to shelter you even if I wanted to. Guodalin didn't say anything. His brother was so good, he was afraid he was going to die a social death by comparison. Brother, give me a chance to live. Here is the king of singers, Qin Fei, on behalf of all the singers, to say a few words. Everyone applaud. After He Jiong finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Qin Fei. Holding the King of Song trophy in one hand, Qin Fei still had a somewhat unreal feeling. His legs were shaking now. Thank you all for the votes, seriously, just coming to this show. I never wanted to come in first. It's everyone's support over and over again that keeps me going. In fact, I'm very thankful for the I am a singer stage because I understand that nowadays, I'm still young and my qualifications are still shallow, so I can't afford the word King of Songs at all. The real kings of song, in my mind, are the very few that stand there. The scene shifts. The camera caught Han Hong, Han Base, Luo de Wright, and others. Wow, it's so warm. Well said. Caveat emptor. I love this idol. Qin Fei continued. This trophy, in fact, is more like a milestone. It recognizes my efforts at this stage. That's all. The King of Songs is not the end of the line. In the future, I will certainly guard against arrogance and continue to work hard to write better songs to return the favor. Finally, thank you to all my fans who love me and support me. My name is Qin Fei. It's a munchkin who's been out for 20 days. The words just fell. Ha 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 ha. The whole room laughed. Tinsley put her hands to her mouth in a trumpet shape and yelled, Goddess, I just love your shameless look. Oi. Ha ha ha. Too funny. At first I thought this Qin Fei was quite serious. This last sentence, it's simply pulling hatred, laughing my ass off. I see Deng Ziqi's sultry gaze funny. Just watch. Qin Fei is probably going to lose his money tonight.
Goddess Bullseye.
Goodbye Qin Fei. The pop-ups exploded. More than 20 million netizens witnessed this historic moment at the same time. Everyone's excited. This time, the King of Songs is well-deserved. In the meantime, the Daily Populace v. The rise of Qin Fei may be set to open the door to a new era. Opera. Congratulations to the King of Song. Summerland Opera Department v. Thank you, King Qin Fei Song, for your outstanding contribution to opera, and I hope that King Qin Song will refrain from arrogance in the future and bring more good opera songs to the Summerland. As the leading big brother of the media, it was the first to post a celebration. Gives a sense of Qin Fei's poker face. Next, the major media outlets too have acted. Ship Fox Entertainment, Daily News, Daily Entertainment, Times Entertainment Weekly, Entertainment 100 and more also helped document this historic moment. The whole internet is abuzz, and just a short while later, a tweet from Qin Fei announcing an announcement that once again stunned the crowd. 7 days later, opening the first solo concert. Chapter 67 Golden Melody Awards. Master Calligraphy. Kyoto Yenyang Restaurant. Cheers! 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 Singers come together. It was euphemistically called a get-together, but in reality it was a disguised rip-off of Qin Fei. This left Qin Fei speechless. But happy today, so do whatever they want. Drinks. The crowd pushed their glasses and each one of them got high. I really didn't expect Qin Fei to be this awesome. Zhang was drunk and his speech became rough. It's normal. Celebrities are human beings, they also foul-mouth and swear. It's just that, in front of the camera, they have to maintain their good image. Isn't that right? Sister Han Hong was even killed by him. Hua Chenyu had just finished speaking when Han Hong frowned. Hannah, in the future, the verb should not be used indiscriminately. Ha 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 ha. While the crowd roared with laughter, Luo Dayo looked at Qin Fei and said seriously, Qin Fei, do you have any interest in the Golden Melody Awards? Qin Fei froze. Every singer's biggest dream is to be recognized by the Golden Melody Awards. This award, for the singer, is the greatest honor. Like Chani Sun and Lin Jun Kitties who were there, those are the ones who have won the Golden Melody Award. This is the real king of song. What he got for himself was just a variety show song king. Not enough to matter. Of course, Mr. Luo, as a singer, there shouldn't be any who doesn't want to get the Golden Melody Award, right? Qin Fei laughed. Yes. Luo de Right nodded. If you want to win the Golden Melody Award, you have to put out a decent album, usually around October, which will open the next Golden Melody Award. The venue is at the Ben Dome. Album. Everyone got excited when they heard the word. Qin Fei, you want to participate in the Golden Melody Awards too? That's great. We can be together then. Zhang is also ready to compete for this year's Golden Melody Awards. And me, Deng Ziki said defiantly. The field of this defeat has to be recovered on the stage of the Golden Melody Awards. Luo de Right continued, generally speaking, an album needs to include 10 original songs. You have 6 singles out now. For more and you'll be able to put together an album. Of course, the more albums the better. The Golden Melody Awards can be a bit harsh in their scrutiny, and the more hello songs you have, the more likely you are to be nominated. The review is usually in August, and that's 2 months from now. If you can come up with 4 songs within 2 months, you can compete in this Golden Melody Award. After Luo Dayu finished speaking, he suddenly remembered. The young man in front of me doesn't seem to be short of songs. Anytime he sings, it's a gold song, and an album is no problem for him at all. Haha. It's time to feast your ears again. Duncan laughed. Qin Fei, can I ask you for a song? The kind that doesn't charge any money. Bah! Hua Chenyu said disdainfully. Why are you so stingy? You still don't charge. What do you take Qin Fei for? Brother Fei, this bowl of wine. Little brother toasts you. May our friendship last forever. So what? Since we're brothers, I don't need to pay for my song invitation. Right?
Rollon, rollon.
Zhang rolled his eyes. Do you people have any regard for our king of song? With that, he looked towards Qin Fei and said in an incomparably solemn manner, Qin Fei, I'll pay $1, more than all of them. Can you write me a song first? The wine is over. It was already 2 o'clock late at night when Qin Fei took a taxi back home. He was tired, very tired. Today was his most exhausting day, but it was also a lot of fun. Master, look, the trophy of the king of song. I've made it, I'm getting closer to my goal. Qin Fei smiled and placed the trophy next to Lin Jingnan's spirit tablet. Light 3 incense sticks. Bye-bye. In fact, he hadn't been able to find peace in his heart since the end of the game. Until now. Only then did he calm down completely, as if any more noise outside had nothing to do with him. Clearly, he was the star of the day. Turn on your cell phone. WeChat, the circle of friends, have all exploded, and many people sent screenshots to themselves. It was a picture of himself holding the trophy and winning the King of Song. Qin Fei replied to all of them.
Diligent, Yang Mi, Li Fol, Ziting, Kilau.
But anything associated with him all came to congratulate him. In comparison, Guodigang just sent, "When you're done with this rush, come over to the house." He said home, not my home, quite simply. This was truly treating Qin Fei as his own family. Guodigang understand, at this moment Qin Fei must be very busy. Just won the Song King all the way to socialize. There are some companies, notices want to cooperate. So, instead of being in a hurry, he said he would go back to them when he was done. "Thank you, teacher." Qin Fei edited a message and sent it out. Heartwarming. Congratulations to the host. The popularity value has reached 20 million. Receive a reward. Masterful calligraphy. Surprisingly, it's calligraphy. Qin Fei was delighted. He knew that Xia's writing was profound, and calligraphy was one of the national treasures, and it was also the first of the national treasures. Literary greats through the ages have created various kinds of calligraphy, running script, official script, cursive script, and so on. These can be the crystallization of the wisdom of previous generations. Close your eyes. Points of knowledge about calligraphy come to mind. For a few short seconds, it was as if he had spent the life of every great calligrapher. Open your eyes again. Everything has become different. Qin Fei had a bit of an itchy hand and took out the literary treasures that his master had once left behind. Open writing. In the 9th year of Yonghe, the year was in the year of Kichu. At the beginning of the twilight spring, the meeting was held at the Lanting in the Yin of Huiji Mountain. Thucydides is flowing. The words are exquisite. The dots are like a dance, as if made by the help of a god. He wrote the Lanting preface. Good word, good word. Qin Fei was sighing. Worthy of the master calligraphy, to God, just this line of calligraphy, compared to the year of Wang Shiji, no less viewed it a couple times. Qin Fei then put the ink treasure away. Lie down on the bed. Perhaps because I was so excited, I stayed awake and got up to swipe my phone for a while. Nice guy, all clips of himself winning the title. There's also a clip of myself singing. Left finger moon. Brush one. It's yourself. Brush another one. Or yourself. Qin Fei was helpless and turned to run to look at Weibo. It's even more exaggerated here with its own heat, its own conversation, already fired up to the max. All the netizens couldn't stay away from Qin Fei for 3 sentences in their comments. Beyond that, the actors of Dyun-gu also all sent their congratulations. Menghatong v. Congratulations to the goddess for winning the championship. From now on, our Dyun male group should also debut. Who dares to say that we can't sing well? Yu Yunpeng v. My goodness. Congratulations to our Qin Fei for winning the King of Song. It's time for a treat, haha. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being Xiao Yu. You can't get away from eating in 3 sentences. Yes, yes, yes. The Dyun boys are finally going to debut. And this time the goddess has to be in the C position. Wow. It feels like everyone in Dwampaku is so warm. Seeing these comments, Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. Suddenly, a comment caught his attention. The King of Songs competition is over. I feel empty in my heart. Can the goddess come up with more new songs? This comment with over 500,000 likes. Obviously, a lot of people are looking forward to his new song. As it is, Qin Fei edited a direct message late at night. 7 days later, we'll open my personal concert. Then we'll sing new songs in the concert. Everyone will wait and see. The words just fell. The whole internet is abuzz. Chapter 68. This is the national treasure of our summer country. The concert is set. A concert? Holy. Really? Won't that be another song to listen to? No one is going to steal it from me, haha. I've been wanting to go hear the goddess live for a long time. It's going to rock. No way, the goddess is going to have a concert? But doesn't he only have 6 songs? How is this going to open? Generally speaking, for a concert, you must also have a buildup of songs. One concert, 2 hours. You can't just take those 6 songs and sing them 2 or 3 times, can you? Of course. There is also a type of singer that takes other singers' songs and covers them. Just won the championship and you're having a concert? It's too obvious to circle money. Isn't it? Might as well put out a few more songs first. It's a little hard to eat. Black powder is always pervasive. They felt that this concert was Qin Fei's way of rushing to circle money. After all, he had only just debuted 20 days ago. Everything should be done gradually. However, circle your big brother, The goddess can sell nearly $5 million of copyrights for one song. Moreover, the goddess doesn't have a brokerage company until now, which means that he doesn't need to split with the company. Ding Xiu was furious and spoke for Qin Fei. What's the point of ringing up money when it's not even that bad in the first place? Li Fowl v. A pair garden ticket, normal ticket price is 300 towards the top. The goddess will charge you 100, just to maintain the normal operation of the pair garden. This kind of good character, all can be said by you as ugly eating. Sure enough, people with dirty hearts think everything is dirty. The moment Li Fowl opened his mouth, those black fans didn't dare to speak. But the news that Qin Fei was going to have a concert had already spread. Day 2. Qin Fei woke up as usual and was about to practice when he was interrupted by a phone call. Class master, you should come to the pear garden and take a look. It was Uncle Lei. He sounded anxious, as if something big had happened. Uncle Ray, what's wrong? I can't say, you come on. Uncle Ray hung up anxiously. Qin Fei frowned, but still rushed to the pear orchard as fast as he could. Nice guy. Just arrived at the pear orchard, which realized that the place was crowded, surrounded by fans from all walks of life. Even the intersection has been blocked. Everyone was waiting at the entrance of the pearland one by one with fan signs and glow sticks in their hands. What's this about? Some of the neighbors, too, poked their heads in and looked around. Why are so many people here? It is said that they all come to see the goddess. Who? Did you say Qin Fei? The lad who won the championship last night? He lives here too. He owns all the pear orchards. Aha, goddess! Suddenly, a fan spotted Qin Fei, and then, nearly 10,000 people all surrounded Qin Fei, incomparably excited. A pretty female fan laughed. Goddess, you were so fierce last night. I love you so much. Qin Fei sweated and raised one hand. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Can you talk properly? I'll be looking for a girlfriend later. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed. The goddess was too funny. That pretty female fan, her small face reddened, and only then did she react to the fact that she had said the wrong thing. Gee, goddess, stomping her little feet in a pouty manner. Are you all here to see me? Qin Fei asked. Of course. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. The goddess is invincible and takes first place. Sure enough, Ding Xiu also came, and with such a neat slogan, only she could organize it. Goddess! Qin Fei laughed. Xiao Yu, did you find all these fans? Yeah. Ding Xiu heatedly smiled. When I saw you in the championship last night, everyone was so excited that they all wanted to come and see you. So I organized it a little bit, not daring to make too much noise. But I've already kept a low profile. I didn't realize that more than 10,000 people still came, alas. This is too Versailles. Xiao Yu, when you go out in the future, you mustn't say that or I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by the other stars. Okay. Everyone form an orderly line and then I'll sign them. Qin Fei had just finished speaking. Yay! It's so good. Goddess, I love you. Oh my God, he's not trying to sign each and every one of us. Is he? That's 10,000 people. The goddess spoils the fans too much. Soon the fans were lined up in a long line. What's your favorite font? Running script? Cursive? Regular script? Qin Fei asked. His own fans, his own favorites, and the fact that he got master calligraphy added to his wrist strength. Otherwise, with over 10,000 people, he couldn't sign off on one terror. Wow! The goddess writes too well, doesn't she? It's cursive. Oh my God. Line writing. I've studied calligraphy. This is so professionally written, isn't it? Some fans have taken pictures and uploaded them online. One time, once again, a sensation has been created. Everyone was shocked by Qin Fei. Oh my God. This writing is fantastic too, right? There are relatively few celebrities in the entertainment industry with good handwriting. In this industry, education is generally low, plus when you're a star, you rarely get a chance to write. It also leads to the fact that even good-looking celebrities write in dog-eared words. And Qin Fei was different. His writing, so pleasing, ethereal and graceful, is a pleasure to look at. Such a contrast. The difference was immediate. Wow. So the boss writes so beautifully. I'm blessed. Fans in the back row, who were also swiping through Twitter, were thrilled to see the boss's handwriting. I'm glad I'm here today, or else I'll lose my blood. Boss, give me an ice cream. The fan said. Boss, I'll have an iced Coke. Huh? Is this a costume store? There are so many costumes in there. It's so beautiful, boss. Give me one. I'll pack it up and take it away as a souvenir. Some of the fans still in line were rather bored. Just in time to see the little stores in the neighborhood. Just walked in and looked around. You don't say, nowadays the fans who follow the stars are richer, generous, a set of costumes said to buy. Sister Hong all but froze. Okay, I'll pack it for you. That's all. Qin Fei alone directly drove the economy of this entire street. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Fei rubbed his sore arm, finally finished signing, looked at more than 10,000 fans, and left with joy. Qin Fei was also quite happy in his heart. Hard work, goddess. Ding Xiu handed Qin Fei a bottle of ice broadleaf and grinned. Goddess, you're really something. More than 10,000 people, signing when you say so. This hand speed is unbeatable. How dare you? Qin Fei ruffled her hair. This little girl brought so many fans here and didn't give herself a greeting in advance. Hee hee. Ding Xiu rubbed Qin Fei's shoulders. Don't be angry. So, goddess, have you found the venue for your concert? Not yet. Qin Fei had wanted to ask Tan Jing if he could get a venue. Hey. Ding Xiu laughed. In that case, then only this young lady can step in. I know a friend, Wang Yumeng, who can get you the Bird's Nest venue 7 days in advance. Qin Fei froze. That's the Bird's Nest, where the average singer dreams of holding a concert and has to book it for years. Worthy of being the daughter of Manhwa, her connections are just horrible. No la, it's just that the top management of the Bird's Nest owes Grandpa Meng Meng a favor. But then again, don't get your hopes up. Although Meng Meng likes you, the old man hates celebrities the most. Dineshu said, that's why I say one can only try. Okay. Kyoto. Inside a villa. Are you kidding me? You're going to take a favor from Grandpa for a star to do a concert? The old man grunted. It was heavenly. Wang Yumeng was anxious. Grandpa. Goddess, he's different. Really different. He just debuted less than a month ago and he defeated Mr. Han Hong. The old man froze. Han Hong he had heard of, doing charity. One of the few stars he doesn't hate. Han Hong was defeated? So what? A boy, called a goddess by you guys, looks immodest. The old man practiced his calligraphy while giving an eviction order. Well, there's no need to talk about this matter. Grandpa's going to practice writing. He was a soldier, and in this age of entertainment to the death, it chilled him beyond belief to see theater in power. No one asks at the general's grave, but the world knows about the playwright's fart. Sad. Just don't. Humph. Never pay attention to Grandpa again. Wang Yumeng grabbed the door and went out. But after a while, she came back and puffed. But, Grandpa, I have to make it clear to you that goddess is just our term of endearment. And you're not allowed to say that Qin Fei is immodest. He wears women's clothing because he's a Dan actor. That's an opera costume. What he's singing on stage is an opera accent. It's the national treasure of our Xia country. The old man penciled in. Lift your head. Opera? The national pastime. Yeah. Wang Yumeng was very angry. Never again pay attention to Grandpa. This time he really went too far. The goddess has created a new genre, combining pop music with opera, which has never been done before, and at the same time, he's also a Pearly Gates bandmaster. Oh, the old man smiled. That was interesting. A young man who can become the class master of Pearland? Humph. Never speak to you again. Wang Yumeng grabbed the signature card and prepared to leave. At this point, the old man saw the handwriting on her signature card and froze. Mo, you're signing this card. This is this morning. The goddess herself gave me her autograph in running script. Humph. Grandpa practiced running script all his life, but his writing is not as good as the goddess. Show me. Just no. Wang Yumeng got angry and grabbed the door. This kid. The old man shook his head and lost his smile and went back to writing. Just then, one of his phones rang. Hey, old king. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the old man trembled, and his quill was nearly flung away. Old leader, why are you free to call me here? On the other end of the phone was none other than the country-faced father. At the same time, it was also the immediate superior of senior. I hear the Bird's Nest executive owes you a favor? Yeah. There's a little guy on my side recently who wants to have a concert. I'm afraid he doesn't have a venue. What about you? Do me a favor. Count me as owing you a favor. The old man froze. The leader had come to plead with himself for a star? This is incredible. Do leaders follow stars too? Dare I ask, who is this young man? Qin Fei. Qin Fei? The old man's pupils shrank. Wasn't this the goddess that Mo was talking about? What, recognize? You follow the stars too? The old leader asked with a smile. No, absolutely not. It's just that I don't understand, old leader. Why would you be so attached to a playwright? Old Wang, you should also change your stinking concepts. There are some people that we should boycott, but there are no absolutes. There are some people that we should also help develop. There are still a lot of positive stars in this world. The old man smiled bitterly. Yes, old leader. You taught me a lesson. Besides, Qin Fei is your old Lin brother's disciple. The old man's mind shook dramatically. Old Ringo, Lin Jingnan. Opera. It turns out, back then, Lin Jingnan knew how to sing opera, the whole military region knew it, and I can't imagine that Qin Fei was his disciple. Told you so. Old brother Lin didn't treat me badly in the army. His disciple, I'll definitely help. The old man laughed. It's been a long time since I've seen old brother Lin. I kinda miss him. Well, that's just it. Hanging up the phone, the old leader sighed. Few people knew about Lin Jingnan's passing. Even he, a dear friend, learned about it from his son. Chapter 69. Regret? You're devils, aren't you? What? Dinesh Yu was stunned. Just moments ago, she received a phone call. Said Wang Yuming's grandfather, and the Bird's Nest executives discussed, and determined that 7 days later, the concert is scheduled. Meng, this is too strong for you. We haven't even come to you yet. How did you convince your grandfather? I don't know. Wang Yuming was also dumbfounded. Just now she received a call from her grandfather, which was kind and amiable. Also said, in the future, he will chase Qin Fei with himself. At that moment, her first reaction wasn't happiness, but fear. My grandfather won't be stupid, right? He's so old-fashioned, he's still chasing stars? Anyway, thank your grandpa first, La. When a few days later, I'll pay a visit in person. Ding Xiu finished and hung up the phone. Done. That fast. Qin Fei was convinced it was worthy of being the Chenjin of Net. Also, the efficiency of the work is exaggerated. But goddess, you only have 6 songs. How are you going to last the whole concert? So yeah, I'll be writing new songs in concert. Qin Fei laughed. Tinselwood is once again shocked to the core. Writing a new song at a concert? No singer has ever dared to do that. After this, Qin Fei and Tan Jing discussed the do's and don'ts of the concert. First is the fare. Infield and outfield tickets obviously are not the same price. Secondly, 5 days later, tickets will go on sale at major sites like Big Mike's, Swimming Fun. And then, it's the guest list for the concert. It's crucial, and every singers usually have some big names supporting them in their concerts. This will ensure attendance while making the concert pop. Qin Fei, can I come to your concert? Jun Lin called and apparently wanted to make a cameo as well. After the Song King battle, he didn't go back to Bend immediately, but stayed in Kyoto and strolled around the Great Wall. Okay, no problem. Okay. Qin Fei, have you decided on the concert supporting singers? Is there a part for me? Chen Yi soon asked. Haha, Brother Eason, feel free to come. Qin Fei nodded and smiled. To be honest, he was really scared at first that he would not have any supporting singers for his concert, but now it was good that both of them even took the initiative to want to come. It moved Qin Fei. The moment. Bend. A villa. That's great. The song Love of a Lifetime. You've looped it over 300 times since yesterday. What? You like it a lot. Director Shook broke into a smile. In front of him, Star Chow looked sad. Listening to this song, he thought of Journey to the West with Big Little Lies, and Zisha and Supreme Treasure. Somehow, the song, as if it was tailor-made for him, the feeling was strong. You look like a dog. Quotes from years ago sound so harsh now. If you can. He wanted to meet Qin Fei in person and wanted to hear the live version. This little guy. He's even having a concert. Zucker also saw the cell phone information. It's not uncommon to have a concert, but it's the first time a concert has been held 20 days after debut. Shouldn't anyone be there? Suka's words just fell. You help me get in touch with the concert. I want a ticket, whatever it takes. Star Chow finished. Suku had a look of having seen a ghost. What? Did I hear you right? Runway Theater. Dewan Pavilion. Yu Yunpeng, who had just finished his performance, also saw the news of the concert and was thrilled. Yu Yunpeng said, Qin Fei is having a concert? Don't even think about it. You can't rob the fangirls? Sun Yu shook his head. Qin Fei's popularity is not covered. Microblogging nearly 20 million fans. The topic degree is now the highest in the whole network. Burnt Biscuit laughed. Are you stupid? We can't grab a ticket at the venue? Can't we go and ask if there are any internal tickets? Don't forget, Qin Fei is a member of our Diyun Pavilion. He spoke confidently, picked up his cell phone, and dialed a number for Guo Digang. However, 10 minutes later, Burnt Biscuits bitterly, Master said, there are only 20 internal tickets in total. They have all been internalized. If we want to go, we can only grab the tickets ourselves. Meng Hetong was on the verge of crying. I'll go. How could this happen? In the meantime, Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Chun he invited Gulanazer, Song Yi, and Zhou Pen Pen to join the group chat. Song Yi, I heard that the goddess is in the group and wants a ticket. I wonder if it's possible? Qin Fei was also looking at the group chat and suddenly froze. Miss Song Yi he familiar when wearing a Chongsam Yumanli, is indeed a lot of people's white moonlight. She's gonna my concert too? Internal tickets, 20 in total, 16 have been sent out, for remain. Why don't you give her one? Soon. Qin Fei added you as a friend. Song Yi froze for a moment and instantly agreed, then sent a belchable emoji. Goddess, it's not too much to ask for an internal ticket for the sake of my Song King battles vote for you. Right? Success. Have your agent come to me to get the tickets. Wow! It's so good. Song Yi's fingers trembled with excitement. She hadn't intended to get her hands on it this way either. I didn't expect Qin Fei to be so nice. Immediately, her pretty face blushed and she excitedly said, Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely support you all the way. There were 3 internal tickets left, which he kept on hand in case of emergency. Brother! At that moment, Tanjing finished her phone call and came over. Ever heard of Jinxiu Detang? This seems to be a national brand. Qin Fei has heard of it. Jinxiu Detang, the main national style brand clothing, theater costumes, Chinese costumes, Tang costumes, ancient costumes. It's a national business. Some explosive costume dramas often customize their costumes here. In the past 2 years, the national style has reappeared in the public's view, and Jinxiu Detang has skyrocketed from a market capitalization of 2 billion to 5 billion. It's kind of a big brand. The people over there, just now, called me. They said that if you can wear the clothes they provided during the concert, the endorsement of this season's national style will be given to you. They're offering, very generously, for a quarter, an offer in the range of $20 million. That's a pretty scary number now. With Qin Fei's curiosity, a normal clothing endorsement would give him 5 million at most. After all, he's still a rookie. Popularity fluctuated and did not stabilize. The reason why Jinxiu Detang gave it so high was also because it valued Qin Fei's potential. Okay, you talk to them. I'll take it. It is inherently incumbent upon us to promote the national style brand. Yes. Tanjing nodded her head and looked at Qin Fei differently. It's not easy. The first time I saw him, still a little young, a little green and confused. But now what? In just a few dozen days, the cocoon became a butterfly and completed a great transformation. Now they're all taking on $20 million endorsements. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In these 5 days, Qin Fei's 6 gold songs have each achieved proud results. Open the music platform. Popularity style list, monthly list. First place, Chilling Qin Fei with 130 million listens. Second place, Left Hand Finger Moon Qin Fei with 120 million listens. Third place, The Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine Qin Fei with 100 million listens. Fourth place, Qinghua Porcelain Qin Fei with 95.2 million listens. Fifth place, Marionette Theater Qin Fei, 90 million listens. Sixth place. In a nutshell, Qin Fei's songs are all kinds of dominating the charts like nobody's business. Some of the singers are wailing. Qin Fei was just too fierce. Even if they swiped the list, they still couldn't Qin Fei. There are still some newcomers who, when they see this data, think there is something wrong with the system. Who the hell is this Qin Fei? However, when they clicked on one and listened to it, they couldn't stop listening to all 5 in one sitting. Each one was dumbfounded. What kind of man of God is this? Today is a special day. Concert release date. On sale at 8 a.m. All the fans stood guard in front of their computers in unison, their eyes glued to the computer screen. Some of them were up since last night. Some of them are purposely set alarm clocks. purpose. It's all about grabbing tickets to Qin Fei's concert. Soon, when the second hand stops on 12, almost everyone. Snap. The mouse was quickly pressed. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Time is running out. We must grab the goddess's concert tickets this time. And at the moment, Qin Fei is drinking tea with Guodigang and Yu Qian. Guodalin sat silently behind him. Throttled. JPG, passing tea to the big man. JPG, how's it going? Concert tickets this time. Any luck? Guodigang asked. Let it be. Taking a sip of tea, Qin Fei smiled helplessly. The bird's nest can hold a total of 80,000 people. But Qin Fei was considering selling just 20,000 tickets at first, because he also knew that he was just a newcomer. It's true that there's a bit of a rush to have a concert now, and it's not certain that anyone will show up. Don't look at his current popularity. But the number of people who are actually willing to pay money to listen to the songs is probably not that many. However, but Tanjing said, if you want to send it, send 80,000. What's the point of sending only 20,000? Qin Fei couldn't argue with her, so he had to agree. Just then, his cell phone rang. Hello, Sister Jing? I have good news for you. Don't pass out from excitement. Tanjing's voice was trembling. Oh my God. This is too unbelievable. Go ahead. Your tickets, 10 seconds, all sold out. Brother, you broke the all-time record in the singing world. What? All sold out? Qin Fei stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? That's 80,000 sheets. 10 seconds? Guodigang, Yu Qian also looked over with stunned expressions. Hearing Qin Fei's voice, they can guess something too. Yes, you heard right, brother. 80,000 tickets. That's 80,000 tickets. It's all sold out. Too fast. Tanjing kept repeating with excitement. Qin Fei was dumbfounded. No matter how prepared he was, he didn't expect this outcome. Yu Qian said, Feier, what exactly is the situation? Anxious to death we are all. Qin Fei hung up the phone and forced down his inner excitement. 80,000 tickets, 10 seconds, sold out. Snap. Yu Qian stared straight. I go, this is too awesome. They've been developing their Derwent court for more than 2 decades. It's not that scary. More than that. Guodalin finally spoke. He took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. The internet is blowing up, saying 80,000 is too few. Questioning my brother, why don't you sell the temporary seats at the bird's nest as well? The bird's nest seats 80,000, while there are also 11,000 temporary seats. Only, Qin Fei thought at the time that the tickets might not sell, so he only sold 80,000 of them first. However, he still underestimated the power of fan action. Annoying. I've obviously tried my best, but I just can't grab a ticket.
I'm heartbroken.
Damn it, you guys are dogs. I've been single for over 20 years and my hand speed can't even spell you guys? Haha. I've got it. Although it's an out-of-town ticket, $300, but it's worth it to see the goddess. Upstairs are the tickets for sale? I'll give you 1,000. I'm out 1,500. Tell you what, I'll give you $3,000, and I'll trade it both on and offline, you decide. Some of the unknown netizens were stunned to see this. No way, are you all crazy? It's just an outfield ticket. You're gonna spend $3,000 on it? And that's when a list of guests for the concert was posted online. The moment, those internet users who didn't understand it, understood it completely. Mother regret, why didn't we get tickets? Chapter 70. A look that turns the world upside down. Concert list. Law to right. Hojong. Yellow bases. Zhang Yixing. Huangbo. Star Chow. Zucker. Guodigang. Looking at the list, the internet was abuzz. All-star lineup. The stars that have been invited are no less than an extravaganza. Especially those who didn't get tickets for the netizens, one by one, they are painfully aware of this nifty thing, they must get tickets. So what? Outfield tickets. I'll give you 4,000 bucks. 4,000? I'll give you 5,000. This ticket has to go to me. Right in the middle of this hilarious atmosphere. 2 days gone in a flash. It was sweltering in June. The moment, outside the bird's nest, thousands and thousands of fans had gathered, each glowing with excitement. A moment, they will be able to see their beloved idol. There are too many people coming. Someone exclaimed. Brother Wang, why are you here too? You still follow the stars. A man with glasses said, what star chasing? I came to see Star Chow. I didn't realize that even Master Star has been shocked. This Qin Fei, what's his origin? Haha. Chun-hee, you grabbed the ticket? Corner. A girl in a mask said playfully, "What's your ticket?" She is none other than Guranaza. The infield tickets, bought from a scalper, cost me $100,000. Chun-hee had a meaty pain, but it's worth spending a little money to be able to listen to a concert. Ah, the infield. Unfortunately for me, it's the outfield, but I grabbed it on my own. Chun-hee gave her a look. Girls got good hands. Sister Siyu. Here, here. Wow, Sister Siyu. So you're so pretty. Dinesh Yu is here too. As the head of fans, how could she not come to this gathering of fans from all over the world? All of us here today are brothers and sisters. Remember our slogan? We must let the goddess have a memorable concert. Dinesh Yu said. In the past 2 days, she hadn't worked for nothing, just wanting to give Qin Fei a different concert. No problem. Don't worry. I've already memorized the slogans and stuff. I've heard that even Master Star is coming today. It's so awesome, right? The goddess even knows Master Star. Chattering voices rang out all around. Next, it was broken by a sharp whistle. Ticket checking will now begin. The VIP area will be the first to enter the venue, and the rest will enter in an orderly manner. Dozens of security guards at the scene were desperately trying to maintain order. Have to say, Qin Fei is too hot, isn't he? How long has he been on the scene? And he's got so many loyal fans? The moment, Chun-hee was the first to enter the VIP stands, and when he realized that Master Star was not far away, he immediately pulled out his cell phone. Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Chun-hee. Brothers, I have come in, and you must not know who I saw. Picture. JPG. Deng Chao. Whoa, Master Star. Old Deng too has worked with Star, the mermaid, so he was very excited to see Star. Luhan. Oh my god. Even director Suku is there. Dirigible. Selfie.jpg. They uploaded a selfie. The two of them, she and Yang Mi, are seen beaming in the background as Star and Huang Bo chat. Li Fowl. Wow. Am I the only one in the world who didn't go to Qin Fei's concert? Song Yi. Yes. She also uploaded a selfie. Li's mind is broken. She tried her best, but her hands weren't fast enough to grab a ticket. 10 minutes later, it was a full house, a packed house, and quite a spectacle. If you don't know, you'd think it was some diva or singer who was having a concert. Snap. At that moment, the lights in the room dimmed. The fans froze. A familiar melody came to my ears. A girl screamed in excitement. Chilling. Then, a mountain of screams, like a tsunami, spread out, and the entire bird's nest shook. This scene is spectacular. On the elevator, Qin Fei, dressed in a costume, slowly appeared on the stage, shaking his water sleeve, stunning the time. Wow, this is too beautiful. Goddesses are worthy of being goddesses. Even if I see it again, it's still as touching as ever. Ah! I'm so excited to finally hear the goddess sing this song live. It's not just the fans who are getting excited. Bleachers. Seeing Qin Fei appear, the stars also sat up straight and smiled. Finally, the first song is surprisingly Akira. Han Hong flashed a smile. She was one of the invited guests to hear. Chilling again. Han Hong was in a trance. Obviously, the scene of Qin Fei's first match was still fresh in his mind. But turn your eyes. He has become the king of songs and stood in a concert with 80,000 people. It's beautiful. Duncan was thrilled. The song not only means something to him, but to all of us, it has a deep meaning. Hua Chenyu added, yes, the beginning of our nightmare. Ha 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 ha. All the stars in the room laughed. Finally, Qin Fei opened his voice. People walk by off stage, not seeing the old colors. The people on the stage sang heartbreaking parting songs. A theater accent came through. Even after hearing it dozens, hundreds of times, the crowd still felt moved. Yellow Bass said, no one would have thought that that newcomer at the beginning would have such a terrifying appeal today. It's hard to tell what's going on in this world. The Tao is merciless. The Tao is merciful. How to think. The Tao is merciless. The Tao is merciful. How to think. The clear, bright, operatic voice exploded in the ears of the crowd. Matching dance costume. A wink. The upside-down beings. Chapter 71. A teenager with a deeply honest and threefold view. Wow! The goddess is too beautiful. isn't she? Although Qin Fei's male costume is very handsome, the only thing that captures my heart is the female costume. This is a fairy, isn't it?
I'm humanly stupid.
The fans on stage were abuzz. A shake of the sleeve, a cover of the mouth, knit your brows, all the flavor. In the past, they were seen on TV, so the feeling wasn't that deep. Now see it with your own eyes. Everyone was stunned by Qin Fei's female costume. Jesus, why can boys be so beautiful? One song down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Applause from the stage. Cheers. As if it were a tidal wave. Thank you, thank you. Qin Fei stood on the stage and swept over all the fans. Even at this moment, he was still a bit incredulous. One is really putting on a concert. This feeling, it's so unreal. It's intense though. There is pressure though. But he will definitely put on the show perfectly. This next song is for a theater in Kawasaki province. Before the concert starts, they sent someone to find me. Qin Fei said seriously. Times are progressing, technology is increasingly renovated, and the public's entertainment is increasing, which is obviously a good thing. But the national essence of opera left behind by our old ancestors is also gradually disappearing. Last year alone, more than 300 theaters were closed in the country in one full year. The number of people who sing opera is dwindling, and so is the number of people who listen to it. At this rate, opera one day will exit the stage of history, never to be heard of again. In the same way, this theater in Chuan province was already planning to close down. But before that happened, they discovered me and the Pearland. They see hope. They begged me if I could be a voice for opera during the concerts, not to let it become history, a thing of the past. Don't let the legacy of thousands of years be cut short because of it. As he said these words, Qin Fei's heart was heavy. The same. The fans at the bottom, too, were silent. Indeed, if it weren't for Qin Fei, they wouldn't have even bothered to learn about opera, much less listen to it. These things, they were too foreign to them. My teacher, Guodigang, once said something. It's not the comedy that's on fire. Rather, it's the Dewan Pavilion. Hearing this, Guodigang, who was in the stands, sighed. In the beginning, he just blurted it out. I didn't expect Qin Fei to remember it. The saying, which is equally true of me, is that it is the pearly gates, not the theater, that is on fire. Qin Fei continued. I, Qin Fei, am just a 20-year-old youth, light in person, not daring to try to change the world. I just want to say that if people like it, they can learn a little bit about it, and that's enough. Today, I also invited this theater to the concert. Qin Fei pointed with his hand. The camera hit, and all of a sudden a dozen old men appeared on the big screen. These are old-timers who have stuck with theater for decades. I, Qin Fei, with my limited ability, can only write a song dedicated to you, and also to the peers, seniors, all over the country, who are still holding on to the opera. Having said that, Qin Fei arched his hand and bowed deeply towards the stage. Humility, the great righteousness. The sound of the words resounded in the hearts of all. The moment, not only the fans but also the stars in the stands felt that the figure on the stage gradually magnificent. That's a good point. Zucker was nodding. When he first came to the scene, he was holding curiosity about Qin Fei. What kind of newcomer could have this kind of charisma? Fresh out of the gate, you can draw 80,000 people to a concert? Now he understands. Old Mr. Lin really taught him too well. Guodigang's eyes were red. Qin Fei's words were exactly the words in his heart. At such a young age, he was so deeply righteous. He's really too good. Yang Mi smiled gently. When I saw him begging Master Lei, Uncle Gong to stay, I understood. He's not like the other young men. He's mature, sensible, young in age but with a very positive outlook. So cool. What kind of fairy boy is this? Dilly Hotspur's heart fluttering. Excellent point. This is the concert I had in mind. This is what I came here for. Corner. Grandpa, I told you. Goddess, he's different. The one who spoke was Wang Yuming. Next to him, Wang Funian had tears in his eyes. 2 days ago, he had learned of Lin Jingnan's departure. So, for this concert, he had to come and see old Ringo's disciple anyways. Old Ringo, your disciple. He's very accomplished, Wang Funian muttered. Next, an unfamiliar melody that came out. Ha! The crowd erupted in a soft echoes. Still a new song? This song, called Resignation 9 Gate Memories, was also an ancient style song that had exploded in the previous world. The song was written about February Hong, a dancer in the Sichuan province flower drum opera. And Qin Fei is also a Dan character, so it couldn't have been better to come up with this song. A song to set the heavy floor. A glance at a half-life chip. Look at all the treacherous clouds. Enter and do not look back. No need to declare it. I to the case to worship again that wind and rain pouring with the residual leakage, and to gather again. Magnetic soft voice that speaks through heavenly voices. The moment, everyone listened to the song with bated breath. As if Qin Fei on the stage is no longer singing, but is singing an opera, singing a twisted story. The tea house is cold, the playwrights chatter, the customers come and go, and the prophets are gathered and dispersed. But nevertheless, Guodigang, Chun He, Su Ku and Star Chow, who never listened to theater, all listened attentively. Maybe that's the beauty of theater. Chapter 72. One day, Xia opera going to the top. That was beautifully sung. Hong Tao was in the corner, nodding silently, looking at Qin Fei on the stage. He was grateful. He had made the right decision in the first place, which was to drag Qin Fei to the I Am a Singer stage. In fact, I very much hope that one day, our internal entertainment, no longer worship foreign countries, no longer follow the example of the boys and girls troops in Bangkok. You know, our great country of Xia, up and down 5,000 years of historical heritage, is there not the slightest redeeming feature? Liang Xiaobai is aching. One day we'll see. At that moment, a man next to him said. Hong Tao froze and turned his head to look. It was the goddess Dong Qing. As the first sister of CCTV hosts, she has always been known for her elegance and sensibility, and is the goddess in everyone's heart. I didn't realize she was here. Dong Qing. Sure. Pleasantries will come later. Don't disturb Qin Fei's singing. Dong Qing made a gesture of silence. She was listening to the song very carefully. The moment, Hong Tao and Liang Xiaobai looked at each other in dismay, and suddenly an idea was born. How many of your showbiz peers actually came to this 80,000-person venue? On stage, Qin Fei's water sleeves shook, and the female costume was truly as stunning as he could be. He sang, "Players much fall. Pity a place where love is old. A seat full of clothed old men. The Yellow Springs story has no end, just passed out for sentences." The hearts of the Sichuan province's theater troupe were dramatically shaken as Qin Fei's voice went straight to the depths of their hearts. In an instant, in their minds a figure emerged. A Dan character was babbling an opera, and off stage, the seat was full of old people, and he sang on stage while they listened. Sing to the end. The old people had left and he was the only one left, but he continued to sing. The old patriarch said, "The play has begun, 8 parties come to listen, 1 party is human, 3 parties are ghosts, and 4 parties are gods. It's hard to sway a play without a bone. Change over a fold and start over. Only the most earthly cannot remain. Misplaced in the house of heaven. Persuade you to put down the sand in his hands. Open your mouth to sing but your voice is mute. Pink-faced cloak calling a vacation." Chang Pai's opera voice, word for word. It was like thunder exploding in the ears of the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened and their scalps tingled. Oh my God. That's too good to be true. Sure enough, it's the goddess's theater accent that's the best thing to listen to. Great singing. The stage boiled over, but it quickly stopped, and one sat up straight and listened intently to the song once again. Oh, you know, it's listening to the theater. Teacher, what do you think of this young man? Off stage somewhere, a woman's voice rang out. The woman's name was Lu Yang, and beside her, there sat an old lady named Li Shiji, a Peking opera dancer. Perhaps her name is less familiar, but her rightful father is Mr. Chang Yanxiu, the founder of the Chung School, who, together with Mr. Mei Lanfang, is one of the 4 great dancers of Peking opera. This young man is not simple na. Seeing him, I thought of my teacher, Li Shiji exclaimed. Lu Yang was shocked that Qin Fei could be compared to old Mr. Chang Yanxiu. How is that possible? It's been a long, long time since I've seen someone who could sing the Chung School of Opera so well at the age of 20. Li Shiji paused and said, "What's his name?" "Qin Fei." "Qin Fei." Li Shiji nodded. After a while, "I want to visit him in person." "A visit?"
Lu Yang froze.
"Teacher, at least you're a member of a famous family. In this city, in terms of Peking opera, who's more famous than you? That's it? You call that a visit? What's this kid got to do with it?" On stage, Qin Fei's voice gradually lowered. with a hint of sadness, as if insinuates the final fate of each of the Dan characters. Can't ask for pre-Buddha tea. Leave only 3 inches of soil to plant February flowers. 2 lyrics that speak of desolation. The sound of the lute, the guzheng, and the flute gradually stopped. 1 song down. Good? Oh, I don't know who shouted, waking up the entire crowd of 80,000 people, who yelled and screamed in an unbelievably spectacular way. Holy, that was fantastic singing. Oh my God. I didn't know if this was a pear orchard or a concert for a second. In ancient times, a pear orchard was a concert, which is why I say this young man has a lot of ideas. Goddess invincible. Isn't that beautiful? If you were the one singing opera, I would listen to it every day. Goddess, goddess, goddess. The sound was earth-shattering and loud. It was like an 18-step typhoon whistling, as if the ground was shaking a few staff members backstage. Holy, this is crazy. The last time I saw this kind of concert was in the era of Lu Tianwang. How did this young man, reportedly only 20 days into his career, do it the moment, amidst the shouts of all? Qin Fei, who was on the stage, bowed deeply to the Sichuan opera troupe, meaning, he did his best. He tried. That was all he could do. The moment, the vicissitudes of the old faces of a dozen or so old people were also moved, and they hurriedly bowed back. The spotlight hit them. Some people then realized that these old people, some of them were hunched over and some had white hair. The years had long ago left irreversible damage on their bodies. But they still have a passion. Take the passion and wield it for theater. Without their efforts, perhaps the theater of the Summerland has long been lost. They are, all of them, honorable and lovely people. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Applause from the stage. Everyone was deeply moved by this scene, and some people with low tear points had already burst into tears. They're here for the concert, not here to cry. This is too touching. Oh my God. This is the quality idol of the heart. I love it so much. Qin Fei's gentleness, Qin Fei's great righteousness. It really makes me feel that he doesn't look like a 20-year-old young man. Goddess, in this life, I will chase you. Goddess, I want to marry you. What's going on? It's not good. We have a traitor in our midst. In the stands, Song Yi marveled. Now I finally realize why so many people are willing to buy tickets to come to the concert even though they know he's a newcomer. People of talent and virtue have been honored throughout the ages. And Qin Fei is just such a person. The moment, both fans and celebrities, as well as various media reporters who came to the concert, also witnessed this heartwarming moment. They believe, as long as the young man on stage didn't give up, they will one day, to be able to see with my own eyes the theater of the Summerland, once again on the top. Chapter 73, What do you mean by Xiagua style? A lanting sequence. Thank you, thank you. Qin Fei gathered his emotions. I'm honestly touched that so many fans came today. Are you guys really here to see me? He handed the microphone to the stage. And then, yes, the cheers came in like a mountainous tsunami, shaking Qin Fei's blood. Something's up. He had surpassed many singers, and even those first-tier singers could not have such a horrific attendance when they held a concert. Suddenly, no, goddess, we came to see you in women's clothing. Ha ha ha. The stage erupted in laughter. Qin Fei realized that it was a boy who said this, and immediately said, again, it's a costume, I'm a Danny, and I like to be purely manly. Oh no, I'm purely manly. Ha ha ha. Exposed, exposed, exposed. Goddess is too cute. Well, actually we all know that you just like pure men. Goosey, 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 goosey. Delilah's shoulders shook as she laughed, although she knew that Qin Fei was trying to liven up the atmosphere. But to hear him say that in person, still think it's hilarious. Song Yi silently covered his face. The truth, it looks like none of us have a chance. Yang Mi narrowed her eyes. It seemed, this young lady was also interested in Qin Fei. So many people have come today. I'm really grateful for the love. I'm very touched. I'm not proud of it. I can only perform some talents. I hope you like it. On to the talent. Qin Fei waved his big sleeve and a few staff members came up in the background. Ha! What's this for? Ha ha ha. The goddess is so cute. The 4 treasures of literature? Pen, ink, paper, and ink slabs? However, when the fans saw that what was carried up was a quill, Ink. They were dumbfounded one by one. What's this about? Performing calligraphy at a live concert? Let 80,000 people watch you write in brushstrokes?
PFFT.
A youngster burst out laughing. There really is a goddess. As far as I could remember, Qin Fei seemed to be the first to do so. An older man, next to him, broke into a smile. Opera, calligraphy, granddaughter. This young man isn't bad. Much better than those fresh meat you were chasing before. Well, Grandpa appreciates him. He. The granddaughter smiled. That's not true. I'm telling you, Grandpa. The goddess looks great writing brush characters. It was even on the hot search a few days ago. Then I'll have to take a good look. Next, Qin Fei had already dipped his quill into the ink. Spread out the rice paper. Prepare to put pen to paper. This Qin Fei, he's quite interesting, daring to write brushstrokes at a concert venue? If this makes a fool of himself, it'll be a big shame. Zuek flashed a smile. Star Chow said, brushstrokes? Shouldn't you be able to write well only in a quiet place, even in this kind of environment? Before he could continue to ask questions. Through the big screen, the crowd had already seen Qin Fei write the first word. Lang. Orchids for orchids. It's ethereal and uninhibited. Good word. Some people at the bottom exclaimed. Even laymen could see that Qin Fei's brushwork was well written. That's rare. A girl laughed. Nowadays, the stars. A day cannot wait to run a few trips to the crew. Run a dozen recording site, fishing for gold or fishing non-stop, where there is time to practice calligraphy? Beside her, someone said, that's why goddesses are a breath of fresh air. Between conversations. The second word that jumped out at me. Pavilion. The pavilion of a pavilion. The stroke, it's really good. And I can see that he writes with ease. It looks like he's been practicing for many years. Wang Yuming's grandfather brightened up. He had practiced writing for many years. Of course he could see Qin Fei's power. Don't look at just 2 words. Without more than 10 years of hard practice, he couldn't write so easily. This young man, what a treasure. No wonder his granddaughter loves him. Hehehehe, Grandpa. That surprises you? It's still early. The goddess is awesome. It's still down there. Down there? The old king's head froze, almost thinking the wrong way. The moment, the last word, too, has been written the preface. Zuek froze. Lanting preface? Is it Mr. Wang Shiji's Lanting preface? No wonder I look a bit similar. Not bad. Not bad. At a young age, calligraphy is already a great success. This statement was made. The surrounding stars looked at Qin Fei as if they were looking at ghosts. A calligraphy masterpiece? Him? You don't think so? Opera, national music played so well, and now even calligraphy is a great success. Not waiting for the crowd to marvel. An ancient, summary tune came slowly. On the big screen, 3 words appear: the Lanting sequence. Melodious, extremely oriental and classical. It's a pleasure to listen to. Wow, great. It's a similar style to Celadon. And I've been dying to ask, what is this style called anyway? The goddess herself said during the competition that it's called a Xia Guo Feng song. After Tinsley explained, the little fans next to her froze. Summer wind. A middle-aged lady said, may I ask what is meant by Xia Guo Feng? Yeah. That was a good question for Tinsley. The goddess didn't explain, she wasn't really sure. She just thought it was a nice tune. Sure. As the head fan, you can't say you didn't know or you're going to be looked down upon. Whatever. I just explained it the way I meant it. Xia Guo Feng is very characteristic of our Xia Guo tunes. Listen, the accompaniment here are eru guzheng flute This is all national music. The lady came to a realization. So it is. Is this the Summerland style? And then, she made a call. Director Zhang? Qin Fei sang another song in the Xia style. Would you like to hear it? On the other end of the phone, it was Zhang Yimou. The moment, he's having a meeting with the crew. Ever since he went to Qin Fei's pear orchard, that night, he was inspired to make a movie about the pear orchard. The meeting is suspended. Come on. Come on. Come on. Play it so we can hear it. Zhang Yimou monkeys around. Originally this concert he was also going to go. But sadly, it was delayed by the crew. See this scene. The crowd was dumbfounded. Is this the same meticulous Zhang Yimou? You came here to listen to a song during a meeting? Fake it. You. However, when a song came from the cell phone, the scene immediately went silent. The Lanting proto-script is like a flowing river. Pushing at the door under the moon is as delicate as your footsteps. Busy Millennium Monument easy topping. but it's hard to top your beauty. Chapter 74, The Guest of Honor. Born to be a King. Stage. Qin Fei's vocal lines switched, this time using the Meipai theater accent. It's not about the wind and the moon, I'll write the preface and wait for you to return. Hanging pen 1,000 waves on that shore. What is the meaning of the word love? Alone you have known all your life. The snap of the fingers and the pouring of the years annihilates the city in a moment. Limestone streets look back at you wanly. Just came through. Whether it was Zhang Imo or the 80,000 people at the scene, one by one, their eyes were glowing. Good to hear. Can an opera accent still be sung like that? Old Mrs. Li Shurji exclaimed. This is the Meipai opera style? I can't imagine he knows the Mei school. This is incredible. The Chung school and the Mei school, with their very different styles, are very different. While the Chung school focuses on composure, the Mei school is all about atmosphere. The old lady was curious. How on earth did Qin Fei sing so well in two different styles of opera? Who is his master, really? The old lady frowned. Is he a descendant of the Mei school? Wow. The singing is great. I suddenly like the Xia-style songs. Hiss, this concert was not in vain. Isn't that right? To hear that kind of music anywhere else? Nowadays, when the fresh meat sings something, they have to fix the voice in a while, and add electric sound in a while, and it's totally unintelligible. The more this happens, the more it's a sign of lack of self-confidence. It's still Qin Fei who is good. And this is a sign of our nation's atmosphere. Xia Guofeng. Fantastic. Fans are talking about it. Zhang Yixing's old face reddened as he listened, itching to burrow into a hole in the ground. Fresh meat? Isn't that what they say about themselves? He once boasted that he would take the music of Xia abroad. However, what I bragged about back then is a real slap in the face when I think about it now. Huang Base laughed. There is no need to rush. Some people, born to be a king. You see how dazzling he is now, how bitter he suffers behind his back. There is only one Qin Fei. But don't be discouraged. Work in your own direction and someday others will hear you. Zhang Yixing nodded. Thank you, master. However, Guodalin, said, if you don't work hard, you don't even know how important talent is. Zhang Yixing? Guodalin, you're a dog, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. The stars hooted and hollered. Wang Hui said, how much has he suffered? She's not like the others. Others only cared about Qin Fei whether he flew high or not, while she cared about whether Qin Fei was tired or not. Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Song Yi. Who picked this group name? It's so right. I've become the goddess's lapdog now. Li Fowl. What happened? What the hell happened at the concert? Diligent. It's so beautiful. It's so nice. It's so personal. Li Fowl. Any kind soul, tell me what happened. Chun He. $100,000 for infield tickets. So worth it. Sympathize with those fans who can't listen to the concert. Li Fowl. Lifting the table, you guys are bullying me. It's not about the wind and the moon, I'll write the preface and wait for you to return. Handwritten without shame and without fear of earthly wrongs. The rain beat the banana leaves for a few more dashing nights. I'm waiting for spring thunder to remind you who you love. One song down. Qin Fei bowed deeply. Wah! It's so good. Our national style is expected to rise. Oh my God. Lanting preface? It's great. That last bit of theater, unlike earlier, sang to my heart. Goddess, invincible. Tinsley was yelling. She was really too happy. This concert. All listened to two new songs. However, just when the fans were collectively buzzing, Qin Fei quietly retired. Huh? The goddess is gone. What's going on here? Some people stick their necks out to see. 5 minutes later, the elevator slowly surfaced. When the crowd saw the figure on the elevator, they were relieved. Good Lord, so the goddess had changed her costume. No! That's not a goddess. The back doesn't look like one at all. But he's wearing men's clothes. Don't you guys think the backs look familiar? 80,000 people are collectively wondering, what the hell is going on? At this point, how's the whole audience? A familiar voice came. Holy, it's JJ. Ha 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 ha. I remember. Old Lin is here too. He's the goddess-invited guest this time. Woo-hoo Lao Lin. This is going to be interesting. What are these two going to sing? Lin Jun Sui, dressed in a silver suit, was also intimidated by the enthusiasm of his fans. A newcomer who's been on the scene for 20 days can have this kind of appeal? Can you believe that? I think I should be able to sing Gangnam, right? No, no, no. It's definitely a summer-style song. It should be Chow Chow. Why can't it be a goddess song? Maybe it's chilling. There was a lot of talk at the bottom. Just then, another lift slowly surfaced. Qin Fei was dressed in a wide robe, graceful and luxurious. And in the center there were two phoenixes embroidered with gold threads, noble and impressive. This is the costume that Jinxiu Detong prepared for him. Name, Phoenix. One out. The gorgeous aura instantly shocked the 80,000 people on stage. Wow! It's so beautiful. Oh my god. Goddesses deserve to be goddesses. This is too good looking. Even Lin Jun's kids on stage were in a trance. Seeing Qin Fei's women's clothing with his own eyes, his heart unexpectedly fluttered. I must be crazy. Qin Fei. I like women. Okay. Qin Fei's words directly choked Lin Jun's kids to death. Ha 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 ha. The crowd on stage laughed. So old Lin had his heart set on it, too. But normal, after all, the charm of the goddess. Even the girls look at the ocean. The following song, Phoenix in Flight. I sing with old Lin. Dedicated to you all. The words just fell. Once again, the whole room was abuzz. Deng Ziki froze. Phoenix in Flight? Another new song? No way. Qin Fei won't keep singing new songs next, right? A sentence that made everyone's face change. At first, they thought that Qin Fei sang the 6 golden songs and then covered other people's songs. But now, things aren't right. Instead of a concert, how about a new song release party?
嘿嘿嘿，本小姐300块买的一张票，值啦！
Guranaza, sitting in the outfield, exclaimed in excitement. Chapter 75. A Red Sea and a Big Fish. In the meantime, boss, our fluff. I feel like I need to change it. A newspaper reporter said. He just finished. Another voice rang out. Editor-in-chief. Qin Fei really didn't cheat. Didn't cover anyone's songs. What he's been singing up to this point are all his own new songs. Today, those who came to Qin Fei's concert were not only fans, stars, but also 15 newspaper reporters. Listen to this concert. They then take the material back and post a fluff piece online. Only, before coming, the people above had guessed that this concert of Qin Fei's would definitely be heavily watered down. After all, how is he going to fill a 1+ hour concert with just 6 golden songs in total? In between, there is definitely paddling. Didn't see this concert before. This group of journalists, with the same idea as the editors-in-chief, felt that Qin Fei's money-grubbing behavior was too obvious this time. Definitely going down in flames. However, upon arrival, after hearing so many songs, they were all dumbfounded. This Qin Fei, up to now, sings his own songs. The man of God. They were lamenting. Nowadays, the hot searches are all about celebrity scandals, gossip, or whoever is cheating on their wife. Whoever scuffed up their skin filming. How can something like this be on the hot seat? Is this really what the nation wants to see? Seriously, they want to cover something nutritious and positive too. But it's too little. However, Qin Fei appeared. He sang a Xia Kuofeng tune and also urged people not to forget their roots and not to lose the theater. Such a positive entertainer. It's the one that all young people deserve to idolize. Editor-in-chief. Qin Fei has been singing new songs. This is too rare. Editor-in-chief. This Qin Fei is really something. I'll bring it back to you in a while and you'll understand. He's the best young man I've ever seen, with good character and a good outlook. Well, wait until I read the material. Okay. Trust me, chief editor. I won't let you down, a reporter said excitedly. Finally, he had really waited too long for this day. He's going to puke from all the unnutritious stories he writes every day. Stage. Qin Fei flung his large sleeves in a domineering manner. The phoenix is in flight, and it won't stop. Far away without a trace. Lin Jun is a little bit more than just a little bit. Listen to the sycamore rain, and thrashing its leaves. Shake your memory with the wind. The two faced each other and sang together in harmony. Sycamore rain. Thirst its leaves. Shake your memory with the wind. The two looked at each other in a way that was a feast for the eyes and ears. The voice fell slowly. The crowd was so immersed in the music that they couldn't help themselves. And the singing was too good. And this new song, the melody is so great. The goddess is also so beautiful in her female costume. Until Qin Fei stood in front of the stage with Jun Lin and said, "Thanks." The arena applauded. "I'll be damned." Old Lin's voice, coupled with the goddess's theater accent, is a perfect match. I can't wait to hear the recorded version. Fantastic. Oh my god. Another golden song. It feels like Goddess is bottomless. It's awesome that the two worked together for the first time and it was so perfect. All send applause. The cheers were thunderous. Zhang was depressed. I was the last one to work with Lin, and I feel like I'm being outclassed. Next to her, Xena giggled. It's okay. Qin Fei is a genius, you're not. Don't be too concerned. Zhang froze. Are you trying to comfort me? Yeah. Zhang was even harder. Thank you, old Lin. Qin Fei invited Lin Jun to go down to the song Phoenix in Flight, which was rehearsed together over the past 2 days. At first Qin Fei called him Brother JJ, but after getting acquainted, Lin Jun kids let Qin Fei call him Old Lin. Goddess, you are so beautiful. Scream after scream rang out from the stage. Goddess, lacking a pillow? Do you think I can? Another pretty girl calling. Stop it. Qin Fei shook his head and refused, just to see that pretty girl with a bitter little face. Rejected. Aggrieved. However, only Qin Fei's voice sounded again. If there's anything, let's talk about it in private. Peft. The pretty girl laughed and squirted. So you are such a goddess. Ha. The goddess is so cute. Goddess, we love you. Suddenly, the goddess is invincible. The world is #1. The goddess is invincible. The world is #1. As soon as I heard it, I knew that it was Tinsley who was organizing the fans to chant. Not only that, all the fans, with their glow sticks and fan light signs, they knew that Qin Fei liked the color red. The special preparation is the red lighted sign. At once, a sea of red was spectacular, almost a standing ovation. Hoo. Gulanazer marveled, and was a little envious inside. He had been in the business for nearly 10 years, but he was still inferior to Qin Fei's 20 days. Perhaps this was the gap? The Red Sea. Guidalin sighed. When will I get this kind of treatment? Guidigang narrowed his eyes, a very relieved smile. Like a loving father, seeing his young master prosper, he couldn't stop smiling. Even without needing my shelter. You also have a group of people who love you dearly, cheering you on from behind. Wang Hui laughed. He's only 20. Chan, he said, I'm afraid this concert today will go down in history, right? Stage. Qin Fei stood still. The shouts of the fans echoed in his ears. His eyes swept over each fan, and the corners of his mouth went from calm to a full-blown smile. The eyes too grew red. His road to fame has not been easy at all. Facing all the kings of song. Without those fans, he would have failed long ago. So, before the concert, he designed a session. Giving back to the fans. This next song. It's not an opera, and the song is called Big Fish. After a pause, Qin Fei said in a heavenly voice, all living human beings are a giant fish in the sea. At birth they set out from this shore of the sea. Across the sea, sometimes they meet, sometimes they part. And when they die, they come to the shore, each going to his own world. Fare thee well. Everyone in the room fell silent and listened quietly, as if Qin Fei's voice had a kind of magic. Chapter 76. Blow through the scene's Big Fish chant. What a beautiful voice. Wang Yuming had a fangirl expression on her face. The goddess's voice was too beautiful, wasn't it? She took out her cell phone and recorded the voice. It would be nice to fall asleep to that sound when I sleep later. Wouldn't that be nice? Say record and record. I'm in. Oh wow, that's so good. Not only her, but a few of the female fans around her also pulled out their cell phones and recorded the segment. Dineshu laughed. You don't have to tell me that the goddess can't starve if she switches careers to become a storyteller. Haha. Sister Siyu, what are you talking about? The goddess has gone to speak. Whose songs are we going to listen to from now on? Yeah. Tinsley was stunned. Right, you can't talk about the book to go, or they won't have a song to listen to. Unlike the reaction of these fans, the moment, a man with disheveled hair, listening to Qin Fei's voice, fell into deep thought. His name is Chang Chun and he's an animation director. Yes, the director of domestic animation. Today's domestic animation has yet to produce masterpieces like Big Fish Begonia and Neza. So, in the eyes of others, The future is gray. People in the country would rather watch Japanese animation than domestic animation. Everyone's a fish, living in the sea, Zhang Chun muttered. The moment, in his mind, many auras fragments flashed. It seems, an unprecedented, brand new subject matter is about to be born. The waves silently drowned the night deeply, roaming over the corner of the end of the sky. On the stage, Qin Fei's heavenly voice came out, just passed on 2 sentences. Everyone's eyes lit up and the fans on stage had their mouths slightly open. Hiss, what a beautiful song. Deng Ziki was depressed. Dao, how many more songs has he hidden? Hasn't he reached his limit under the pressure of, I am a singer being so strong? This statement was made. Han Hong, Han Biao, and the others, each sweating beyond measure. Nice guy. Every one of us was at 100% strength and we couldn't get Qin Fei to go all out? That's too much of a blow. Big fish swim through the cracks of dreams. Gaze upon your sleeping silhouette. Qin Fei closed his eyes and immersed himself in the melody. The voice becomes penetrating. The crowd closed their eyes. As if, in his mind's eye, a large fish appeared, heading for the sky in a world of fog and mist. Aesthetics, fantasy, ethereal. Everyone enjoys it. It's beautiful. How many styles can he handle? Lin Jun is sighing. Ancient style, opera, Xiagua style, and American voices. This young man, it's as if he's like a bottomless pit. At this point, Gao Chao is here. A heavenly voice that makes the soul tremble. I'm afraid you'll fly far away, I'm afraid you'll leave me. More than anything, I'm afraid you'll stay here forever. Every tear flows toward you. Backflow into the bottom of the sky. Oh my God. It's too good to be true. Even though I've said it so many times, I still say heavenly. Compared to the left-hand finger moon, this first big fish is no better. Treasure boy. How many great songs has he hidden? Everyone was excited, but despite the excitement, they didn't dare to speak up, so as not to disturb the beauty. Dong Qing wiped her tears. It was rare that she would listen to a song until she was in tears, for no reason, just inexplicably moved. This song, it must contain a beautiful, sad story. Han Base was helpless. After listening to this song, I suddenly have a feeling that this kid is probably thinking in his heart, I'm a singer. There's not a single one that can fight. If it's really a hit, can the song stay in the concert? Han Hong cried and laughed. I thought that the left-hand finger moon, already his peak, did not think. Seriously, she had stayed for a whole issue of that song Tibetan Plateau in the beginning, and she was still beaten by Qin Fei. Guodalin said, I'll go. My brother can soprano again? The words just fell. Fruity. Qin Fei on the stage had begun to chant deeply. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A little brewing. A high, sky-high, blast through the mind soprano, like a whale's call, that gives you goosebumps. Awe. Qin Fei closed his eyes and chanted with absolute beauty. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Whoa! Oh my God! This chant, I'm dead. There is a feeling of scalp numbness. This first big fish is also too absolute. People know more. Aha! Goddess, I love you. That voice is so clean too. Holy. It feels like it's coming from heaven. At this moment, Dong Qing had long since burst into tears. The chant really refreshed her perception of beauty. It's okay to be beautiful. And the voice is so beautiful. Bleachers. All the singers stood up as a whole, and one was shocked and dumbfounded. He really looks down on us. Han Hong was hurt. This song Big Fish, absolutely not worse than the left finger moon. Qin Fei in the final, but did not use this. Isn't this a sideways way of saying that he, Qin Fei, is making us? Ha ha ha, the goddess has caused public outrage. Delilah laughed out loud twice. And then, swish, swish, swish. All the singers stared at her with displeased eyes. Yeah. Delilah collected her smile and commiserated. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Mimi, you have to help me. Honey. Oh, Honey is staring at me too, so I'm done. Star Chow, who had been silent, finally spoke. I've always wanted to meet this Mr. Qin, and I want to know how on earth he writes so many great songs. Star Chow, who was also a genius, did not hide his appreciation. This made the crowd freeze. The star has issued such high praise? Chapter 77. The Shocking Concert. The Return. Everyone knows that Master Star has a bad temper. It was said that geniuses, all of them, were a bit eccentric, and he was such a person. Being incredibly hard on those around you. Be harder on yourself. However, is this the kind of harsh star that would utter such high praise? The crowd looked towards Qin Fei on the stage. Qin Fei, you're too good. Aren't you? My idol. Becoming a fan of my idol. Song Yi couldn't help but say. That sounds like a mouthful, but that's the situation. Master Star loved the song Big Fish. Even listened to Qin Fei's song. He had already brainstormed a movie. The moment. Just listen to Qin Fei on the stage. Slowly singing. Rewind back to the original encounter. The voice fell slowly. Han Hong, Han Base smiled at each other. If I am a singer, let him gain tens of millions of fans. This concert then solidified those fans for him. Today's performance was as if it was telling all the fans, you guys are powdering the right people. I really want to rewind back to the original encounter now and quit the I'm a singer stage. Deng Ziki laughed bitterly. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed again. Huh? Is that Ho Zhong? Huang Base froze and spotted He Zhong in the VIP stands. He's here too? Why didn't you tell me he was coming? You don't say. There are a lot of people here today. Just a moment ago, I saw a lot of my peers.
Gu dagang lauga. CCTV Bashas Dong King. Li Sisi. Sabaking. Mangu Chanel's Aegion. Bang Han.
That's. At that moment, Gu Digang froze for a moment as he saw an acquaintance, Li Shiji, and then, a pair of pupils that contracted violently. The old lady is even here. Gu Digang has made a lot of enemies within the mainstream comedy industry, but he still has friends in the music industry. The old lady's apprentice, and he's sort of a former friend. I didn't realize that this concert even alarmed Li Shiji. Going to pay the old lady a visit later. For the next hour, Qin Fei sang all the new songs of the ancient style, Koi Copy, Out of the Mountain, Qingming Rain on the Fata Bridge, Farewell Poem, Tour of the Mountain Love, Love Gothic. Fans exclaimed. The stars were all excited one by one as well. Really earn it. They thought Qin Fei would cover other people's songs. But they didn't expect all new songs. Where is this a concert? It's a new song launch. Wow, that's too good to be true, isn't it? Yeah. The goddess deserves to be a genius. All ancient style songs. I'm super addicted to listening to them. Can I record it?
No.
The fans next to him put a stop to it. What's recorded now is a shotgun version and frankly a bootleg. As a fan, one should never do such a thing. Boss, is this really a concert? It's almost all new songs. And the quality is all great. A media reporter was dumbfounded. The big brother next to him exclaimed, this behavior of Qin Fei's may affect the entire singing world. In the future, everyone will put their new albums into concerts. The reporter was dumbfounded that it was even possible. Finally, Qin Fei sang a song, Love of a Lifetime, and ended the concert. Bleachers. Master Star cried as he wiped away his tears and became more appreciative of Qin Fei. No way. Time passes that fast? Is it going to end?
不要啊，不想要女神离开，还想继续听，再来一首吧，求求你了。
Goddess. Why yes, haven't heard enough. Hearing that Qin Fei was leaving, this group of fans is not agreeing, and they've been through a lot in the last hour or so. This concert long ago did not seem like a normal concert. Happiness. Profound. Everyone came from all over the world, from being strangers at the beginning to gradually becoming familiar, all because of Qin Fei. Qin Fei sang and they sang along, shouting slogans. Hold up the light sign. Worked very well together. This cozy atmosphere was something they had never felt before. As if the people around them were no longer strangers, but family. However, the concert was coming to an end, which meant they had to leave as well. They can't afford to give it up. Even more so, he couldn't let go of Qin Fei. Listening to a song live and listening to it at home are two completely different feelings. Leaving this time, they didn't know when they would be able to grab Qin Fei's tickets again. When would I be able to get up close and personal with Qin Fei again? So one cried a lot. Don't go, goddess.
呜，为什么我一个大男人也会哭啊？太难受了，感觉像是失恋了一样。
Upstairs, you're not alone. Ugh, you're the one who's not alone. This concert would have to be the most exciting hilarious concert I've ever seen, Guidalin exclaimed. Iconic excellence. Fan enthusiasm. One performance at a time. A God-sized scene. Look at the country. There are only a handful of people who can pull off a concert like this. I'd love to have a concert like that too.
Yang Mi silently sighed.
When he lifted his arm, millions of fans boiled. And when he opened his voice, he cheered like thunder, shaking the ground. What a longing picture is that? You're having a concert? Delilah was stunned. Her little face frozen. Sing what? Love suicide. Hatba. I see you looking for a fight. Yang Mi swept a beautiful leg over and the two women crackled. However, the lights of the concert dimmed. Instead, the lights in the audience came on. Explanation, this concert, this is the end. It's over. Suka stretched his back. His heart was empty and a little bit unfavorable. Seriously, this time he just accompanied the star to see it and didn't expect it at all. But one shocking performance from Qin Fei. But it blew his head off. A concert that was nearly 2 hours long and urine-free throughout. How did this happen? Stage. Qin Fei's figure was no longer visible. The goddess is gone. The audience sighed and began to exit. How exciting it was at first and how sad it is now. Everyone is especially sad. Ding Xiu even cried, hugging Wang Yumeng, and the two women wailed. I still want to see it. Ooh, I still want to see it too. However, just as the fans were about to make their way to the door, a lilting piece of music came on. Everyone froze. What's going on here? And then, the lights on the stage snapped on, and in the crowd's line of sight, a familiar figure, at some point, stood in the center of the stage. Return. Surprisingly, it's a return. Goddess. I knew it. The goddess is such a fan favorite. She won't let us down. Wow. Boss, I'm excited too. Obviously I'm not a fan of Qin Fei, but I'm so happy. A newspaper reporter, full of excitement, said, looking at his family's oldest, already holding glow sticks and shouting out of the side of his mouth. Goddess, goddess, what's going on? What kind of demon are you? You're not the boss I know. Chapter 78. Dreaming of the Great Tang. What is the meaning of a decadent sound? See only. The big screen lights up. There are only 3 words on it: Sumuza. Qin Fei changed into another set of clothes and sat in the center of the stage, and at some point, a guzheng appeared in his hand. Dangling. The sound of music is like heaven. Does the goddess want to end the concert with the kodo? A small fan said as Tinsley finished. The beginning is Chihuahua, it's opera, and the end is national music, the first and the last, worthy of a goddess. The goddess playing the guzheng is so beautiful and always gives me something to aspire to. Yes, 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 like a great lady of ancient times. At this time, a foreign fan who studied in Xia said, so this is the national music of Xia? This timbre is similar to our harp. But it feels like it's going to sound better than our harp. Fans, who were nearby, heard the words. The corners of his mouth lifted. Happy. Proud. See, that's what the foreigners say. Thin sweats and light clothes embellish this ink-painted landscape. The languid hole of a slender hand calls for a luau. Poor fallen flowers knocking on jade pillows and whisking sleeves. People are still drowsy. Heavenly music came. Qin Fei sings softly. Beautiful. Huang Bases noticed that the name of the song was Sumuza. This is the name of a word in an ancient text. In ancient times, this was the name of a musical piece. Qin Fei is too good to play the sounds of an ancient text on a guzheng. Guidi Gang, who was quite knowledgeable about ancient texts, laughed. Legend has it that the music in the Shengtang is the golden age of the 5,000 years of the Xia Kingdom, and after listening to Feier's concert today, I guess the music of the Shengtang is nothing more than that, right? The crowd laughed. Only Diligence weakly lowered her voice. Sister Me, what is the name of sumo? What is a word name? There are still phonograms in ancient times. Yang Mi was helpless. The ancient musical notes, gong, shang, horn, feather, emblem, they are. Forget it. I can't understand it even if I say it to you. She realized that she had just said a little bit, and Dilly's expression got even more confused. Instantly, he stopped talking. Delilah skimmed. I'll go back and find out more. Yang Mi laughed. A smart person like Qin Fei doesn't like idiots. You're the idiot. Delilah pouted. I'll learn. The breeze is chilly and causes a compartment of pink and sadness. Spy on the sound of people in the mirror. Much love is dabbled in since. Dreams are broken but not returned to a few pines. Dongqing listened intently. Do you incorporate lyrics in an ancient language? She smiled. The young man was so thoughtful and had made up a great song. Just in time. She recently did a program on poetry. It's just that with this kind of program, there's no heat when you hire some poetry masters and don't hire fresh meat. The hot little fresh meat with no knowledge of poetry and song, which is almost as bad as illiteracy, makes Dongqing very distressed. But now she saw Qin Fei. There's heat and talent if we can get him on the show. The show is going to be a fire bomb. Same idea, surfaced in different people's minds. It's safe to say, after tonight, Qin Fei was going to be the hottest meat and potatoes on the entire network. Next, a clear, high-pitched opera voice pulled the crowd's thoughts back. The unprovoked sound of regret in the jinsei has earned me tears all over the line. Straight to the heart of a gentleman is not beautiful day and night, and the water flows eastward. The fans on stage had their jaws dropped. Wow! Bombed! It's blowing up! It's really so good. I love this theater accent. Even after listening to the theater all night, I still feel moved when I hear it again. Ancient style plus theater accent. Is this the goddess self-created genre? 20 years old, and she started a school? It's incredible. Half a river of faith, half a river of sorrow. The gaggle crosses the cups and urges to stay a few juniors. Chess is a drunken red face and 1,000 armies retreat. Qin Fei on the stage waved his sleeve robe, and his opera voice became more and more high-pitched. Blast the crowd's scalp. My God, what kind of voice is this? He's not tired after a night of singing opera cadences. That's talent. See? The difference is here. Bleachers. The stars were silent. It's even a little numb. Qin Fei's performance was too eye-catching. Once upon a time, they felt that young divas like Hua Qingyu and Deng Ziki were about to pick up the banner of the younger generation. However, Qin Fei appeared, and the light he emitted was like a white moon, overshadowing everyone else. Chess is a drunken redhead. 1,000 armies retreat. Drink the song and break your liver. The last of the opera cadences fell. Qin Fei finished singing. He stood in the center of the stage, bowed deeply toward the stage and said, "Today, it was really moving. When the concert first started, I was a little bit scared that I wouldn't play well and let everyone down. For this concert, I prepared all new songs, no covers of other people's songs. The purpose is that I don't want to waste everyone's ticket money. Originally, I set a uniform ticket price of 300 tickets apiece for both infield and outfield." Qin Fei smiled bitterly. However, just as I was planning to set it that way, I was scolded by the people in the ticketing department, saying that I was fooling around and that it had never been set that way before. Ha 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 ha. The fans on stage laughed. After the laugh, it's touching. Other idols, they can't wait to fire up and rake in a fortune and walk away. And Qin Fei, on the other hand, they are afraid that they are not worth the price of the ticket, trying to save the fans' money. Can they not love an idol just like that? Goddess? We will definitely always support you. Go for it. There is no such thing as an unending feast. I'm so happy to have had such a perfect experience. Thank you, and thank you to all the band teachers, and thank you to all the people who have been behind the scenes, quietly supporting me. I'll see you around. Bye. With the lift going down, all the fans were in tears, and the small fans organized by Ding Siyu were shouting like crazy. Goddess, we love you forever. If you have a concert like that in life, I guess you have no regrets, right? Guodalin envied. Go, Guodigang said. Pick up our heavenly king and go home. Wang Hui smiled and said, this kid, after singing for so long, must be hungry. I've brought him quite a few things to eat. I'm going too. Tung Ziki was just about to go along, but Han Hong pulled him back and laughed. Forget it, he's had a long day. Let him rest for a while. We'll celebrate him later. Chapter 79. $20 million in hand. The clown is actually myself. Mr. Qin Fei has worked hard. You worked hard. Backstage, a group of crew members thanked him. Inside these people, there were also those who had looked at Qin Fei unfavorably before, thinking that he was just 20 days into his career before he dared to open a concert, which was just like cha-cha lousy money. However, after listening to the whole concert, each of them could not wait to slap themselves. You can't even look at a young man like that? Then I guess there's no one in the country who looks good. Click. The door opened. Two little fans poked their heads out, crunching. Is the goddess here? Sorry. Mr. Qin Fei is removing his makeup. You guys, a staff member stops them. But a word is heard behind them. It's okay. Put it in. Yay. The two women were delighted and smiled at each other. We really didn't powder the wrong person. Goddess, can we get an autograph? Could be. Qin Fei smiled and signed the name, then saw two women as a treasure. Wow. This time back to the group, have to blow la. It's autographed by a goddess. This calligraphy writing is too good. In the past, grandfather is my idol. Now I see the goddess. I feel that what grandfather wrote are all the dog crawling ah. A girl said. Peft. Qin Fei said, don't make a family disharmony because of me, oh. Ha 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 ha. The crowd roared with laughter, and that female fan reddened her little face and nodded her head in a glutinous manner. Goddess, our family almost split because of you. After the other female fan finished speaking, Qin Fei froze. What's the situation? All the staff backstage, too, looked at the female fan, just to hear her continue. It's like this, my dad loves goddesses. At the time when the goddess competition was going on, he chased it and watched it every day, and he even set the goddess as his screensaver. It turned out that my mom found out and said that my dad is still chasing actresses at his age and setting up a screensaver. It's just shameless. The crowd laughed. It was too funny. And then, Qin Fei asked with a smile. Then I took my mom to I'm a singer show with me, and that's how she ended up knowing the inside story.
Pinky pie flashed a smile.
Now our family loves you. Who? Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing it didn't cause your family to break up, or I'd be a sinner. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed again. Duck, duck, duck. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. May I ask if Qin Fei is here? The visitor was a goddess with a very nice voice, elegant and virtuous, with an unrivaled temperament. Oh my God! Dong Qing! I can't believe she's here? The scene was in an uproar. Today's Ms. Dong Qing is still so beautiful, intellectual and elegant. Mr. Dong Qing? Qin Fei hurriedly stood up as Dong Qing laughed. Goddess, I'm your fan. Mr. Dong Qing is joking. Qin Fei was helpless. This joke wasn't funny at all. My master likes you a lot, and says he's been watching the dozen or so spring shows you've hosted. Dong Qing's pretty face surfaced with a huff. Aren't you saying I'm old in disguise? Ha 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 ha. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. It seems that our little Mr. Qin is still a flaw when it comes to getting along with girls. But that's fine. That's what it looks like to be a human being. The man he was at the concert just now, so perfect that it's hard to get close to him. Goddess, do you know about the summer poetry conference? Qin Fei remembered that this seemed to be a program hosted by Dong Qing. I'd like to ask you to spare some time, even as a temporary guest, to give our young sons and daughters of Xia a little bit of popularization of the ancient style, the ancient language. It's no problem. Great! Dong Qing's pretty face was flushed with excitement. She was really afraid that Qin Fei would refuse. As for the appearance fee, I'll focus on discussing it with you when the time comes, so I won't disturb your rest now. Watching Dong Qing leave, the people around us blushed. Holy, what did we hear? Even the first sister of the CCTV hosting world was courteous to Qin Fei. This is going to take off. However, just when the crowd thought it was over, a stalking beauty walked in from the doorway, the corner of her mouth hooked in an arc, charming to the heart. Mr. Qin Fei, thank you for your cooperation at the concert. I'm the secretary of the boss of the Jinxiu Datong Company. You can call me Xiao Chun. The soft, whispering voice rang out. Goosebumps surfaced in the crowd. Qin Fei glanced at her. No wonder she could be the chairman's secretary at such a young age. Ahem. This is the contract. The details have been discussed on the phone before. You take a look at it first. By the way, you are endorsing theater costumes and ancient costumes. The endorsement fee is 20 million for a quarter. In the future, when you are filming a movie, remember to wear our family's clothing. Oh. Hiss. Goblin. Shut up. Qin Fei glanced at the contract. There was no problem. He directly signed his name. Sending guests. Brother. Where are you? Brother. Suddenly, a yelp caught the attention of the crowd. Qin Fei smiled. It's Big Timber coming. Here it is. Wang Hui looked at the door excitedly, then pushed it open with one hand. Fire. Sherfu. Qin Fei had just stood up when Wang Hui jumped into his arms, excitedly laughing and crying. Elder mother, why are you crying? Touched. Guodalin sat himself down, took a sip of tea, and leisurely said, Brother, have some of your melon. Wang Hui said, Shifu's mother is crying because she feels that she has worked hard to raise a son, and compared to you, he's just like a piece of trash. Woo.
Ah, darling.
The stoned hand froze. Mom, you're taking this a little too far. Ha 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 ha. The staff laughed out loud, and in the end, it was a comedian with baggage in every sentence. Well done for the hard work, son. You were excellent today. Well performed. Lao Gua smiled in relief. Okay. You spread your hands. The kid's been tired all day. Let him eat. Oh yes, yes, yes. Only then did Wang Hui wake up and hurriedly open the thermos box. Urgently. Come, come. The master's wife is afraid that you are hungry. Prepared for you the old Yenjing roast duck, fried noodles, pop tripe, marinated boiled, fried liver, cummerbund fire roast. The array of food made the staff gulp. Holy, that's too much, isn't it? So you've moved the whole restaurant in? Qin Fei cried and laughed. There's a kind of hunger called Shifu thinks you're hungry. Silly boy, what are you waiting for? Move your chopsticks. Good, good, good. Qin Fei had chopsticks, and Wang Hui just stared at him with a smile on her face. This kid, it just keeps getting better and better. I don't know which little girl will be cheaper in the future for being so good. Ugh. As he ate, Qin Fei sighed. What's wrong? Wang Hui's heart thumped. Now Qin Fei's every move could make her incredibly nervous. Was the food not good, not flavorful? Or is it cold? Why don't you ask Master Auntie to heat it up for you? Qin Fei shook his head. After all the eating, it's still the best cooked by Senior Nyang. There was a silence in the room. Wang Hui also froze for a moment, and then smiled with a red light. The joy in her eyes could not be hidden. You child. Your mouth is really sweet nah. Lolalalal, if you really like to eat it, Master Maiden will burn it for you every day. Good. Old Gua, who was at the side, looked at this scene and nodded his head in relief. Only Guodalin. The corners of his mouth twitched hard. Is the clown even me? And then he opened his cell phone, and suddenly his pupils contracted hard and he exclaimed, Holy Goddess. Oh no, brother. You're on fire. Oh my God. The whole internet has exploded. Chapter 80. Central Mothers and Peoples daily speak out in unison. Fire. Lin Yu is a college girl. At the same time, she was also a fan of Qin Fei. From when Qin Fei sang, The Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine, Lin Yu then fell deeply in love with Qin Fei. How can anyone be so beautiful? The worst part is, it's still a male. So, from that day on, Lin Yu bought all kinds of Qin Fei's peripherals, hand-me-downs, wallpaper, even the tickets to the pear orchard. She bought them all and kept them at home as a souvenir. Not only that, it wasn't enough for her to follow the stars alone. She mobilized her entire family to do so, just in time. Grandpa used to come out of the theater troupe and was very fond of Qin Fei, so the family caught up. It was fine. But it's because Lin Yu didn't get tickets to the goddess's concert. So very lost. No. She opened her cell phone and saw that the group was chatting. These are the folks who didn't grab a ticket. Ayaha. How the hell did it go? My classmate said it was the most perfect concert she's ever seen. A female admin said. I just talked to my friend and she said that the goddess sang a total of 12 new songs this time. It's like a new song launch. I'll go. Really? All new songs? I don't think anyone in the country has ever done that. Have they? All new songs. Lin Yu was dying of anger. Why her hands were slow in the first place and she didn't grab the goddess's ticket. All new songs. Or 12 new songs. It's kind of the first of its kind in the country, isn't it? My classmates said the return. Another new song. Someone in the group exclaimed. Lin Yu had already turned off the group chat. It was hard, he couldn't look at it anymore. The more he looked at it, the harder it was. Feeling abandoned by the organization. Alas, better get on the internet. However, just clicked on Twitter and it's a hot mess. Hot list. Hashtag Qin Fei, the concert. Hashtag. Hashtag beautiful again. Hashtag. Hashtag an unprecedented concert with 12 new songs. Hashtag. Hashtag Gua music, opera, ancient style. This is a young man full of wonders. Hashtag. Hashtag help. It's so good. Hashtag. All sorts of headlines, all sorts of titles. Wow, the goddess deserves to be a goddess. This is all dominating the list. The top 10 hot searches even have 6 of him. What exactly happened at the concert? It was so hot. The more Lin Yu looked, the more she felt tickled in her heart. I'll take a look. Just one look. She knew that she was going to get hurt by clicking on these headlines, but she was still curious, but just clicked in. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Obviously posted a few minutes ago. The number of retweets, but the number of comments reached 100,000, 200,000. Very exaggerated. Traffic isn't even that horrible, is it? Aha. There's no shame in dying. Oh my god. This concert was so good too. I feel like I'll be going back to this concert all year. Never seen such a deep and gentle goddess. Now that's a quality idol. Lin Yu scrolled through the comments. What is all this talking about? What deep understanding? What tenderness? What quality? Wasn't it just a concert? At this moment, her mind was a little broken, so she wanted to know what was going on.
明明说好是一家人的，你们却抛弃了我。
No way. I'll have to ask. Sisters, I didn't get a ticket because I was slow. What happened inside the concert just now? Lin Yu smiled and clicked send, then contentedly wait for someone to message back. Refreshable. Good lord, his own post which has flown to the bottom of the pile. Refresh again. The post is gone.
要不要这么火啊？
Unlike Lin Yu, Su Qinfeng, a blogger on Shakeology, has more than 100,000 fans, usually editing some anime and movies to suck in the fans. Today, he also went to see the goddess in concert. And a couple of great clips were recorded. Clip it. Sent it to Shakeology. 10 minutes later, Su Qinfeng was dumbfounded that his video was on fire and already had 10,000 hearts. The comments are even higher at 3,000. This, worthy of a goddess. This heat is horrible. Su Qinfeng looked at the bottom, and it turned out that the goddess was on the headlines of Jitterbug. Good man Lord Shake, have a safe life. Good people attire of 8 treasures. Big brother, is there a HD version? The video here is too blurry. It's a bit hard to see. This one, a comment posted by Lin Yu who happened to brush up on the video. Picture. Qin Fei's elegant posture. Writing the lanting sequence. The momentum is like a rainbow. Simply a handsome word. No, I made it blurry on purpose. If you want to see it in HD, you'd better wait for tomorrow's genuine concert video. Su Qinfeng knows very well that when you send a video, you should never send it in HD. What's the difference between that and piracy? He was really excited, though, that it had given him over 100,000 fans in just one night. And all of these fans are fans of the goddess. From the family. Lord Shake, are there any other videos out there? Yeah. There's just not enough to go around. We're all fans who couldn't get tickets. We've been holding it in all night. We're really curious about tonight's concert. So it is. Su Qinfeng nodded and uploaded a few more clips. 10 minutes later. Every video, all of them with 20,000 to 30,000 likes. It's on fire again. This made Su Qinfeng very happy. It's worthy of being a goddess. It's simply a blessing for me. Wow. No wonder the internet says it's deep. I'm crying. The goddess is too good to be true. Promote opera, start with me. How about this? For tomorrow's Perlin tickets, let's not grab them from me. Okay. Upstairs, you're dreaming. Before my friend died, he wanted to see a show at the pearly gates. Can you all fulfill my friend's last wish? Tell your friend that in life, you always have to have a few regrets. Ha. The comment section is on fire. And just then, holy, the central mom has spoken. Damn yeah. Did I read that right? The daily populace is speaking out again. Fans exclaimed. Chapter 81. Spare no expense. Find him. Central Mom V. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. Found a treasure boy, can sing opera, can play Chinese music, even more ancient poems. Surprisingly, even calligraphy has not fallen at Qin Fei. Such a treasure boy, who does not like it? This fluff piece came out. The bottom comment blew up. Wow. Central Mom is so cute too. Ha. There is being laughed at. But since it's a text from the Central Mom, awesome is over. Goddess Poker Face. People's Daily V. Promote opera. Promote traditional culture. Everyone should learn from this young man at Qin Fei. Beefy, I'm tired of saying that word. Hearing that opera moved me to tears. and I looked at my 5-year-old nephew next to me who wasn't crying, and I beat him to tears. Fans cuties. Add the group. Oh, the goddess's posting is expanding. Originally, the crowd thought that 2 messages coming in would be enough cards. However, they still underestimated Qin Fei's appeal. Yangmi v. Goddess is so great. This is the most perfect concert I've ever seen, bar none. Diligent v. Starting today, I'll learn the ancient language, word names and all. The crowd froze. What was Goddess Hotba talking about? Song EV. So opera can be so good. Goddess is great. Goddess, go for it. From now on, I am your lapdog funny. Lee Fowl v. That was so well sung. When Lee Fowl finished posting, careful netizens have discovered that Lee Fowl didn't go to the concert at all. Before the concert started, she also posted if any kind soul could give her a ticket. Ha 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 ha. Huskies mixed with wolves. At Lee Fowl, what's going on with Cheener? Did you see it? You just open your eyes and talk nonsense. Laughing my ass off. A popular actress. Lying in public to fit in with the group. Next, Shonan Curriculum Department sends congratulations. Kawasaki Provincial Theater send a congratulatory message. Shanxi, Honan and other local theaters all sent congratulatory messages. All the theaters, seeing what Qin Fei had done, were all grateful. The scene, it also touched the fans badly. Of course, there were also fans just like Lin Yu who didn't go to the concert and didn't know what was going on. I can only hope that the concert proper will come out soon. Day 2. In the limelight. The concert proper is out. Coming. First, I've been waiting for you. I haven't slept all night. And I have to watch the goddess's concert with a panda eye. I'm told it's hot. I have to see it. Huang Yu is an avid fan. At the same time, she was also the daughter of World Pictures, a film company that had produced many excellent movies in recent years. Whether it's the release or the promotion, it already ranks in the top 10 in the country. It's also considered one of the more recognizable movie studios. However, even so, Huang Yu still didn't get a ticket. This morning, she immediately turned on her computer and started playing Qin Fei's concert video. Wow, is the goddess singing Chick Ling in the first show? Huang Yu was very excited. She knows. It's the goddess paying homage to his master. Yu, don't stay in bed. Hurry up and eat breakfast. After breakfast, you still have to go with your dad to meet director Chen Kaiga. Huang Ma had just opened the door when she saw Huang Yu stretched out her neck and staring very intently at the computer. Yellow Mom froze. Strange, the little princess Yu, who has always been a bedwetter. Why isn't she bedwetting today? What are you looking at? Huang Ma came over curiously. Mom, you scared me to death. Why don't you walk without a sound? Huang Yu covered her heart, terrified. Yellow Mom laughed. I've knocked on the door several times. But you, on the contrary, what are you looking at so seriously? And then, Yellow Mom looked at the computer screen. Wow, what beautiful people. Is this a concert? Why are there so many people? Huang Yu amusingly pointed at Qin Fei in the screen and laughed. Mom, is he beautiful? Beautiful, very beautiful. Much more beautiful than the actresses who are so big right now, and very classy. I'll tell you a secret, he's a guy. Yellow Mom. Other side. Kyoto, the legend of the Demon Cat Theater Group. Chun Kaiga has been very distressed lately. This legend of the Demon Cat, which he has been preparing for 6 years and spent $300 million on, is to create a great Tang dynasty in his mind. However, so far in filming, he's run into a problem. It interfered with the whole shoot. The original female lead, Yang Guifei, was unable to perform the role he had in mind. This role, it's critical. It's safe to say that once the character is not played well, not divinely, the show is wasted. Let's all brainstorm. Who is better suited for this role in today's entertainment industry? Chun Kaiga finished. A few of the higher-ups were talking, and they couldn't make up their minds for a while. In the entertainment industry nowadays, there are quite a few pretty ones, but there are very few who are pretty and have acting skills that meet Director Chen's requirements. Just in time for this. Did you see the goddess concert? Gosh, it's too beautiful, isn't it? Yes, 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 yes. I thought her last Yang Guifei costume was stunning enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more beautiful this time. The sound of several group actors discussing the situation startled the conference hall.
Bald man Frau nicht.
Who is this groupie? He doesn't know the rules. He was about to heckle. Chun Kaiga, however, froze for a moment. Yang Guifei? What Yang Guifei? What were they discussing just now? It's no wonder he doesn't know. In the recent period, he has been working hard for the movie, smothering the crew. He didn't know anything about what was going on in the outside world. It's like this director Chan. A Chin Fei has recently appeared, beautiful in women's clothing, and one that I'm a singer king of songs. Someone said, the king of songs? Chun Kaiga shook his head, not daring to be interested in this. Let's discuss the casting of Princess Yang first. Right? It was the bald guy again, suddenly exclaiming, I remember Chin Fei played Yang Guifei before. Director Chun, I still have the video here. Take a look. After saying that, he handed out his cell phone. 5 minutes later, Chun Kaiga froze in place. Stunning. Too stunning. Picture. Knit your brows. A cover of the mouth. A frown. It was almost cringing to his heart. Isn't this the Yang Guifei you're looking for? Quick. Get in touch with him. Whatever it takes. I want him. Chapter 82. Fans skyrocket. The future is unlimited. Chun Kaiga's side was in a hurry. On the contrary, Chin Fei. After the concert, he cowered in Lao Guo's yard. Occasionally play chess and tease the birds. People should rest. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a machine? General, my lord, you have lost. Chin Fei, a flying cannon, direct general. You was dumbfounded. Huh, and where did this cannon come from? In vain, he is at least a generation of chess god, although it is self-appointed but repeatedly defeated by Chin Fei, the mentality is also a little collapse. Give it up, grandpa. My brother is a genius, you can't compete. Guodalin said leisurely. Not counting one more game. Unable to cope with the humiliation, Yu Qian began to play tricks and trash the chessboard. Seeing this scene, Chin Fei was helpless. You're so old, why are you still doing that kid thing, playing tricks? What's the game? Wang Hui came over with a crock of stew and a smile. Come. Feier. This is the black chicken soup that Master Maiden has stewed for you. Hurry up and make up for it. All right. Thank you, Master Teacher. Chin Fei nodded, and Guodalin on the other end was anxious. Mom, where's mine? If you're hungry, there's white porridge in the kitchen from this morning's stew, so you'll be fine with the squash. What? Guodalin is stupid. No. I'm the one who is your biological child. Feier. At this time, Lao Guo walked out smilingly. A good news. Chin Kaiga no? Director Chan? Chin Fei nodded his head. He knew Chin Kaiga, sealed with a farewell my concubine. However, it seems that this world does not have a bully. He asked you to audition for Yang Guifei in Demon Cat. Guodigang was thrilled. You just had a concert and now you're in a movie? What? Legend of the Demon Cat? The one that director Chun Kaiga spent $500 million on. Guodalin has heard of it. It's a big production. How many famous actors want to play it, but haven't had the chance yet? Right. Guodigang laughed. Feier. This is a great opportunity, what do you think? Making movies has always been a dream in Lao Guo's heart. However, speaking comedy and making a movie are two completely different things. And you can see in him what it means to be separated. A generation of comedian masters have made movies that have never grossed more than $300 million. Word of mouth is still surprisingly bad. Chin Fei said. When? Now. Are you in such a hurry? Chin Fei laughed. Okay. Then go try the mirror. If it doesn't work, it'll be an eye-opener. Said he was about to leave. Wang Hui was anxious and pulled back. Chicken soup. Chicken soup. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Guodigang, Guodalin, and Chin Fei drove to the movie city. The moment. Inside the movie city, the atmosphere was incredibly depressing. Boss, what's going on? A newspaper reporter asked. The crew of a big production like Legend of the Demon Cat often has reporters squatting on the set. The goal is to make some gimmicks. These reporters, some of them are still hired by the cast and crew to keep some heat by having them take stills and photos of the actors in their lives. It's said that the actress is not up to snuff. Director Chan is in a hurry. This movie, Yang Guifei, is the highlight. Who's invited now? I don't know. Between conversations, 3 silhouettes, passing through them, headed for the crew. The 2 reporters froze. It looks like someone just went over there. Fix your eyes. 2 short ones, 1 tall one. I'll go, Lao Guo. A reporter, wide-eyed, was looking over the edge. I'll go, Coke. Then he was hit with a brain buster. The senior reporter said angrily, Bastard. Didn't you recognize Qin Fei? The current Qin Fei is so hot all over the internet that concert last night even paralyzed Weibo for a few seconds. On that day, the microblogging fans went from 20 million to 50 million, and the number of posters went from 10 million to 50 million. This kind of rise is even more horrible than the traffic stars. Just ask you if you are afraid. What's worse? Qin Fei's fire in that he promotes the national essence. Even the CCTV, the People's Daily newspaper, have issued an article to praise. There's no chance he'll be CCTV's own son in the future. Such a star, as long as the future does not mess up, the future is unlimited, then what a first-line flow star of gold, much higher. What is Qin Fei doing here? He had just finished speaking when his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be demon cat legend, Yang Guifei? Yang Guifei? Isn't he a guy? No, hurry up and get the word out. This is a big deal. Director, you should eat a meal first. You haven't eaten for 2 days. If you don't eat, your body will starve. The little assistant said in a hurry. For this movie, Chun Kaigwa labored hard, drinking only water and not eating, and has lost weight. Has Qin Fei arrived? Chun Kaigo asked. Gudigang said that they are already on their way. They should arrive soon. Let's have a meal first, or you can sleep. You're like this. I can't explain to Mr. Chun. Miss Chun, that's his daughter-in-law, Chen Hong, was also a golden flower in the entertainment industry back then. Can't eat, can't sleep. Okay, you go down first. Chun Kaigo waved his hand, his face full of vicissitudes, as if the feeling of being able to pass out at any moment. The little assistant was heartbroken to see this scene. What can we do about this? If this keeps up, the director will fall before the movie is finished. Just then, wow, Mr. Qin Fei is here? Gosh, he's so handsome in his male form. Isn't he? Goddess, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? I didn't snag a ticket to your concert. It's too much of a loss. Chattering sounds came. The little assistant was startled. Director, it seems like Qin Fei is here. Coming? Chun Kaiga's eyes lit up as he braced himself and stood up, hurrying out the door to greet him. Chapter 83. Yang Guifei appears and stuns the whole audience. Ooh! Looking at the surrounding scenery, Lao Gua marveled. Not bad for a big production. It's just not the same. I heard that director Chun Kaiga even built a city for the sake of this drama. Right now, it should be this movie city, right? Antique colors. It simply depicts a scene of the flourishing Tang dynasty. It's beautiful. Guidalin is also sighing how much money must be spent. It is worthy of Chun Kaiga. Lao Gua. At that moment, a voice came and interrupted several people watching, only to see Chun Kaiga limping over. Qin Fei froze. These dark circles under his eyes are too heavy. His face is ugly, thin and dry. Where is this a director? Director Chun? Are you on a diet? Lao Gua flirted a little. Stop it. Chun Kaiga laughed bitterly. It's not because of this drama, the female lead role that was previously set. How can't act the feeling can worry me to death. Saying that, he looked at Qin Fei next to him and said in surprise, This is Qin Fei, isn't it? He's so handsome. He's really talented. Hello, Director Chen. Qin Fei, don't mind me being abrupt. There's a reason for what happened. The entire crew hasn't started work for 3 days because of the female character. Everyone is in a hurry, so I'll get right to the point. Director Chun is very direct and gets right to the point. Can you try on the clothes first so we can open our eyes? He watched Qin Fei's performance and Yang Guifei was really too stunning. But still, he'd have to see it live to feel comfortable. After all, the show is filtered and beautified. It's okay. Qin Fei nodded his head, not expecting to have to change his clothes just after arriving. Well. Director Chen laughed. That costume group. Hurry up and change a set of clothes for Qin Fei. After watching Qin Fei being taken away, Chun Kaiga then sighed. Old Gua, have some tea. We are all in the entertainment industry, and treating Gua Digang, Chun Kaiga is quite polite. What's going on? I see your crew is on edge. Ugh. It's my fault too. Chun Kaiga shook his head and smiled bitterly. When the heroine wasn't chosen, I was anxious, and I lost my temper with them. Lao Gua could understand. A little sweep. It's not an exaggeration to say that the big names are gathered. Qin Hao, Lu Haoren, Zhang Lu Yi, Zhang Yuqi. It looks like the show, at least, broke $1 billion at the box office. Who is the man who came? It seems to be called Qin Fei. That's the one who sings, had a concert yesterday and is hot. What's a singer doing here? Isn't he a guy? And he's playing Yang Guifei? He knows that the director is furious at this juncture, and if he's not satisfied, he'll be angry with us later. Zhang Yuqi complained in a small voice. They don't get a lot of flack these days. He's a goddess. You guys don't know that. Obviously, the young Lu Haoran recognized Qin Fei at a glance. Goddess, what goddess? Qin Hao thought it was strange for a man to call himself a goddess. However, before Lu Haoran could explain, a scream came from the costume group. Wow, this is too beautiful. Oh my god. Isn't this Yang Guifei's original consort? Mr. Qin Fei, are you really not a descendant of Yang Guifei? The noise startled Chen Kaiga. He was already looking forward to it, and hearing the voices made him look forward to it even more. It's not just him. All of them looked in the direction of the costume group. Next, a silhouette wearing a red neon dress walked out from behind the door. Long, graceful dresses trailing to the ground. Between one move and another, aristocratic and compelling. A single look can make one's heart beat faster. It is really a national color, and the country is beautiful. Hiss! 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 Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too beautiful. Isn't it? Who is this? Chen Kaiga's eyes were glazed over. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and at this moment, when he stared, his eyes were all bloodshot. But it was still impossible to suppress the excitement within. Isn't that the noble princess you're looking for? All in one. Too right. Too right. Chen Kaigo repeated his words. Qin Hao, Lu Haoran, and Zhang Yuqi were dumbstruck one by one. How is that possible? How can a man look beautiful in women's clothes? Guodalin was the only one who laughed. A bunch of unseen guys. The beauty of a goddess is comparable to you mortals? Director, what do you think? At this moment, Qin Fei deliberately spoke in a female voice. Chen Kaiga was once again shocked. He knew that Qin Fei could sing and his voice was like heavenly music. But Qin Fei could even have a female voice? This is the Yang Guifei of his own heart. Wonderful, Mr. Qin Fei. You're really too beautiful. To this moment, even Chen Kaiga used the word teacher to address Qin Fei. Qin Fei's real-life costume is even more beautiful than on TV. Qin Hao ran over excitedly. Holy, Qin Fei, is that you? He couldn't believe it. It's me. Qin Fei nodded. Holy. Qin Hao's expression of three-dimensionality amused people enough. Zhang Yuqi blinked her beautiful eyes. You're a male. How are you prettier than me? She was a little envious. Even if you have good skin, your temperament is so outstanding. The moment, all the staff members at the scene looked at Qin Fei differently. First, they all think it's ridiculous. A girl can't even play Yang Guifei well, and you're asking a boy to do it? Don't tease. However, the scene in front of them changed their views. Look at Qin Fei. Someone almost wanted to get down on their knees and call their mother. Mr. Qin Fei, can you give us a slight performance? It's a bit abrupt, but I'd like to see the level of your acting skills. Chen Kaiga said. It's okay. Qin Fei just nodded his head. Guodigang immediately came up and said, Feier, do you know how to act? Chapter 84 done for. Qin Fei is going to be crushed. That's a good question. You said he could act, right? He didn't learn it professionally. But if you say he won't, he was at least a Dan actor, a look, an expression, an action that was cursed out. Theater acting, though, is a bit more flamboyant. But it's similar. Most importantly, Qin Fei doesn't have to act. He had previously obtained an experience card for Yang Guifei and experienced her life, which was permanent. When it was closed, he was Qin Fei. When opened, he is Yang Guifei. However, seeing Qin Fei's silence, Guodigang further verified the fact that Qin Fei could not act. Look at that. All afraid to speak. Okay. Mr. Qin Fei, let's pair off first? Chen Kaiga came over with a smile. The moment, his attitude towards Qin Fei was completely different. If it wasn't for the crowd, he would have wanted to call out Nyang Nyang. Just now, this scene in the midst of the wine and meat forest is the first appearance of Yang Guifei, and it's very stunning, so you go ahead first, and we'll just shoot the back. Just then, Zhang Luwan, who plays the emperor, accidentally stepped on your skirt. You stop and look back. This scene, the most amazing moment of the play, you don't have to say anything, just use your eyes. You need to show a series of expression shifts of anger, surprise, and anger. At these words, Lao Guo's head exploded for a moment. I can't understand a word of it, let alone acting. I can't even understand what I'm hearing. I guess I'm really not cut out for acting. I play, it can be said, is the most difficult of all plays. It's harder than animal theater. The eyes are the most difficult to practice, and the only one who is more outstanding in domestic eye play is the movie star Liang Chiu-wai. I'm dizzy from listening, Guidalin couldn't help but say. He had at least studied for a while, but that was too much to ask, wasn't it? How's that for acting? Qin Fei took a deep breath. He finally understood why an actress in front of him was walking. Chun Kaiga's demands are not generally high. Mr. Qin Fei, don't be nervous, it's fine. Let's try it for the first time. If it doesn't work, there are 2 more times, 3 more times. Considering that you haven't studied acting, let's lower our requirements first. Chun Kaiga flashed a smile. The little assistant was dumbfounded that Director Chun was smiling at an actor. He hadn't seen Chun Kaiga smile in a long time. It's a nice costume, but he's a singer after all. How can he act if he's not professionally qualified? Zhang Yuqi frowned. How can a newcomer to acting play the female lead? Qin Hao Lu Haoren did not speak. Zhang Yuqi was right. The last actress who left was at least a professional, having studied acting for several years. But it was still Director Chun who was scolded. Let's hope Qin Fei won't be scolded. Okay, that's it. Director Chun explained how to act and then said, Zhang Lu won. Director Chun, you're looking for me? Zhang Lu Yi came over smilingly. Yes, in a while you accompany Mr. Qin Fei to play opposite him. Chun Kaiga lowered his voice and whispered, take it easy. He's a newcomer after all. Bring him along more. Tighten up your act. Don't have such a strong aura. I'm afraid you'll overwhelm him. Understood. Zhang Lu Yi smiled bitterly. How should I act with a collection of acting? He's a theater nerd who exploded onto the scene as the math teacher in Suspect X. Loves to get into a scene with someone, but never knows how to rein in the acting. Mr. Xiao Qin, I am obliged. Teacher Zhang, please be merciful. Qin Fei finished with a smile, turned around, and directly opened Yang Guifei's experience card. Close your eyes. A large number of memories surfaced. Open your eyes again. The whole crowd was in full swing. Noble consort, in addition to being noble at the same time, she is also the mother of the country, majestic. Hiss. Chun Kaiga was startled. That look. Quickly. The actors are in the scene. All departments stand by. 3, 2, 1, action. He just finished and sat down behind the camera. And then, as stated at the beginning, Qin Fei walks in front of him and the camera follows him from bottom to top. From the photography, only Qin Fei's back could be seen. However, all the staff members facing him, the group actors, were all shocked by his aura. What do you mean by graceful? What does it mean to be dominant? Mother! Mother! Someone couldn't help but call out. Next, Qin Fei felt a hint of resistance to his skirt. This time, the camera hits. He turned back slowly. A look into the woodwork. Shock, surprise, and anger. The transformation of the 3 emotions was handled by him with great ease. As if, it doesn't even have to be acted. It's a natural Yang Guifei. Chun Kaiga was dumbfounded. Snap. His walkie-talkie smashed on the floor and was oblivious. It's not just him. Zhang Yuqi, Lu Haoren, Qin Hao and the others were also shocked. Guidalin, Guidigang were even more dumbfounded. What does it mean to smile back? It's called. A look that said nothing but everything that came to mind. Ka. The next second, the director picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted click. Zhang Lu won. Where are your lines?
Direct. Sorry.
Zhang Lu Yi woke up as if in a dream and quickly apologized. Just now, he was so stunned by Qin Fei's retrospective gaze that he forgot to say his lines. This scene is commonly known as the pressure scene. Only, this time, it wasn't him who was suppressing someone else, but he was being pressurized by Qin Fei. What's the matter with you? I told you to keep it in check. I didn't tell you not to be able to act. You can act however you want. Chun Kaiga whispered. Zhang Lu Yi can hear that Chun Kaiga is happy. Very happy. Even his voice is floating.
Jesus Christ.
You're too good to me. You've given me a treasure. That I switched just now was really perfect. If it wasn't for Zhang Lu Wan's mistake. He hated to cut into the movie. Okay. All departments stand by. Let's do it again. Chun Kaiga finished. Keep shooting. Chapter 85 Good Guy. You came to the theater to find your mother? For the second time, it's officially on. Zhang Lu Wan revitalized his morale. The first time was just an accident. He was not prepared. That's why it's getting pressurized for drama. This time, he was prepared, and fully prepared, and would never be on the receiving end of pressure plays. Action, as the director finished shouting. Another look back. Ha! Chun Kaiga was startled. This time it played better and more naturally than before, which is so rare. Is Chin Fei even getting better at acting? Not bad. Not bad. I feel like I can use this part straight away. Who is Chun Kaiga? Big director. What actors haven't seen before? What acting skills haven't I seen before? And yet it still managed to make him so surprised, even excited. The photographer on the side stared at Chin Fei. This guy, is this really his first time acting? You're too good for that, aren't you? And on the contrary, Zhang Lu won. It's not so satisfying. Mother.
Ka.
Chun Kaiga held his forehead, picked up the intercom and started cursing. Zhang Lu won. What's your situation? I sent you here to act, not to find your mother. Go home and drink milk if you want to. Ha 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 ha. The whole room erupted in laughter and guffaws. Even Chin Fei, who couldn't hold back his laughter and sprayed, proved that every director had a bad temper. Yes. I'm sorry, Director Chun. I'm sorry, it was my mistake.
Zhang Lui apologized repeatedly. Hell no.
Is this guy in front of me really acting for the first time? Why does the brain go blank at the sight of his eyes? Chun Kaiga sighed. That, Mr. Chin Fei. Director Chun, you said. You. Tighten up a little bit. Your aura is a little strong. This statement was made. Wow. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Guidalin's eyes widened. Dad, did you hear that? Aha. Guidigang was also very surprised. At first, he thought it was Zhang Lu Yi's bad state. Now hearing Chun Kaiga say that, he understands. No wonder Zhang Lu Yi acted stumbling. It turned out to be shocked by Chin Fei's aura. No way. Zhang Yuqi's pretty face was written with dullness. Zhang Lu Yi is at least a movie star, but he was crushed twice in a row by a newcomer? Qin Hao revealed a smile. Looks like we all underestimated this Chin Fei na. Lu Haoran didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone and took a picture. Wow, this is beautiful too. Keep it as a souvenir for yourself. Mr. Chin Fei, is this really your first time acting? Zhang Luwan was helpless. Right? Well, there really are geniuses in this world. Zhang Luwan laughed bitterly. Could you tighten up a bit in a moment? I can't catch it a bit. Okay, no problem. Chin Fei cried and laughed. It seemed that the experience card given by the system was too strong, and it wasn't a good thing. Okay. For the third time. Action. 5 minutes later. I'm sorry, director. I'm not in good shape today. I just can't act. Zhang Lu-yi was on the verge of tears. What kind of freak is this? The first 2 times he couldn't even say a decent line. The third time was good enough to talk. As a result, Chin Fei waved his sleeve. He's like a piece of wood again. All right, Zhang Luwan, go back and take a rest first. Chun Kaiga was a bit distressed again. What do you call this? It was hard to find a Yang Guifei, and he thought it was a treasure from heaven. There you go. Yang Guifei was so strong that it caused the actors he hired, one by one, to be unable to take his scenes. Fortunes and misfortunes. Come on, people, why don't you show Mr. Chin Fei his seat? Watch the tea. Chun Kaiga finished. You, Mr. Chin Fei, you were so good in your play just now. Teacher Chin Fei, this is freshly brewed tea. Take a sip. Hard work, hard work. Is this really your first time acting? Seeing one of the playwrights gather around, Chin Fei nodded his head honestly. Yes. Wow. Mr. Chin Fei, you're too good. This is genius. No, it's the genius of geniuses who can perform at this level for the first time. It's only Mr. Chin Fei. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears a horse's ass. To be able to hang out in the crew of such a big production. Every one of them is a human savant. They can't do anything else, but they are the best at detecting words and colors. Seeing Chun Kaiga's attitude towards Chin Fei, everyone understands. In the next 2 months, Chin Fei was the big red man beside the director. Such a person, of course, should be browbeaten up in advance. Thank you, thank you. Chin Fei cried and laughed. He even had his clothes taken off by someone else. 1 minute you're bringing food, the next you're bringing drinks. It's almost like imperial treatment. Guidalin ran over and laughed. Brother, you're too good. When did you learn acting? Teach me. Would you believe me if I said I was born with it? Guidigang laughed. Zhang Yuqi, Qin Hao, Lu Haoran were all stimulated by you. One face grave. This moment is estimated to practice acting. Children, you can really good. Hey! Chin Fei smiled sarcastically. Mr. Chin Fei. At this time, Chun Kaiga held a contract in his hand and laughed. Let's sign the contract. Is that okay? Right now, Chin Fei was his treasure. He couldn't let Chin Fei run away. So in his first acting role, just get the contract drawn up quickly. Okay. Come on. Let's go to the conference room. Laogua, Xiaogua, you guys come too. Chun Kaiga laughed. I must treat you all to a good dinner tonight. Don't run away. All of you. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh was expressing how excited and happy he was at the moment. It felt like all the gloom of these days had dissipated. The young assistant was also relieved. The director has changed for the better, all thanks to Mr. Chin Fei. Half an hour later. Conference room. Okay. The contract is fine, so I'll sign it. Swish, swish, swish. Chin Fei signed his name. Chun Kaiga's eyes lit up. Good word. Really good characters. Mr. Chin Fei. As expected, your writing is so wonderful. Ha ha ha. The little assistant froze. Director, you're going too far. Are you that happy? Still, he said. Mr. Chin Fei is a calligraphy master, wrote calligraphy in the concert, and on the ancient poetry and ancient literature, there is a certain study, sing all the ancient style songs. Isn't that right? Chun Kaiga suddenly got excited. These days, besides the heroine, there was actually another problem that had been bothering him. Mr. Chin Fei, can I ask you a question? Chapter 86. Absolutely beautiful poem. The fans blocked the crew. Chin Fei said. You said. Chun Kaiga continued. Actually, there is a key point, that is, when Yang Guifei makes her first stunning appearance, there will be a poem which follows it out. But this poem, I haven't thought of it yet. It's actually impossible for a normal director to capture details like that. Yang Guifei comes out and has to do a poem? But Chun Kaigo did. Look out. He really put his heart and soul into this movie. Use the clear, flat tone. Chin Fei didn't talk nonsense and said directly. The crowd froze. De Gua and Xiaogua looked at me and I looked at you, full of confusion. What's Ching Ping Tong? Chin Fei was stunned. No way. Doesn't the world have a Ching Ping tune yet? Chin Fei picked up his cell phone. Baidu, not to mention the Ching Ping tune. Not even Li Bai. Su Dongpa is still there. No wonder they don't know. Chun Kaiga asked tentatively. Mr. Chin Fei, what do you mean by Ching Ping tune? Chin Fei didn't nag and brought a pen and paper. Write a poem. Clouds think of clothes and flowers. The spring breeze is a dewy threshold. If I didn't see you at the head of Gunjak, we'll meet under the moon toward the Yao Tai. This poem, originally written by Li Bai to Yang Guifei, is written from a spatial point of view, comparing Yang Guifei's beauty with peony flowers. It's also considered an heirloom. When this poem came out, everyone's eyes widened, even if you can't read the poem. And yet, you can also appreciate, in the poetry, the beauty of the richness of the mood. Chun Kaiga was really shocked. At this very moment, Chin Fei had shocked him 3 times already, the first time because of the costume, and the second time because of his superb acting skills. The third time, that is, this time, it's because of his talent. Mr. Chin Fei, this poem, did you write it? Sort of. Hiss. Chun Kaiga clapped his hands. It was really too rare. No wonder people said he was a genius. Write whatever you want, and it's 1,000 years old. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. The young assistant scratched his head. What does this poem mean? Chin Fei answered with a smile. Cloud, trying to change into your consort's clothes. Hannah, trying to change into the appearance of a noble princess. Your Highness is as beautiful as a peony with dew on the banks of the sinking pavilion, under the warmth of the spring breeze. If it is not a floating fairy that can only be seen on the Chuanyu Immortal Mountain, it must be a female deity that can only be encountered under the moon of the Yao Tai. That's a great explanation, really? Guodigang looked at Chin Fei with the eyes of a monster. This kid. Where the hell did he learn that verse? Wonderful. Too wonderful. Haha, Mr. Chin Fei, you are truly a great talent. Chun Kaiga grabbed the contract and tore it into pieces with excitement. With this poem, one's movie, for sure, is going to be a hit. However, the scene scared the hell out of the crowd. What's wrong with Director Chin? Are you crazy with joy? Director Chan, you? Little assistant, bring me a new contract, where's 5 million enough? This time the price is open at 10 million. $10 million. Qin Fei was also shocked. It's too much and he's just a rookie now. The average newcomer is paid between $1–3 million. Before that, Chen Kaiga gave him $5 million. It's been a lot. I didn't realize that in less than 3 minutes back and forth, it directly doubled again. Mr. Qin Fei, you deserve this, Chen Kaiga said excitedly. You don't know, for this poem I even went through thousands of Tang and Song poems, just couldn't find the right one. This one of yours is so wonderful, Qin Ping Tune. Can I put it in the movie? Don't worry. I only use movies and television. Other copyrights are not used. Poetry is still copyrighted. It was the first time Qin Fei had heard of it. Immediately, he cried and laughed. Okay, feel free to use it. Guodigang pulled Qin Fei over and asked in a low voice, Feier, did you write this poem? Sort of. Qin Fei nodded. Actually, I was inspired to write it down when I was in I Am a Singer, performing Yang Guifei. So it is. Lao Guo was dazed, but still shocked. It's 1,000 years old. It's beautiful. Looking at Guodalin beside him. This stupid son of a was swiping on Shakeology and giggling at some anime clips. Instantly, he sighed. Alas, there's really no comparison between people and people. Lao Guo hated it and kicked him. You, Dad, what are you kicking me for? Your brother wrote this poem and recited it in its entirety. Guodalin froze. I'm not a student anymore. 5 minutes later, the little assistant came, only to say in a hurry, Director, there's an accident outside. You should go and take a look. What's going on? Chen Kaiga frowned. Yes. Mr. Qin Fei. Qin Fei, who was originally still swiping his cell phone, was suddenly named and looked up blankly. Me? Yes, your fans? Blocked the crew. Qin Fei froze and hurriedly walked out, and everyone else went out as well. The moment, outside the cast. We'll meet the goddess and go. Just one time, please, uncle, please. Lin Yu said. This Lin Yu is the one who didn't grab the concert tickets. When she watched the concert video, he worshipped Qin Fei even more. So his favorite idol was so deeply righteous? It was hard to suppress the excitement she was feeling, trying to find out more about Qin Fei online. Coincidence. Suddenly I saw a message from a couple of reporters. It said that Qin Fei had appeared in the Legend of the Demon Cat theater group, and Lin Yu was so excited that she said it in the group. Can be exciting for fans. So she brought her fans, who live in the neighborhood, along with her to the Demon Cat tale set. Sure, they didn't bother anyone else, they just waited outside in silence. After all, what they represent now is also the face of the goddess. Can't disgrace the goddess. Mr. Qin Fei is signing a contract right now and can't be disturbed. Lin Yu said, It's fine, we'll just wait at the door then. The security uncle was helpless. Just then. Huh? Is that Yaya? A familiar voice came. Lin Yu froze. Calling me? She raised her head and Qin Fei was looking at her. Goddess, are you calling me? Right. You know my name? Didn't you tell me that the day of the pear orchard? Wow. Lin Yu was excited. What kind of experience was it to be flipped by an idol? Goddess. So do you remember my name? Ah. Is that dreamy? Yeah. Wow, goddess. I can't believe you know my name. There is no greater happiness in chasing a star than having one's name familiarized by one's idol. It's a feeling that's worth the pain and suffering. Goddess, what about me? Qin Fei said the names of 7 or 8 people in one breath, directly causing the fans to boil over. Gosh, the goddess remembered their names. All remembered. That's too warm, isn't it? Qin Fei asked. What are you doing here? Of course it's hyped up. Rush the shift. Goddess, don't be out of practice. Lin Yu clasped her hands fiercely and said, You're a singer. Don't forget about the album while filming. Chen Kaiga, who was next to him, listened with the corners of his mouth twitching. Filming? Surprisingly unprofessional? A day has passed since the concert, but the album is still not out. Yes, goddess, we can't wait to get it. Qin Fei almost forgot about the album. To participate in the Golden Melody Awards, album sales are also required, and it was said that album sales reached 5 million last year to be eligible for nomination. Sorry, I'll go back and put out the album. Qin Fei cried and laughed. Being a singer and having to be reminded of it by fans is no one's fault. Come on, get the stuff over here. With a wave of Lin Yu's small hand, several fans immediately carried several large boxes of ice cream. Goddess, this is a little token of our appreciation for the crew. Why don't you all share and eat? Lin Yu knew that the goddess, as a newcomer, was sure to be treated poorly by others. So, they, who are fans, helped the goddess to show her favor first. Eating people's mouths. In the future, when the goddess made a mistake, the other party wouldn't be able to scold her too harshly. Well, I'll let you guys break the bank. Qin Fei thanked him. Aya, with all that said, Goddess, it's only true that you hurry up and have another concert to warm up us fans who didn't grab a ticket. Lin Yu finished. Ha ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter. Chun Kaiga, on the other hand, silently stared at Qin Fei. There is a saying in the entertainment industry that what kind of stars have what kind of fans. Look out behind this humble, gentle youth. There are many warm and kind fans standing. Chapter 87. Su Muza Empty Ear Version. The entire internet went crazy with laughter. The next 3 days, Qin Fei concentrated on making the album and closed his home. His pear orchard, still on fire. Master Lei, Uncle Gong, and others also helped Qin Fei inside and outside. Because of the lack of manpower, the pear orchard from the original 10 people expanded to 20 people. The theater program, too, is much richer than before. But the fares remain the same. It's still one ticket for $300, just enough to keep the Pearland running. Noteworthy, tickets for the Pearly Gates, which are already sold out until next month, are very hot. The people who came were not only fans but also some big names like Huang Xiaoming and Hu Gu. Even RTHK's Fat, Chu Yin, came to the scene at the sound of the news. Listening to the theater is secondary. Wanting to see Qin Fei was their main purpose. However, unluckily, Qin Fei was already in seclusion. They had to leave with regrets. Grammy Recording Studio, Kyoto. Mr. Qin, you sang so well. You deserve to be the king of songs. Next is Su Muzi. The sound engineer is recording. Wait, I'll take a break and get some water. Qin Fei cleared his throat. To be honest, recording a dozen songs in one breath was really tiring. He can stand it, and so can his voice. The good thing is that for every song, he pretty much goes through it all at once. Why don't we come back tomorrow and call it a day? Tan Jing said, slightly distressed. It's fine, just rest. Qin Fei contained water and swiped his cell phone. Suddenly, Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Chun He, at Qin Fei, Goddess, I heard you showed up at the Legend of the Demon Cat Theater, playing Yang Guifei. Guru Nazar. Village Connections Network? That news, we knew about it 3 days ago. Chan He. Sweat. These days recording program did not see that what Goddess there is no stills to give us a look Speaking of which, the crowd in the group was also interested. They all know that Qin Fei is in The Legend of the Demon Cat, and yet I don't see any stills of him. Beautiful for sure. I just don't know how beautiful it can be. Qin Fei laughingly typed, don't think about it. Wait until the movie comes out. Chun He, how so? Laughing bitterly. The crowd was beyond disappointed. You want to see stills and have to wait until the movie airs in August? At this time, Guidalin, who had been silent, finally bubbled up. Picture. JPG. Picture. JPG. Picture. JPG. 5 pictures in a row were posted. Instantly blew the crowd out of the group. Diligent. Wow. Good people have a good life. Young Mimi. Good people live in peace. Deng Chao. Good people attire of 8 treasures. When they saw Qin Fei as Yang Guifei, the moment was astonishing. Jesus, even the second time I look at it, I still find it stunning. How can it be so beautiful? So classy. A heavenly fairy has come down to earth. Tanjing, Didi, you're really beautiful in a way. Qin Fei held his forehead and typed quickly. Aquidalin, I'll clean you up when I get back. Ha 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 ha. The many stars in the group laughed out loud. He he he. At the moment, Guidalin giggled at his cell phone screen. These days, Lao Gua stares at him every day as he recites Qing Ping Tune. It made him bitter. Now, finally, I've gotten my revenge. What's so funny? Guodigang's voice came, scaring Guidalin into putting his cell phone away. Can you memorize the old poems? Dad, it would have been a long time ago. Guidalin memorized it. Guodigang nodded. Those songs of your brothers? Do you know how to sing them? What? Guidalin was dumbfounded. No, Dad, I'm just a comedian. There's nothing for me to sing. We're family, and what he'll do, you'll have to learn. Guidalin was on the verge of tears. But what I know, he doesn't necessarily know. That reminds Laogua. Does Fly know comedy? No. Will? Huh? Who said that? Turning his head. He was surprised to see that you was teasing the birds. So you all don't know? Fair. This kid, he's a good comedian. He memorized a slam dunk for me last time. Hey, he's got style. Really? Guidalin sat up with a jolt. Now, finally, he was not calm. If Qin Fei was excellent within other fields, he would at most be worshipful. But knowing comedy is different. This was his area of expertise, and at this moment, he inexplicably had a sense of crisis. Isn't it enough to verify whether it's true or not? Yu Qian put down the birdcage and smiled. Don't we have a show in a couple days? Till then, let's do this. The second old man jabbered on. Confused Guidalin, what little secret are you two talking about? Just when Qin Fei was recording his album. In the world of entertainment, another big thing has happened. A video that exploded on the B site. In one short day, with a whopping 5 million likes. The pop-ups are currently the highest of the month. The title is Sumac Hollow Ear Edition. Open the comments and take a look. Ha 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 ha. The owner is ghostly. Take away the damage. Laughing my ass off. Which one of these fans is waiting for the album to wear out their welcome? So that's how a goddess song can be sung? Pushing the fans to write their own lyrics and create their own songs. I can't. Mom asked to kneel. I showed her the video and she knelt with me. Kyoto, a neighborhood. It's so hot. It's only been posted for half a day. Worthy of being a goddess. Dinesh Yu was also watching the video.